In the year 3069, six colossal ancient king monuments fell from the sky, unleashing an apocalypse upon the entire planet. Creatures known as demons emerged from these monuments and began a frenzied slaughter of all humankind. This young man, Aki, had single-handedly wiped out all the seventh-stage demons. But what he never expected was the existence of an eighth stage lurking within the ancient king monuments, a demon that was 10,000 times more powerful than any seventh stage. Completely exhausted and out of strength, Aki could only bitterly accept his fate as the eighth stage demon before him obliterated him. In the absolute darkness, a light suddenly flared. Aki was jolted awake by the sound of a familiar military command. He looked around in a daze, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Could this be a dream? Just a second ago, he was facing his death, and now he was here. But this feeling was far too real to be a dream. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Aki frantically felt all over his body, then gripped his head in utter shock. This isn't my face. Where's my rugged body and my strong, handsome features? Who am I? Where am I? His mind was now a whirlwind of unanswerable questions. This place was Venus Town, protected by massive, sturdy walls. The man speaking in a loud voice was Ji Tang, the captain of the city of Venus. You must all understand what taking this warrior assessment represents. A so-called warrior is a symbol of protection and hope. Ji Tang went on to speak about the origin of warriors and the Battle of Dawn, which took place 60 years ago. It was then that Aki realized with horror that he had been transported to the future after his death. Not only that, but the history he was hearing seemed to be flawed. The highest level of demon wasn't the seventh stage. It had to be the eighth stage. Though he didn't know the details, he had seen it with his own eyes. Humanity, even now, still had no idea of the demon's true power. The more Aki thought about it, the more terrified he became. Meanwhile, Ji Tang's inspiring speech continued. Without those warriors, we wouldn't be here today. Without warriors, we would have no lives, no homes to call our own. It is the greatest title, one that represents hope and protection. Do you understand now what it means to be a warrior? All the prospective warriors present roared in response, their spirits fired up with determination. But just then, Ji Tang heard a faint mumble from the back. No, that's not right. Eighth stage demon. These words immediately caught Ji Tang's attention. He strode directly towards Aki, a murderous look on his face. It seems you still don't understand what a warrior stands for. What's your name? Aki hesitated, about to answer, but then had a second thought. Should I tell him I'm the real Aki? Would anyone believe that Aki from 60 years ago traveled into this weak body? Just then, Ji Tang glanced at his name tag and burst out laughing. Well, I'll be. Haha, what an insult to a legendary name. To think you share the same name as the greatest warrior of all time. You idiot. Aki, you don't even understand the most basic quality of a warrior, yet you dare disgrace his great name? This is ridiculous. Unable to contain his rage, Ji Tang swung his hand and delivered a powerful slap across Aki's face. With no time to react, Aki was sent flying, coughing up blood. Damn it, this body is so pathetic. I couldn't even react to an attack like that. But I have the same name as my past life. Luckily, someone caught him, preventing any serious injury. But he had certainly succeeded in attracting Ji Tang's attention. After dealing with the troublemaker, Ji Tang ordered all the candidates to proceed to the testing grounds for the upcoming warrior assessment. Next up was the physical fitness assessment. Upon receiving the command, all the candidates headed to the physical training grounds. Only one person, Shino, stayed behind to check on Aki, who was still on the ground. Are you okay? Your name's Aki? That's such a badass name. I'm Shino. It's nice to meet you. Just then, a girl named Situ Liu scoffed. Of course a fool would dare to take the name Aki. Do you really think having the same name gives you the same strength? How childish. Insulted for his own name, Aki was furious. What's my name got to do with her? Shino quickly explained, You don't even know who she is? She's the most highly regarded candidate in our entire group. That's Situ Liu, also known as the Stone-Face Asura Maiden. She's the eldest daughter of the Situ family, the most famous martial arts clan in the city of Venice. Hearing the name Situ, Aki felt a flash of familiarity, but he couldn't quite place it. Once his head cleared, Shino helped him up so they could get to the testing grounds on time. Just then, a camera flash went off. My, the friendship between men is just so captivating. Ah, don't mind me, you two. Please, continue. Aki looked at this girl and asked seriously, Who are you? Her face was pretty cool, but with blood streaming from her nose, she just looked kinda goofy. But Shino only seemed to care about the picture the girl had just taken. At the mention of the photo, the girl's eyes lit up. I'm Sumo. Hello. I was simply drawn in by the radiant bromance between you two. Haha, this is priceless material. I'm totally speechless. Arriving at the physical training grounds, Aki put on a cool facade and stepped forward. Haha, even in a body like this, I'm still the strongest warrior there is. To think they dare lecture me on what a warrior is, it's laughable. For an assessment of this level, just watch. I'll blow you all away with my insane scores. First round of the assessment, Part 1. The physical fitness test, starting with the endurance run. The moment it began, Aki shot forward, leaving everyone else in the dust. He planned to take first place in a single burst and smash the record while he was at it. But reality had other plans. He did get first place, from the bottom. And he did break a record, for the worst endurance run in history. He lay sprawled on the ground, panting like a dog, amidst the ridicule of the other warrior candidates. And it wasn't just the endurance run. In every single physical test, Aki was a complete laughingstock. He not only failed, but he nearly broke his own hand trying to throw a punch. The final result, he ranked dead last in the physical fitness test. His performance was so unbelievably pathetic, he was immediately disqualified. I can't believe it. I was once humanity's strongest warrior, and now I'm this weak. In despair, Aki collapsed to the ground, holding his head in his hands. Only Shino came over to offer some comfort. Sumo, of course, seized the opportunity to capture this final, tender moment between them. An examiner approached Ji Yaotang. Captain Yaotang, with results like that, there's no need for that Aki kid to proceed to the second round. He's so terrible, we can just eliminate him now. Despite being annoyed with Aki's earlier attitude, Ji Yaotang simply shook his head. He may be hopeless, but he still has the right to participate in the second round. This will probably be his last assessment anyway. Immediately after, he turned and ordered the start of the second round, testing the synchronization rate with the combat armor. Hearing the announcement over the speakers, a confident smile spread across Aki's face. The combat armor synchronization test. This is my chance. 60 years ago, I was the strongest there was, with a stable average sync rate of over 96%. This body's physical strength might be useless, but the sync rate, that's determined by willpower. So you all see me as a joke? Well, open your eyes and watch this. Let me show you what the sync rate of the strongest warrior truly looks like. Aki's eyes burned with a fighting spirit, completely different from before. Just like that, Aki headed straight to the next station. After putting on the connection rig, he couldn't help but marvel at the current technology. Compared to 60 years ago, the usability had improved quite a bit. Just then, Situ Liu's test results were announced, a synchronization rate of 39% a pass. Hearing the results, all the warrior candidates below began to buzz with excitement. Wow, as expected of Situ Liu. As high as 39%, that's probably the best score this year. Those raised by the great martial arts families are really on another level. How could anyone ever hope to pursue such an elite girl? A girl like that seems to glow. Hearing the chatter from these kids, Aki sighed in exasperation. He'd stopped caring about romance a long time ago. After finishing her test, Situ Liu removed the device and walked arrogantly toward the waiting room. From her expression, you could tell this result was not surprising to her at all. The whispers about her continued unabated. Everyone wished they had her family background, her powerful strength, and her beauty. But as soon as she entered the waiting room, Situ Liu's true nature was revealed. She was blushing so hard her face was steaming. Great job, Situ Liu. 39%. Everyone probably saw that. I really stood out this time. It seems acting cold and distant gets you more fans, but it's still better to be a bit humble. Calm down, Situ Liu, calm down. Damn it. Turns out this girl had a severe case of teenager syndrome. Back in the testing area, Aki was quite surprised by her result. He hadn't expected someone to be able to test at a 39% sync rate. Just then, Shino came over and put an arm around his shoulder. She's really strong, isn't she? What a spirit. I can feel the powerful aura rolling off of her. Not knowing how to respond, Aki just said he felt the same way to move the conversation along. Suddenly, Shino asked him why he didn't seem nervous at all. After all, with such terrible preliminary test results, passing this warrior examination seemed impossible for him. Aki didn't pay it much mind and just said he was used to it. This made Shino a little curious. At their age, how used to it could he possibly be? The tests continued, and many people using the connection rig for the first time showed pained expressions. The first time you connect, your body bears a certain load and endures the power shock from the demon core. Some people couldn't handle it and voluntarily gave up. A synchronization rate of just over 10% was enough to pass. Of course, there were a few people with some rather surprising results. Shino achieved 24%, and Sumo achieved 30%. Observing the entire testing process, Ji Yaotang revealed a satisfied smile. It seems we've discovered a few promising seeds this time. The assistant standing beside him immediately reported the test data. Yes, including the girl named Sumo. there are 6 people this time with sync rates above 30%. Compared to other cities, our batch of warrior candidates this time has pretty good overall quality. Just then, Ji Yaotang suddenly cut him off. Humph. But there are also some with poor quality. His gaze was fixed on the next person to be tested, Aki. When the others saw Aki step onto the platform, they started to mock him. Hey, that guy Aki is up. That frail body of his is probably going to get crushed by the overload and make him cough up blood. Ha ha. He ranked dead last in the entire first round of evaluations. Hearing these words, Aki tried to act like he was fine, but he was actually pretty pissed. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh, you inexperienced brats. Just don't let your jaws drop in a minute. Stepping onto the platform, Aki pointed towards the red core, the core of strength. Demon cores recovered from the battlefield are divided into 6 types. Among them, the most common are red, yellow, green, and blue. Red represents strength, yellow represents defense, green represents recovery, and blue represents agility. The special purple cores, representing illusionary powers, and the black cores, representing space and time, are extremely rare. Among them, the black core is an exceptionally rare existence. The most important factor for the so-called synchronization rate is willpower. The strength of one's will determines their ability to withstand the demon core. It also determines their ability to control the core. Before starting the initial connection, a staff member carefully asked Aki if he was ready. Having gone through this countless times, Aki didn't hesitate for a second and requested to begin the test. The moment it started, a dazzling from someone just measuring their sync rate. The number continued to climb. In the monitoring room, Ji Yaotang was so excited he nearly shattered the glass. This was the first time he had ever seen such an absurdly high synchronization rate. When the number reached 80%, everyone began to panic. Meanwhile, Aki spread his arms wide like a savior. I am the one all warriors hailed as the strongest Aki. If it weren't for this trash core, if it weren't for this weak body, my aura alone could make you all kneel. This is the difference between me and you little brats. Aki was feeling extremely satisfied, having shut up all the kids who had mocked him earlier. But suddenly, the surging power vanished, and cracks appeared on the demon core. Aki could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. No good. This body can't take it. The terrified staff members from before now shouted in anger. What the hell? So it really was an equipment malfunction. The sync rate dropped back down to 10%. The secretary also reported back to Ji Yaotang. Reporting, Captain. We just confirmed the demon core is cracked. It must have been an abnormal core, which caused the data to go haywire. That was a real scare. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang sighed with regret. He thought humanity had once again produced a super warrior, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Aki's result of 10% was just barely enough to pass the test. The crowd of warrior candidates saw Aki's pathetic state and started whispering again. I told you, it was that abnormal demon core that caused all this. That kind of sync rate is pretty much only achievable by a perfect S-rank city captain. Only Shino ran up to the platform to check on his newfound friend. Following behind was Sumo, capturing the dramatic moments. On the other side, Situ Liu let out a sigh of relief. Humph, that scared me for a second. I thought there was someone here who could shine brighter than me. I absolutely will not allow that. Aki was now almost completely drained, his face pale as he coughed up blood. Seriously, getting worked up over a bunch of kids. Well, at least I passed. Later, after recovering a bit, Aki sat in the waiting room, carefully thinking about what had just happened. What in the world was that? It felt like something deep inside me suddenly drained all of my strength. Nothing like this has ever happened before. My willpower should have held out until at least 80%. Even the lowest grade core shouldn't have shattered. Why? His mind was filled with unanswerable questions, and even a veteran warrior like him couldn't find a logical reason. Just then, the door to the waiting room opened. Aki trembled as he tried to stand at attention. Ji Yaotang then entered the room and announced, "Congratulations on making it to the final test, live combat drills. You are about to face demons for the first time in your lives. I hope you all pass the test safely and successfully." After the words of encouragement, all the recruits were ordered to line up and head to testing area number 3. Although Aki was completely out of breath, he still dragged his battered body forward. Up ahead, he was so exhausted he didn't even notice Ji Yaotang's eyes fixed squarely on him. At that moment, Ji Yaotang spotted something near where Aki had been sitting. When he picked it up, he realized it was a fragment of a demon core that was slowly dissolving. Clutching the fragment in his hand, he gazed at Aki's retreating back. "You've made me very curious, Aki. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how you perform in this fog hunt outside the walls." After all the recruits had gathered, the giant gate of Venus City was opened. The kids, seeing the outside world for the first time, began to chatter. "Whoa, oh my god, Is this your first time outside the city? Do you think it's true that the outside is always covered in fog? Aki, on the other hand, was quite shocked to learn that after 60 years, humanity was actually living in isolation inside these city-states. Seeing these inexperienced youths, an examiner sternly warned, "Stop your whining and exit the city quietly. Use the time to check your gear, or you won't even know how you died." Aki carefully inspected the new, perfect energy core he had just been issued. He didn't think the problem from before was with the energy core itself. Back then, his power had vanished so suddenly, as if something inside his body was rejecting the core. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a logical reason. Could it be a side effect of my transmigration? Aki wondered as he followed the group out of the city. The moment his feet touched the ground outside the walls, Aki immediately felt some kind of signal emit from his body. This signal spread far and wide, attracting every demon in the vicinity, all the way to a mysterious cave. Sensing the signal, a chilling voice emerged from the cave. "No, it can't be. Higher rank than me. A demon of a higher rank than even I." Aki was stunned by the visions that had just flashed before his eyes. What was that? Were those things I just saw demons? In an instant, it felt as though something deep within him resonated with them. Just then, Situ Liu's voice snapped him out of it. "Are you coming or not?" Not knowing how to explain, Aki just apologized sheepishly. Shino and Sumo walked over to see what the commotion was about, when suddenly an examiner looked at the four of them and shouted, "You four in the back, you're a team. The rest are already set, get a move on." Seeing this, Sumo misunderstood, thinking it was all part of Aki's strategy to form a team. Before Aki could explain, Situ Liu cut him off. "Just try not to be a burden." Despite her cold demeanor, she was actually sighing in relief inwardly. Just a moment ago, she had been worried that no one would be willing to team up with her. Shino came over and patted Aki on the shoulder. "Let's go, Aki. We have to do our best." Sumo used her camera to capture the team's first moment together, completely unaware that something terrible was about to happen. This examination was made possible thanks to an object called a dispersion stele. The black stele is made from reinforced stone. The stone contains a special material capable of dissipating the fog. Once everyone was gathered, the examiner announced the rules of the test. Round 3 will be conducted in teams of 4. You should already be clear on the test's content, hunting fog demons outside the walls. We will now distribute combat daggers and small-scale fog-dispelling devices to each team. Your mission is simple. Enter the fog, go to the designated coordinates, plant the fog-dispelling device, and hunt scaleless demons. Each person's performance will be judged based on individual ability and teamwork to determine whether you pass or fail. Good luck to all teams. The fog hunt outside the walls is the final fear that a newcomer must face in this fog-shrouded world. The battle warriors must face is against the unknown dangers lurking within. To become a warrior, you need more than just physical strength and talent. You need a strong mentality, unafraid of the fog. You must face the unknown and rely on teamwork to conquer your fear. Secure your vision, and hunt the demons that randomly appear on the battlefield. Finally, in your first real slaughter, you will earn the title of warrior. One by one, the teams headed into the outer zone to carry out their mission. Meanwhile, the captain of Squad 2, Jago, was observing from atop the city walls. There are quite a few elite newcomers this time, but the only one I'm interested in is that Situ Liu. What about you guys? The captain of Squad 2, Joel, was observing carefully. Someone from a prestigious warrior family must be properly nurtured. She could become an outstanding warrior. Ji Yaotang stood with his arms crossed, saying there was another noteworthy person among the rookies. His gaze was fixed on Aki below. I specifically checked his core and confirmed there were no issues. So what exactly happened to him back then? As Ji Yaotang was deep in thought, he was suddenly bopped on the head by Jago. "What are you thinking about?" Being teased, a blushing Ji Yaotang shouted, "Don't call me by my full name." It was clear the three captains had a very good relationship. Van Daling joked around, but Joel suddenly became serious. "Have the demon ranks been confirmed? We need to be sure that only the arranged scaleless demons are present within the test area." Ji Yaotang confirmed once again that he had checked everything thoroughly, ensuring there were no mistakes. Joel also smiled confidently. "Ha! If something really does show up, we'll just have to exterminate them all to protect these future warriors." After a few teams passed the test, it was Aki's team's turn. His team drew everyone's attention because it was a combination of the best and worst performers from the previous 2 rounds. All 4 of them were confident they could complete this test quickly and easily. Suddenly, Situ Liu snatched the device from Aki's hand and charged straight ahead. Just like before, Situ Liu's mind was filled with childish thoughts. Follow this dazzling, radiant person. Though slightly annoyed, Aki had no choice but to run after her. As they entered the fog, Situ Liu leaped high into the air, executing a beautiful midair flip. Aiming precisely, she plugged the device into its required slot. This performance earned praise from Jago. Clearly, she had a recovery core, yet her movements were no weaker than someone with a blue agility core. This was the true power of a martial arts family. Sensing the humans, three blood-red demons charged crazily towards Situ Liu. Immediately, Aki signaled for Shino to rush forward. For some reason, Shino instinctively followed Aki's command. He jumped in front of Situ Liu and raised his shield against the demons. This time, it was Ji Yaotang's turn to offer praise. Not bad, he's already mastered how to use the core's power. Just as the demons were knocked into the air, Aki signaled once more. The three of them charged forward in unison, each taking on one demon. Round one was on him, equipped with an agility core. Sumo slashed relentlessly at the demon with his knife, then suddenly kicked it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shino followed up with a punch that sent the demon flying. This coordinated attack received praise from Joel. Oh, these two work surprisingly well together, especially that girl. Hehehe. A blue agility core makes the body more balanced and harmonious. He said this with a sinister smile. Now for Situ Liu's battle. While the demon was still airborne, she quickly plunged her blade into its body. A green light suddenly transferred from the blade into the demon's body. Soon after, the demon's body swelled up and exploded into tiny pieces. As expected of the best, that was just overwhelmingly powerful. Finally, it was Rhoda, Aki's battle. In an incredibly short amount of time, Aki had identified and attacked the demon's three weak points, its neck, chest, and stomach. But what the hell? Not only was the demon knocked down, but he also went tumbling across the ground. Luckily, Aki managed to stab his blade into the ground to stop himself. The explosive power of this frail body is really limited. But this is a good combat opportunity to test this body's abilities. With a determined glint in his eyes, he charged straight at the demon without hesitation. Relying on his experience, Aki dodged an attack and stabbed straight into the demon's side. But because this body was too weak, the blade couldn't penetrate deep enough. The demon only took minor damage and immediately counterattacked with its leg. Quick as a flash, Aki leaned back, dodging the blow, then switched the knife to his other hand and attacked its stomach again. In immense pain, the demon lunged forward, trying to crush Aki with its massive body. But Aki didn't panic at all. He jumped back and seized the chance to slash its throat, causing the demon to collapse to the ground. Although those moves looked absolutely perfect, Aki judged this body to be terrible. The reaction speed was too slow, as was the body temperature, and its power bursts were insufficient. Fortunately, thanks to his experience from countless battles, this demon was nothing. If it had been anyone else, they would have been dead long ago. Aki's display of toying with his prey left Shino in complete awe. Sumo had also recorded the entire thing from start to finish. Only Situ Liu was not very pleased. How dare he steal my spotlight? He's clearly doing this on purpose. And over with the three captains, all eyes were now fixed on Aki. It was truly surprising to see a frail-looking kid execute such masterful movements. But Ji Yaotang, who had been watching Aki from the start, said nothing and just observed in silence. From the very beginning, he felt there were too many strange, unexplainable things about Aki. Back at the test, the examiner declared it was over. Aki was still panting heavily after that series of moves. He couldn't use any of his body's former skills, and yet every light movement left him breathless. This is really terrible. My evaluation is over, so I should end you as well. After catching his breath, Aki charged toward the demon, intending to put it out of its misery. Suddenly, some object shot up from the ground, piercing the demon's stomach. Luckily, Aki reacted in time and jumped back, avoiding the hit. But the surrounding area was now completely covered in vines, making escape difficult. The four team members looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Just then, a demon tore its way out of the previous demon's stomach. It had only let out a single roar, but a chilling, killing intent spread throughout the area. Sensing this intent, Ji Yaotang frowned and shouted, "A first-stage demon. Everyone, get back inside the city." As soon as they heard this, the trainee warriors lost all their fighting spirit and fled in a panic. Immediately, Jago and Joel leaped down from the city wall and charged straight toward the first-stage demon. Along the way, Jago didn't forget to reassure the trainees. "Don't panic. Get to the safe point around Captain Ji Yaotang. He will protect you." Inside the wall of vines, the first-stage demon suddenly spoke. "Humans, which one of you carries the scent of a demon?" Aki's eyes widened in utter shock and confusion. A human with the scent of a demon? What is it talking about? As it spoke, the first-stage demon advanced toward Aki's team. Its killing intent made the entire team tremble with fear. Even the strongest among them, Situ Liu, didn't dare to move. This is a first-stage demon. It's on a completely different level from those stageless ones from before. They felt as if it could easily tear them to shreds in an instant, so they remained completely still. In this pathetic body, even a seasoned warrior like Aki felt suffocated. This weak body was clearly no match for it. This was also the first time Aki understood what other warriors often talked about. Is this the kind of pressure you feel when facing a stage demon? Meanwhile, the first stage demon seemed to be searching for the human with the demon's scent, which is why it hadn't attacked yet. Since it couldn't tell which one it was, it decided to take all four of them. 4 beams of light shot from its hand, flying straight at Aki's group and knocking them out instantly. At that moment, a crack appeared in the wall of vines. Jago and Joel had arrived and were forcing their way through. You dare touch them. At Joel's threat, the first stage demon gave a contemptuous smile. Farewell. You're coming with me. Countless vines shot out from the ground, pulling the demon and Aki's group underground. Standing at the edge of the pit, Jago and Joel were frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, the ground began to deform, moving in a single direction. It seemed this was the direction the demon was moving underground. Seeing this, Joel shouted, after it. But they had only chased for a short distance before the trail vanished. The trail ends here. We clearly swept this area for days, so why did a first stage demon still appear? He had never been careless in this regard. Damn it, something like this has never happened before. Just then, Ji Yaotang arrived after stabilizing the situation back at the city. As soon as he got there, he shouted, Jago, Joel, what about the kids? Why did you stop? Keep chasing them. Joel quickly calmed him down. Calm down, Tang. The trail went cold here, model. Jago also voiced his theory. It looks like the first stage demon came this far and then stopped. It didn't go any deeper. The area ahead hasn't been scouted. It wouldn't be wise for us to go any further. Ji Yaotang touched the ground, recalling a horrifying memory from his childhood. Unable to contain his rage, he slammed his fist into the ground and began to blame himself. This is all my fault. I didn't confirm it properly. It's all my fault. Realizing this couldn't go on, Joel proposed a necessary course of action. Let's head back for now. The city must be in a panic, and it's not good for all 3 of us to be away. We can send a scouting party later to survey the area around the city and see if there are any first-stage demons. Jago also stepped closer to console him. Ji Yaotang, what happened to those 4 kids? None of us wanted this, but we need to stay calm. I understand you're hurting right now. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yaotang brushed her hand away and stood up. You 2 head back. I'm going to stay and look around. Don't worry about me. Joel was about to protest, but Jago cut him off. Then you have to promise you'll be back before sunset, okay? With a vacant expression, Ji Yaotang agreed and walked straight into the fog to continue his search. Watching his retreating figure, Jago felt his sense of helplessness. You know as well as I do that we can't convince him otherwise. Joel could only scratch his head and sigh. Ha, I know. His younger brother was taken by demons years ago. He's never stopped blaming himself. The mention of this brought a hint of sadness. If his brother were still alive, he'd be about the same age as those kids. Those kids reminded him of his little brother. It turns out Ji Yaotang saw a reflection of his younger self in Aki, which is why he was so concerned about him. Fate can be so cruel. Elsewhere, Aki groggily opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Huh, where am I? Down on the ground. It looks like the others are still alive. Just then, the voice of the first stage demon echoed from behind him. Waking up so quickly, you're certainly not ordinary. Not ordinary at all. I'm quite curious. The first stage demon slowly advanced before suddenly grabbing Aki by the neck to interrogate him. Why do you possess our aura? And why is your human aura stronger than mine? Not understanding, Aki asked, what are you talking about? But this was just a stalling tactic to make the demon lower its guard. He channeled the energy from the core in his chest, unleashing a momentary burst of power to break free from his restraints. The first stage demon was also knocked back by the powerful surge of energy. Now free, Aki quickly snatched a bone from the ground and launched an attack. But with his current speed, the first stage demon easily leaned back and dodged it. The demon paid no mind to such tricks and immediately counterattacked. Oh, you're pretty strong. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Aki chose to dodge the blow rather than try to block it. He quickly leaped backward, trying to formulate a strategy. Damn it. In my past life, I could have taken its head off before it could even react. I have to save the other 3. It's a red core demon, so its movements are agile. Its joints allow for quicker attacks and faster reactions, but that also means those same joints lack any real protection. It's both a strength and a weakness. Drawing on his experience, Aki quickly analyzed his opponent's weak point. In response to Aki's attack, the first stage demon didn't even bother to move, simply thrusting one hand straight toward his head. Aki couldn't react in time and was forced to take the blow with his shoulder. But this was all part of his plan. The moment the demon's arm pierced his shoulder, Aki immediately seized it. Only then could he create an opening to attack the weak point in its joint. Enduring the pain, Aki used the bone to repeatedly stab the joints of the arm he had captured. Then, with a powerful yank, he successfully severed one of the first-stage demon's arms. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. You're just a first-stage demon. I've killed countless like you. Aki had barely landed a single blow, but he was already getting cocky. His celebration was cut short immediately. Even after losing an arm, the first-stage demon's combat strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. Aki didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying with a single kick. Retrieving its severed arm, the first-stage demon began to reattach it. Ha, so you know my weakness. But I'm a wood-type red core, which means I can regenerate. Lying on the ground, Aki struggled to even open his eyes. Regeneration. Aren't only 6-core demons supposed to be able to do that? And it said it was a wood type. Is it possible that demons have evolved in the past half-century? As the truth dawned on him, Aki was stunned into silence. He had gravely underestimated the demon race. After reattaching its arm, the first-stage demon was as good as new. You're the one who underestimated your opponent. At that, with just a single finger, the demon summoned countless vines from the ground, which impaled Aki and shoved him forward. The first-stage demon grabbed Aki by the head and began to taunt him. I really don't get you. Oh well. In this hopeless situation, Aki's mind began to grow hazy. Ah, did they go through my organs? It hurts so much. I can't breathe. Did I come all the way back just to die like this? Are they going to die too? Just like my comrades in my last life. Dying right beside me? I'm sorry, everyone. Hey, I can't die like this. Damn it. From the massive blood loss, Aki began to slip into delirium. Unaware of what was happening, the first-stage demon sensed him growing weaker. It opened its mouth wide, ready to enjoy its meal. Ah, is he dead already? An evolved, yet weak human. Can I evolve by eating him? Time to eat. Just at that moment, Aki's aura suddenly erupted, causing the first-stage demon to instinctively leap far away from him. Aki's body began to transform as the core on his chest started to crack. A voice, completely different from his own, spoke out. Humph, you can't die now. If you do, the whole plan falls apart. I never thought I'd have to use my last wisp of consciousness in a place like this. The first-stage demon trembled in fear from the aura now radiating off Aki. This aura is terrifying. Is he a 5th stage or a 6th stage? The core on Aki's chest now blazed a brilliant red, and the wounds on his body began to heal. Red filaments emerged from the core, wrapping around his entire body, his hair turning white. In a matter of moments, Aki's entire body had transformed into that of a demon. He had only just opened his eyes when a massive, blood-red pillar of energy erupted, tearing through the ground and shooting into the sky. The energy radiated outwards, instantly disintegrating all the no-stage demons in the area. The energy then retracted, converging back into Aki. Now sporting wings, he hovered in the air before the first-stage demon. I am the one and only 8th stage, the most powerful red core in existence. Your king. Upon hearing these words, the first-stage demon was so terrified it could barely stand. N.E. 8th stage, our king. The 8th stage demon spread its arms, its voice filled with authority. Kneel and speak my name. The first-stage demon immediately prostrated itself on the ground, its voice trembling. Shi Wanqi. Elsewhere, Ji Yaotang was still frantically searching through the mist, instantly destroying any demon that crossed his path. Model, I scouted the whole area. There are only 2 Unki demons here. Looks like the kids aren't here. I have to keep searching. I need to find them before sunset. He looked up at the sky, extremely worried for the kids' safety. Just then, a pillar of crimson energy erupted from behind him. The mere shockwave of the energy was enough to make even Ji Yaotang stumble. After composing himself, he pinpointed the source of that terrifying energy and rushed back toward Qi Wanqi. The structure of its feet began to change, adapting to walk on the ground. It approached the first key demon and spoke. Ha! To think that even outside, it's still a gloomy place devoid of light. Answer my question. Since my disappearance, are the same 5 king keys still in power? The first key demon didn't dare to look directly at him, stammering its reply. Yes, my lord, it's still those 5. The 5 king key. As soon as he heard this, Qi Wanqi suddenly became agitated. So it's still the same 5 king K, unchanged. It seems they've been living quite peacefully. Heh heh heh. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? With a single wave of his hand, the overwhelming pressure nearly made the first key demon wet itself in fear. After calming down, Qi Wanqi looked at his own arm and muttered, I chose the body of this so-called strongest warrior as my vessel, but I never expected it to be so weak after I crossed over. What a disappointment. My last shred of spirit was wasted on this ridiculous situation. To manifest again, I'll probably have to wait until I'm fully awakened. This is truly a test of my patience. I have to wait until this strongest warrior gradually perceives the memories of the key. Hearing these words, the first key demon asked quizzically, "Memories of the key. Memories. What the king speaks of are what we use to evolve, bestowed upon us like a blessing," Qi Wangqi explained. "The key that protrude from our bodies. Their number determines our rank. The more key, the higher the rank. For our dark tribe to grow new key and evolve, we need the memories of the key. This is a unique ability of our race, and it's the reason our strength will forever surpass that of other races. This human named Aki is now like you, except that you need to devour a dark tribe member of the same rank to evolve, while he needs to seize a dark tribe member of a higher rank than his own to perceive the memories of the key. Then he can evolve. Consider this a gift from me to him. Heh. After hearing this, the first key demon looked up to the sky and screamed like a madman, "My king, I support you. This humble servant will do everything to aid you, to become your right hand, to help you awaken." But before it could finish, Qi Wangqi destroyed it with a flick of his hand. "You are not worthy. Your only value is to become a memory for this human warrior to awaken his first key. Human warrior, I have laid out the first step for you. Do not disappoint me on your path to power. I need you to awaken step by step to the 8th key. At that moment, I will awaken from my slumber and return." Aki's body then slowly returned to normal, but the light on his chest glowed an ever brighter crimson, as if something like a genetic code was slowly invading his body. The demon's powers seemed to gradually consume all of Aki, and he now found himself reliving the final moments of his previous life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki, humanity's strongest warrior, was breathing his last. He looked at the bodies of his comrades, their strongest king. "I don't want to die yet. She's still waiting for me to come home. You won't die. You won't. I'll get everyone out of here." Suddenly, a dead comrade grabbed his hand, their face twisted like a demon's. "But we're all dead. Why are you still alive?" Aki jolted awake in a hospital bed, drenched in sweat. Realizing it was all a dream, he clutched his head and forced a pained smile. Just then, his 3 teammates pulled back the curtain to visit him. Before Aki could react, Sumo leaned in close. "Hey, why did your hair change color? Did that special demon take you to get it dyed? Seriously, this girl is something else." Aki jumped back, startled by the million-dollar view, but he suddenly remembered something important and asked, "Wait, are you 3 okay? You guys, I remember we were taken to a first key demon's cave." Just then, Ji Yaotang stepped forward and interrupted. "It seems you remember something after all. Tell us what happened in that cave." It turned out all 3 captains had been waiting behind the curtain, ready to question Aki the moment he woke up. Aki immediately recognized the 2 people behind Ji Yaotang as the 2 captains who were on the city wall during the test. Though he had a good idea why they were here, he still played dumb and asked Captain Ji Yaotang, "Why is everyone here?" Jago spoke up. Ji Yaotang was the one who brought the 4 of you back." In front of the rookies, Ji Yaotang whispered to Jago, "Don't call me Ji Yaotang." Jago gave him a wink. "All right, Tang, how embarrassing." So much for the image of a strict captain. Shino and the others had to try their hardest not to burst out laughing at the name Tang. Just then, Joel also spoke up. "He found you guys on the ground outside the cave. You were all unconscious at the time. Luckily, that first key demon seems to have vanished. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we could have brought you all back safely." Then, Jago walked over and handed Aki a mirror. "The other 3 woke up a while ago. They all said they have no memory of the cave. You were the only one who remained unconscious, and you've undergone a few changes. You just mentioned the cave, so try to think if you remember anything else." Aki took the mirror and was shocked by his new hair. "My hair. This is me? So this is what Sumo meant by died. What is going on? After regressing, everything has been so unbelievable. As for what happened in the cave, I only remember being attacked and then I lost consciousness. I don't know what happened after that. Should I tell them that I've regressed? No, that would be too much trouble. Besides, would they even believe me? What's more, I don't even understand my own current condition. I still have to act as this Aki to figure everything out." After thinking it through, Aki looked up and answered the captains. "I only remember waking up for a brief, hazy moment, which is how I knew we were taken to a cave. Then I fell unconscious again. I don't know anything else. When I came to, I was already here." Hearing his answer, Ji Yaotang fell into deep thought. He was unconscious too? Am I overthinking this? But I found bloodstains all over the cave walls, as if they'd been sprayed violently. What could have caused that? At that moment, Joel approached Aki. "Your name is Aki, right? Same name as our great warrior. I've looked over your test scores for every category. You were the worst, but you were very calm when fighting the demon. Have you fought demons before?" Joel's smile was filled with hidden meaning. His secret exposed, Aki flusteredly explained. No, I've just always been interested in fighting. I've collected and analyzed demons' weaknesses on my own. Hearing this, Jago praised him. Oh, look at you, the logical type. Ji Yaotang, a warrior this good needs to be trained properly. Speaking of which, Aki immediately asked about his test results, wondering if he had passed. Sumo beamed. I passed the warrior exam, so we're still a team. Due to this incident, which you could say was fated, Ji Yaotang assigned the four of them to a single group. At that moment, Situ Liu, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a reminder. We've already fallen far behind the other teams. Hearing this, Aki was completely confused. The test just ended, so how far behind could they possibly be? Ji Yaotang then explained. Teams need to accept missions to accumulate points. You were unconscious for 3 days. Your team's current point total is still 0. When Aki heard he'd been out for 3 days, he shouted in shock. He thought he'd only been out for a moment, not that it had been so long. After Aki fully recovered, the four of them immediately put on their iron armor, preparing for the upcoming point grind. At the assembly point, people began to whisper amongst themselves. Just 3 days ago, they had seen another new team of warriors gather here. All the warriors were very young, the new hope for humanity. After they assembled, Ji Yaotang spoke with a serious expression. Next, I'll give you a brief overview. First, congratulations on officially becoming warriors and for returning safely from the clutches of the demon Yiki. I'm truly very happy for you kids. As I mentioned before, the 4 of you will be assigned as a squad under my management. In other words, I am your supervising captain. I'm in charge of a total of 9 squads, and I hope you all can make something of yourselves. Hearing this, Aki raised his hand to ask, what do you mean by make something of yourselves? The rules for warriors nowadays are much more complicated than they were 60 years ago. Back then, strength and status were earned by killing demons. But times have changed, and Aki didn't quite understand this yet. Shino then spoke up, Aki, have you really never heard of the squad scoreboard? Seeing Aki's blank stare, Shino continued, explaining that their squad was currently ranked dead last. Situ Liu, as usual, just gave a cold, disdainful look. Just stay out of my way. Seeing this, Ji Yaotang explained, what I mean by making something of yourselves refers to your squad's rank on the scoreboard. Squads under the same supervising captain will have a scoreboard to compete on, the purpose of which is to encourage the squads to improve. I am in charge of 9 squads, which means you need to compete with the other 8 teams. You can accept missions of different levels to receive different amounts of points. The more points you accumulate, the higher your rank will be. Each month, the top 2 ranking squads from each of the 3 supervising captains, including myself for a total of 6 squads, can participate in a squad showdown. The winner receives a prize. Likewise, the last ranked squad under each captain must face a penalty. They're temporarily called the cleaning crew until a new last place team emerges. After hearing this, Aki looked around. Geez, what a hassle. No wonder the city is so clean. Ji Yaotang continued, these are the rules for warriors. Competition breeds progress. The demons are constantly evolving, so warriors cannot afford to slack off. So, for your squad, Situ Liu, who has the highest overall score, will be the squad leader. Any objections? Shino and Sumo agreed wholeheartedly, with only Aki feeling a little annoyed. Why not pick me? I'm Aki, the one they call the king, the strongest warrior. Seriously, but he only dared to think this in his head. After all, his test result was the highest. From the bottom up, having earned their trust, Situ Liu stepped forward and shouted clearly, I will resolutely complete the mission. Inside, she was so happy she was about to laugh out loud. Wow, of course, I'm the squad leader. Who else would they pick? Before leaving, Ji Yaotang gave a careful reminder. All right, it's still noon. You can go check the mission board to see what's available. And while you're at it, take a look at the other team's scores. Also, you'll need to figure out how to adapt to the nano wings on your combat suits through actual combat. If you have any problems, come directly to me. Dismissed. As soon as Ji Yaotang left, Situ Liu immediately signaled for everyone to follow her. Let's go. We'll check the mission board. We've already lost 3 days worth of points. We have to push ourselves. Suddenly, Sumo shouted, wait. Before that, there's something more important. Situ Liu turned her head and asked what was wrong, but in her mind, she was panicking so much she was about to cry. Did I forget something important? Assigning member positions, preparing reserve supplies. No, those things can be sorted out after we accept a mission. Did I already make a mistake as the new leader? Is my perfect captain aura already ruined? Truly a terminal case of overthinking. This one's a lost cause. But Sumo just said they needed to take an official squad photo, which made Situ Liu completely freeze up. Aki, on the other hand, thought it wasn't a bad idea. He also wanted to keep some memories with these new comrades. Meanwhile, The three captains were observing from a high place nearby. When asked what he thought, Jago stretched lazily. What do you think? All the Ichi demons around the cave died from their bodies exploding, and inside the cave, there were blood splatters from an unknown demon's violent explosion. Joel lit a cigarette and voiced his speculation. Are you trying to say those four kids did it? Ji Yaotang thought for a moment and said, I suspect there's something strange about that kid, Aki. My nose is very sensitive. I keep smelling a familiar, indescribable stench on him. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, Jago suddenly hugged him from behind. Ji Yaotang, you're overthinking it. It's good that the kids came back safely. Besides, their squad's strength is pretty decent. Train them well, and don't you dare lose to my squad. Ji Yaotang's face turned beet red from the pair of mountains pressing against his back. Joel, however, remained calm. He thought they should observe first, and if there was anything unusual, they could deal with it then. Elsewhere, Aki was intently studying the mission board in the center of town. Seeing 3 remaining A-rank missions, each worth 10 points, Aki shouted with joy. Shino and Sumo then explained the situation to him. Aki, it seems there's something you don't know. A-rank missions are the highest level we can take on. The 3 that are left are probably the 3 most difficult ones among all the A-rank missions. Compared to B-rank missions worth 6 points, there are also C-rank missions worth 3 points. The 10 points from an A-rank mission are certainly tempting, but B and C-rank missions are the most reasonable and safest options. Casualties often occur on A-rank missions. After hearing this, Aki sighed and said, let's take them all. Coincidentally, Situ Liu walked up and tore off all 3 missions at the same time he said it. Great minds think alike. After accepting the missions, the team set out immediately. In the dense fog, the 4 of them moved forward without hesitation. At that moment, Aki lightly pressed the core on his chest. The nano wings successfully activated. He ran to a large nearby rock, leaned against it, and began testing them out. Next, he imagined deconstructing the nano wings, manipulating them to form a weapon. With just one attempt, he successfully created a sharp weapon. After 60 years, humanity's technology had certainly advanced quite a bit. The others also succeeded in creating their own weapons. Once they were ready, the mission target came into view. 2 unranked demons. On Situ Liu's command, the team split up as planned. The mission commander was none other than squad captain Situ Liu herself. They had 3 A-rank missions to complete and couldn't afford a prolonged battle. It had to be a quick victory. First, Shino would block their vision. Then Aki and Tomo would simultaneously disable their ability to move. Next, Shino would land a stunning blow, and finally, she herself would end the fight. Everything went exactly according to Situ Liu's plan, without a single hitch. Standing with her back to the explosion, she struck a super cool pose, admiring her own work. Excellent. I was perfect and brilliant this time, too. After eliminating the 2 unranked demons, the main part of the mission was to clear the fog. Compared to the test, actual combat was much more difficult. But luckily, one of the 2 unranked demons contained a crimson core. This mission was already turning a profit. After completing the A-rank mission, 10 points were in the bag, and the quest was automatically cleared. Seeing this high-tech system, Aki was once again amazed. Tomo, already used to Aki's lack of knowledge, explained, after all our science and technology is now focused on demons. The mission has a chip linked to the point board in town. When a mission is completed, the town's point board automatically calculates the score. We just finished the mission to clear the fog zone outside of town. Here, let me see the others. As she spoke, she reached out and took the mission sheet from Aki's hand. The 2 remaining missions were to capture 3 unranked demons alive and to obtain 10 unranked demon cores. Just by glancing at it, Tomo collapsed to the ground in despair. Just looking at these makes them seem impossible. We fought all afternoon just to get 3 unranked demon cores. We still need 7 more, and we have to capture them alive on top of that. I hear that's the hardest type of mission there is. Shino tried to comfort her from the side. Haha, looks like we won't be taking it easy for a while. After all, while we're doing our missions, the other squads are constantly racking up mission points too. Situ Liu then spoke up. We'll complete the 2 remaining A-rank missions, then keep taking on more A-rank missions and charge straight for the top. These words successfully ignited a burning fire within Shino. Tomo also didn't forget to record the captain's awesome moment. Noticing Aki was quiet, Shino asked him what he thought. Aki replied with a smile. Everyone's right. The other teams are probably working hard to earn points too. If we don't work a little faster, it'll probably be hard for us to catch up. No matter the situation, only the fastest will win. You get nothing just by watching. At that moment, an indescribable feeling surged within Aki's heart. I really thought my heart, which has experienced 2 lives over 50 years, had already become withered and jaded. I never expected to feel strangely young again being with them. The stubbornness and refusal to lose of youth. It really makes you feel so full of life. Afterward, the entire team decided to press forward and complete the mission before sunset. After a long struggle, the mission to capture 3 unranked demons alive was finally completed. Luckily, they had just used up the last of their tranquilizer rounds meant for capturing them. The ammunition specially distributed to each squad was also very limited. Seeing Aki staring intently at the gun in her hand, Situ Liu sighed helplessly. Sigh, I really have to explain everything, don't I? This is also formed by nanotech. It's a tranquilizer gun for demons. Just like the dagger, it's a beginner weapon, pre-programmed into the nanowings. But the synthesis standard and operation are more complex. After that, Aki looked at the demons lying on the ground, lost in thought. So now you can use tranquilizers to capture demons? Back in my day, we could only knock them out with brute force to capture them alive. The researchers always used to complain that we'd smash the brains of some of the demons. Haha, after cleaning up, Shino finally let out a sigh of relief. It's great that we managed to capture them right as we ran out of ammo. That means this mission is also complete. To capture these 3 alive, we had to kill a whole swarm of smaller demons. Like, more than 10 of them. Looking at the scene here, the last fight wasn't easy at all. Tomo then stretched, exhausted. Warriors must return to the city before sunset. That's the rule, and you get penalized for being late. Let's go home and eat. Speaking of home, Aki suddenly realized he knew nothing about his current body's background. He wasn't even sure if he had a home in this world. Situ Liu took out a device, preparing to return to the city. I have to get back to the dojo early, too. Now we just need to use the locator to send our position to the research staff. They'll come here to retrieve these 3 demons, and our mission will be considered complete. Just then, Aki spoke up. By the way, do you guys feel a killing intent? Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet flew out of nowhere, passed in front of the 4 of them, and killed the 3 demons in an instant. We can't let you complete this mission. You're the new squad that took all the A-rank missions from the board. Those were the missions we wanted. Who gave you permission to take them? Out of nowhere, 4 strangers suddenly appeared. You could tell right away they didn't come in peace. Seeing this, Aki scowled in annoyance. Who are you? The red-haired guy, who seemed to be the leader, answered. We joined squad captain Ji Yaotang's team during the last assessment. The squad's name is Black Spear. To put it simply, we're your seniors, one of the 9 existing squads. You're the new guys, yet you didn't even greet your seniors. You have no manners, and on top of that, you took all the A-rank missions without getting permission from us veteran members. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? At that moment, Situ Liu's gaze was fixed on the corpses of the unranked demons that had just been shot. These were the demons her teammates had risked their lives to capture alive. She couldn't just let this go. The red-haired guy kept rambling on. Who's the captain of your squad? Don't you know to bring your members over to greet us? The moment he finished his sentence, Situ Liu charged forward to attack. The red-haired guy wasn't useless, so he backed away and dodged the attack. You actually dared to attack your senior? You disrespectful rookie. Situ Liu was furious and prepared to attack again. You think you're worthy of being called a senior? Seeing things were getting out of hand, Shino and Tomo stopped her. Liu, don't be reckless. They're still our seniors. Let's try talking first. Tomo turned to the red-haired guy to reason with him. Why are you guys being so unreasonable? But that doesn't give you the right to kill the demons we worked so hard to catch. The redhead wasn't listening to a word, his eyes wide as he yelled his threat. Ah, so this is how you compete with reason? Is that it? Are you guys that naive? This remark completely infuriated Situ Liu, and she started to lose her cool. You actually ruined our mission. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into this, you bastards? And what about our captain's reputation? Where does that leave me? I'm done talking. I'll take you all on. Seeing that he was about to fail at holding back his captain's wrath, Shino turned to Aki for help. Aki, the sun's about to set. You should talk to them. But before he could finish his sentence, the war god, Aki, was unleashed. Get the hell out of my sight. Before the redhead could even react, he took a kick to the face that made him cough up blood. Aki then furiously declared, picking on rookies? I've never heard such pathetic bullshit in my life. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into catching those 3 demons? In all his years, Aki had never encountered a situation like this. What a load of crap these rules were. His action earned him a thumbs up from his captain, while the others just stared, their jaws on the floor. The redhead, who had just been kicked, was trembling with rage. Fuck, how dare you treat a senior like that? All members of the Black Spear team, prepare for battle. At the command, the other 3 members of the Black Spear team drew their weapons, ready to attack. The other side wasn't about to back down either, ready to meet the challenge. Just as the fight was about to break out, Ji Yaotang suddenly appeared. With a simple move, he blocked the attacks from both the redhead and Aki, pushing them both back. Seeing this, Aki felt a little regretful. He had been planning to use this chance to test the skill level of this younger generation of warriors. Ji Yaotang, with an oppressive aura, sternly scolded both squads. "You reckless brats! The sun's about to set, and you're still fighting? Are you trying to become demon food?" The redhead immediately tried to gain the upper hand by snitching. "Captain Ji Yaotang, they attacked us first. They even knocked my mask off." Situ Liu retorted from the side. "What are you, a child? Still running to Captain Ji Yaotang?" The redhead was speechless, furious but unable to do anything. Just then, Sumo, holding a camera, pointed and said, "I have photographic evidence. They were the ones who killed the 3 demons we captured alive, and they have the nerve to complain first." As expected of a professional photo hunter, she captured every single moment. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang approached and asked, "Capturing demons alive? That's an A-rank mission. Did your squad accept it?" Situ Liu clasped her hands behind her back and reported formally. "Reporting, sir. The mission was complete, but it was sabotaged by the Black Spear squad." Understanding the situation, Ji Yaotang actually intended to just leave. "I understand. You must feel they were being unreasonable, but what you're going through now, they also went through as a new squad. Of course, how you resolve this is up to you. In the end, everything comes down to points. Other than intentionally causing injury or life-threatening danger, all other forms of competition are allowed. All the rules in every town are like this. As warriors, you will face even more difficult situations in the future. At that point, it won't be about this kind of low-level training. I stepped in to stop you, not to prevent you from honing your skills, but because sunset is here. Now get back to town, all of you." Then, Ji Yaotang looked towards the Black Spear squad. "And you lot, you let a group of rookies steal an A-rank mission from you and even got beaten up. Just hearing about it is embarrassing. Get back and reflect on what you've done." Seething but powerless, the redhead could only obediently retreat. As he passed Aki, he asked, "Hey, got the guts to tell me your name?" The air was incredibly tense until Aki said his name, at which point the redhead burst out laughing. "Haha, did you guys hear that? He actually dares to have the same name as the greatest warrior." After laughing, he stuck his hands in his pockets, affecting a dangerous look. "Aki, I'll make sure you guys don't earn points so easily. I guarantee you, your squad will be in last place this month. And as for this, I'll pay you back tenfold later." After making his threat, the redhead put his mask back on and left with his teammates. Just then, Ji Yaotang spoke up with a warning. The Black Spear squad's skill level may not be the highest among all the teams, but they're known for their swift execution. They will definitely do everything they can to interfere with or sabotage your missions. Furthermore, the Black Spear's captain is an expert with guns. He didn't use a gun at all during that confrontation. I'm sure that even though you are talented rookies, there are other warriors with natural gifts, too. If you all go all out, you're not guaranteed to win. All right, head back to town." These words gave Situ Liu a lot to think about. She realized her impulsive actions earlier could have endangered her teammates. She then ordered everyone to return. As she passed Aki, she added a few more words. "What are you standing there spacing out for? Trying to look cool? But that kick was pretty awesome. It looks like our main character has gotten his first fangirl of this lifetime." On the way back, Shino invited Aki over for dinner, but he refused. Aki already had other plans for the night, to personally capture 3 demons alive. When night fell, all the city gates were under strict curfew, with warnings broadcasting continuously. "Attention! For your safety, please do not leave the town." In the darkness, a figure was lurking near the city gate. After careful observation, Aki analyzed the situation. The path to the gate only has this looping broadcast. "I don't see many people now that the town has closed up. Most are probably at home. Once I finish this mission, I want to go home and see my family, too." The guard at the main gate doesn't seem as strict as I thought. There's only this sign. Not enough manpower? Or maybe no one thinks anyone would go out this late at night, but leaving a crack in the door is a bit strange. Unlike in my past life, we never cared whether it was night or day. Sometimes, we even organized special night hunts. After all, you never have to worry about finding demons after dark. Hehe. Using my old methods from my past life to catch those 3 demons should be a piece of cake. That guy in the mask seems determined to obstruct my team. So, all I have to do is complete the mission when he least expects it. Looks like I really am a genius. As Aki was chuckling to himself like a fool, a voice sounded from beside him. Sure enough, Aki turned his head to see Situ Liu, who had been leaning against the wall for who knows how long. She might have looked cool on the outside, but inwardly, she was extremely excited. "Ah, this is so thrilling. Sneaking out at night is so exciting. Becoming a warrior really gives you a lot more freedom. Did I just use any old excuse to leave the dojo? Heh. When I heard Aki's plan during the day, I knew this guy would make a move tonight. I was so excited to see what it's like outside the walls at night, even though I'd become a warrior. But you're still just a kid, curious about everything. When questioned, a dumbfounded Aki tried to deny it. What? What are you talking about? I just came out for a walk. I ate too much, so I'm still feeling stuffed. Haha. This is Aki, the one with the strongest combat power in his past life. The strongest warrior, but a bit of a ditz in his daily life. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled with hunger. What a pathetic excuse. With no other choice, he had to confess. Fine, all right. Geez, I was planning on surprising you guys tomorrow. I just wanted to use the cover of night to finish the mission that got interrupted this afternoon. The mission time isn't over yet, right? But since you found me out, there's nothing I can do. Just don't report me, okay? I'll head back right now. Aki thought Situ Liu was here to stop him, so he was about to turn and leave. But what the hell? She actually said she'd join in and asked him for the specific plan. He really thought he was a genius for coming up with an excuse to go out at night. Just thinking about the look on the Black Spear Squad's faces tomorrow was enough to get him excited. But seeing Situ Liu's sly smile, Aki knew this wasn't going to be good. At that moment, high up on the city wall, a guard yawned out of sheer boredom. Sigh. Every time I'm on watch, it's torture. I'm so sleepy. Who would go out at night anyway? Are they looking for a death wish? Why can't we just close the gates? The guard sitting next to him, who was eating, had to chime in after hearing this. Shh, you idiot. Don't let the three captains hear you say that. The gate is left open for emergencies. Have you forgotten that a few years ago, some escapees came to the city for help? The gate opened a few seconds too late, and they were all brutally killed by demons. Ever since then, it seems all the cities leave an emergency gap in their main gates. In this world, nothing is more important than survivors. After getting an earful, the guard understood the situation and apologized. After that, the two of them started enjoying a rare, hard-to-find 18-plus magazine together. These two guards were just hopeless. While the two were engaged in their debauchery, Aki and Situ Liu successfully snuck out of the city. In front of them was the location of their previous assessment, and at night, the mist would be much thicker. After turning right as Aki instructed, the two arrived at their destination. With a single glance, Situ Liu made a preliminary assessment of the area. It's far enough from the city walls to avoid detection. The decaying trees provide excellent cover. Then, Aki explained his plan. The plan is for me to lure the monster over and attack its head. We'll do this repeatedly until it's knocked out. Wait for me to get back. Watching Aki's figure disappear into the mist, Situ Liu felt a little scared, her whole body trembling. Even though Aki was so confident, he just walked into the nighttime mist like that, but she quickly calmed herself and got into a ready stance. No, wait, I'm doing the same thing. Being alone in the forest outside the city at night feels like I could be swallowed by the thick mist and darkness at any moment. Am I scared or excited? No, I have to focus. I have to be ready to back that guy up at any moment. Situ Liu was astonished by how skillfully Aki lured the demons over. Because each time, Aki would lure a single phaseless demon, which definitely reduced the difficulty of capturing it alive. For Situ Liu, this forceful method she had never even heard of was incredibly novel and exciting. She slowly adapted, quickly becoming more mature. Following Aki's prompts, the two moved with such agility it was like they were playing with a phaseless demon, all while its head was being struck repeatedly. Through the constant attacks to its head, the demon gradually grew tired and fell unconscious. This forceful method of capture, a technique from half a century ago, was being reenacted tonight. Although the process was relatively smooth, this kind of hunt, which relied on pure stamina, was a true test of physical fitness. After a long struggle, Aki was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. After this, he really needed to build up this body's stamina. In his past life, hunting a phaseless demon alone was like child's play for him. Just then, Situ Liu dragged over the third unconscious demon. The final mission was complete. This was her first hunting experience, and she felt much more exhausted than she did during strength training at the dojo. When Aki said they would leave the three demons here, she looked completely shocked. Seeing her reaction, Aki explained, "Phaseless demons have no intelligence. They don't know how to save their own kind, and besides, they won't get too close to the city walls. Leaving these three here is fine. With this method of hitting them on the head, they won't wake up for a while. We'll come out early tomorrow morning and just turn in the mission directly." After thinking for a moment, Situ Liu wondered how a rookie could possibly know all of this. Aki, realizing he'd said too much, panicked, not knowing how to come up with a reasonable excuse. Just then, a chilling voice echoed out. "Found them. Found the humanses. He. Just as I thought. They smell the same." The appearance of two Phase 1 demons made Aki freeze on the spot. This is bad, really bad. Why are there two Phase 1 demons here? In my current state, I'm no match for them at all. Damn it, Why are there two of them? At that moment, back at the city wall, the warning siren was blaring. The three captains gathered immediately. There's a Phase 1 demon reaction. Turn on the searchlights. The two guards quickly put away their secret materials and began to carry out the order. Jago couldn't understand why a Phase 1 demon would appear now. She wondered if it was the same demon that appeared during the assessment, but Ji Yaotang said that one died in the underground cave. This time, it was a different one. After illuminating the surrounding area with the searchlights, the location of the two Phase 1 demons was discovered. The fact that two of them appeared so suddenly was extremely strange. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Zhou immediately gave an order to his subordinate. No need to panic. Close the city gate. They can't harm us. Prepare the defensive cannons. All the cannons on the city wall began to charge, ready to fire at any moment. Just then, Ji Yaotang shouted, "Wait! Don't close the gate. I think there are people down there." After shining more lights on the demon's position, Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth. Sigh, those two idiots. What are they doing out there? Jago couldn't comprehend why these two rookies would be outside the city in the middle of the night. Ji Yaotang said helplessly, "Those three captured phaseless demons. I get it now. They must have been trying to complete the live capture mission that was interrupted during the day." Zhou gritted his teeth in anger. A little bit of skill, and they get reckless, trying to show off. A classic rookie mistake. We can't just stand by anymore. Ji Yaotang charged with all his might towards the two Phase 1 demons. Seeing this, Jago hurriedly followed, leaving Joel behind to command the city wall's defenses. As for the two Phase 1 demons, they had also sensed that someone was approaching. Aki, knowing the current situation was dire, told Situ Liu to hide behind him. Right now, the best option is just to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. He carefully reconsiders why this situation is even happening. It seems like their target is me. Just like that. First-tier demon from before. Is it because I was reincarnated? Or did something happen back in the cave? As the situation grew tense, Situ Liu suddenly stepped forward. She couldn't let them fight together. She didn't want Aki to face two first-tier demons alone just for her. If she had to fight, she wouldn't cower behind him. But to the two demons, her actions were nothing more than a joke. They both leaped to the ground, preparing to attack. But only the blue demon landed. The gray one suddenly vanished. In an instant, the gray demon reappeared behind them, attacking Situ Liu with its sharp claws, aiming to kill the useless one first. Luckily, Aki reacted in time, shoving Situ Liu aside with his shoulder and saving her life in the nick of time. The gray demon's attack was terrifyingly powerful. The ground cracked open from a single blow. Immediately after, Situ Liu launched a counter-kick, but her attack was blocked by water. When she looked closely, her body was bound by blue threads. This was the blue demon's ability. Caught off guard, Situ Liu was completely immobilized. Seeing this, Aki tried to save her, but he became the gray demon's target instead. Oh, getting distracted. That's not good. Just then, Ji Yaotang arrived in the nick of time, landing a punch right in the demon's face. Don't you dare harm them. Having just arrived, Jago analyzed the two demons' traits. Looks like we've got a water type with a blue core and an earth type with a red core. The most urgent task now is to rescue Situ Liu, but the gray demon he just sent flying had already returned. Covered in rock and soil, it seemed completely unharmed. That was close. Almost got my brains bashed in. Seeing the situation devolve into a stalemate, Joel immediately ordered the defensive guns to hold their fire to avoid hitting their own people. Suddenly, a soldier ran up breathlessly to report, "Captain Joel, we've detected a massive number of rankless demons heading our way. There are too many to count. It's a demon tide." Under the blood-red moon, the ground began to tremble violently. Below the city walls, countless rankless demons had gathered, a truly terrifying sight. Joel, drenched in a cold sweat, yelled orders to his subordinate, "Sound the alarm. All soldiers in the city, prepare for battle immediately." As soon as the alarm rang out, all the soldiers gathered at the city walls. They were prepared to fight to the death to protect the city's inhabitants. Back with Aki, the demon tide completely ignored them, heading straight for the town. It had to have been summoned by the two first-tier demons. The two captains had to end this fight quickly and get back to the walls. Realizing the grave danger, Situ Liu desperately shouted, "Forget about me. Go reinforce the town." She believed this was all her fault, that she had dragged the captains into this, but before she could finish, the blue demon gagged her with water. "So noisy. Shut up." At that moment, Ji Yaotang decided not to retreat and instead charged the two first-tier demons, with Jago and Aki following close behind. Seeing this, the gray demon slammed its hands on the ground, and countless sharp stone spikes immediately shot up. Its targets were only the two captains. It charged past Aki without even attacking him. "Ha, you just go on through." This was a very confusing move. Ji Yaotang was baffled, but now wasn't the time to ponder it. The two captains were pinned down by the gray demon, unable to advance. Just then, the blue demon gestured with its hand. As for you, follow me. With that, it turned into water, carrying Situ Liu off into the forest. Seeing this, Aki stood frozen, his mind racing with conflict. This is obviously a trap to separate me from the captains. Damn it. Stay calm. Don't get agitated. My current strength isn't enough. Despite being in the middle of a fierce battle, the two captains shouted almost in unison. Aki, don't go. You're no match for it. Aki trembled, gritting his teeth in fury. But Situ Liu, she could die. Ha, this look in her eyes. It's so familiar. How can I not go after her? How could I just abandon her? Having made his decision, Aki took off in pursuit, vowing to save Situ Liu at any cost. The demon carried Situ Liu a long distance before suddenly stopping. It stood before her and began to speak. Interesting human. We first tiers are very curious. Curious about the rich emotions of humans. I hear humans scream when they're in despair. Spare me. I want to hear you beg. After a moment, it realized it was still gagging its hostage, so how the hell could it hear anything? In order to hear her desperate cries, it removed the gag and readied itself. All right, scream now. Beg for your life. But contrary to its expectations, Situ Liu's eyes were filled only with indignation. You think you're worthy? The demon, confused, asked back. Huh? Worthy? So am I worthy or not? Even though first-tier demons possessed intelligence, it seems they weren't very bright. Seeing this, Situ Liu explained to it, I was born into a family of martial artists. We never bow to our enemies. Weakness is a disgrace to us, so either kill me or fight me again. After taking a long moment to process this, the demon angrily kicked Situ Liu in the face. Angry. I'm angry. You're bait. You will die. Situ Liu fell to the ground, her eyes filled with defiance, wishing she could fight to the death. Just then, Aki arrived. Hey, let her go. Your target is me, right? Seeing Aki, the demon danced in celebration. Ha, he really came. The bait worked. You are the target, the target. Hearing these words, Situ Liu had no idea what was going on anymore. Her mind was flooded with questions, but Aki's first concern was her condition. With her indomitable spirit, she yelled at Aki. I'm fine. Why did you come alone? You're no match for a first-tier demon. Go, now. The demon immediately kicked her in the stomach to shut her up. It couldn't let anything interfere with its target. Seeing this, Aki's blood boiled with rage. Hey, don't hurt her. If I'm your target, then trade me for her. Let her go. After hearing this, the demon just sneered. Hey, a trade? You're both going to die. With terrifying speed, it lunged in front of Aki in an instant. Aki's attack missed completely, and he was hit with a powerful punch to his side. In his current body, Aki couldn't react to this speed at all. The demon turned its body into water, relentlessly attacking him. You have a scent like ours. Curious. Very curious. Why is that? Aki struggled to defend himself while trying to think of a strategy. It's a water type. Demons have evolved to have more attributes now. This weak body can only use martial arts, no other skills. If this keeps up, I'm afraid. Lying on the ground, Situ Liu could only watch the battle helplessly. She understood that if this continued, Aki would die. Suddenly, she saw a sharp piece of rock sticking out of the ground nearby. Unable to just lie there and die, she used all her strength to crawl towards the rock shard near Aki. One of his arms had already been encased in water by the demon. Although he couldn't move, this was his chance now that the distance was closed. He immediately swung his dagger forward with all his might. It was a good idea, but with this body's speed, his attack was easily seen through. Now, both of his arms were restrained by the demon. You killed a stage 1 in the cave. You shouldn't be this weak. Are you pretending? Aki struggled with all his might, looking for a way to counterattack. I have no damn idea what you're barking about. What do you mean, kill the stage 1 demon? Aki's fierce attitude infuriated the demon. It decided to punish him by twisting both of his arms. Aki's head spun as he screamed in agony. The demon still wouldn't let him go, wanting to torment him even more. Not honest, not honest. You must die. Hurry, tell me the secret. The one on you. Aki was sent flying by a kick, lying helplessly on the ground, unable to move. So painful. Did it shatter all my internal organs? To think he'd end up getting tortured by a stage 1 demon. Situ Liu was trying to break free from her bonds as fast as she could, even as her hands bled. The demon paid her no mind and slowly advanced on Aki. You won't admit you killed it, then I'll eat you. I feel like you can help me evolve. I'll take you with me. It was about to reach out and grab Aki when it suddenly sensed danger and tilted its head, dodging Situ Liu's blade. After kicking the demon away, Situ Liu stood in front of Aki, her eyes sharp. Don't you dare touch my squad member. If you want to kill him, You'll have to kill me, his captain, first. Aki dimly saw the wounds on her wrists and ankles and realized she had forced her way out of the restraints. He never thought there would come a day when a young girl would stand up to protect him like this. Humoring Situ Liu, the demon decided to unleash a major attack. Droplets of water flew from its body, forming countless sharp needles. All the needles then shot forward at an unbelievable speed. Seeing himself as a burden, Aki weakly whispered, "Liu, get out of the way." But no matter what, Situ Liu was determined not to run. She used all her strength to deflect every incoming needle, keeping Aki safe. Just then, the demon stretched its hand forward. "Look at your feet." The needles that had been deflected suddenly reformed, piercing through Situ Liu and sending her flying towards it. The demon grabbed her by the neck, flashing a grotesque smile. "So you want to fight to the death, huh? Well, I won't kill you. I'm going to torture you and make you scream." Dimly witnessing this scene, Aki's inner self seemed to be screaming in utter helplessness. Let go. Let her go. How ironic. I was reborn, only to watch a comrade die in front of me again. Nothing has changed. In the end, I still have to rely on a girl for protection. I can't even protect myself, let alone anyone else. At that moment, the core on Aki's chest suddenly shattered. His eyes glowed crimson as a terrifying energy erupted from him. At the very least, I can't just stand by and watch a comrade die before my eyes again. Aki slammed his fist into the ground, sending a violent shockwave radiating outwards. The demon had barely reacted when a shadow zipped past, snatching Situ Liu from its grasp. Aki hadn't even attacked it directly, yet its arm was already covered in wounds. They were all caused by the sheer wind pressure. Aki carefully held Situ Liu in his arms and said gently, "For your first time as captain, you did an amazing job. Liu, leave the rest to me." One of Aki's eyes had turned red, no longer looking human at all. The demon had also noticed this change in him. Our scent is so strong. So you did have a secret. After gently laying Situ Liu on the ground, Aki turned back aggressively, panting heavily. "I don't know what's happening either." He clutched his head in pain as the power in his chest surged uncontrollably, feeling like it was about to tear his body apart. Suddenly, the power erupted violently from his body. On his chest, where the demon core had been, another core with a special symbol now appeared. The moment the demon saw it, it recognized it instantly. That heart is that the king's heart? Situ Liu, lying weakly on the ground, sensed something was wrong with Aki, but unfortunately, she no longer had the strength to even speak. All she could do was lie there helplessly. After fully unleashing his energy, Aki's body transformed. The left half of his body seemed to have turned demonic, complete with a horn and sharp claws. Stage 1 form has awakened. Now, every step Aki took made the demon retreat in fear. "It's time for you to die." Elsewhere, the gray demon holding back the two captains suddenly felt the tremor from afar. Humph. Staggering. Such a powerful aura. One of my kind. Ha. While I was looking away, Ji Yaotang launched a surprise attack. "You're distracted, you mongrel." Jago followed up with a kick to its face, sending it flying. They didn't stop there. The two captains immediately rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The demon staggered for a moment under the barrage. So strong, I can't fight back. Before it could recover, the two captains' combined attack punched a hole right through its body, turning it into a demon donut. Finally, Jago kicked it high into the air. The demon, somehow still clinging to life, raised a hand to the core on its chest. "To think you punch a hole through me, in that case, you humans can die with me." Realizing the demon intended to self-destruct, Jago immediately shielded Ji Yaotang. She knew the two of them could hardly withstand the explosion from a stage 1 demon's self-destruction, so she was willing to sacrifice herself to save her comrade. Just then, the demon was struck by something, slamming it into the ground. It died before it could complete its self-destruction. The thing that had just zipped past like a lightning bolt, shaped like an arrow, was fired from a defense cannon. Even though the situation at the city wall was critical, the order was given just in time, successfully saving the two captains. Meanwhile, Joel was still fighting furiously on the wall. But no matter how many he killed, the number of demons didn't seem to decrease at all. At this rate, the horde of demons would bypass the wall and slaughter the humans inside the city. Left with no choice, Joel shouted towards the two captains, "Return to the city immediately." The demon tide is attacking. Tang, Jago. Upon receiving the news, Jago prepared to return to help. "Ji Yaotang, we have to get back to the city now. They need us." But Ji Yaotang hesitated, looking back. Damn it, what about the two kids? Understanding her comrade's feelings, Jago still had to urge her on. "I feel the same way you do, but we aren't just captains. We're soldiers. These words snapped Ji Yaotang back to her senses. He could only grit his teeth helplessly and rush back towards the city wall. On the other side, the blue demon was trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? One of our kind? You're a human. A first-stage demon. No, that's not right. You're even stronger. Huh? How can a human have horns? No, it can't be. Why? Its mind was now flooded with unanswerable questions. Nothing this absurd had ever happened before. In contrast, Aki calmly condensed a small orb of light on his fingertip. Perhaps this is the meaning of my revival. For me to possess all the power of the demons, and then change everything. With just a flick of his finger, the orb of light shot straight towards Situ Liu and healed all of her wounds. Witnessing this, the demon gaped in astonishment. Huh? Healing? You're a wood type. Aki placed a hand on his chest and muttered to himself, I think I'm starting to remember some things from back then. It's probably from absorbing that first-stage wood-type demon earlier. If I absorb you, I might even be able to wield water-type powers. As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines sprouted from the ground, forming a giant throne. Standing majestically upon it, Aki spread his arms wide, looking more and more like a demon. Hey, I'm starting to look forward to this demon power. Hearing Aki's words, the demon was gripped by absolute fear, absorbing the core of a first-stage wood-type demon. Becoming one of us. Seeing the demon tremble in fear, a sadistic smile spread across Aki's face. How interesting. I've never seen anything like this, not even in my past life. So demons can feel fear like this, too. And for that reason, he decided to drag this out a little longer. The vines began to grow, wrapping around Aki's feet. As the vines extended, Aki could move with agility, hovering in front of the demon. Come on. Attack me with everything you've got. I want to see what other powers this form of mine has. Unable to bear the repeated questions swirling in its mind, the demon screamed frantically. What are you? A human or a demon? As it screamed, it formed a blade of water and slashed forward. But in his current state, Aki easily leaped back to dodge the attack. Hey, elemental control. I remember the wood-type demon I absorbed had this move. Aki held out his hand and slowly closed it into a fist. Countless vines shot up from the ground, binding the demon in an instant. Not stopping there, he clenched his fists and crossed his arms, and the vines followed his movement, slowly tightening their grip. Aki could easily control the wood element around him as if it were a part of his own body. Squeezed tightly, the demon roared in agony. If this continued, it would be torn to shreds in excruciating pain. With no other choice, it was forced to use its trump card. In an instant, it turned its body into water, slipping free from its bonds and lunging straight at Aki. Although Aki managed to dodge, the demon immediately reformed its upper body and launched a frantic assault. Hey, not good enough. You can't kill me. Your wood-type powers can't dissolve your body like I can they? It grabbed and ripped off one of Aki's arms before continuing its relentless attack. Ha ha ha, you humans don't understand. Our demon powers are stronger. Overwhelmed, Aki couldn't counterattack and was sent flying by a kick, but a confident smile still graced his lips. He created a giant hand that caught his flying body and gently placed him back on the ground. You're right. I truly don't understand the extent of a demon's power. But, did you know? I am the strongest warrior. My ability to learn is formidable. To kill you, I just need to keep learning and adapting to this demon power. In an instant, Aki's arm began to regenerate, just like the first-stage demon in the cave. This sight left the blue demon utterly astonished. A wood type. With regeneration, it gets it now. In no time, Aki's arm was fully healed. He immediately charged forward, launching an attack with his demonic abilities. From the ground, countless small vines sprouted wherever he stepped, constantly propelling him forward. By the time the demon could react, Aki was already right in front of it. It hastily retreated to avoid the blow, but its leg had already been caught without it noticing. Aki then grabbed its head with both hands, his eyes filled with ferocity. Che, stop running. This fight with you is getting a little dull. The scene was truly beyond description. The demon suddenly felt that something was wrong with its body, as it suddenly swelled up and exploded, exactly like the technique Situ Liu often used. Just when it seemed like everything was over, from the demon's core, droplets of water began to coalesce back into its body. Fool. Haha, I can split myself apart. The demon was laughing gleefully, thinking it had escaped, when countless vines pierced through its body, completely immobilizing it. Of course, I know, but as a demon, your most important part, your core, cannot be split. You idiot. Were you too confident in your own abilities? The demon's core had been pierced and pushed out by a vine, preventing its body from reforming. Watching its core slowly move away, the demon helplessly reached out a hand. My core, my core. It desperately clung to its last hope for survival, but it was too late. Aki grabbed the core, a ghastly smile on his face. If the core is destroyed, even a 7th stage demon would die. I'll be taking your water-type ability now. Without its core, the demon's body gradually went still before dissolving into a puddle of water. Aki then crushed the core, savoring the energy from the water-type core. Ha ha ha, make me even stronger. This form doesn't seem like humanity's strongest warrior at all, does it? The demon's consciousness was slowly encroaching on Aki's mind. After completely absorbing the water-type core, Aki's gaze suddenly turned towards Situ Liu. Despite having just absorbed the core, he could already skillfully turn his body into water. Standing before Situ Liu, Aki was becoming more and more like a ferocious demon. Demon devours, human kills. Demon devours, human kills. Under the blood-red moon, Aki repeated this phrase over and over. It was as if his mind was being manipulated by an absolute command. Without hesitation, he thrust his sharp claws straight at Situ Liu, shattering the wood-type healing barrier. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the sky red, but it was Aki's blood. It turned out that in that critical moment, his human side had regained control of half his body and used his own hand to block the blow for Situ Liu. Stop. Damn it. Stop. How could I kill my own comrade? How? I have to get her back. That damn voice. Get out of my head. Aki clutched his head and screamed as the demon core once again glowed brilliantly. The will of the Red King has gone dormant again. Yet it can still resist my will. Interesting. Over at the city wall, all the warriors were fighting for their lives. The demons had successfully scaled their ramparts, began their assault on the town. In the middle of the fight, Shino yelled out to Sumo, "Where are Aki and Liu? Our squad isn't big enough with just the two of us." Sumo calmly replied as she slayed a demon. On the way here, I heard from the other squads that 2 warriors snuck out of the city and got targeted by a Phase 1 demon. It seems it was Aki and his friend. I'm worried sick. Hearing this, Shino's jaw dropped in disbelief. What did you say? Snuck out of the city? He couldn't believe any idiot would do something so reckless. Sumo could only hold her head and sigh. She didn't even want to imagine the consequences of being targeted by 2 Phase 1 demons. But this wasn't the time for stray thoughts. They both needed to focus on the fight if they didn't want to die here. Just then, Ji Yaotang and Jigo returned and joined the battle. The moment he saw them, Joel asked about the state of their cores. Ji Yaotang fought as he replied that their energy consumption wasn't too great and they could still keep killing these damn demons. A warrior's core energy gets drained during combat. The more intense the power burst, the more energy it consumes, which means the power they can unleash gets progressively weaker. But thankfully, the 2 captains had teamed up to deal with the Phase 1 demon earlier, so their core energy levels were relatively stable. Otherwise, this demon tide would have been a massive problem. Before long, the 3 captains had gathered together. Jago immediately asked Joel what he planned to do next. While fighting, Joel laid out the plan. We killed 1 Phase 1 demon, and the aggression of these phaseless ones has clearly dropped. The other Phase 1 isn't here either. These demons are like a snake without a head. Not only is their advance aimless, but they also have no discipline. Even though these phaseless demons lack intellect, they understand the fear of death. Let's make them fear us. This will further weaken their desire to attack and buy the warriors on the city walls more time to recover. Everyone, get a handle on your cores and prepare for one big burst. With the plan clear, the 2 captains' core energy exploded. They both leaped into the air and slammed down like a pair of bombs, crushing countless demons into pieces, including the attack from the Phase 1 demon earlier. This was the second time today they had unleashed their core energy. If his core and body didn't have limits, Ji Yaotang would keep fighting in this state forever. Ji Yaotang and Jago transformed into 2 streaks of red light, frantically wiping out everything in their path. The burst state of the red core was undoubtedly the most ferocious, but blue cores like Joel's weren't about to be outdone. With blinding speed, he cut a straight path forward, leaving no demon unscathed. At that moment, Sumo actually stopped to film. Whoa, that's insane. This is the first time I've seen the captains attack like this. Damn, they're so strong. Holy crap. I'm actually speechless. Meanwhile, Shino was carefully observing the 3 captains' fighting styles. This was the power of a Phase 1 core warrior that he had always dreamed of. He swore that one day, he would become a warrior of this caliber. After a round of slaughter, the 3 captains stopped in front of the city gate. Their physical conditions were still holding up. There was nothing to worry about yet. Terrified by the recent massacre, the demons didn't dare approach the 3 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Joel yelled up to the city wall, "Warriors, replenish your energy and continue the fight. The demon tide will be repelled." Fired up by the encouragement, the warriors' spirits soared, ready to fight on. Only then could Joel let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Joel suddenly shouted, "Watch out! something's coming. The three captains immediately went on high alert, preparing to fight the remaining Phase 1 demon. In the distance, the phaseless demons knelt on the ground, forming an empty path. But what appeared left the three captains stunned into silence. Walking through the countless demons, Aki carried Sichu Liu in his arms, slowly advancing. Jago stared at Aki, completely baffled by what was happening. She clearly remembered Aki chasing after a Phase 1 demon. The fact that Aki managed to rescue Sichu Liu was simply unbelievable. Joel, on the other hand, was in a complete panic. Hey, Aki. Even if we just broke the will of these phaseless demons, you can't just stroll through them like that. They'll be swallowed up by the horde in an instant. And he was right. The demons immediately pounced on Aki, ready to tear him apart. Seeing this, the three captains charged forward in unison. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they couldn't let their subordinate be killed right before their eyes. Standing amidst countless demons, Aki didn't even move, in no mood to be disturbed. With just a single, sharp glare, all the demons were scared back, each one trembling, not daring to take another step forward. When their fear reached its peak, they decided to flee. They understood that if they stayed, only death awaited them. The demons further away, though not understanding what was happening, followed their kind and turned tail to run. Aki stood in the middle of the demon tide, completely unharmed, without a single scratch. Seeing this, the three captains hurriedly screeched to a halt. Witnessing the demon tide retreat, the warriors on the city wall thought it was the captains' doing and praised them endlessly, but the ones being celebrated had no idea what was happening before them. Was that us? Or was it because of Aki? Just then, Aki collapsed from exhaustion. In a daze, he felt like he was lying on a giant demon's head, surrounded by a vast ocean of blood. In the dark space, a voice echoed, "You're enjoying it, aren't you? My power." Aki didn't react, calmly asking back, "Who are you?" The voice continued, "You've met me before, just half a century ago. You should remember." Aki thought for a moment and then said, "Baki. You're one of the two Baki I saw back then. Just how many Baki are there?" Suddenly, the voice spoke right beside Aki. "Oh, don't worry about that. You'll find out soon enough." The moment Aki turned his head, he saw a crimson demon sitting next to him, who casually added, "I am Chi Wang Chi, the strongest of the Baki. You're not even scared to see me. No wonder your mind is strong enough to resist my suggestion, as expected of the strongest warrior. But rest assured, I won't harm you. For now." Ignoring those words, Aki shot up and fired off question after question. "Why did you choose me? What in the world happened to my body?" Too many questions started to annoy Chi Wang Chi. Suddenly, another Chi Wang Chi appeared, embracing Aki's body from behind. "You'll find out. No need to rush. As for your body, it's my body now, too. For certain reasons, I may have to fall into a deep sleep for a while. For my safety, I'll have to trouble you to strive for evolution from now on. And then, become infinitely closer to me in my perfect state." Hearing these words, Aki couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He used all his strength to get up and throw a punch right in the face of the demon before him. "Humph! What in the world do you demons see humans as? You bastard, I'll kill you." Just then, a voice snapped him back to reality. "Aki, wake up." By the time he came to his senses, he saw two soft mountains bobbing right in front of his eyes. So white. He realized how incredibly wrong this situation was, but Aki couldn't tear his eyes away. "Wait, what am I doing?" Immediately after, he was grabbed and beaten by Situ Liu's guards. "You brat, where'd you get the nerve? Damn it, even if you're the one who saved our young lady's life, this is unforgivable. Damn you, how dare you be so disrespectful to our young lady? Just chop off his arm and kill him." Just then, a man walked into the room, shouting, "What's all this commotion? Is this how you treat the man who saved her life?" Everyone present in the room bowed to this man. Seeing Sichu Liu call him father, Aki stared in confusion. Joel then spoke up to introduce him. "This is the well-known head of our town's martial arts clan. From the Sichu clan, Sichu Shun Gong. You're from around here, aren't you? How come you don't seem to know him?" Aki guessed that this man had taken good care of him while he was unconscious, so he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master Situ. My apologies for the disrespect." But Situ Sun Gong just laughed heartily, seeming very friendly. "Ha ha, it's nothing. You saved my daughter's life. Our Situ clan must thank you for your bravery." He then turned to the three captains. "Tonight, everyone rest here at our dojo, and we'll celebrate this afternoon's victory over the demon together. After all, I've watched the three of you grow up. There's no need for formalities. Just treat the Situ dojo as your own home. If anything, it's my daughter who's been a bother to you all. She's stubborn by nature and gets punished a lot, so she'll still need you to teach and train her in the future." Ji Yaotang immediately replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Sun Gong. We'll do our best." It was clear that the Situ clan held an extremely high status in this town, so much so that even the three captains had to be respectful before Situ Sun Gong. Just then, Ji Yao Tang suddenly asked everyone to leave the room, with only Aki staying behind. When it was just the three captains and Aki, Ji Yao Tang carefully asked Aki regarding the appearance of the first stage demon during the warrior assessment, and this demon this afternoon. What do you know? Joel, who was beside them, suddenly interrupted. Tang, you can't hesitate. Even if he is one of our own, let me. Facing Aki, all three captains radiated a chilling, killing intent. Aki, are you a demon? Hearing this question, Aki froze for a moment before scratching his head naively. Me? A demon? Ha ha. Are you guys trying to mess with me? Liu and I just barely escaped death at the hands of a first-stage demon. Joel stepped closer as he spoke. The other first-stage demon was eliminated by Ji Yao Tang and me. Are you saying you managed to deal with that first-stage demon all by yourself? Speak. How did you manage to get Situ Liu out of there safely? Aki panicked, unable to think of a plausible excuse. Just then, Joel's eyes lit up. Or is it because you're one of their kind, so you can escape from them every time? Aki gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. Do I really have to reveal my secret here? Can I even tell them my secret? If I tell them, what will happen to me? They'll kill me on the spot. They wouldn't miss this chance. They won't believe I'm human. They'll only see me as a demon. After all, the strongest demon is inside my body. Seeing Aki's silence, Joel prepared to draw his weapon. If you don't start talking, I'm going to make my move. Aki clenched his fists, preparing for the worst-case scenario, having to fight the three captains. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Just then, someone stepped forward to stop them. Stop messing around. Only fourth-stage demons or higher can take human form. Right now, it doesn't look like Aki is a fourth-stage demon, does he? Even if he were, coming to a C-ranked town like ours makes no sense. Ji Yao Tang also spoke up. There's another point. Demons don't save their comrades. They have no concept of allies. They are selfish and cruel. But Aki risked his life to bring Situ Liu back. I don't believe he's a demon. Joel then retracted his killing intent and said with a cheerful laugh, I knew it. I knew it. I just wanted to mess with him a little. Why are you two so serious? You and Liu have been through hell and back. You've had it rough. Aki was speechless with his captain. A huge fight had almost broken out just a moment ago. Although the suspicion was gone, Ji Yao Tang still had a question for Aki. But Liu told us that she passed out while fighting the first-stage demon. After that, she doesn't remember anything. In the end, you were the one who saved her from the demon. So what exactly happened? Jago had the same question. Could it be that you really defeated that first-stage demon? This question helped Aki think of an answer. He'd been so focused on the demon inside him that he'd forgotten about other possibilities. Without hesitation, he answered confidently, Actually, I'm a genius. Seeing the three captains' speechless reaction, Aki toned it down a bit. Ahem. I can instantly draw out most of the energy from my core to use, temporarily unleashing power that surpasses my current abilities. It's my secret weapon. Jago immediately asked, You said you can instantly absorb most of the power from your core. Is it like how we activate our core's power? Yeah. Aki nodded without a second thought. The three captains looked at each other and then continued to ask, Are you saying you used this ability to defeat the first-stage demon both last time and this time? Aki didn't hesitate to spin a few more lies. Yes, the first time was when I discovered this ability. My body instantly absorbed all the power from my core and then unleashed an attack. I caught the demon off guard and blew its body to pieces. Since it was the first time it awakened, I lost consciousness afterward. This time, I used the same method to defeat the first-stage demon that captured Liu. Because my body couldn't handle the sudden surge of power, I held on just long enough to get Liu back before passing out again. After hearing this, Ji Yao Tang fell into deep thought. If what he's saying is true, it could explain why I've noticed his chest core was shattered a few times. It's because the power within the core was drained past its limit. Is that really what happened? Because Aki is a genius? Jago then spoke up. If what you say is true, your ability is truly extraordinary. Can you control it now? This is actually the same method we captains use to activate our energy. Through training, we captains can minimize the strain on our bodies when activating our power. That's why we can control it. So, until you learn how to control it, try not to use this ability. I'm afraid it could be dangerous. Ji Yao Tang suddenly interjected. Jago is right. So, let me test this ability of yours. Aki, if you really are a genius, let me test you a bit. Let's go to the training ground. After changing, the two of them went to the martial arts arena to spar. It seemed that Ji Yao Tang still wasn't entirely convinced by what Aki had said. Right from the start, Ji Yao Tang looked like he was ready to eat Aki alive. At this point, Aki could barely fight back. Even though the captain's abilities were nothing but the absolute basics compared to his past life, his current body couldn't execute any of those techniques. Aki placed his hand on his core, wondering if he should use the demon's power. Just then, Ji Yaotang charged at him with blinding speed. Aki managed to react just in time to dodge the attack, but from the force of that kick, it was clear Ji Yaotang wasn't holding back. Jago, watching from the sidelines, had to warn him to tone it down. Though he was lacking in every other area, Aki's reaction speed was praiseworthy. This was purely based on his combat experience, and he was already at his absolute limit. Without giving Aki a moment to rest, Ji Yaotang threw a punch straight at his face. The punch was so powerful, it smashed the sturdy training ground to pieces. Luckily, Aki managed to dodge the blow again, but suddenly, Ji Yaotang appeared behind him and grabbed him by the neck. In this weak body, Aki had no way of breaking free. Then, Ji Yaotang swept his legs and kicked Aki, sending him flying into a wall. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Joel was about to stop the fight, but Jago held him back. Ji Yaotang slammed his fists together and taunted him. "Is this all you've got? Then you're not worthy of being called a genius." Now, Aki was getting truly pissed. "I really hate being underestimated. After all, in my past life, all the warriors praised me as the king. Ji Yaotang, huh? Ji Yaotang, you're practically a descendant of mine, calling yourself a genius without showing the strength to back it up. That's not going to fly. Since I've regressed, I can't just hold myself to the standards of my past life. I guess I'll have to secretly use the power of this damn demon inside me. He probably won't notice a 200-month-old kid like me playing a few dirty tricks, right?" As Aki stood up, the core on his chest began to glow, and his entire aura changed. He advanced without hesitation. "Captain Ji Yaotang, now it's my turn to attack." Aki's aura exploded outward. After using the demon's power, his body was enveloped in a red aura. His synchronization rate jumped from 19% to 30%. The sync rate of the low-grade core on his chest had increased. "It seems I can unlock more of this body's potential just by using my consciousness." Joel's eyes widened in surprise. "Can you feel his synchronization rate climbing non-stop?" Jago was also stunned by the aura radiating from Aki. "Could it be that our class city of Forest actually has a prodigy among prodigies?" Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth, glaring at Aki with a growing sense of unease. With this kind of aura, his synchronization rate must have jumped to at least 40%, and it's still rising. He thought of Situ Liu. "I remember Situ Liu's sync rate is 39%. Aki surpassed Liu. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Captain Ji Yaotang." Aki emerged from the smoke, walking slowly forward. "Don't get distracted now." In an instant, he appeared right in front of Ji Yaotang, raising his fist. "Here I come." And then he threw a powerful punch straight at Ji Yaotang's stomach. But Ji Yaotang blocked it with his bare hand, an excited grin spreading across his face. This kid, Aki, his speed has doubled, and his physical stats have shot up as well. Aki's voice rang out, "Captain Ji Yaotang, that was just a feint." He spun around and kicked Ji Yaotang right in the ankle, causing him to lose his balance and stumble. Seeing Aki's fighting style, he found it a bit tricky to deal with, but he was still smiling. "Not bad, kid. You used the opening when I was distracted by the block to throw another attack and knock me off balance. A very smart move." He looked down, sensing something was off. Without warning, Aki suddenly landed a kick right on his body. Joel watched the fight in awe. His attacks are so relentless. Where did this Aki get so much combat experience? A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Pressuring Ji Yaotang, who specializes in close combat, isn't a good idea. The newcomer was Sichu's son, the master of the Sichu clan. As soon as Joel and Jago saw him, they cried out, "Master Sichu's son." Jago grabbed his hand excitedly. "Uncle son, when did you get here?" Sichu's son looked relaxed. "Just now. You two were just too focused." Joel scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, Uncle son." Ji Yaotang was just borrowing the training ground. Sparring with this kid caused a bit of a commotion. Sichu's son looked at the wrecked training ground and sweat dropped. "You call this a bit of a commotion?" Joel was still confident. "I'll have Ji Yaotang pay for the damages." Sichu's son just laughed it off. "It's fine. I also want to see how the kid who shares a name with the greatest warrior will handle Ji Yaotang's counterattack." Just then, Ji Yaotang managed to grab Aki's leg. He pulled his leg back for momentum, his eyes glinting with killing intent. "Gotcha." Sichu's son began talking about Ji Yaotang's past, confident that he would win. Ji Yaotang's been like that since he was a child. Just give him the slightest opening for a counterattack, no matter how small, and he'll seize it. Not to mention, after years of fighting demons, he's honed a superhuman ability to judge the perfect moment. With his ankle caught, it'll be hard to struggle free. That Aki kid is about to get a beating he'll never forget. At the same time, Ji Yaotang raised his fist, ready to teach Aki a lesson. But Aki wasn't scared at all. He just smirked. No. A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes, exactly like that of the greatest warrior. He gave a confident smile. No. I'm the one who caught you, Captain Ji Yaotang. With that, he flipped his body upwards and backwards, slamming his forehead violently against Ji Yaotang's. The three onlookers were completely shocked, not expecting this move at all. Ji Yaotang recoiled, clutching his forehead in pain. He let go of Aki and stumbled back a few steps, furious. You little. Seizing the opportunity, Aki jumped back as well. He landed, his eyes glowing red. The human skull is incredibly sturdy, but the spot between the eyebrows is very weak. And with that, he flash-stepped, rushing toward Ji Yaotang. Take this, Captain Ji Yaotang. Ji Yaotang's eyes lit up as his body seemed to change. He got back into his fighting stance, a red aura flaring up around him. All right, bring it on. Joel noticed something was wrong and shouted a warning. Looks like Ji Yaotang isn't holding back anymore. Large boulders began to circle around Ji Yaotang. The moment he saw it, Aki guessed Ji Yaotang's technique. A move that combines both offense and defense, huh? Instead of being worried, he looked excited. Let's see what this demon power can do. He reached out, controlling the demon's hand to grab the boulders. In an instant, Ji Yaotang's technique was destroyed. Ji Yaotang couldn't believe his eyes. Whoa, what? Aki's figure vanished in a flash and suddenly reappeared right behind him. Jago was once again stunned by Aki's method of attack. Using the dust cloud to circle into his opponent's blind spot, he retaliated with one of Captain Tang's own moves. Joel simply remarked that it was just his tit-for-tat personality. Situ Sun Gong refuted. No, or rather, it's his astounding ability to learn. Just then, Captain Tang turned around and reached out his hand, trying to grab Aki. Don't you forget, that's my move. I know it better than anyone. But it's a shame. This match is already over. Captain Tang couldn't land a hit on Aki. Situ Shun Gong, with his sharp eyes, realized it. Tang has lost. As he finished his sentence, Aki's fist shot forward, landing a powerful blow to Captain Tang's stomach. However, he had angled the punch to the side. Captain Tang couldn't help but be shocked. The power of Aki's punch was intentionally misdirected. Aki slowly relaxed his stance. Captain Tang's fighting style has always been based on grappling. If you had used your true strength from the start, I might not have gained an advantage. He explained to Captain Tang, an attack to the brow will injure one's vision, causing double vision and leading to misjudgment. And I just happened to take advantage of that. He smiled and winked. So, do you all believe what I said now? Captain Tang just closed his eyes in silence. He wondered to himself, is he a genius? Situ Shangong, who witnessed the match, couldn't hide the excitement in his smile. Aki, if it's this boy, maybe he really can do it. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. It was Sumo, along with two others. What are you all doing here instead of eating? We heard a noise and came to check it out. The Liu family prepared a ton of delicious food, and the room is incredibly lavish. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a scene that left her in shock. What? What are you guys doing? The scene was utter chaos. Aki could only scratch his head and smile in embarrassment. It was mostly Captain Tang's doing. Situ Liu looked at the wreckage and just wondered, is everything all right? Joel walked over to Captain Tang. Ready to admit defeat, the captain just let out a huff. Aki stepped in to explain for him. Captain Tang is used to fighting demons, suddenly switching opponents to a kid like me. It's understandable, he's not used to it. Suddenly, Situ Zengong burst out laughing. He winked with a bright smile. Let's drop the formalities. The sparring ends here. Tonight's celebration feast is about to begin. With that, Aki started to leave, not forgetting to turn back and give his thanks. Perfect timing. I'm starving. Thank you, master. In that case, I won't hold back. The old man just watched him quietly. His eyes were locked on the boy's retreating figure. He doesn't give up. He has real skill. He knows his limits, and he even saved face for Captain Tang. His combat intelligence must be incredible, and his potential is limitless. He turned and called out to Situ Liu. Liu, his large frame towered over Situ Liu's small figure. He abruptly asked her a question. That young man isn't bad. Are you interested in him? She blushed and yelped. Huh. A little while later, under a beautiful moonlit sky, everyone was inside the dining hall, sharing an intimate meal with Situ Sun Gong and his daughter. He raised his wine glass, looking at everyone with gratitude. Everyone, on behalf of all the residents of this town, I thank you for your protection. And to the warriors who fought valiantly until the very last moment, I am eternally grateful. As he said this, he looked at Aki. And you, a talented young man, thank you for saving my daughter. Hearing his name, Aki stood up with his glass and bowed politely. It was my duty. Master Hungong, you're too kind. Just as he was about to clink glasses, Captain Tang lunged over and threw a punch at him. Are you even an adult? How dare you drink alcohol? Aki didn't even know his own birthday, but he tried to argue back. I am an adult. I'm 18, I think. Don't you have to be 18 to take the warrior exam? Jago burst out laughing at the scene. Ha ha ha, Captain Tang is taking his chance for revenge. Sichu Shungong just smiled, not forcing the issue or making anyone feel awkward. It's fine, it's fine. He glanced over at his daughter with a meaningful look. He's an adult. This made Situ Liu blush and pout. She sighed, remembering what he'd said earlier. Her father had stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at her. I observed his fight just now, and he's quite impressive. His potential and talent are no less than yours. If it's him, perhaps he could even move the heart of someone as proud as you. Situ Liu pretended not to understand, but internally, she was screaming. What is he even talking about? What does he mean, move my heart? She remembered that morning when Aki had grabbed her shirt so hard a button popped off, and she scoffed. Dad, stop joking. Besides, that guy is a total idiot. At that moment, Sumo's eyes were sparkling as she relentlessly snapped pictures of all the dishes. This is so lavish. Hee hee, Shino and I are really mooching off you this time. Shino finally had a chance to look at Aki and ask a question that made him flustered. But anyway, Aki, how did you manage to push back a Phase 1 demon? That was incredible. Well, at the time. He stumbled, not knowing how to explain. Luckily, Captain Tang, who was next to him, spoke up. Him. He can forcibly draw out most of the core's power, allowing him to temporarily unleash strength that surpasses his current limits. Jago continued. It's similar to how we captains draw power from a core. He probably unlocked that power in a life or death moment. As she said this, she showed a worried expression. But that's also extremely dangerous, especially since you haven't been trained for it. It puts a huge burden on your body. Doing it that many times could even cause severe, permanent damage. Joel chimed in. Earlier, we had Aki and Tang spar. He smiled and raised his glass. And that power burst was truly incredible. But Aki needs a lot more training, otherwise his body won't be able to handle it. Inside his head, however, Aki was thinking something completely different. If I told them that I absorbed the cores of 2 Phase 1 demons, and that I have the wood system's recovery ability, so even if my body can't handle the strain, I can recover quickly. But he knew this wasn't the right time to reveal that, so he just laughed it off. I can't say anything more. It's better to let them think I just have the ability to absorb cores like the captains do. This situation is already good enough. The captain is right. That's why I lost consciousness afterward. It seems I really need to work on my physical training. Haha. Hearing this, Shino looked at Aki with admiration. Meanwhile, Sumo looked like she just met her idol, taking pictures of Aki nonstop. I can't believe you have an ability like that. You're so cool. Aki, we can't afford to fall behind now. He's so amazing. Situ Liu didn't join in with her friends, but kept her thoughts to herself. So this guy has an ability like that. No wonder he was able to save me back then. At this point, Captain Tang, who was sitting with his arms crossed, spoke up. Originally, Aki and Liu's unauthorized night operation was against the rules and warranted punishment. His next sentence, however, made the two of them let out a sigh of relief. But considering you two managed to kill a Phase 1 demon, your merits can redeem your mistake. Joel and Jago laughed and added a reminder. Hey, but don't get too happy yet. The squad competition is still going on. Your squad is still in last place. You'd better work hard to earn some points tomorrow. Aki clenched his fist with determination. Of course. Our squad is aiming for the top spot. After the demon incident that evening, a month flew by in the blink of an eye, and the competition for squad points entered its most intense phase. To earn more points, a lot of squads were also targeting A-rank missions. For a while, it was tough to even get a mission. So, after Liu and the others talked it over, they decided to find some fat sheep and bet their accumulated points to challenge another squad. Their target was the Black Spear Squad. When the captain of the Black Spear Squad heard about the challenge, he was shocked. What? Challenging us with your points? He let out a scornful laugh. Have you all forgotten what happened last time? Before he could finish, Situ Liu cut him off. Save your breath. 10 points. Solo match. The masked captain of the Black Spear Squad agreed immediately. 10 points? Huh. This match is worth as much as an A-rank mission. You've got guts. Fine by me. But this time, Captain Ji Yaotang won't be here to bail you out. We'll settle all our scores, new and old. The entire Black Spear Squad got ready, their eyes filled with killing intent. A short while later at the town's arena, a huge crowd gathered when they heard about the challenge. A rookie team using points to challenge a veteran squad? Are they serious? 10 points on a single match. These newbies really don't know what they're getting into. They probably barely killed any demons. Which squad is this arrogant? They must have failed to get a mission and resorted to this cheap trick. Interesting. The Black Spear squad doesn't pull their punches. How dare they? The redhead looked at the two women in the arena, but Aki didn't even bother to look. He said, "The crowd's getting bigger. You can still back out now. Don't go crying that we're bullying rookies. We'll see who ends up embarrassed." Aki glanced over and asked, "Captain, why aren't you going up?" The redhead acted like he wanted a fair fight to make it easier to take their points. "You sent a girl up. If you lose, you'll just make excuses and refuse to pay up." He then introduced Queen Bee, who was already in the arena. "As it happens, our vice captain is also a woman. She's more than enough to handle you. That saves you some face, right?" Hearing that, Aki chuckled. "Oh, really? I'd advise you not to underestimate our captain." His eyes flashed gold as he turned to the redhead and warned, "She's no ordinary woman." Shino was snapping picture after picture of the action in the arena. Liu was making her move. With that, Situ Liu started advancing on her opponent to seize the initiative, her entire body glowing with the green light of her demon core to score points fast. End this quick. 10 points. 10 points. Bring them home. Queen Bee, on the other side, preferred to start with trash talk. "So, you're the great young miss of the Situ family." Situ Liu, also known as the Unsmiling Asura. She channeled the green energy from her agility core into the pointed weapon in her hand. "Today, I'll have to experience your skills firsthand." Situ Liu didn't want to waste any time, so she charged straight at Queen Bee with incredible speed. "Bring it on!" In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch was right in her face, forcing Queen Bee to raise both arms to block. Queen Bee gritted her teeth, thinking, isn't she supposed to be a green core recovery type? How is she as fast as a blue core agility type? Queen Bee felt something strange. Looking down at her arm, she saw Situ Liu transferring energy into her body through their contact. In an instant, she made her opponent drop her needle-like weapon. Seeing her plan succeed, she thought to herself, just as I expected. These old-timers may have become warriors before us, but most of them are completely reliant on teamwork. When they fight solo, their offense and defense are a mess. Teamwork is a good thing, but it's made them neglect their individual skills. Queen Bee gritted her teeth. "She's injecting energy into my muscles, forcing them to contract." Situ Liu channeled energy into both her hands and opened her stance wide, a huge taboo in combat. She shot forward like an arrow, her hands striking multiple pressure points on Queen Bee's body, leaving her completely unable to retaliate. Down below, the redhead couldn't believe his eyes. Every single strike is hitting muscles and joints with perfect precision. In an instant, Queen Bee was knocked to the ground, rolling and completely incapacitated. Situ Liu glanced down at her. The Situ family excels at hand-to-hand combat. Then, she coolly flipped her hair and turned to leave. "I went easy on you." Two of the opposing squad members rushed onto the stage as the crowd roared. Vice Captain Situ Liu really lives up to her reputation as the best of the rookies. Their team must be relying entirely on her to climb the ranks. As expected of the Unsmiling Asura. "So cool!" So that's Situ Liu. She's become a real handful. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, almost no one is her match. Shino smiled, turning to the redhead. "Now then, don't forget to send those 10 points over to our squad." The redhead was furious, his eyes bloodshot, as he thought, "Damn it, that Situ Liu is no joke." He stepped forward and challenged Aki's group. "I'll take the stage myself. Do you still have the guts to fight? The bet is 20 points. Hearing that, Situ Liu's eyes lit up. Her expression remained cold, but inside, she was ecstatic. She raised her hand, ready to activate her demon core again. 20 points? Sweet. But Aki put out a hand to stop her. "Captain, you just fought. Go get some rest." He then pointed to himself. With a look of sheer confidence that infuriated the redhead, he said, "Let me." Seeing this, Mu Biao got aggressive, pointing a finger at Situ Liu. "You're not worthy. Get out of my sight. I'll only fight your captain." Aki looked at him, a wide smile on his face as if he were watching a good show. "But I already told you, she's our captain." "So, doesn't that mean you have to beat me first to earn the right to challenge our captain?" He shrugged, looking bored. "You don't even have the confidence to fight me. It makes no difference to me." The people behind Mu Biao whispered, "Ha, what a clumsy attempt to provoke him." Mu Biao pointed his finger straight at Aki, his tone dripping with provocation. "Fine. I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you." The group behind him panicked. The captain took the bait. Shino looked back. Aki is entering the arena. She held up her camera, her face full of excitement. "I'm getting all of this on film." Mu Biao and Aki stepped into the arena. The crowd pressed in to watch. Mu Biao used his ability to materialize a gun. "Don't worry. I've already swapped to the air bullets we use for training." He said arrogantly, "You don't have to worry about getting seriously injured, but I promise you, it'll still hurt." Aki looked at him, his eyes filled with thought. So they even have training ammunition these days? How impressive. He continued to think to himself, back in my day, we didn't have anything like this. If a marksman wanted to improve, their only option was to use real guns and live ammunition on the battlefield. He slowly stepped forward, his posture confident and his expression unreadable. Well then, you better aim carefully. Someone in the crowd below cheered. Leave it to a rookie. Our captain's marksmanship is considered top tier among all the warriors. Aren't you afraid of looking like a fool for saying that? Ha ha. Mu Biao looked at him and frowned. Well, confidence is a good thing. He shifted into a combat stance. I'll let you use any weapon you want. What'll it be? Don't say this old-timer is bullying a newbie. Aki rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment. A weapon, huh? For now, I guess I'll just take a standard-issue combat dagger, but my weapon from my past life. His eyes grew firm, filled with nostalgia. I really miss it. That one-of-a-kind weapon was my partner in battle. I wonder if it's still back there. Aki snapped back to his confident self and rubbed his hands together. Ah, forget it. It's fine. Is it okay if I just use my fists? Mu Biao was stunned. What? Your fists? Down below, the rest of the Black Spear squad was equally shocked. His fists? What the hell is he talking about? Mu Biao leaned forward with a mocking expression. Ha ha ha, you want to fight me barehanded? Are newcomers these days all this arrogant? He even added, I already gave you a chance. Since you chose to go barehanded, I'll grant you your wish. Aki looked annoyed. He talks way too much. I should install a soundproofing device on his mask. Suddenly, his opponent's voice grew grim. But let me warn you, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. His eyes were full of warning. I won't hold back. I'm going to take all the points I've earned in one fell swoop. Aki's face was calm, his expression brimming with confidence. Good. You better give it your all. Down below, Shino was chattering away with Sumo. I'd love to see their faces if they knew Aki single-handedly beat back a Phase 1 demon and on top of that, defeated a captain from the Radiant Hall. Sumo agreed. That's why I'm so excited for this match. Situ Liu had a somewhat somber expression. She had a lot on her mind. Beating a Radiant Hall captain in a practice match really makes people take notice. Is that guy even more talented than me? Situ Liu was doubting herself. As a captain, I can't be weaker than my team members. Her face began to flush, remembering her father's previous words. Just looking at that idiot reminded her of what her father had said. No, this isn't the time to think about things like that. I have to focus on the match. At that moment, the referee gave the signal to begin. The opponent dashed forward, his speed so intense it created afterimages and kicked up a cloud of dust. An inch longer is an inch stronger. I'll riddle your body with bullets before you can even get close to me. Situ Liu looked on in surprise, having noticed something. Instead of shooting immediately, he's using footwork to find a better position. He was lost in thought. The three captains already have a general idea of my power, so there's no need to hide it anymore. His expression was unreadable. My goal now is simple, to take first place. His spirits seemed to be revitalized. Besides, if I want to fight the demon inside my body, I have to regain my previous level of skill as quickly as possible. I have to surpass my past life, become even stronger than I was before. Aki's speed skyrocketed. His opponent seemed to sense the danger. He raised his gun and quickly took aim at him. Frozen in place? You're asking for it. I told you I wouldn't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a blast of compressed air forward. Its power wasn't half bad. I have to conserve my energy, so the demon inside me will have to be something I can use later. He effortlessly sidestepped, dodging the opponent's shot, his eyes flashing as he advanced towards him. His opponent didn't flinch, already preparing his next shot. Ha, that's right. Charge at me. He immediately reloaded his gun and fired continuously at Aki, his voice full of provocation. The right hand is for decoy shots, you idiot. Get it? 3 consecutive shots were fired, their speed was incredible. This type of high-speed, adhesive bullet is hard for even an agility-type blue core demon to dodge, he thought to himself. As long as one of them hits, the rest will follow thanks to the adhesive property and hit their mark. While gathering his strength, he thought, it's a good thing I deliberately provoked him into being my opponent. This is a chance to test my own abilities. Aki used a water-style movement technique, twisting his body to dodge each and every bullet. The crowd below was utterly astonished. He dodged the captain's bullets. What's with that fluid-like speed? I can't see a thing. The opponent was staggered. He never expected Aki to be able to dodge his bullets so easily. Damn it. I didn't want to have to use my special move to win. Aki closed in on his opponent, moving so fast it was hard for the naked eye to follow. At that moment, below the arena, someone else was watching the match and analyzing it. The captain's gun-type weapon has a major advantage. It can store energy internally, then combine it with a bullet to fire a single, powerful shot on the field. The opponent raised his gun. Let's see you dodge this high-precision explosive round, fully charged by me at point-blank range. Clenching his hand into a fist to gather power, he seemed to have already predicted his opponent's move. Vine suddenly shot up from the ground, catching the opponent by surprise. What? The shot fired straight into the air. Everyone around was shocked. Did Black Spear just miss? Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, he rushed forward, grabbing the barrel of the gun and slamming a fist down on his opponent's arm. He immediately lost his balance, and Aki continued the assault, landing a swift kick straight to his stomach. The Black Spear squad below cried out in worry, "Captain." They watched as their captain was sent flying dozens of meters away. Aki set down his opponent's weapon and declared loudly, 20 points for me. The opponent's face turned pale. He never expected the person before him to be this strong. How? How is this possible? Below the stage, Aki's entire team was ecstatic. Shino cheered, "Awesome." Sumo held up a camera, continuously capturing the moment. "So cool." Situ Liu crossed her arms and thought to herself, "Even I couldn't see clearly where that guy learned his movement techniques." With that, they successfully took 30 points from the Black Spear squad. This challenge match also successfully caught the attention of the other squads. More and more young fighters were eager to issue challenges, and even many of the older teams took the initiative to challenge them. After tasting the sweet fruit of victory, the 4 members of Liu's squad used the point-based challenge rules to engage in consecutive battles. Shino and Sumo also performed well. Liu's squad had few losses and many wins. Their accumulated points grew steadily, and the leaderboard changed accordingly. They climbed the ranks at an astonishing speed, and finally, by the end of the month, Liu's squad had moved at a pace that left everyone dumbfounded, claiming the top spot on the Radiant Hall's team point leaderboard. The group stood tall together, their faces beaming. They had earned their spot in the final showdown. And so, the final 3-squad championship was about to begin. Time passed, and at the end of the month, at the arena. It was a beautiful, sunny day when a voice was heard from somewhere. Every month end, this ruin in town stirs up a lot of emotions. Watching the squads improve and mature, even if it's the same old faces every time. Haha, Joel mused. Liu's team went from last place to first on the Radiant Hall's leaderboard in just a few days. Surpassing 9 squads is no simple feat. Joel crossed his arms and shared what he knew. I heard they were betting their accumulated points to compete against other squads, winning far more than they lost. She brushed her hair back. What a chaotic method. Her tone was slightly reproachful. And I didn't see you go and stop them. Joel spoke up. They're earning points based on their actual strength. There's no reason to stop them. He explained seriously. Aki and Liu, their squad was never weak to begin with. Furthermore, I've been secretly observing their matches, including the other 2 members. His gaze shifted. Shino and Sumo are also quite impressive. The 3 of them stopped in front of a stone door, having apparently reached the assembly area. A look of amusement flashed in Joel's eyes. After all these years, this is the first time a new team has made it to the 3-squad finals. He added, the atmosphere outside is electric right now. Joel then reached out and gently pushed open the stone door. A blinding light flashes and everyone waits in anticipation to see who the winner is this time. Behind the door is the assembly grounds, where all the squads have gathered. All eyes turn to them. The captain of the elite squad looks on with contempt. They don't even have a reputation, and they've already made it to the final round? What were the other squads from Cookdew Hall even doing? The black-haired person next to her covers their mouth and whispers, "Shh, don't let them hear you." The elite Squonkot's captain scoffs and falls silent. They are the winning team from Jago's division, the elite squad. From the other side, the captain of the Flash squad speaks up. The Cookdew Hall division over there is the rookie squad that got the highest accumulated points. I thought it was just a rumor to scare people. He crosses his legs, his posture mocking. Looks like it's for real this time. The person who just spoke is the winner of Joel's division, the Flash squad. The scene shifts to Sumo. She's stretching and observing them. They're all fired up. Shino is stretching his arms and looks at her. The elite and the Flash squads. Then he explains in a low voice, they're the strongest squads under Jago and Joel, and they're pretty well known here in Force City. He seriously acknowledges his opponents. I even heard that the 3 successor captains, the ones who will inherit the 3 captain positions of Cookdew Hall, will be chosen from among them. Aki warms up, rolling his shoulders with an interested look. Well, that's impressive. Looks like our squad will have to give it our all. He winks, contemplating. Although this body is still my weak point, with my secret ability, at least in a fight, against a Cookdew Hall captain, a Phase 1 core warrior, I won't be at a disadvantage. He's filled with confidence. Getting first place this time shouldn't be a problem. The only question is, what's the prize? Jago, with her alluring and charming figure, walks in. She calls out confidently and cheerfully, "Come on over and gather round, kids. Immediately, the group of four runs over. Captain Jago reaches out and pats the elite squad captain's head, looking at them affectionately. The elite squad captain beams. We of the elite squad are ready to take first place. If we win first place, we want an extra prize. She asks for a reward, pouting like a child. Like taking us shopping in a B-rank city. Someone interrupts the conversation, clearing his throat loudly. Shopping in a B-rank city. Is that the grand goal of you elite squad members? His tone is sarcastic, truly something to behold. The Flash squad captain has a mocking look in his eyes. Our squad is actually looking forward to going to a B-rank city to meet stronger warriors. He shoves his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant. To exchange blows and learn from them. The elite squad captain sees him and gets aggressive. Humph, what do you know? For girls, shopping is a form of training, you idiot. The other elite squad members agree, looking annoyed. That detestable Flash squad always picking fights with us. Another voice cuts in as two young men suddenly appear. It's Captain Joel and Captain Ji Yao Tang. Joel speaks up. Are you two about to spark some love with all this friction? The elite squad captain frowns in anger. Captain Joel, you're never serious. Ji Yao Tang looks over at Aki's group and calls out loudly. Liu, you guys get over here and assemble too. The whole group replies in unison. Yes, sir. Sidu Liu leads the group. Let's go. All the squads have now gathered. Ji Yao Tang gives a brief introduction. I'm sure you all know each other already, so I won't bother with introductions. He seriously explains the format. The finals will be divided into two stages, a group competition and an individual challenge. In the end, points will be used to determine the first place team. Jago raises her hand and continues the instructions. As for the specific rules, we'll explain them in detail at the start of each stage. To boost your morale, we'll first reveal this time's prize. She winks. I know you've all been dreaming about the reward, and this one won't disappoint you. Joel spreads his arms enthusiastically. Just as you wished, the first place team in this competition will get to go to a B-rank city for a week of observation and training. All the squads erupt in excitement. They cheer. Awesome. We really get to go to a B-rank city. This is great. We have to get first place this time. All those missions we've been doing won't be for nothing. Shino looks at Sumo with a curious gaze. We're really going to a B-rank city. Sumo, what do you want to do? Sumo looks at her old camera. Buy a better camera, of course. Ji Yao Tang announces, Squad captains, come over here and draw lots. The members below start whispering. A B-rank? The prize is huge this time. I hear the stuff in B-rank cities is much more varied than in our C-rank. The captains step forward one by one, and the crowd below gets noisy again. Is a B-rank city really far from here? B-rank cities have warriors who are potentially Phase 2 cores. The murmuring continues. A Phase 2 core. Does that mean they're even stronger than our 3 captains? Theoretically, yes. I can't wait to see a Phase 2 core warrior. In contrast to the noisy hustle and bustle around him, Aki is thinking quietly. He rests his chin on his hand, traveling half a century into the future. There are still so many unclear changes. B rank? In my time, we didn't have such a precise ranking system. We all fought for ourselves, completely self-sufficient. Aki falls into deep thought, his expression serious. I heard Shino mention before that this city, Favoris, is C rank, which is the lowest, followed by B rank and then A rank. He imagines a chart in his head. The ranks of the cities are all determined by the strength and rank of their warriors. Having Phase 1 and Phase 2 core warriors usually makes a city C rank. Having Phase 2 and Phase 3 cores makes it B rank. If there are Phase 3, Phase 4, and a few Phase 5 core warriors, it would be an A-rank city. A magnificent city appears in Aki's mind, and the one that determines the ranks of these cities is the only S-rank city, Dawn City, located in the center of the Land of Hope. Aki remembers its location clearly. I heard that Dawn City is incredibly vast, with not only Phase 5 and Phase 6 core warriors, but also the strongest, Phase 7 core warriors. An image of that person appears in his mind, with some kind of mark right in the middle of their chest. That's the concentration point of humanity's strongest fighting force at present. Aki thinks of the old city, the only S-rank city, Dawn City. Even its name is brilliant. I wonder how it compares to the city I used to command. Recalling these memories, Aki feels a bit melancholic. He sighs. After that great war 60 years ago. I don't even know if my city still exists or my trusted comrades. Thinking of this, Aki's face saddens. He remembers the silhouettes of his old comrades. My old teammates. Did they also? Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. Aki! It's Shino and Sumo. Shino looks at him with concern. Aki, you sure like to space out, don't you? Sumo grabs his hand. Stop spacing out, we're about to head out. After speaking, she looks toward their captain. Situ Liu looks at everyone, her face perfectly calm. She holds up a slip of paper with the number 1 on it. First match. At that moment on the competition field, the referee shouts clearly, "Weapons have been swapped for training equipment. The Flash squad versus Liu's squad." The two squads look at each other. They looked ready to jump into battle at a moment's notice. Su then brought up an idea. "Hey, our squad doesn't have a name yet, right? Don't you think we should come up with one?" Shino chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, a cool squad name is pretty important. It'll sound awesome when we announce it after we get famous." Aki agreed as well. "Not a bad idea. Let's figure it out after this is over." Situ Liu looked uneasy, clearly tense. The captain of the Flash squad spoke up, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. "A sluggish team like this actually wants to compete for first place?" He scowled in frustration before giving his orders. "Listen up. Everyone find your own target. I'll deal with their captain, Liu." His entire squad behind him shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." The referee gave the signal, and a loud begin echoed through the arena, followed by the command for the teams to scatter. Instantly, a pre-planned strategy formed in Situ Liu's mind. A solo tactic. That strategy is really effective when you have a clear advantage in power, but too bad for them. Her eyes sharpened, completely locked into a combat mindset. She gave the signal to fight as one, and immediately, her squad surged forward behind her. Aki continued to strategize in his head. It seems Liu has already figured out their approach. "For our squad, the most effective plan is to break through and take out their captain directly." Aki observed quietly, making his prediction. The weakness of this divide-and-conquer strategy is that everyone is fighting on their own. If their captain goes down, the rest of the members will instantly lose their morale. Aki thought, watching Situ Liu's back. Liu's judgment is pretty sharp. Someone on the Flash squad had already noticed their plan. They're trying to take out our captain first. Fall back to defend. Surround them. Change of plans, we're taking out their captain first. Target Situ Liu. Suddenly, 3 enemies attacked Situ Liu from behind, but she remained calm and maintained a covering formation. Instantly, Shino and Sumo charged forward to break the encirclement. The Flash squad's captain felt the pressure. "So they're coming straight for me, huh?" His eyes hardened with resolve. "You shouldn't underestimate me." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, bracing himself to counter Situ Liu's move. At that moment, Situ Liu charged from above with her staff, and the Flash squad's captain spun to meet her head-on. He smirked, his eyes ice-cold, as he unleashed his attack. Leaping into the air, he aimed the move straight at her. "Eat my Zen light." Situ Liu shouted a warning. "Everyone, close your eyes and defend." She thought to herself, he's concentrating energy in his hands for a blinding flash of light. This will affect his own teammates too. The attack was so powerful it erupted in a blinding flash of light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. GD Tang, covering his own eyes, commented, "That kid is still stuck fighting this way. Didn't you say anything to him?" In a one-on-one duel, that skill is a powerful weapon, but in a team battle, it's bound to affect his own allies. I've told him countless times, but it never sinks in. Sometimes, a person has to suffer a bit before they're willing to change their habits. Meanwhile, the captain of the Flash squad twirled his sword and thought, "Don't get cocky in the face of my Zen light, you little bird. Once I take out your captain, your whole squad will fall apart." He swung his sword, slashing down. "I don't give a damn if you're from the Sidu clan." Aki dashed forward, blocking the attack for Situ Liu. "Did it ever occur to you that your own teammates are caught in the blast?" Aki then lifted his leg and slammed it down hard on the captain's shoulder before kicking him away. The Flash squad captain scowled at him in irritation. "You little punk, since when were you wearing those hydroform goggles?" Aki didn't answer directly, just smirking as he explained. "In a team battle, ignoring your allies isn't a smart move. These hydro lenses are formed from water. They refract any visual interference, including blinding light." Situ Liu stared at him, surprised. "When did he?" Aki walked past her with a smile and said, "He's all yours. Go get him." She looked at the captain, who was still struggling to get to his feet, and thought, Aki really got him good. Did he do it when everyone else had their eyes closed? Nice one, Aki. Situ Liu then spun around and charged toward the Flash squad's captain. Grimacing as he parried her attack, he thought, "You still dare to come at me directly? Perfect. I'll finish you in one shot." Suddenly, he felt the strength drain from his arm. He couldn't lift it. That damn brat. He dislocated my shoulder. Unable to fight back, he took the full brunt of Situ Liu's attack. Her eyes were like ice as she pressed her attack. "You were right before," she said. "The quicker the battle, the quicker the victory." Meanwhile, things were much easier for Aki, who was casually providing backup for Shino and Sumo. Those two were already talented fighters to begin with, and they were getting more and more in sync as the battle went on. A moment later, after a loud thud, everyone turned to see Situ Liu standing tall, Your captain has lost, she declared. Are we still fighting? The remaining members were exhausted and had lost all will to continue. Up on the ramparts, Jitty Tang said, It's over. As expected, Joel replied, looking down at Aki. That kid, Aki, he still hasn't used his real power. The captain of the elite squad heard the results of the match and asked, unsurprised, you guys actually lost. You got to be kidding me. Was it because of that Situ Liu? Is she really that strong? The captain of the Flash squad looked down and replied, We just let our guard down for a moment. You're up next. As a longtime rival, let me give you a warning. She fell into a contemplative silence, the Flash squad captain's words clearly unsettling her. Damn it, she muttered. Up on the wall, Jago announced loudly, Squad Liu versus the elite squad. Weapons have been replaced with training equipment. Let the match begin. As soon as the match started, the captain of the elite squad rushed forward, shouting instructions to her team. Everyone, don't let what the Flash squad's captain said get to you. We stick to our training. Do not, under any circumstances, break formation. Roger that. Z thought as he unleashed his move. I'm putting all my power into this one punch. He then slammed his fist into the ground, causing the entire area around him to rupture. Aki waited for the perfect opportunity to make his move. Great, he thought. This dust provides the perfect cover. He then launched a surprise attack, catching the entire elite squad completely off guard. Where are these vines coming from? One of them yelled. Aki smirked to himself. It's working. Looks like the element I absorbed from that demon has all sorts of uses. Water element, wood element. I wonder what the remaining elements are. Aki called out, Shino. Right, Shino replied, then shot towards the elite squad like a bolt of lightning. The attack was so fast, the elite captain barely had time to shout. Scatter. Everyone fall back and regroup at the alternate point. Damn it, she thought. They forced us to break formation. Just then, Sumo and Situ Liu charged forward together, attacking the elite squad's captain. She still managed to block their joint attack. Then, she yelled for backup. Her teammates tried to move in to help, but Aki cut them off. It was then that she recalled the Flash squad captain's words. You're up next. As a longtime rival, I'll give you one piece of advice. Watch out for that kid, Aki. If you ask me, he's the strongest one on their squad. He's the one connecting their entire strategy. As she was lost in thought, Sumo's attack brought her crashing back to reality. Oh, you better pay attention to us, she shot back in a low voice. So what? I'm an agility type. Tomo taunted her as she attacked. An agility type? So am I. Then, she landed a move that immobilized her opponent. The crowd below roared. She won. Well done, Tomo, someone on the city wall said. Looks like this match is over. Liu Quan's team wins the group battle. Next up are the individual matches. The captains of the elite squad and the light squad were both serious, their eyes sharp and cold for the fight. They both pointed at Aki and said in unison, You can challenge any member of the other teams. Ji Yaotang said, I want to challenge Aki of the Liu squad. Individual challenges can only be one-on-one. Aki didn't refuse. Instead, he said, I don't care who goes first. To save time, both of you come at me at once. He stood boldly in the middle of the crowd and issued his challenge. In the challenge match, Aki stood alone facing the two of them, adjusting his gloves. He thought to himself, the final battle. Time to get serious with you two. The light squad captain frowned, saying unhappily, looks like we're being underestimated. The elite squad captain put on her protective goggles, standing side by side with the light squad captain. She clenched her fist and declared, I'll make him regret being so arrogant. Jago, the captain of the Ona squad, watched the fight from the city wall and announced, the rules are the same as a normal challenge. It ends when one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight. With that, she gestured with her hand and shouted, Begin. The moment Jago's voice faded, the captains of the light and elite squads quickly split up. As they rushed towards Aki, the light squad captain yelled, Don't forget our plan. The elite squad captain glanced at him and muttered back, I won't. Aki stood his ground, bent his knees to gather momentum, and unleashed his power, shattering the ground beneath his feet. His eyes lit up, and he moved with lightning speed, rushing toward the light squad captain before he could even react. Seeing the two figures clash, the elite squad captain shouted anxiously, Hey, watch out. You think I'm just going to stand here and do nothing? The light squad captain replied, channeling his power to create a dazzling red light in his palm. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. The elite squad captain was startled watching him, feeling a shock ripple through her. The Flash? Is he already using the plan? She recalled their discussion before the match. The light squad captain had said, Listen, we're teaming up this time. We can only win, not lose. That way, we'll have a chance to keep challenging others and maybe even win the opportunity to go to a B-rank town. I have a foolproof plan. As he spoke, he held out a pair of goggles in front of the elite squad captain. Wear these special goggles. Actually, there's only one pair. He held the special yellow protective goggles in his hand. He said, these tactical goggles can just barely block my light. I want you to attack his blind spot the moment I blind him. The elite squad captain took them without hesitation. She looked at the goggles and asked suspiciously, giving something this good to me? I find that hard to believe. The light squad captain's brows furrowed, and he clenched his fist. His eyes shone with determination as he said, that Aki guy is no pushover. For the sake of going to a B-rank city, we have to team up. Remember, the light is the signal. When you see me use the flash, you attack. Back to the present. The light squad captain was using the flash, a powerful light radiating from his hand. He rushed toward Aki, who had crossed his arms to shield his face, and yelled, there's no escape. This is a 5 times amplified flash. Everyone in the stands couldn't look directly at it, forced to turn away to avoid the intense light. Jago said in amazement, that kid managed to concentrate so much energy into an extreme light. It's even stronger than last time. Joel, standing beside her, commented, using that much energy right at the start, his core won't be able to handle it for long. Looks like he's going for a quick victory. Tomo covered her eyes, saying with a bit of regret, I can't record any of this. The elite squad captain stared intently at Aki. She thought to herself, he must be temporarily blind now. I'll boost my agility to the max and take him down in the blink of an eye. Found him. Thanks to the protective goggles, the elite squad captain quickly located Aki. She channeled energy into her arm. The elite squad captain charged forward to strike, preparing a direct attack on Aki, thinking, this blow will knock you out cold. At the decisive moment, Aki's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. He turned his head to look at her and said, just as I thought, you're the one in charge of the attack. The elite squad captain's eyes widened in shock behind her goggles. Her entire body suddenly froze, unable to move an inch, her heart filled with extreme panic. What's with his eyes? It feels like I'm being targeted by something terrifying. It was like being dragged down into a cold, deep sea. Aki swung his arm and said coldly, water type. A stream of water slowly flowed from his hand. The stream grew larger and larger, enveloping the elite squad captain's body and forming a giant hand of water that crushed her tightly. The attack knocked the protective goggles from her eyes. She screamed in agony. The light squad captain was already reaching his limit. He trembled, struggling to maintain the flash. Why are you screaming? You're the one on the attack. The light from the flash shone directly into the elite squad captain's eyes, forcing her to squeeze them shut. She gritted her teeth and yelled, I'm the one being attacked. You idiot. I dropped the goggles. I can't see anything. Aki controlled the water stream with one hand, restraining the elite squad captain. With a cold expression, he said, sorry, but your plan has failed. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki immediately used his power, causing countless vines to sprout from the ground. They struck the light squad captain's body directly. The flash dissipated, and Aki used the vines to send the light squad captain flying. At the same time, he controlled the water to throw the elite squad captain backward. Aki had defeated both of them at once, his power kicking up a thick cloud of dust on the battlefield. Ji Yaotang stood in the stands looking down, but the thick dust obscured his view. He couldn't help but worry. The flash and now all this dust. I hope these kids didn't overdo it and cause a fatality. Thinking this, he quickly jumped from the stands down to the arena. Someone shouted out in worry. Ji Yaotang landed safely. He looked up toward the center of the arena, and a moment later, his eyes widened in astonishment. Aki was still emanating a terrifying aura, like a demon ready to devour everything around it. Ji Yaotang was stunned. He was just thinking to himself, he hadn't even found the words to describe that aura when Aki's cold voice cut through his thoughts. It's over. The dust on the battlefield is finally settling. The members of the Sunbeam and elite squads hurried over. Someone spoke up. The dust is clearing. It looks like someone won against Captain Ji Yaotang. Our captain? A clear voice suddenly called out from the stands. No, that's not it. Sichu Liu said with her arms crossed. I bet it was Aki. And sure enough, in the middle of the arena, Aki was pushing up his glasses. He looked at her and smiled, as the other 4 members of his squad rushed down to join him. Shino exclaimed joyfully. That was awesome. How did you counterattack inside that blinding flash, and take them both down at the same time? By the time the light faded and we got our vision back, you'd already finished the fight. Aki held up a pair of goggles he conveniently picked up, winking at Shino. Well, I just had to borrow their eye protection. That's what he said anyway. Inwardly, Aki just thought he was lucky to have grabbed them. Shino threw his arms around Aki, ruffling his hair vigorously and yelling, That's our Aki for ya. Standing to the side, Sumo was busy snapping photos of the moment. Sichu Liu watched them, lost in thought. Why does Aki always feel so unfathomable? Ji Yaotang's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. He walked up to their squad and barked, "Attention!" The squad members immediately clasped their hands behind their backs and shouted, "Sir." Ji Yaotang then stood before them and announced, "Your squad has won the tournament, taking first place. Congratulations." With that, Ji Yaotang looked at Aki with approval. "Aki, you did an excellent job. You surprise me every time you fight, especially just now managing to counterattack while being assaulted by two other squad leaders." Aki gave a humble smile and replied, "Heh, you're giving me too much credit." But inside, he remained confident that he was the strongest warrior there. "Even in this body, I couldn't possibly lose to a couple of kids. My experience alone guaranteed victory. Using a bit of my power just to end it quickly. Well, that was basically bullying them." Ji Yaotang's eyes lit up, and he continued, "In any case, you've taken first place this time, which means you get the prize. Tomorrow morning, you'll use the underground passage to travel to the nearest B-class town to begin a one-week training mission." In contrast to Aki and Situ Liu's calm demeanor, Sumo leaped into the air with excitement. She threw her arms out and shouted, "Yes, this is great." Even Shino couldn't help but pump his fist, saying excitedly, "Awesome. That's all for today. Go get prepared. Assemble back here in the morning." Dismissed. As soon as Ji Yaotang finished speaking, Liu's squad shouted in unison, "Sir." The four of them left together, talking excitedly. "I heard B-class towns have third-stage core warriors. I'm so excited." Sumo immediately chimed in, "I can help you get a picture with them." Aki looked over at Situ Liu and asked, "Liu, anything you want to do in the B-class city?" Crossing her arms, Situ Liu calmly replied, "I'm still thinking." Watching them walk away, Joel chuckled and said, "That Aki kid is a monster. If he were to go all out, I'm not even sure we could beat him." Ji Yaotang looked at Joel, a little hesitant. "He doesn't belong in a place like this." He continued, watching Aki's retreating figure. "He's destined for greater things. I want to guide them through the underground passage myself." Joel looked at Ji Yaotang and replied, "That's fine. It's safer than the surface route." Jago, standing nearby with his arms crossed, added worriedly, "We still need to be on high alert. Stage-less demons sometimes wander in there by mistake." Even though Ji Yaotang was only a first-stage core warrior, he answered with confidence, "Don't worry. I'll take down any first-stage demons that show up. Besides, those four will be fine even if I don't have to step in." The underground passage was once a complex subterranean traffic hub, now abandoned and used only as a corridor between towns. A warrior with a look of pure terror on his face was running for his life. A streak of red light pursued him closely from behind. In the blink of an eye, the red light morphed into a hand, striking him down in an instant. A giant red hand with long, black claws casually lifted the head of another warrior. These human warriors are so pathetically weak. The demon, with its massive, fire-red body, scratched its head. It let go, and the lifeless warrior fell to the ground. The demon continued to wander through the underground passage, searching for a way out. "I'm lost. How did I get lost down here?" The demon stepped over the warriors' corpses and continued onward. It was a second-stage demon. Abilities, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Kill log, 21 new recruits, 9 first-stage warriors, 2 second-stage warriors. Meanwhile, Aki's group had just begun to enter the tunnel. Sumo, camera in hand, had sparkling eyes as she constantly snapped photos of the underground passage. "Ooh, so this is the underground passage? I never knew something like this was down here." Sumo took pictures of everything in front of and behind her, but it looks like a really old structure. When was it built? Ji Yaotang half closed his eyes. "Ha, this passage has been around longer than I have." Sumo didn't even spare the old cobwebs from her camera lens. She crouched down to snap a photo as a memento, then asked curiously, "It looks so run down. Do people really still use this?" Ji Yaotang explained. "After the Dawn War, countless great warriors fell. The number of elite warriors dropped sharply, making it impossible to expand our territory or carry out large-scale missions. As a result, the supply of energy crystals, which are vital for our survival, began to dwindle due to the shortage of crystals needed to supply massive amounts of power. This vast network of underground passages was gradually abandoned. This particular passage was built during the era of the great King Aki. At that, everyone in Liu's squad simultaneously turned to look at Aki, who was walking at the very back of the group. Sumo laughed, "Oh, Aki. It was built during the era of a king with the same name as you." Aki put his hands behind his head, looking completely at ease. "Humph, as it should be." Ji Yaotang, who was leading the way, heard him cheerfully taking credit and grew angry. He couldn't help but turn and shout at Aki, as what should be, "You just share his name. It's not your accomplishment. Don't you dare make a joke out of our greatest warrior." Aki flinched from the shouting. He looked at Ji Yao Tang and rubbed his head sheepishly. Io, give me a break. Captain Ji Yao Tang. Sumo burst out laughing. Haha. It looks like Captain Ji Yao Tang has smoke coming out of his ears. Shino laughed heartily, and even the usually stoic Situ Liu couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Pfft, what an idiot. Ji Yao Tang cleared his throat twice, trying to cover his embarrassment. He thought to himself, hanging around these kids is making me too lax. I'm losing my image. He shot them a stern glare and ordered, pick up the pace. Keep moving. Aki stared at the underground passage, his mind wandering. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but this massive undertaking was actually my idea back in the day. Aki followed everyone forward, his expression turning serious. But, Captain Ji Yao Tang, there's one thing you got wrong. They call it an underground passage, but it's actually a massive network of subterranean cities. Back in the day, it didn't just connect all the towns, big and small, it was also an incredibly safe and bustling trade route. Aki ran his hand along the tunnel wall. He just never imagined that the project once hailed as the greatest miracle of its time would fall into ruin after his death. A sad glint flashed in Aki's eyes. For a moment, the silhouette of a great king with a regretful expression appeared over him. Just then, Shino suddenly spoke up. Captain Ji Yao Tang, is the energy crystal you just mentioned like the demon cores we have on our chests? Ji Yao Tang replied, that's right. You can think of it as a collection of demon cores. A single demon core can provide energy for us warriors. So what happens when you gather and refine a bunch of demon cores? Following this principle, after many failed attempts, they finally succeeded in combining them and refining them into energy crystals, which are essentially large-scale power cores. These energy crystals can supply the operational power for all the current towns. It's equivalent to the electricity of the old world. High-level towns organize hunting missions to collect demon cores, refine them into energy crystals, and then distribute them to the other regions. S-Rank is the center, then A, then B, and finally C. Ji Yao Tang said as he led the team forward. This time, the B-rank town you're all going to is PE. Not only will this be an eye-opening experience for you, but we're also there to pick up the energy crystal allotment for our town. FF, Sumo asked curiously. What happens if a town's energy core runs out and isn't replaced? Ji Yao Tang turned to look at everyone, his expression a little grim as he answered, total paralysis. Hearing this, the members of Liu's squad were all shaken. Without energy, you can't live a normal life. The town's most important weapons and defensive structures would become useless. Ultimately, with no protection and no equipment functioning, people would be forced to abandon their homes. Exile. That's a town's greatest disaster. The members of Liu's squad looked worried, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ji Yao Tang laughed and said, haha, no need to be so tense. Our town isn't that large, and our current energy crystal has enough power for about 3 months. We go to Peace City every month anyway. This trip is just to pick up a spare, so you can relax. Sumo glanced at him, sticking out her tongue and making a face, thinking to herself, sheesh, the captain is so dramatic. Humph. Ji Yao Tang instructed them. You all need to be prepared this time. The city we're going to is a B-ranked town. They don't just have a few Phase 2 core warriors, they even have 2 Phase 3 core warriors. His expression grew a bit heavy. I heard one of them has a sync rate of 69%, which is insane. Everyone was amazed, their eyes shining. Shino couldn't help but repeat, wow, a Phase 3 core warrior, with a 69% sync rate. Sumo exclaimed, really? That's so strong. Aki stood behind everyone, one hand on his hip and the other holding his backpack, thinking to himself, hey, right behind you is the strongest Phase 7 core warrior with a stable sync rate of 96%. Sumo happened to spot a red button on the wall. Huh? What's this? As she spoke, she reached out to press it. Seeing this, Aki quickly shouted, stop, don't press it. Ji Yao Tang rushed over and furiously rapped Sumo hard on the head. Don't touch things randomly in here. It's a good thing Aki was paying attention. Sumo rubbed the bump on her head and whined, but the button was just sitting there. My hand had a mind of its own. Ji Yao Tang closed the protective cover over the button and explained, this is an emergency lockdown button. When a critical situation occurs, it seals off the passages. On the button, written inside a black and yellow warning frame, are the words, Absolute Seal. Ji Yao Tang looked up at the ceiling of the circular tunnel behind them. See that? Once pressed, a massive, heavy steel plate will slam shut in an instant. This is a last resort measure used in the most dangerous moments to preserve the other passages and cities. Aki stood to the side, his hands in his pockets. Looks like the tunnel's critical functions are still operational. Suddenly, he felt a powerful tremor run through his entire body. His brow furrowed, his gaze sharpened, and his whole body went on high alert. Such strong killing intent. It's coming from up ahead, and something is approaching. Seeing Aki shift into a combat stance and move forward, Ji Yaotang worriedly reached out to stop him, but then he froze, catching the scent of fresh blood. Did Aki sense it a step ahead of me? Ji Yaotang looked at Aki's back, thinking, there's no way his sense of smell is better than mine. Was it just instinct? Now's not the time to think about that. Ji Yaotang shouted, everyone, prepare for battle. Drop your bags and hold formation. Everyone shouted back, yes, sir. A moment later, the tunnel ahead of them was covered in a red liquid. This is blood. Ji Yaotang looked towards Peril City, shocked and worried. What happened? In the dark tunnel, a red gleam appeared before them. Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth. What is that? A demon. A warrior was sprinting towards them. Ji Yaotang and Aki shouted at the same time, you're a warrior from Peril City. The heavily wounded warrior clutched his chest as he ran towards them. You're from FF City. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Aki looked at him worriedly and asked, hey, are you okay? Ji Yaotang rushed over. He's injured. What happened in Peril City? The badly wounded warrior collapsed on the ground, struggled to get his last words out. It was demons. A demon tide. Attack Peril City. Peril City has sounded the city abandonment alert. Ji Yaotang's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. Situ Liu looked at Ji Yaotang and yelled, Captain, what's a city abandonment alert? Should we go provide backup? Ji Yaotang remained silent for a moment before speaking grimly. For any city, the abandonment alert is only sounded under one condition. When every last warrior in the city has been killed in action. Everyone was stunned and terrified. Aki gripped his dagger, his hand trembling. The city has fallen. How many people died this time? Before anyone could react, a streak of golden light shot out from the dark tunnel. The golden light struck the fallen warrior with perfect accuracy. Aki was startled. Damn it, I was distracted. I couldn't react in time. The golden light dragged the fallen warrior into the darkness right before their eyes. A demon grabbed the warrior's head. Found you. It stepped out of the shadows, holding the warrior. Oh, there are still more people? It bared its sharp teeth. It'll be hard to report back if I don't kill them all. The warrior from Peril used his last ounce of strength to say, run, hurry. Before he could finish, the demon snapped the warrior's neck. Dead men tell no tales. The demon slammed its hand against the tunnel wall, the warrior's body still clutched in its grasp. Its mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened and closed repeatedly. Time to kill the rest. The demon braced itself against the wall. Stepping into the light was a second-stage demon. Core, red, fire attribute. Its kill record, 21 new warriors, 10 first-stage warriors, and 2 second-stage warriors. The second-stage demon held a long whip in its hand, and at the end of the whip was a sharp blade, still stained with the blood of innocent warriors. It looked them over. So many humans. As it spoke, it walked toward Ji Yaotang's group. It gripped part of the whip's end and spun it at an incredible speed. The blade on the whip formed an extremely sharp, golden arc of light. Which one? Who should I start with? It opened its mouth, a slimy fluid dripping from within. Hey, I've decided. You're first. The moment it finished speaking, the blade on its long whip shot out, transforming into a streak of golden light that instantly flew towards Shino. Shino couldn't react in time, frozen in place, his eyes wide as he watched the blade get closer and closer. A flash of red light shot past, and Ji Yaotang moved at lightning speed to block Shino. His hands made contact with the blade, trying to stop it. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the blade was deflected into the ceiling of the passage. The demon casually scratched its face with its claw. Oh, not bad. You're much stronger than the last ones. The arm Ji Yaotang had used to block the blade was now bleeding and trembling uncontrollably. He panted, exhausted. This fire attribute, second stage demon, is stronger than I thought. Damn it, I can't block an attack like that again. Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth. This wasn't the time to show off. Protecting these kids was the priority. With no time to think, Ji Yaotang signaled for Aki, Situ Liu, Sumo, and Shino to turn around and run in the opposite direction at full speed. The demon immediately sped up in pursuit. Trying to run, are you? It stomped its foot, launching the bladed whip to chase right after them. Its power was so immense that even Ji Yaotang couldn't withstand it. He hurriedly shouted, "The button. Get through that door. I'll hit the button." But the demon wouldn't let them go. It lunged to attack Ji Yaotang before he could get them through the door. "You're all going to die." Just then, Aki suddenly stopped. He forcefully pushed Ji Yaotang forward, taking the full brunt of the demon's attack and rolling several times on the ground. Ji Yaotang and the others were pushed through the door, falling flat on their faces. They all cried out in pain, Both Shino and Ji Yaotang screamed at the same time. Aki. Ji Yaotang turned his head. Aki had stabbed his dagger into the ground to stop himself. The demon walked up behind him. You've only bought yourself a few more seconds. I told you. It lunged forward. You are all going to die. Aki stood up and glanced at the demon. He turned to face it, one hand tightly gripping his dagger. And with the other, he smashed a protective cover over the button and pressed the red switch directly. The door behind him immediately began to close. Aki. Situ, Liu screamed, rushing forward. Be careful. Get over here. Aki turned to look at her, his expression perfectly calm. The demon got closer and closer to him until the door shut completely. Aki. Situ Liu collapsed to the ground. Situ Liu got up and frantically pounded on the door, calling for Aki. Are you okay? There was no reply. Ji Yaotang's face went pale, his head bowed as he remembered. Right before Aki pushed him away, he had told him to protect the other three. Ji Yaotang looked at Situ Liu, Sumo, and Shino, his expression unreadable. Everyone, calm down. Aki, he gave us a chance to survive. We can't waste his sacrifice. It's not safe here. We have to leave immediately. Shino shouted, Captain, that's a second-stage demon. Even Aki would have trouble dealing with a second-stage demon. Sumo immediately added, That's right. We can't just leave Aki behind. Situ Liu punched the door hard, yelling, Break down the door and save Aki. Ji Yaotan explained, This door is made of special materials, reinforced with alloys. It can withstand an attack from a third-stage demon, at the very least. It won't be easy to break. It's also well secured. We can't even hear what's happening on the other side. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Shino anxiously stepped forward. Captain, please reconsider. Sumo agreed, Yeah. Is there really no other way? Situ Liu clenched her fists, suggesting a more feasible plan. Let's go back and get Captain Joel and Captain Jago. Please give the order, Captain Ji Yaotang. Ji Yaotang closed his eyes and said helplessly, No. Even with Joel and Jago, there's no guarantee. But then, as if realizing something, his eyes shot open. Yes, there's another way. Follow me, back the way we came. Ji Yaotang led the squad, rushing forward. These are the forks in the passage. One of them leads to the town of Genarian. We can ask for their help there. Ji Yaotang stopped in front of a fork in the path. This is it. Go! The group sprinted into the passage at full speed. Choosing this path meant leaving the other door and the B-rank town behind. They were putting all their faith in Aki's survival. On the other side of the door, streaks of the demon's blue blood splattered against the metal. It stared at Aki in shock. This seemingly weak warrior had actually managed to injure it. Aki pulled out his dagger, kicked the demon back, and braced himself on the ground. After activating his demon form, a blood-red horn appeared on his forehead. Finally, no need to hide my power anymore. The demon looked at Aki, confused. Are you human or demon? Aki grinned. I'm not so sure myself. But you're going to have to try a lot harder now. Maybe I shouldn't have transformed in front of them. But right now, I'm just curious about that fire attribute of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki unleashed his power. His eyes began to glow, and he licked his lips with a crazed look as a red aura enveloped him. The demon said in shock, First stage. No, that aura is stronger than a first stage. Aki completed his transformation. Countless vines sprouted around him, and he directed them to charge toward the second stage demon. The demon wasn't scared at all. It crouched down and roared. If you're a first stage wood attribute, then my fire is the perfect counter for you. The moment it finished speaking, a massive flame erupted around the demon, incinerating all the vines Aki had sent. Seeing this, Aki remained silent and calm. The demon, unaware of the impending danger, bared its teeth from its fiery mouth. Then I'll just eat you and convert you into my own power. Heh. It opened its mouth wide, and a fireball began to form inside. It roared, and the fireball instantly grew in size, flying straight at where Aki was standing. A glint flashed in Aki's eyes as he nimbly dodged the fireball. The fireball slammed into the door, but had no effect at all. Using his vines, Aki instantly launched himself toward the demon. The demon was a bit surprised, but its expression quickly turned to scorn. Close combat? You can't even touch me. Getting close is just suicide by fire. Aki ignored its words, circling behind the demon. His hand formed a claw, and if you look closely, you could see streaks of water on it. Aki used his water attribute to attack, his palm piercing straight through its body, accurately grabbing its core. Who told you I only had the wood attribute? Now, I'm the one who counters you. Water element. You're a human with two elements. The demon exclaimed in shock. But before it could even utter its last words, Aki ripped the demon core right out of its body. A massive explosion erupted as the demon's body blew apart, sending up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Through the smoke, Aki looked absolutely terrifying. He stood there, still in his demon form, clutching the core in one hand and the skull of the Stage 2 demon in the other. Just then, the sound of dozens of demons echoed from the tunnel as they charged out all at once, trampling over each other in their hunger to attack Aki. Hearing them, Aki glanced toward the tunnel. The horde of demons rushed toward him, baring their sharp teeth as they closed in. Aki thought to himself, "Stageless demons. Looks like the sound of the fight lured them here." He then looked down at the demon core in his hand and muttered, "A Stage 2 fire element core. What kind of power will you grant me?" Without hesitation, he crushed the demon heart. The moment he did, it unleashed a massive blast of energy, knocking the approaching demons back. Aki raised his hand and shouted, "Fire demon, become my strength." He then absorbed the energy into his own demon core. Instantly, Aki spread his arms as the energy enveloped his entire body, the final rays of light reaching his eyes. At that moment, Aki completed his evolution into a Stage 2 demon. Two long, red horns sprouted from his temples, and his eyes turned a piercing gold. "Excellent. I can feel the blazing inferno raging within my body." The demons continued to howl fiercely, baring their teeth to attack. Seeing this, Aki thought, "These stageless demons are a real nuisance." Then, he remembered something. That's right. He opened his mouth, mimicking the attack from the demon he just fought. An orb of energy slowly began to gather in front of his mouth. Thinking, "So, this is how you use fire?" He unleashed the blast toward the demons like a whirlwind, incinerating them into dust. The attack was so far-reaching it left not a single demon standing. As the demons screamed within the sea of flames, Aki walked calmly through the blaze. "You animals, let your pathetic screams be a tribute to the soldiers who died in this tunnel." After saying that, Aki walked forward, leaving the fire to incinerate the demons behind him. At the tunnel exit, debris and fallen electrical equipment were scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a blast of fire erupted from below, blowing the door that blocked the way clean off. From below, Aki's silhouette appeared, calmly walking up the stairs through the thick smoke. The moment he set foot outside, Aki froze, stunned by the sight before him. The exit was surrounded by the corpses of innocent people lying in pools of their own blood. The entire city was engulfed in flames. Collapsed buildings lay in ruins, and there were no signs of life anywhere. Aki stared in shock at the devastation before him and thought, the B-rank city, Qing Town, completely destroyed. He then began to walk slowly, stepping carefully past the corpses of the fallen. As he walked, he thought, this must be the work of a very high-level demon. Just then, he noticed a soldier, impaled through the torso by wood elemental branches. He analyzed the scene, a one-hit kill. As Aki continued forward, he concluded, this was a large area of effects skill. This level of power. It has to be a Stage 3 demon massacring civilians. He imagined everyone being incinerated by the demon and curse under his breath. Damn it. Just then, a gust of wind blew past, carrying smoke and causing a murder of crows to take flight. As Aki's gaze followed the crows, he was startled to see a pair of legs dangling high above. There, impaled on the branches of a tree, were two soldiers. Looking closer, Aki realized they were the two Stage 3 core soldiers, but they were already dead. He just stood there in silence, staring up at them. He then activated his wood elemental power. The branches slowly extended and gently lowered the bodies of the two soldiers to the ground. Aki then bowed his head in silence. You are all brilliant soldiers. He reached out and gently closed the eyes of one of the warriors who had died with them open. Looking at the two fallen heroes, Aki's heart grew heavy. Rest in peace. At least now you can finally rest. He imagined how fiercely they must have fought against the demons, musing to himself, this was a brutal war. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. You damn demon. What do you think you're doing to them? Hearing the voice, Aki was surprised. A survivor, he thought. He turned and saw a man holding a knife, his whole body trembling, eyes filled with tears. But he still managed to shout, your appearance. You must be a high-level demon who can take human form. They saved my life. If you dare to desecrate their bodies, I won't let you. Aki closed his eyes, his expression sorrowful. He wanted to explain, but he knew that in his current state, this kid would never believe him. This is complicated. Just then, while their attention was elsewhere, a demon lunged at the man. Aki was caught off guard for a second. The survivor, overwhelmed by the sudden assault, lost consciousness. He began to fall backward. Aki quickly unleashed his power, defeating the demons that had surrounded the man, and caught his head just before it hit the ground. Damn it, there are still stageless demons hiding in the city. He then used his wood element recovery power to heal the man. Don't talk, let me heal you. The survivor was exhausted and could only use the last of his strength to whisper, what are you, a demon or a human? And with those words, the man collapsed in Aki's arms, stunning him for a moment. Aki asked himself, what am I now, a demon or a human? As if sensing a presence, more demons rushed in, completely surrounding them. Aki slowly stood up. Whether I'm a demon or a human, he surveyed the horde and narrowed his eyes. There's one thing that will never change. He made a resolution to kill every single demon. As they lunged forward, his wings of fire fully materialized. He stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him as he launched himself like a rocket right into the heart of the enemy swarm. But instead of engaging them head-on, he soared into the sky. Then, he rained down fireballs over a massive area to wipe out the entire horde. Aki landed softly, not too far away. He turned to look behind him and muttered, "So the flames on my back don't just increase my speed, they can also release explosive sparks. It's a shame I can't fly." So he continued his assault on the demons. "Let's try this." The demons hit by his attack were helpless, sent flying into the air. Aki immediately shot toward them, quickly grabbing the neck of a demon suspended in midair. He poured his flames into the demon's body, channeling his energy into it, causing large embers to erupt from its skin. As he slammed the demon into the ground, he shouted, "Go back to the filth you crawled out of." A faint smile appeared on Aki's face as he whispered, "Surprise." And then, the demon he had just thrown down suddenly exploded, shaking the very earth. Seeing this, Aki couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. So I can make a demon bomb by compressing flames and injecting them into a demon's body. It seems this elemental power, combined with a little creativity, can open up a lot of new possibilities. Seeing their comrade explode so horrifically, the other demons looked at Aki in terror. They let out a collective roar and immediately turned to flee. He glared down at the fleeing demons, determined not to let a single one escape. Without a word, he shot toward them like an arrow. As soon as he landed, he slammed his hands into the ground, unleashing a technique that created two pillars of fire on either side, incinerating the demons and turning them to ash. Standing in the middle, he watched them burn away and chuckled softly, "Too late, you beasts." A moment later, all the fleeing demons had been annihilated. Aki casually stepped on the head of a dead demon. He thought about his squad members. They had been so excited about this mission. Captain Ji Yaotang had wanted to come here to get an energy crystal. He wondered how they were doing now. The Ferris Town Energy Core can only last another 3 months, but the road to PER is now closed. If I can't bring an energy crystal back, the entire town will be in danger. He resolved to find this place's energy crystal storage. He had to bring at least one back. With that thought, Aki scanned his surroundings and realized there was no clear path forward. He frowned, considering his options. He couldn't just wander around aimlessly. He had to think about the resources and equipment he had on hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He used his power to summon tree roots. It was a good thing he could also use wood-based abilities. He controlled the roots to probe the surrounding area. Energy crystals are part of the core, so they should emit energy fluctuations. I can try to scout the entire town, sense the energy fluctuations, and pinpoint the crystal's location. A moment later, the roots began to burrow deep into the ground. They began to search the area. Sensing the roots were close to finding what he wanted, Aki channeled more power into them. Just like that, the roots discovered the energy crystal. Aki's eyes followed them, and he rejoiced internally. Found it. Instantly, Aki shot forward like a bullet. He saw a large hole in the middle of the ground and thought, "The energy fluctuations underground are extremely weak. It must be well protected." Perfect. Without hesitation, he jumped straight into the pit. As he descended, he looked toward the energy crystal and was taken aback. Whoa, there's a cave system down here. Finally, Aki landed softly and looked up at the energy crystal. So this is the energy transmission system of a B-class town? It's magnificent. But then, a sound suddenly echoed from behind him. "Soldiers, please step away from the crystal. Soldiers, please." Hearing this, Aki turned his head toward the source of the sound. An automated broadcast. There it is, the crystal storage. He then rushed straight toward it. I wonder how many are hidden here. As he stepped inside, his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Behind the door was nothing but devastation, with dead bodies scattered all around. These were the people who had tried to protect the crystal stones. Seeing this, Aki's face twisted in anger as he cursed the demons in his mind. Damn it. Damn these demons. He stepped forward, taking in the scene on both sides. These soldiers fought to protect the crystals until their last breath. He walked over and touched a red crystal. The attack was very specific. The demons that broke in here were aiming to destroy the crystals. It's like they were ordered to attack this place. They're much smarter than the demons I've faced before. He let out a sigh. It seems there aren't any intact energy crystals left here. I'll have to find the underground base to get some gear and supplies. He clenched his teeth, his resolve hardening. I have to bring an energy crystal back, no matter what. If Captain Ji Yaotang and the others are also in trouble, then Ferris City is facing a major crisis. Aki quickly came to a conclusion. He had to find a new town within 3 months, and he had to bring an energy crystal back to Ferris City. Just then, an alarm blared from the equipment room door. A bright light flashed from behind it, shining straight ahead. Aki slammed his foot on the gas. The wheels spun rapidly, kicking up sparks from the friction with the ground as he took off like the wind. Aki drove the car straight out, speeding forward. He just kept speeding along. A single command echoed in his mind, set out to find a new town. Sitting in the car, Aki was lost in thought. The area outside the town hasn't been scouted yet, and the fog will get thicker at night. In just a short while, he reached a desert terrain, where a once great city was now buried under sand. These ruins used to be a place teeming with life. Now they're probably a resting spot for demons. Aki muttered to himself as he drove, glancing down at the map in his hand. The next town is marked on the map. This should be the right direction. While Aki was driving, someone was watching him intently from the side. That person quickly took out a knife and cut a rope. Suddenly, the tree trunks tied by the rope were released, startling Aki. He quickly swerved to the side to dodge them. With his expert driving skills, he made a sharp turn, looping around the falling trunks. And just like that, he avoided it in the nick of time. After dodging the trap, Aki got out of the car. He took off his glasses and muttered, "What was that?" Then he looked at the tree trunks that had just fallen in front of him and thought, "It's not a demon. There's a rope. Could it be humans?" All of a sudden, someone appeared before him and ordered, "Don't move." The person aimed a gun straight at him and shouted, "Who are you? What hunting squad are you from? State your name." And this person was a member of a hunting squad. They are human warriors who don't live in the towns, often forming small teams with extremely strict requirements for individual abilities. Aki looked at the person in front of him and sighed internally. "Ha! Just my luck. It really is a hunting squad." The member of the hunting squad stood on some wooden planks and yelled loudly, "State your name. I won't ask again." Hearing this, Aki thought to himself, "What a pain. I can't believe I ran into a member of a hunter squad out here." He quickly raised his hands to explain, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not part of any hunter squad. I'm just an ordinary soldier passing through. Hunter squads are human soldiers who don't live in the towns. They typically operate in teams and have very strict requirements for individual abilities, roaming outside the towns with no fixed base of operations. Their main purpose is exploration and gathering materials, operating as a highly organized armed unit." The other person heard this and yelled, "A soldier. Ha, what a blatant lie. Town soldiers don't come this far out by themselves. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf Hunters, aren't you?" He thought in surprise, "The Silver Wolf Hunters." Then he calmly replied, "No, like I said, I'm not a member of any hunter squad. It's just really hard to explain right now." But the other person paid no attention to his words. She immediately raised her gun and yelled. And just like that, a shot rang out. But the bullet only hit the ground next to Aki's feet. This made him look over, speechless. She continued to scream furiously, "Shut up. You demons are all worse than animals. Are my comrades from the Luoshang Hunter Squad still alive? Answer me." Hearing those words, Aki stared at her and thought to himself, "The Luoshang Hunter Squad. Did she just ask if her comrades are still alive? It seems that damned Silver Wolf Squad got to them." With that thought, he calmly looked at the person before him. "Listen, right now I can't prove whether I'm a soldier or a member of a hunter squad, but we can't communicate if you keep pointing that gun at me." She didn't reply, but slowly lowered her gun. Suddenly, Aki glanced to the side. He could sense someone else was there. Seeing this, her suspicion returned and she aimed her gun at him again. "Don't move." In the next instant, several bullets shot straight through the girl's hand, leaving her stunned. In the distance, two dark figures on a vehicle were speeding towards them. One of them looked at his partner and sneered. "Hey, take out the one with the weapon first." So Luo Shang really did have survivors. We can report back to the boss and claim our reward. Let's go check it out. And these were the men from the scout squad of the Silver Wolf Hunters. Meanwhile, the girl, who had been shot unexpectedly in the hand, lost all her strength and could no longer hold her gun. She thought to herself, "Is that the Silver Wolf Squad? Damn it. I can't even lift my hand." One of the two men got off and grabbed her by the head, laughing mockingly. Well, it's a girl. Excellent." Then he lifted her head. "Come on, let's see the pretty face of yours." Injured, the girl could only glare up at him with pure hatred. The man turned to his accomplice. "Holy shit, get a load of this. She's a real looker. Before we take her back to the boss, let's have some fun with her first." Aki couldn't just stand by and watch this any longer. He rushed forward and kicked the guy. The other man saw this and stared at him, wide-eyed in alarm. He sent the man flying with a kick and then landed gracefully. Aki stood protectively in front of the girl and spoke. "I don't want to get involved in the personal grudges between your hunter squads, but it seems you Silver Wolf Hunters really are a bunch of trash. I've already had to deal with a lot of crap today, and I'm in a very bad mood. Before I lose my temper, Glaring at the man, he snarled out a single word. Scram. Seeing this, the terrified man quickly raised his gun, thinking Aki was a demon. But Aki blocked the gun with his hand, gripping it tightly, then looked at the man furiously. Having a gun pointed at me twice in one day is really pissing me off. He trembled. You can go. We, the Silver Fox, will spare your life. But without a word, Aki used his wood element power. And then, tree roots burst from the ground, forming a fist that punched the man high into the air. The girl behind him watched, completely stunned. After the punch, the man flew several meters before landing painfully on the ground. Clutching his stomach, he yelled, "A core. You have a core device. Are you human or a demon?" Aki held the gun he'd been crushing with his power and repeated the man's question. Human or demon? Then, in an instant, he crushed the gun in his hand into pieces. He advanced on the man step by step, his voice an angry growl. To you, it doesn't matter. After that, only the man's terrified screams echoed across the area. Next, Aki used his power to slowly heal the girl's wound, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I just happen to have a healing ability. The bullet only went through the muscle in your arm, so all we need to do is restore the damaged tissue." Afterward, she shyly and silently turned her head to look behind her, and on the ground lay the corpse of the man who had attacked them. It was now tightly bound and impaled by iron rods. The girl looked down at her wound, which was almost completely healed, and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It's really healed. This is unbelievable. Is that a skill? I've heard that 4-core soldiers can possess skills, and that they create extraordinary, almost magical phenomena. You're so powerful. She looked up at him excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Could you be a 5-core soldier? Meanwhile, Aki thought to himself, I can clearly feel the power of a 2-phase demon inside my body. Although the power I'm unleashing is much stronger than any 2-core soldier I remember. But he just smiled brightly and replied, I'm a 2-core soldier. I just have a special ability, that's all. Hearing this, the girl was so overjoyed that she quickly bowed to him in apology. 2-core is still amazing. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. I'm truly sorry for pointing my gun at you earlier. It's all right. You have to be careful when you're alone outside the town walls. He looked at her and asked, By the way, I need to get to the nearest town. Do you know where it is? She was silent for a few seconds before slowly answering, I know the way, but if you're going, could you please take me with you? Aki couldn't help but be surprised by her request. We just met. We don't even know each other's names. Why do you trust me so much? What do you need to do there? The girl bit her lip. The nearest town is Sinway, a very small town. She then began to explain. That place has been occupied by the damned Silver Wolf Hunters. A few days ago, my squad, the Luosheng Hunters, tried to liberate the town from them, but we failed. My comrades actually had a chance of winning, but we didn't expect that the leader of the Silver Wolf Hunters had recently broken through to become a 3-core soldier. His strength increased dramatically. My captain was a 2-core soldier. He was no match for a 3-core. In the end, I was the only one lucky enough to escape. If liberating the town won't interfere with your mission, I want to ask for your help. I will risk my life to assist you. Hearing this, Aki looked at her as a memory surfaced. In his past life, although hunter squads existed, under his management, there were never situations where they overstepped their bounds like this. Now they dare to forcibly occupy the town. What is the administrator doing? The girl continued her story. Besides, I heard the Silver Wolf hunting party occupy the town to steal the energy crystals. I don't know what their purpose is. Hearing this, Aki seemed to realize their goal was indeed the energy crystals. He then thought to himself, they dare to steal the town's primary energy source. Then, he slowly stood up and led the way. Either way, he growled angrily. It's enough to piss me off. The scene changes to a road winding through rolling hills and dense forests, where Aki and the girl are driving forward together. The girl announced, Up ahead is Xinwei Town. All right, we need to hide the car before we get any closer to the town. As soon as he finished speaking, the car came to a stop. Aki quickly got out, looking around as he thought to himself, I have no memory of this town from my past life. It wasn't even on the map, and now it's been taken over by the Silver Wolf Hunters. After a quick scan, he was about to enter the town for a closer look when suddenly, a demon appeared behind him, baring its fangs, ready to attack. The girl turned, saw it, and gasped in shock, then screamed, a demon. At the same time, a horde of demons lunged forward, surrounding them. Without a word, Aki used his wood-based powers. Roots shot out from the ground, tightly binding the demons. The moment he slammed his fist on the ground, the roots simultaneously crushed the demons. He looked at them coldly. Just cooperate a little. These beasts can't be allowed to interfere with our infiltration. We can't kill them yet. The stench of demon blood will probably attract more of their kind. Then, he calmly turned and urged the girl, Let's go. The girl grew more and more impressed. Okay, yes, she replied eagerly, hurrying after him while thinking to herself, he's so strong. Whether it's the town or his teammates, there's really hope now. As the two of them were hiding behind a bush to observe, Aki suddenly spoke up. Strange, the town has no guards. That's right, even the main gate is wide open. Suddenly, the figure of a person carrying someone else emerged from the gate. Seeing this, Aki quickly announced, someone's coming out. But the man, carrying a young boy in his arms, cried out in terror, help, because behind him, a hunter was reaching out to grab him. He quickly seized the man's head and slammed it violently into the ground. Witnessing this, the girl couldn't hold back any longer and raised her gun, "You silver wolf scum." Seeing her about to act rashly, Aki immediately grabbed her gun and glared at her. That will give away our position. Let me handle this. Just then, a giant arm reached out from behind the gate. Seeing this, Aki quickly looked over and saw the giant hand grabbing both the man and the boy. Then, the hand slowly retracted behind the gate as even the hunters stood by and watched. Over here, the girl screamed in terror. There's a demon in the city. Meanwhile, Aki was calculating his next move. If there's a demon, we can't wait to formulate a plan. We have to charge in and save whoever we can. With that thought, he instantly flashed forward, stunning the girl. In a flash, he took down the two hunters. Seeing this, the girl also rushed forward. Wait for me. This was my request to begin with. As she ran past the two motionless hunters on the ground, she couldn't help but feel amazed. The Silver Wolf members he had just defeated. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and, observing the two more closely, was shocked. What's going on? Their flesh looks rotten. It's like they've been dead for days. Then she looked up ahead and shouted, the city is full of Silver Wolf members. But Aki paid her no mind, launching himself forward like a rocket and taking them down one by one. He grabbed a knife from one of them and realized they're all corpses, controlled by a demon's special ability. Then he decisively brandished the knife and attacked them. In that case, I don't need to hold back. With his speed and strength, Aki cut them down one by one like a professional assassin. Afterward, he landed lightly on his feet. Aki looked down at the bodies, which were continuously emitting a strange aura. He thought, it's probably linked through these black threads on their bodies. Demons with this special ability usually act alone. Then he noticed a purple mist drifting in the distance. Looks like I'll have to follow the aura of these corpses to find it. Next, he called out to the girl. I'm going to save that father and son. You search the town and see if there are any other survivors. And just like that, the two went in separate directions to carry out their tasks. Aki ran past house after house, finally landing at a nearby shrine. Aki charged straight for the door, certain that this was the place. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open, but the sight before him left him stunned. The man and the boy were now just corpses. Seeing this, Aki cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, I was a step too late. And now, a demon had appeared before him out of nowhere, staring intently at him. Then, it spoke. Everything in this town belongs to me. Whether they're alive or dead, trying to escape the town is crossing the line. Then it beckoned to him. Come here, let me see who our guest is. That demon was a third-stage demon, with abilities like Death Core, Illusion, and Corpse Control. Its attributes were unknown. Aki stood there, watching it intently. Behind it were the energy crystals, 3 of them. The Silver Wolf hunters occupied the town to steal the energy crystals. Could that be what attracted the demon here? What does a demon want with energy crystals? The third-stage demon laughed loudly. Stranger, are you human or demon? But Aki just stared at it angrily without a word. And he thought to himself, as expected, it's a rare purple core. A Death Core demon possesses unique illusionary abilities, and so, Aki slowly approached it. You killed all the Silver Wolf members, didn't you? Even if the Silver Wolf captain had broken through to become a third-stage warrior, he probably wouldn't be a match for someone like you, who can control corpses. Hearing this, the demon asked in confusion, a third-stage warrior, who are you? Then, it suddenly pulled out the energy crystals. Are you talking about these? Suddenly, something rushed toward Aki, catching him by surprise. It was another demon, attacking him from the side, but luckily, he dodged it just in time. Aki immediately jumped back to get a better look. Only then did he see the demon and assess, a third-stage core warrior. That was the former captain of the Silver Wolf Hunters, a third-stage core warrior. Even more surprisingly, many bright spots began to glow in the dark corners, and one by one, figures emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, the third-stage demon shouted gleefully, Come on out, everyone, we have a guest. Seeing this, Aki frowned, thinking, it's not just the Silver Age Hunters, there are warriors from other towns too. There are way too many of them. Seeing his expression, the third-stage demon burst out laughing. Welcome to my party. The moment he finished speaking, those soldiers ferociously charged at Aki. The demons began to swarm him. Aki frowned in annoyance, thinking to himself, "A third-stage demon. And right now, I'm only in my second-stage form. If this was a normal third-stage demon, I'd have a bigger headache on my hands. But luckily, it's a necrocore demon, one that specializes in using illusions to control the fight rather than direct combat." Without another thought, he immediately summoned flames to engulf his hand and slammed a punch straight into the ground. The resulting energy blast radiated outward, both incinerating the demons and sending them flying. In a single blow, he wiped out all the demon warriors. The third-stage demon screamed in astonishment, "You're clearly no ordinary human." It then used its power to command the corpses to rise and fight again. But Aki calmly stated, "It's useless. I've already incinerated their bodies with my flames." The third-stage demon trembled upon hearing this. "Damn you. I worked so hard to collect those precious puppets." But Aki didn't back down. He replied coldly, "While it may be disrespectful to them, this is the best salvation they could hope for. Far better than being controlled by you." With no more corpses to control, he stomped his foot to launch himself forward. Quick as a flash, Aki appeared right in front of the third-stage demon with his knife. He yelled, "Your combat abilities are severely weakened now." He pummeled the demon relentlessly, giving it no chance to defend itself. Unable to hold on, the demon roared, "Final move. Core." Suddenly, the little boy stood in his way, forcing Aki to halt his attack. He stared at the child, stunned. Seeing his hesitation, the demon behind the boy laughed wickedly as it readied its fist. Then it screamed, "You hesitated," and landed a decisive punch on him. The blow was so powerful that even after hitting Aki, it slammed into the ground and created a tremor. Aki quickly dodged to the side, immediately using his water element ability to shield himself. Damn it, I still had to use my water element to avoid a fatal blow to my abdomen. Seeing this, the demon grinned at him. "I don't just specialize in control. I also possess the sharp metal element." Aki was taken aback, realizing the demon could use the metal element as well. He then used his wood element recovery to heal the wound. He thought deeply, "I need to treat this wound on my abdomen, and fast." The third-stage demon suddenly spoke up. "It seems I'll have to take a little risk to finish you. I must try the item I worked so hard to get." It then ordered the man's corpse to bring something over. In the man's corpse's hand was a vial filled with a green liquid. The demon looked at the two bodies again. "Both of you, father and son, have your uses," then took the vial. After taking the vial, it decisively brought it to its mouth and drank the contents in one gulp. Aki instantly felt something was wrong. He didn't know what that was, but his instincts screamed danger. Without waiting to fully recover, he pushed through the pain of his wound and charged forward to stop it. He then channeled fire into his knife, aiming straight for the third-stage demon. But by then, the demon had already swallowed the potion. It instantly created a lightning shield, blocking Aki's attack and knocking him backward. This caught Aki completely by surprise. "It sent me flying. Where did it get that burst of power? Did it forcibly absorb energy from an energy crystal?" "No way, that's impossible. The energy inside those crystals is a volatile power refined and concentrated by humans. Absorbing it directly would undoubtedly cause its body to rupture and kill it." He mumbled to himself, "I already confirmed this theory in my past life." But seeing the third-stage demon, he guessed that, although the energy in its body was volatile, it was being contained at a certain threshold because of that potion. That's definitely not something a demon could have created. How did it get its hands on that? Suddenly, the third-stage demon screamed, "Evolve! Evolve!" And just like that, a purple light enveloped its entire body. Seeing this, Aki realized it was using the energy crystal to evolve. In just a moment, the third-stage demon transformed into a fourth-stage, necrotype demon with illusion and metal abilities. Aki gritted his teeth, thinking irritably, "A fourth-stage demon. This is going to be a real pain." Seeing his expression, the new fourth-stage demon grew excited. So this is the power of a fourth stage? It then summoned several orbs around its hands. It launched the orbs into the air, and they shot straight towards Aki. A wicked smile spread across the fourth-stage demon's face. Gale of piercing metal. The orbs surrounded Aki, ready to strike, causing him to panic for a moment. Crap, it already has the skills of a fourth-stage demon. He quickly activated his wood element power. Tree roots sprouted up all around him. Just as the orbs fired a barrage of projectiles, Aki managed to shield himself within the tangled roots. But in an instant, the fourth-stage demon leaped in close and slammed a powerful blow right into him. That single blow sent him plummeting from the air straight into the ground. A thick cloud of dust and smoke filled the area. Aki lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move or fight back. Seeing this, the demon ruthlessly stomped down on him. It gloated triumphantly. "See, the gap between each stage of evolution is insurmountable. This is the end of the line for you." It then channeled power into its hand, adding, "But I do like you." Then it roared, "Become mine," as it prepared to impale Aki with its hand. As a corpse, of course. But just as the fourth stage demon's bladed hand neared Aki's neck, it stopped dead in its tracks. Suddenly, the very space around them began to warp. Lying motionless, even Aki was stunned. Space, it's bending. More of these spatial distortions began appearing around the fourth stage demon. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the distortion and grabbed the fourth stage demon's head. An icy voice echoed, "Hey." A strange demon started to crawl out from the warped space. It gripped the fourth stage demon's head tightly and whispered in its ear, "I can't have a small fry like you ruining my plans." Hearing this, the fourth stage demon trembled. "Could you be the Dark King?" But the other demon didn't answer, instead uttering a single word, "Compress." Instantly, it twisted the fourth stage demon's head aside, and its head was immediately sucked into another dimension. Then, to Aki's utter amazement, the rest of the fourth stage demon's body gradually disappeared. Now, with only dust and smoke left hanging in the air, the other demon set its feet on the ground. It was a fourth stage demon, the Dark King. That demon looked at Aki with excitement. As expected, you can't trust worthless trash like humans. The Red King slowly emerged, appeared more clearly before Aki's eyes, her appearance stunningly beautiful. Aki frowned at her, thinking to himself, an eighth flag demon. This oppressive feeling, it's just like the red one inside me. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He remembered another, a black eighth flag. At that moment, the female Red King approached him and spoke, "Pay it no mind. Who knows when the Red King will awaken, and besides, he can't even defeat the fourth flag." As expected, the human race truly is inferior. Aki retorted angrily, "What did you say?" She pointed a finger at him mockingly. "And you called yourself the strongest human? You're too slow on the uptake." Then, using her power, she cried out and lifted his pain-racked body into the air. Suddenly, the female Red King held a sphere in her hand, rushed forward, and yelled, "Now, be a good boy and evolve to the fourth flag." And with that, the sphere pierced straight through Aki's body. He immediately staggered back, letting out a cry. Then, he collapsed to his knees, looking down at where the sphere had been forced into him. She had just shoved the core of a fourth flag demon right into his chest, completely skipping the third flag. A moment later, the pain began to set in. Aki cried out in anguish, letting out blood-curdling screams. "I'm about to explode. My chest can't take it." The power within the fourth flag core was just too immense. "You idiot." The female Red King watched from the side, biting her nails and muttering to herself, "This is a real bust. Is he really this weak? He can't even absorb the power of a fourth flag." Aki roared, "No, I'm going to explode. This body can't handle it. Do something, you stupid demon. Do something." And just then, long cracks began to appear all over his body. The female Red King immediately used 8 space-locking shields to contain him. Then she yelled, "I've locked the space around you. You worthless human, hold on for me." At that, Aki's body swelled up. He cursed the female Red King and continued to scream in agony. At that moment, inside Aki, a figure with closed eyes growled, "Disturbing my slumber." Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The female Red King, standing to the side, exclaimed with joy, "That voice. Could it be?" In an instant, Aki's body had healed. He was furious, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Have you forgotten what I told you before?" In a flash, he punched and shattered the shield surrounding him. The female Red King, who had been standing there, was startled in amazement. Aki had now completely transformed into someone else. It was the Red King. Seeing him, the female Red King trembled and called out, "Red." Just like that, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. "You finally appeared." The Red King hugged her back affectionately, humming softly, "It's been a while." The female Red King looked at him and said, "I've been watching him this whole time. His power is too weak. He couldn't fight that newly evolved fourth flag. If he died, wouldn't you?" The Red King cupped her face and replied caringly, "This body needs constant forging. Human bodies are not like ours. They are weak, but also full of unknowns. He was supposed to evolve to the second flag through fusion, but you had him skip the third flag entirely to absorb a fourth flag's energy. His body absolutely couldn't handle it. However, the energy released by this fourth flag also temporarily awakened me from my deep slumber." The Red King warned her, "From now on, you are forbidden from interfering with his evolution again. He needs to evolve step by step to become the perfect vessel in the future." The Red King glanced at her. "Understand? Whatever you say." Then, she suddenly remembered something. "That's right, during the time you were faking your death, the other 4 king flags made their moves, but none of them acted decisively. A balance has formed between them, just as you predicted." Hearing this, the Red King let out a cold laugh. "In the beginning, they feared my power, so they ganged up to eliminate me. Now it seems that even without me, they can't change their suspicious nature. Perhaps they've forgotten their original mission. What about you? Have you been all right lately? They don't suspect you, do they? She quickly let out a cold huff. Lucky for you, you still remember me. Even if they are suspicious, they don't have the energy now to investigate what really happened back then. So I'm fine, don't worry about me. Then, she lightly touched the Red King's side and confessed, I just want to welcome back the strongest one. Hearing this, the Red King smiled and assured her, it's definitely just a matter of time. I forcibly evolved this body to the fourth flag, but he needs to gradually adapt and stabilize the power within him. You should also try not to get involved with this human, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and ruining our plans. She replied shyly, I just missed you, so I wanted to come visit, even if it's just your vessel. But just then, the girl who had entered with Aki caught their attention. The girl trembled. An eighth flag? How can an eighth flag demon exist? Seeing this, the female Red King covered her mouth and giggled. Ah, I forgot to clean up this area. The Red King stood to the side without a word, just staring intently at the girl. Just like that, the girl was completely reflected in the Red King's eyes, and then a slash appeared. At that moment, deep in his subconscious, as Aki was sinking, a voice echoed, So, you are the demon Aki. Hearing this, Aki snapped awake. The moment he regained consciousness was the moment he realized he was stabbing the girl who had been with him. He yelled in horror, the huntress. By then, the girl had lost consciousness. Seeing her like that, he cried out in anguish. He looked down at his trembling hands. I did this. Then he gritted his teeth, and his power erupted as he roared in agony. His power formed a pillar of energy that shot straight into the sky. Then, he clenched his jaw in fury, and finally reached a new state. The fourth flag form's evolution was complete. At this moment, Aki remembered the words the huntress had said to him. I want to go see Dawn City. After that, if I can, I want to become a florist's apprentice there. I really love flowers. Back in the present, he was still standing there, but the girl was no longer in front of him. She was now lying in a sea of flames. Her voice from the past still echoed. This apocalypse is so cruel. I feel like we need more beautiful flowers. After what had happened, Aki thought to himself, this is a mistake I can never forgive myself for. It happened because I couldn't suppress the demonic power inside me. I hope these flames can spare everyone from the demon's desecration, so they no longer have to suffer. With the fourth flag's power inside my body now, I'm in no mood to test it. There are too many problems to think about. I need to figure out every single clue. That female eighth flag demon with such terrifying abilities. I wonder what her relationship is with the king flag inside my body, the one that forced me to bypass the third flag stage and reach the fourth flag. Damn demons, what the hell are they plotting? That suspicious item the third stage demon used to break through to the fourth stage is unsettling. That's not something a demon can create. How did it get it? Or rather, who supplied it? Mechanical weapons of that level. I'm afraid only the most advanced cities could forge them. Could it have come from Dawn City? In any case, I need to find a large town quickly. At the very least, I have to report our safety to Captain Joel. He was also worried about how they were doing now. Then, he got in the car and put on his glasses. He hoped they got out of the tunnel safely and successfully reached a town. Just keep heading in this direction. There's an A-rank town called Pitia. At least from there, I can send a message to First City. And so, the last vehicle rolled forward. Another night passed. The next morning, Ji Yaotang's group of 4 had safely arrived at the A-rank town of Brian. Brian, a 5th stage core warrior and the combat commander, spoke up. I'm sorry, but we can't dispatch reinforcements. We just received news that the A-rank city of Pita has been hit by a high-level demon tide. The comrade you mentioned, Aki, is likely dead or in grave danger. Recklessly sending our warriors out for a rescue would be incredibly irresponsible. Ji Yaotang stood at attention, his voice loud. But, Commander, this warrior of ours, he has a unique talent. He might just be able to survive this. After hearing this, he replied coldly, here in the A-rank town of Brian, there's no shortage of young warriors with unique talents. But even they couldn't survive a demon tide of that scale. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang fell silent. But in this apocalypse, not a single life should be thrown away. I can't directly send a rescue party, but I will at least dispatch some scouts to check on the situation along their route. Ji Yaotang was startled when he heard that. He replied happily, Thank you, sir. I have other business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, make yourselves at home. The commander announced as he walked out. I wonder if the high-level demon tide in Peta City will affect Dawn City's demon hunting competition. Ji Yaotang replied calmly, I've heard about it. The demon hunting competition is being held soon, but as you know, our forest is just a C-rank town. That's fine. If you're interested, you can stay for a few days to learn about the only S-rank city, Dawn City. They're hosting the demon hunting competition. The minimum requirement for registration is a B-rank town. Although your town currently doesn't qualify, the 3 young warriors behind you might in the future. It's good to learn more. Feel free to look around this office, this town. All 4 of them bowed deeply. Ji Yaotang shouted, "Thank you." After the commander left, Sumo called out softly, "Captain Ji Yaotang." He turned and replied, "What is it, Sumo?" She asked curiously, "What's the demon hunting competition?" Ji Yaotang explained, "It's a competition that only Dawn City can host. Basically, they select the strongest new generation of warriors by having them hunt demons of various levels, and they also give them special rewards provided by Dawn City. It's a regular event, a goal for all warriors. Unfortunately, the minimum requirement to participate is a B-rank town, but I believe that you all will definitely have a chance to participate in the future," Shino said anxiously. "But Aki, I don't know how he is now. Dawn City's demon hunting competition. If he were here, he'd definitely be interested. To think that Peta City was hit by a high-level demon tide. I hope he can survive and wait until the demon tide is repelled." Sumo added, "I can't believe this happened the first time we left the city." Situ Liu, who was staring out the window, said, "Aki, he's in danger because of us." She just kept staring into the distance, and Ji Yaotang could only sigh. Then he comforted everyone. "All right, everyone. We can only wait for news from the scouts. I've already used the communicator here to report the situation to First City. For now, we'll stay in Bryan. It was hard to get here, so we should take the opportunity to learn and observe. There are many excellent warriors here." Outside, the sky was clear, and clouds drifted by. In the A-rank town of Pitia, 2 people were sitting in a room. One of them spoke. "We verified the information you brought us. It's just as you said, the B-rank city of Peta has been destroyed by a demon tide." The person flicked some ash from their cigarette. "Also, I've helped you send a message to the C-rank town of Forest, explaining your squad's situation. I believe you'll hear back soon. However, regarding your other request." The woman took a drag from her cigarette. "I'm very sorry." She rejected Aki. "We cannot provide you with energy crystals." And that person was the 5th stage core warrior, Pitia's combat commander, Baris. She explained that providing crystals isn't up to them. It's usually handled by the superior town through fixed distribution. Your superior town, Peta, has been destroyed. You can report this to Dawn City and request a new superior town be assigned. Hearing this, Aki thought to himself, Dawn City. I didn't expect the crystal distribution system to have such complicated rules. If that's the case, maybe I can make a trip to Dawn City and investigate that demon's breakthrough equipment at the same time. But whether I can even get into Dawn City is another problem. With that thought, he spoke up, "Thank you for the advice. I'd like to go to Dawn City to represent our town, Forest. Is that possible?" But she replied sternly, "No. Not unless you hold the position of captain in Forest. Or, you could get authorization from the town of Forest. Otherwise, you don't have the authority. We can't just let any random representative go and negotiate." He then thought to himself, "If I need to get authorization, I'll have to go all the way back. What a pain." But suddenly, she spoke again. "However, there is one other situation that would allow you to go, and that is to have a superior city vouch for you. For example, me." Aki asked in surprise, "You mean, you can vouch for me?" "I can, but I have a condition." Hearing this, Aki revealed an interested smile. "Oh, do tell." She smiled lightly and replied, "Dawn City's demon hunting competition. You've probably heard of it. If you can join our squad as an external recruit and act as our vanguard to scout for information during the competition, I'll vouch for you. But I'll tell you now, I can't guarantee your safety. A vanguard member in the demon hunting competition. Each team will send out a vanguard member. Their role is to scout the demon's level and gather initial intelligence, much like an intel operative. But due to the extreme difficulty of the demon hunting competition, the ranks of demons are also vast, so being a vanguard is extremely dangerous. Casualties are incredibly common. They're often considered cannon fodder. That's why warriors in the competition try their best to avoid this position. But Aki calmly replied, "It seems no one in your squad wants the job." "It's fine," he finally decided. "I'll accept." Then he thought to himself, "After all, this demon hunting competition is a large-scale event that I single-handedly founded." At the equipment warehouse, Baris and Aki were talking as they walked. She spoke first. "Making you the vanguard was a last resort. Basically, none of the participating towns choose to put an important member in the vanguard role. For the past few years, the vanguard has either ended up dead or seriously injured." She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "That's why I warned you beforehand. I can't guarantee your safety. I can only try my best to meet your requests for equipment." Then the two of them stepped into the equipment warehouse. Aki replied cheerfully, stepping forward. I get it. Let me take a look. As she watched his retreating figure, she silently sized him up. This guy, is his core rank symbol damaged and unreadable, or is he really just a no-stage core from a C-rank city? His strength can't be more than a dual-core warrior at best, but he seems incredibly confident in himself. A warrior from a C-rank city. Could he have some kind of ace up his sleeve? After looking around for a bit, he decided, this one. Looking at the item before him, Aki couldn't help but feel satisfied. The Nami wing can transform into a greatsword. He thought to himself, the combat knife I used before was agile, but its damage output just wasn't enough. When she saw him touching it, she shouted, wait, the specs on that Nami wing require at least a tri-core warrior to use. If you try to force it with your level of strength, it'll likely be unstable. You could easily hurt yourself. But he paid her no mind and took out his energy core. A brilliant light then radiated from around him, forcing Barris to instinctively shield her eyes. She stared intently at him, as if realizing something. Could it be? The small blade was now spinning in midair, before finally plunging straight into the ground. He held the weapon in his hand and praised it. Feels great in my hand. This weight. It feels solid. Seeing this, Barris was secretly stunned. He managed to use it so easily. Could it be that he has some special understanding of the Nami wing? I've heard some warriors possess incredible innate talent. Seeing it today is truly surprising. Then, Aki turned and asked, by the way, you guys must have a combat training ground, right? The two of them then walked out the door. I'll do my best to accommodate your request, but why do you want to go to the training ground? Aki turned to look at her. I just want to test out my new Nami wing on some demons. Think of it as a warm-up. Barris asked, worried. Are you sure you want to go alone? Even though the training ground is a flagged area, sometimes first-stage demons still appear. If it's really not possible, I can go with you. A flagged area is one outside the city where local mist-dispelling devices are used to temporarily secure a zone for investigation, combat training, or experiments. He replied calmly, it's fine. If a first-stage demon shows up, I can handle it. Watching Aki's retreating figure, Barris smiled with amusement. Confident and bold. Those are extremely rare qualities in a warrior. Well, be safe. I have some quad-core warriors waiting for me to train them. If they had your confidence, everything would be much easier. And with that, they turned and went their separate ways, but both glanced back at the same time. Then, a sinister smile crept across Aki's face. He thought to himself, of course, I can't let her come with me, because I don't just want to test this new weapon. More importantly, I need to see what abilities I have in my fourth stage form. In the flagged area, Aki was walking through some ruins. He mumbled, this area has been flagged, so the mist has been cleared. This must be the place. Suddenly, he heard the screech of a demon. Very quickly, Aki realized a demon had already targeted him from behind. Just as he predicted, the demon lunged at him, but Aki dodged with ease, then summoned his greatsword. In a single instant, Aki decisively cleaved it in two. Seeing the result, Aki looked at the greatsword with satisfaction. A greatsword really is so much more satisfying. Standing over the demon's corpse, Aki slowly sheathed his sword, then glanced downwards. Just then, other demons began to appear. Aki grinned with excitement. Excellent. I was worried you all wouldn't come out during the day. Now I can get used to this new weapon and have some fun cutting loose. There's been way too much pent-up frustration lately. Without another word, he stomped his foot, launching himself into the air and taking precise aim at the demons about to charge. Aki swung his greatsword, and with every slash, demon blood and limbs flew everywhere. In a frenzied, bloody dance, Aki's body moved with a graceful, flowing rhythm, as if he were born to kill demons without using the four demon elements of wood, water, fire, and metal that he had already mastered. He just swung his sword again and again, retraining the muscle memory of his current body. In these ruins, Aki was in a frenzy of slaughter against a horde of no-stage demons. Or rather, it was more of a one-sided massacre. The darkness echoed only with the agonizing screams of demons. It's unclear how long Aki had been fighting, but finally, the head of the last demon rolled to the ground. Aki decisively plunged his blade into its head. He then let out an exhausted sigh. Is this body evolving along with the demonic power inside me? It's much stronger than when I first arrived in this world. But it's still not enough in other aspects. Just a little exertion and I'm already out of breath. Suddenly, sharp roots shot out from behind Aki, aiming for his back. Aki quickly sensed the danger and swung his blade, slicing through all the roots. He then glanced behind him. A demon now stood before him, and it spoke. Ah, I knew something felt off. It was a first-stage demon. A wood type, it mumbled. A human. A warrior has appeared. Food has appeared. Seeing it, Aki smiled with delight. So you guys finally showed up, huh? First stage demons. Seeing his calm demeanor, they exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you're not afraid of us?" Strange, very strange. That's not a look of fear. But Aki's face was one of pure bliss. One demon suddenly turned to another. Did he kill all the no-stage demons back there? The other replied, "Ha." With that, the fire-type demon charged forward, shouting, "Let me test him." And it screamed repeatedly, "Burn, burn." Suddenly, a powerful flash of light shot past with some unknown force. The fire-type demon was knocked right back to where it started. Seeing this, the other demon was stunned, having no idea what just happened. Before they could recover, Aki rushed towards the flattened fire-type demon. He then plunged his sword into it with a look of contempt. To deal with fire, the metal element is the most effective. Just like that, he turned to the remaining one. Next, I have to test the power of the fourth core. As he finished speaking, his body began to transform on its own. Seeing this, the demon backed away in fear, trembling uncontrollably. You're not human? He thought to himself, the fourth core demon's ability can control the corpses of warriors, so if I eat it, I'll be able to. And so, he channeled his energy into the demon and commanded, "Work for me." In an instant, the demon began to rise, causing the one on the other side to exclaim in shock, "Impossible." And then, the demon standing behind Aki glared menacingly at the demon opposite him. Seeing its own kind being controlled, the demon was now completely terrified. To be able to control demon corpses, on the side of the city of Picardia, the sun began to set. The battle commander, Picardia's fifth core warrior, Barris, frowned and demanded, "Are you saying the young man I led to the city gate still hasn't returned?" He clasped his hands behind his back and reported seriously, "That's correct, Commander Barris. The sun is about to go down now. Due to the demon tide of PA City, the city gates are scheduled to be closed, including the side gates." Her frown deepened. "Report on the levels of demons that have appeared recently." He began to report, "Commander, not only have there been a lot of first core demons lately, but also second cores and third cores. There have even been reports of a fourth core." She lowered her gaze, biting her nails and muttering to herself, "Damn it, don't tell me that kid ended up as demon food. I told him to come back early. I just submitted the competition roster. Don't cause me any more trouble, you brat." Seriously. She instantly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. "I'm going to the training grounds to find that guy. I'll be back before the gates close." "Yes, ma'am." She moved so fast, she left only a red afterimage. Dashing through the branches, she cursed herself for being careless, then flipped and landed on another branch. "That kid is just an ordinary soldier from a C-rank city. I shouldn't have let him go to the training grounds alone." Even though he insisted, and the training grounds basically only have coreless demons. But many years ago, even a fifth core appeared here. At this thought, she gritted her teeth and sped up. Ugh, if he dies during combat training, I'll lose all face as a fifth core warrior. And I'll have failed Forest City. Then she pushed off forcefully, leaping high into the air. "Kid, you'd better be alive for my sake." But then, she seemed to sense something. The aura of demons. But why is the stench of death so thick? She frowned, clenching her teeth as she landed on a nearby branch. The direction of the training grounds. She began to make a judgment based on her sense of smell. This aura is not right. The number of demons doesn't seem small. A large number of first cores and second cores. No, there are third cores too. What's going on? This doesn't feel like a demon raid. Why are even second and third cores gathering in large numbers? Just as she was landing on the next branch, a demon ran past. It seemed to notice something and glanced back. What it saw was the fifth core emblem on her coat. That alone made it panic and skid to a halt. A fifth core. The demon immediately turned to flee, but she was faster. Before it could get far, she dropped from the branches and appeared right behind it. Delivering a high kick over its head, she created a shockwave. Gusts of wind and smoke spread through the surrounding area. The demon that was trying to escape now lay at her feet, with green fluids splattering everywhere. But she frowned. This feeling is strange, different from usual. Just as she suspected, swarms of demons began to emerge from the shadows. She asked with confusion, "This is really weird. Since when did you all like to gather like this?" Right after that, a long blade gradually appeared. It seems time is a bit tight, but the demons were trembling uncontrollably. She also noticed something was off. These demons are like zombies, full of deathly energy, just moving forward. But instead of scaring her, they made her grin with excitement, and she got into position, ready to swing her blade. "Whatever, if you're a demon, you can all just die." Then she poured all her strength into her arm, making her muscles bulge, and with a single swing, she sliced countless demons in two. That one slash created a long shockwave that devastated the forest. And yet, after the shockwave dissipated, another horde could be seen in the distance. She calmly raised her blade. Behind her, another new group was approaching. Just how many are there? Before she could continue her train of thought, he jumped down from above, startling her. Why are you here? Reacting on instinct, she swung her blade behind her, but he blocked it. Hey, it's me. Take a good look. Hearing that, she was stunned. Aki, it's you. Are you all right? Then her eyes widened as she realized something. Wait, he blocked my attack. That last strike was completely unconscious. Its power and speed were not weak at all. Isn't this kid from a C-rank city? When she looked over, he was retracting his weapon. Even a 4th Corps warrior would have to use their full strength to block that. And yet, he dusted himself off and looked at her. 5th Corps power, not bad at all. My hands are starting to tremble. I was testing out some moves and lost track of time. Sorry. She didn't dwell on it. Forget it. As long as you're okay. First, we need to deal with these strange demons. There are quite a few 3rd Corps among them. They're a huge threat to you. Stay behind me. But before she could finish, he had already stepped in front of her. Oh, you mean these things? Don't worry. They're all already dead. Then, he snapped his fingers, and a purple flame appeared, incinerating all the demons there. She was horrified, her eyes wide with astonishment. All the demons collapsed in unison. After dealing with the demons, he turned back with a smile. All done. Let's head back to the city. But she grabbed him by the collar, pulling him toward her to interrogate him. What did you just do? Were you controlling all those demons? You clearly have Red Corps power. What is your ability? But he calmly pushed her hand away. I don't need to tell you. Hearing that, she fell into deep thought. Then he continued. But I can tell you that I can control dead demons in this apocalypse. It's pretty normal for a warrior to have a few trump cards, right? Hearing that, she looked down at the demons that had just fallen. Controlling dead demons. Among us, 5th Corps warriors, we've rarely heard of such an ability. Then she put her hands on her hips and told him, if that's the case, we can set out for Dawn City tomorrow. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his joy. That's great. The sooner, the better. We need to solve the energy crystal problem for Forest City as soon as possible. With that said, he walked ahead of her. We leave tomorrow. She followed behind him. Looks like we can expect great things from him in the demon hunting tournament. Meanwhile, Barris hurried back to the city, unaware of the situation far from the combat training grounds. The scene quickly cuts to where he had just finished fighting. The place was in ruins, with the blood and corpses of demons scattered everywhere. According to later reports, the training grounds were completely destroyed by an unknown force. Aki and the woman left with the group, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with uprooted trees and monsters strewn across the city. Subsequent reports confirmed that the live combat field had been utterly annihilated by some mysterious power. The sturdy armored vehicle arrived at its destination. Baris, looking none too pleased, barked at Aki, "We're here. Everyone off. And don't you dare contaminate our town." Aki stared at the city for a long time, taking in the scenery and the terrain along the way. I had a feeling. I can't believe it's real. He looked up at the towering, magnificent city walls, the city of Dawnlight. So it really is the city I used to rule. The city of Dawnlight, the only S-rank city. It seems that after I died in my past life, this place was renamed. Was it because of that campaign, the Battle of Dawn? Still, this place seems to have changed a lot since back then. He frowned, thinking to himself, I thought it would be a long, long time in this life before I could return to my old city. Wait a minute. A look of pure joy spread across Aki's face. Could it be? Will I get to see the 6 of them? In his past life, he had created the strongest team. They called themselves the 6 heroes, his 6 most powerful subordinates. He recalled the faces of those who had fought alongside him on the battlefield and couldn't help but wonder. After the Battle of Dawn, I wonder how they're all doing. If I tell them what's happened, will they even believe me? What's wrong? First time in the city of Dawnlight, scared, speechless. Hey, don't be so shocked just yet. You haven't even gone inside. The city of Dawnlight is humanity's only S-rank city, a symbol of our ultimate power. She walked ahead of him. Not everyone is as lucky as you, getting to see the city of Dawnlight even once in their lifetime. He suddenly realized something. As a 5 Corps warrior, Barris must know some useful information. He decided to ask her, I'd like to ask you something. After the Battle of Dawn, what happened to the 6 heroes? Barris stopped in her tracks, asking suspiciously. After the Battle of Dawn? That's a strange question. Are you asking about the new 6 heroes or the old ones? Aki pretended not to know. New and old? What do you mean? Aren't there only 6 of them? You know, the original subordinates, the ones hailed as the strongest warriors, the 6 who served that king with the same name as me. Before Aki could finish, Barris clamped a hand over his mouth. Is this guy for real or just playing dumb? She spoke to him tensely. Everyone knows the new 6 heroes hate it when people talk about the old ones. You can't say things like that inside the city. And as for the king, the dynasty has changed. The old king is no longer king. The strongest warrior now is the new king. That king you mentioned, the strongest warrior with the same name as you, he's the old king now." She waved a dismissive hand, saying sternly, "I'm warning you one last time. Inside the city, don't say such thoughtless things." But Aki just kept repeating what he'd heard. New king. New 6 heroes. Then tell me, what happened to the old 6 heroes? Enraged, Barris grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear a word I said?" Aki didn't answer her. They stared at each other, the air thick with tension, until a subordinate called out her name, "Commander Barris." Barris slowly lowered her hand. "All right. I don't know why you insist on using the name Aki. Maybe it's out of admiration, and I wasn't going to ask." She then pointed a finger right in his face, threateningly. "I'm warning you. At least while you're in the city of Dawnlight, do not mention the old king or the old 6 heroes again." With that, Barris started walking, but didn't forget to glance back over her shoulder. "Maybe in your S-rank city of Blackfall, the people you mentioned are still revered, but not everywhere acknowledges them. Especially that old king who supposedly sacrificed himself here in the city of Dawnlight. Nobody acknowledges him." Hearing this, Aki didn't respond, simply standing frozen to the spot. Barris glanced at him. "Get moving into the city, and remember what I said." The three of them entered. Aki began to walk, but his mind was reeling with thoughts. "Not everyone acknowledges me. Not everyone recognizes my sacrifice. What in the world happened after I died?" He remembered the scene from years ago, when he led the 6 heroes and all their soldiers, fighting desperately against those demons. Back then, he had entered the Ancient King's stele alone to uncover the demon's secrets. The Ancient King's stele, the year 3069. 6 massive Ancient King's steles descended from the sky. Red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. 6 different colored species of demons poured out endlessly from within the steles. This was the source of the demons. No one knew what was truly hidden inside the Ancient King's steles. It now seemed that only the former Aki had discovered the secrets that lay within. After everything, he felt it was so unfair. Was everything I did meaningless? Didn't I die a hero? Aki approached the gate. Inside, people and animals were all bustling about, happy and lively. Stepping through that gate, he entered a new world. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he looked up at the cityscape. Is that the city center? It's so much more advanced. This giant metropolis called the City of Dawnlight. To call it just a city didn't seem to be enough. Within its walls were urban clusters and numerous independent buildings of varying styles, as well as forests, lakes, and mountains. It could be considered an independent world with its own ecosystem. This boundless city, surrounded by towering walls, was divided into 7 districts. 6 major districts are ruled by the 6 heroes. The new king lives in the central district. He savored the fresh sunlight. Even though so much has changed, the layout is still the same as before. Even the air feels familiar. I remember. There used to be a statue of me right in that spot. Ahead of them was a strange, giant statue, with a blindfold sculpted over its face. Barris, assuming he didn't know, began to explain. That statue of the old king you admire so much has been here for decades, carved by the people of that era. Back when the old king was still in power, he was apparently very popular. Whatever. Anyway, I heard they're going to tear this statue down soon, and then a statue of the new king will be carved right here in its place. An even bigger one, at that. Barris held her head in her hands, exasperated. I really don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Over there, right at the foot of the statue, is the person you kept mentioning. One of the 6 old heroes, the last remaining member of the 6 old heroes, Lena, who was once the strongest healing warrior. Hearing her name, Aki shivered as he recalled the image of this woman. When Lena heard someone call her name, she quickly took off her hood, revealing a lovely face. "Is someone calling me?" Some brute shoved her aside, making the flowers fall from her hand. "How many times have I told you? Stop standing around here reminiscing. Besides, you're the last of the 6 old heroes." Barris added more about this woman, saying that although she's a healing specialist, she's known for having a hot temper. Haha. Aki suddenly found this interesting. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Those 3 lowly soldiers were acting all high and mighty. I'm sorry. Aki was surprised by their attitude. Those 3 were arrogant and smug as they watched her bend down to pick up the flowers on the ground. One of them even puffed up his cheeks and glared. Who cares what your status used to be? Those so-called 6 old heroes. Once you lose the right to possess a core, you're not a warrior anymore. If it weren't for the new king allowing you people to stay in the city, we would have thrown you out of Radiant City. Defend for yourselves a long time ago. The man raised his hand, about to slap her. It's all your damn old king's fault for being so self-righteous back then. If it weren't for him, humanity wouldn't have to live in fear like this. The sooner that guy's statue is gone, the better. It's just trash taking up space. Oof. As he was running his mouth, his lips were sealed by a stunning slap from Lena. But it seemed even that slap couldn't cool her anger. The nameless patrol soldier, unwilling to accept it, reached out to grab her. A bitch like you dares to hit me? But to his surprise, he was met with the threatening blade of Aki's axe. Aki stared him down, his eyes radiating a murderous aura. You dare? Faced with the sharp blade right in front of him, the man trembled, not daring to speak. Aki pushed the axe even closer to his face, veins popping on his own. You dare? The man's two companions stepped up to protect their comrade. Kid, this is Radiant City. What do you think you're doing? They drew their guns and aimed them straight at him. Drop the axe, or we'll shoot. Aki was ready to fight these unreasonable people to the death. What's the difference between you lot and the bandits outside the city? Today, I need to teach you all a lesson. Barris placed a hand on the head of the axe. That's enough. She stepped in to defuse the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. We are warriors from the A-rank town, Pekia, here to participate in this year's demon hunt competition. Are you trying to start a conflict with participating warriors from outside the city? Barris calmed him down. You too, Aki. Put away your axe. Don't forget that right now. You are a warrior representing Pekia. Aki reluctantly withdrew his weapon. The three men whispered to each other. So, they're participating warriors. Let's not start a fight with warriors from other towns. Yeah, if the law enforcement captain finds out, we'll probably get reprimanded too. The soldier, still fuming, had to grit his teeth after hearing that. If you're here for the competition, then just go back to your hotel quietly. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Let's go. Lena suddenly spoke up, asking Aki, do you know me? He was about to say something but stopped himself. I almost wanted to tell Lena directly that her strongest warrior was back, but if I just blurt it out, won't that just cause more trouble for her right now? Seeing Aki stay silent, Barris answered for him. This troublemaker here is named Aki. Lena looked at him, slightly surprised. Aki. Aki closed his eyes and sighed. He scratched his head awkwardly and gave a lame excuse. I just happened to be named Aki, too. Lena was a bit taken aback but said nothing. She just quietly pulled the hood of her cloak back over her head. I see. With that, she turned and walked away. What a headache. Barris found her behavior strange and muttered about her. I mean, she's a senior, right? For better or worse, Aki helped her. Not even a simple thank you. Aki stopped her. Let's just not bother her anymore. He watched with regret as Lena walked further away. I'll definitely find a chance to explain everything clearly to her later. Lena. She probably has a lot she wants to say to me, too. Red flags fluttered all over the city for the Demon Hunt competition parade. Pekia's team, Barris's team, was praised wherever they went. So handsome, and there's a new face. Barris turned around and whispered to Aki, after the competition ends, I'll vouch for you and introduce you to the person in charge of the energy crystals. She even remembered that. Thanks. Aki promised Barris with extreme confidence, don't worry. I'll be sure to bring back results that will satisfy you. You better. Somewhere in the noise, a voice called out that only he could hear. You have to be careful not to die in the competition. Hey, handsome, look over here. Good luck. Aki realized it was Lena standing in the crowd. He smiled faintly and waved at her. Lena, knowing he'd spotted her, pulled her hood down further over her face. Radiant City. The competition forest inside the city. A forest reserved exclusively for the Demon Hunt competition. It's the size of a town, a city within a city structure. This kind of structure is quite common in a massive place like Radiant City. Since I'm not a contestant, I can only take you this far. Once you're inside, it's all up to you. Barris slammed the base of her flag onto the ground. For the glory of Pekia, please hunt the demons bravely. The warriors chanted, for the glory of our town. Not wanting to let everyone down, Aki forced a smile with the team. Should I have just shouted along with them? The MC continuously guided the players. Will the teams please enter the arena in order? The captains of the Vanguard teams, please gather in the referee's room. He looked towards the gate. It's starting. It's so lively. In just a few dozen years, the Demon Hunt competition has grown into such a massive event. Back in the day, it was just a small competition in my own town. Next up is Team Pekia, Warrior Aki. They even bowed their heads to him. Eternal friendship. Sumo looked at him as if she were about to cry. We entrust the intelligence-gathering mission to you. We will forever remember your sacrifice. Everyone looked at him wistfully, as if it were the last time. Warrior Aki, how about we shake hands one more time? Don't worry, I'll do my best. Oh, and I'm not dead yet. He looked at them helplessly, thinking to himself, do you guys even realize how dangerous the Vanguard position is? Everyone looks like they're seeing me off to my funeral. Being chosen as the Vanguard. To them, it's a mission with a 1 in 10 chance of survival, huh? The looks of despair on their faces. The MC gave instructions. The vanguards are ready. First, I would like to offer my highest respects to all of you. Your mission is fraught with unknowns and dangers. A member of the Azure Spear hunting team looked on excitedly. The fact that you dare to stand up in this capacity is an admirable act of bravery in itself. Your mission is to venture deep into the competition zone. Search for as much information and as many clues about the demons for your teams as possible. The crowd is getting more and more enthusiastic. Vanguards, do your best. Do your best, but please be careful and look out for your own safety, as you will be facing demons of unknown levels. Aki thought to himself pensively. Having just observed everyone, most of the participating warriors are dual-element warriors. This demon hunting competition could be considered a selection contest to see which town has the best new generation of warriors. Of course, they wouldn't allow warriors of too high a level to participate. He chuckled. It's obvious, my strength far surpasses that of a dual element. Luckily, as long as I don't say anything, no one will suspect my true power. In addition, let us give a warm welcome to this esteemed guest. He will also be participating in this competition as the supreme judge. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors. Hearing that phrase, Aki became very sensitive. One of the 6 greatest warriors. That mysterious man stepped forward. The strongest warrior of our humanity. Please welcome him. A few young women screamed, "Oh my God, he's so handsome." The greatest of the new 6 greats, the Dual Core 7 warrior, Van De Lang. This man is Van De Lang, the recovery-type green Dual Core 7 warrior of the new 6 greats. The moment he stepped out, countless young women froze and then screamed, "He's so handsome, I want to marry him." That is one of the great new 6 greats, the Dual Core 7 warrior, Van De Lang. With his current status, he walked with immense pride, one of the new 6 greats, the recovery-type green Dual Core 7, Van De Lang. Everyone in the audience knew him. Many excitedly cheered his name. The new 6 greats, Lord Van De Lang. Van De Lang, Van De Lang, Van De Lang. Aki quietly observed him closely. Dual Core, a technology that was still just a concept in my previous world, has actually been realized. A dual core represents the power of 2 faiths. No, if the synchronization rate is high, it can unleash even more unexpected power. A warrior's ability comes from the energy supplied by the demon core. The higher the synchronization between the warrior and the core, the more of the demon core's latent power can be drawn out. But the higher the synchronization rate, the more the human body has to endure the shock of the demonic power. It's like being crushed by energy. This is also why some warriors with low core adaptability or weak bodies have low synchronization rates. In my previous world, human technology could only develop a single-core decoding link device. It seems that now, the new 6 greats of this world not only possess dual-core link devices, but their power is also much stronger. All the vanguards here respectfully bowed to him. "Thank you for your hard work, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to watch the competition." Only Aki made no move. Thinking about the fate of the old 6 greats, he suddenly felt a sense of disgust for the man. "I will not bow to you like that." He spoke to the crowd with satisfaction. "Wonderful vanguards. You all know the dangers of this position, yet you still dare to stand here. You are all great and wonderful warriors. To praise your courage, after the match, I will personally gift each of you a 3-fin core stone as a souvenir. I hope you all return safely." The vanguards replied in unison. "Thank you, sir." Someone noticed Aki wasn't bowing and prompted him. "Hey, why are you being so disrespectful? Hurry up and bow." Unable to say the unpleasant truth, Aki just scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, my back hurts. I can't bow." And so, Aki stood face to face with Van De Lang. Instead of getting angry, the man winked, sending a shiver down his spine. "You disgusting creep. Why are you giving another man such a lecherous smile?" The female guide continued speaking. "Next, you will witness a 4-fin demon hunt by the great warrior Van De Lang, one of the great new 6 greats, to wish for the complete success of this demon hunting competition. Let's welcome Lord Van De Lang. I've been waiting." The MC led everyone to the front. "Next, will the vanguards please follow me to the side of the stage to observe. Leave the stage for Lord Van De Lang." Aki looked at the show-off with displeasure. A 4-fin demon hunting performance. So now they have to use this method to show off the power and prestige of the new 6 greats? Capturing and safely imprisoning a 4-fin demon alive is no simple task. It seems Dawnlight City's overall strength is indeed much greater than before. Van De Lang stopped in front of her. "Excuse me, are you the new commanding officer?" The commanding officer thought she had caught his eye and was overjoyed. Yes, it's an honor to meet you, sir." Van De Lang suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. Van De Lang whispered something in her ear that made her freeze. "Then, in a little while, have someone replace you. We are the only 6 greats. Every time I hear that name, new six greats, that word new is so grating. If you weren't a warrior of Dawnlight City, I might have accidentally punched your organs into mush. What are they talking about? I can't hear anything. Oh, Lord Van Dalang even leaned in especially close. How gentle. Get lost. The woman ran off in terror, stumbling several times. Ah, and Aki just happened to see the whole thing. The loudspeaker was connected for Van Dalang. He began to put on a benevolent expression. Then let me, on behalf of the six greats, perform a four-fin demon hunt for everyone. May this demon hunting competition proceed smoothly, and may this serve as an opening act for our brave vanguard warriors. The audience in the stands shouted down. Lord Van Dalang, Lord Van Dalang, they are not worthy. A giant machine imprisoning a demon appeared. Lift it up, he said, amused. Open it up. Esteemed audience members, we will now provide a detailed broadcast of the match over the radio. To capture the four-fin demon inside this transport box, we had to deploy 3 four-element warriors. That just goes to show you its terrifying power. Appearing before you now is a gold element, red four-fin demon. It is extremely ferocious and powerful, a rare specimen among four-fin demons. The demon stepped out sluggishly. It growled, seeming to have been locked up for a very long time. What is this? I don't know what you humans are planning, but if you're not going to kill me, just leaving me here in an open area, and all prepared like this. Not very smart. Crack. It bent its legs and launched itself upwards. Your warriors are not smart at all. You have to admit, this demon is very fast. Its attack even affected the audience in the stands. Oh my god, a four-fin demon. But it never expected there was a protective glass barrier over the stands. It clutched its head in frustration. The force of the rebound from the protective layer threw it far back. Now it's clear who isn't smart, isn't it? The protective layer surrounding this area is quite sturdy, wouldn't you say? This protective layer was cast by one of our six greats, the one known as the strongest magic warrior. All the young men and women looked at Van Dalang and the green shield with admiration. Look, big brother. It's like there's an invisible curtain covering everything. How interesting. Demon. How very interesting. A wounded, dying demon, while Dai Lan is immensely pleased. Then, for his next performance, Dai Lan enunciates every word. Die. The demon uses its last breath to beg him, no, don't. Then it struggles back up and screams, stay away from me. It launches an attack, but it's useless. Van Dalang walks forward completely unscathed. So, you really are a foolish, lowly demon that doesn't even have any manners. The demon persists, continuing its suicidal attacks. But even when it uses its giant hand to try and crush him, nothing happens at all. Van Dalang stands within his protective barrier, casually crossing his arms and watching its attacks as if they were a child's game. You don't even have the right to fight back. As expected, this display drives the demon to despair. What is this power of the green core? Why is it so invasive? A quick intro. The color green generally represents restoration. Most healing-type warriors are green core warriors. The demon is determined to fight Van Dalang to the death. Human warrior, even with just one arm, I'll drag you down with me. Before it can finish its sentence, his power blasts it right in the mouth, binding its entire body. Well now, let me correct myself. Although I am a green core system warrior, I am a dual green core warrior of Lu Hao. The demon is left speechless. Its regenerating body is hit by another attack from Dai Lan. You talk too much. Let's start with your mouth, shall we? The giant monster prostrates itself before the seemingly ordinary man with extraordinary power, and finally, it explodes. He spreads his arms wide, satisfied, to embrace the spray of blood. The blood of a demon is a fine opening for our demon hunting tournament. Next, let's officially begin the demon hunting tournament. The crowd in the stands grows even more fervent in their admiration for him. They continuously chant the name Lu Hao, Lu Hao, Lu Hao. Aki, standing above, has witnessed the whole thing. He sizes the man up. His power is terrifying. The way his energy operates, the energy supplied by his dual cores isn't simply double the energy of a single core. They even support each other to generate even greater power. The new Lu Hao. He's no simpleton. He suddenly thinks of that mysterious person. I wonder what this so-called new king will be like, but the way they treated Lena really rubs me the wrong way. The commander speaks up to make an announcement. Now then, first, let's have our great Lu Hao leave the stage. At the same time, the vanguards return to the field, continuously marveling at Dai Lan. Oh, the vanguards who walk by bow their heads in respect. Dai Lan is truly well loved. Dai Lan brushes past Aki, and both of them sense the other. Wait, Van Dalang speaks first. You seem to have a problem with me. Aki does indeed dislike him, but he still has to put on a friendly act. A misunderstanding. I have a habit of maintaining a hostile attitude before entering the field to keep myself on guard. This vanguard position isn't easy, you know. He looks at Aki without a word, then says dismissively, "Ah, an interesting warrior. Then I'll be keeping an eye on you. I hope you don't disappoint me." Aki finds this ridiculous. Don't disappoint you? When I was playing with Demon Guts, your parents were probably still playing in the mud. The commander begins to read the instructions to everyone. Will the vanguards of each team please gather? Vanguards, please prepare yourselves and listen carefully to the rules. Vanguard means to go first. You are the eyes of your team in action. Your mission is to, based on the strength of your respective teams, find the most optimal combat route within the specified time before the hunt ends. The points in this competition are awarded not only for no-fin demons, but also for a number of 1-fin, 2-fin, and 3-fin demons that are randomly distributed in different locations within the inner-city forest zone this time. Aki listens intently to every rule. The inner-city forest zone is vast, requiring the vanguards of each team to thoroughly scout the route. During your exploration, please pay attention to your own safety. This is not a joke. Please pay attention to your own safety. Don't forget that you are on your own. Try not to attract the demon's attention. Hearing this, the vanguards begin to whisper amongst themselves. Do we really need to be reminded of this? Who would want to provoke a demon? Exactly. While no-fin and 1-fin demons aren't a big deal, it's still dangerous. That's right, because you don't know if you'll attract other demons. 2-fin and 3-fin demons are even more dangerous. In short, you are responsible for yourselves. Don't forget that in previous demon hunting competitions, the survival rate for vanguards was only about 36%. Only Aki remains silent, observing. These dual-core warriors, they only have dual cores, but their actual strength is likely far from a true dual-core level. As for the synchronization rate, the warrior's own spirit is also an important factor. Perhaps because they're young and don't have the responsibilities of a team captain, they seem immature. On the contrary, they lack the sharpness of single-core warriors like those from the Ji Yao Tang. Those are skills and an awareness honed through battles, defending the ramparts in resource-deprived towns. Some warriors are already trembling, talking to themselves unconsciously. Aki can see it. Some warriors are already starting to get scared. 2 fins, and even 3 fins. And the final instruction, lastly, there is the special round included in every competition, the existence of a 4-fin demon. That's right, in the competition area, there is one 4-fin demon. This demon is locked in a container. If your team is strong, you can consider it a target. Successfully hunt the 4-fin demon and the competition ends immediately. That team will be the winner. The corners of Aki's mouth curl up slightly. Haha, so they've kept this arrangement even until now. Haha, everyone knows this. A 4-fin demon represents a massive lead in points, but no team dares to take the risk. That's a 4-fin demon. 4 fins. The official announcement rings out. The competition begins. The warriors scatter and run. Aki also begins his hunt. His legs are incredibly powerful, causing the ground to sink beneath them. That's right, the 4-fin is my target. Wherever Aki's powerful legs run, the ground sinks. And just like that, Aki's face shows great certainty that the 4-fin demon is his target this time. He comes to an abrupt stop at one point. After scattering, most still conservatively follow their main squads forward. It seems the vanguards of the other teams have absolutely no intention of searching for that 4-fin demon. He looks up at the other warriors. Even though they know the 4-fin demon represents victory, these young warriors still fear the threat of death. Meanwhile, over here, Van Dalang turns on the large-screen system to observe Aki. He calmly tells his assistant, "Bring me the file on that warrior." The assistant beside him immediately obeys. "Yes, Lord Dai Lan. Which vanguard warrior would you like to inquire about first?" He rests his chin on his hand and directs. "That one. The one with the tuft of white hair." As he walks at a slow, leisurely pace, the assistant finds the information. Found him. He's the warrior registered from the city of Pixia. His registered rank is a 3rd rank soldier. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, 3rd rank. I remember this pioneer position allows 3rd rank soldiers to participate, but it's rare for a 3rd rank to willingly join this grueling competition for no benefit, a full rank higher than the other competing soldiers. Is that why he acts so high and mighty? Hey. Then he asked his assistant, "What's his name?" The assistant answered hesitantly, His name is Aki." Hearing that name, his expression turned murderous. "What did you just say?" The assistant noticed his change in attitude and quickly explained, I was just reporting to you, sir. It's based on the information in the documents." Sir, look. The system displayed it for him to see. Aki Paikia. Aki, huh. What a truly detestable name. The crowd cheered as passionately as before. Go, Pioneer. Pioneer. It seems the pioneers have spotted a demon. The warriors leaped into the trees, scouting carefully. The competition broadcast announced the pioneers have discovered a demon. They're using every method to record its coordinates. They carefully reminded each other. This is a gathering place for unranked demons. After that, the pioneers moved on to the next location one by one. Aki stretched lazily, recorded the coordinates, marked the path, and planned the best route to score points. This is the duty of a pioneer. He smiled at the scene, as if it were all too familiar. Pushing through the forest like this, it's really nostalgic. In the Pekia City preparation room, everyone seemed displeased by his unusually calm demeanor. He looked exactly like he was just taking a stroll. Ah, is this guy really trustworthy? Commander Barris, look at that guy, Aki. She casually smoked a cigarette, her legs propped up on the sofa. I see him. She recalled what he had said to her. Barris, if you trust me, I won't follow the same cookie-cutter path as the other pioneers, but I can guarantee that Pekia City will win. So, a guarantee of victory. The confidence in his eyes at that moment didn't seem like a joke at all, plus the abilities he had previously shown in actual combat. Ha, that little brat is getting bolder and bolder, daring to call me by my first name. Whatever. She still found him interesting. But you're making me more and more interested in you. Someone reminded them, a pioneer is scouting the path. This warrior seems to have let his guard down. Now he's being chased by 3 demons. First-tier demons. But there are 3 of them gathered here. Try to stay away from these coordinates, or it will lower our scoring efficiency. Other teams were in a similar panic. It's a second tier. A second-tier red corps was running for its life, hoping to escape. A third-tier demon. Run, run. Someone ran past Aki, and seeing how calm he was, gave him a warning. Hey, there's a third-tier demon over there. If you want to live, don't go that way. Aki stood his ground. A third tier. This just happens to be the only path I need to take. Ahead of him, many pioneers were being sent flying by the demon like feathers, able to do nothing but scream in terror. The demon was getting closer and closer. It let out a massive roar. This one is a third-tier demon, wood element with a blue core. The spectators in the stands grew worried for him. Look, a third-tier demon. Get out of there, young soldier. The hateful demon cursed continuously. Damn it, humans have imprisoned us here for so long. Humans deserve to die. He stood there, pondering. Because they're imprisoned here, most of the demons on this battlefield are far more brutal than the ones outside. It sped up and charged towards Aki. Don't even think about running. He easily dodged it, but he couldn't reveal his full abilities. Being watched by so many people is really inconvenient. Aki made a split-second decision. I'll just have to try and finish this as quickly as possible. He moved so fast that time was measured in fractions of a second. 0.25 seconds. The core's location. 0.5 seconds. 0.75 seconds. Time to land the final blow. The 4th tier is still waiting for me. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you. 1 second. He unleashed a single strike that hit the demon square on. The entire stadium was stunned. That soldier killed a 3rd-tier demon in under a second. A pioneer killed a demon all by himself. Yeah. As the demon died, a gemstone flew out from the center of its chest. Gold element greatsword. Adds the gold element to a weapon, increasing its sharpness and destructive power. Van Dalen had been observing Aki thoughtfully this whole time. That was a fluctuation of the gold element just now. Aki sighed and collected his spoils. Woo, got the core. A 3rd-tier agility-type core. He let out a breath, relieved. Phew. Then he moved forward again. He didn't have much time to think. The 4th tier should be somewhere up ahead, if the layout hasn't changed. To give the highest status individuals a chance to enjoy the most spectacular panoramic view, the 4th-tier demon will be placed at the highest point. Near the highest viewing room, this was the view from the cross-section of the hall. Van Dalen's face darkened as he realized Aki's objective. Aki. It seems your target is the 4th-tier demon. The battle continued to rage, each of his moves like a massive explosion. His sword pierced through a beast. The 5th one. He thought as he watched the beast roar. The deeper I go, the more aggressive these demons get. It's strangely several times stronger. There are monsters I wanted to study more closely, but I had no choice but to kill them. They just kept chasing and attacking me. No wonder so few people are willing to take on the role of pioneer. For low-rank soldiers, it's practically a suicide mission. But as a pioneer, I've already killed 5 second-tier demons for the team. They should be able to see the squad's accumulated points increase significantly. I hope it doesn't surprise them too much. Contrary to his calm demeanor, back in the combat preparation room, all of Aki's teammates were gawking at their point total. On Aki's end, he looked up toward the highest point of the structure. The 4th-tier demon must be on that mountain peak with the highest elevation. Huh? The person in the highest viewing room up there was Van Dalen of the Neo 6. Van Dalen was also watching him and smirked to himself. Such great ambition. Is targeting the 4th-tier demon your squad's decision, or your decision alone, Aki? Their sharp gazes met as each knew the other was watching. In the observation room, everyone was buzzing about Aki's movements. The pioneer from Pikia City is heading towards the 4th-tier demon. Strange. How does he know the exact location of the 4th-tier demon? Is he trying to map out a route to kill the 4th tier for our squad? Our squad doesn't have the strength to defeat a 4th tier. Was this your decision, Commander Barris? She didn't answer them, continuing to watch the screen as she smoked and said, "No, I have no idea what that guy's up to either. Aki, you little brat, don't you dare cause trouble for me. Our squad's strength is nowhere near enough to kill a 4th tier." The commentators suddenly exclaimed, "He's found the rank 4 demon." In front of Aki was the seal of the rank 4 demon. It seemed the vanguard from Pigia was scouting the area, a plan forming in his mind. He's looking around for something. I'm sure he's about to leave. If he can just get back to his squad safely, they'll be the first to start. Suddenly, everyone froze at his actions. He had completely shattered the seal of the rank 4 demon. The entire stadium, including the commentators, was stunned into silence at that moment. With a steely gaze, Aki said, "Get out here, rank 4 demon." Diane van der Lands, watching from above, couldn't hide his excitement at this turn of events. He laughed out loud and said, "Is that how it is? Interesting. Very interesting. He has no intention of letting his squad fight this. Rank 4 demon. He's going to fight it all by himself. Does he plan to win the competition single-handedly as the vanguard?" The commentators went wild after his actions. Unbelievable. The vanguard from Pigia. He broke the restriction. This is a situation that has never occurred in the history of the Grand Tournament. A vanguard, fighting a rank 4 demon all by himself. Officer Barris was so startled he dropped the cigarette he was smoking. Commander Barris, has that brat lost his mind? On the screen, the commentary grew even more chaotic. The atmosphere in the tournament was reaching a fever pitch. Aki's actions had the entire stadium roaring with excitement. But that's a rank 4 demon. He's definitely going to die. The commander just stared at the screen, thinking, even with that strange control ability of yours, a rank 4 demon isn't as easy to deal with as you think. When I fought a rank 4 demon, I had to use 100% of my power, fighting one alone. Aki, are you really sure you can win this? The seal of the rank 4 demon shattered, and it emerged. The water element, blue core rank 4 demon. Finally, I'm free. He looked down at Aki and said contemptuously, "Just one little human soldier? Then I'll start with you." Rupturing drill. Aki didn't even bother to dodge, instead slashing his sword to raise a wall of earth to block the attack. Over in the commentary booth, they continued. The soldier swings his great sword, forming an earthen wall, but the demon's drill-like speed isn't slowing down at all. To a rank 4 demon, that earthen wall is no more than a piece of paper. Our soldier is in danger. The rank 4 demon roared in fury. "A lone human soldier. How dare you fight me? You'll be shattered, just like that pathetic wall." Aki's defensive wall finally cracked, but suddenly, a demon as large as the rank 4 emerged from the ground and grabbed its arm. Aki calmly replied, "Who said I was alone?" Diane van der Lands, watching from above, was taken aback. The rank 2 demon he had just defeated. And then another demon appeared. They all charged at the rank 4 demon. It was sent flying by a powerful blow, the stench of death from them. "What is happening? You can control the dead?" Aki smirked and replied, "What's wrong? Isn't this supposed to be a power exclusive to you demons? But I'm not in the mood to explain it to you slowly." Officer Barris smiled to himself. There it is. That kid's special ability. Corpse control. In the stands, the commentary booth was more frenzied than ever. Are we seeing things? What on earth did the vanguard from Pigia just do? 3 of those demons are actually helping him fight. Are those the demons he just killed a moment ago? Oh my god, can soldiers have this kind of power? Controlling the corpses of demons to fight for you. That's insane. Then, with a single word from him, the 3 demons charged and attacked the rank 4 demons simultaneously. The rank 4 demon didn't flinch and immediately fought back. "You think you can beat me with just a few dead, rank 2s? Witness my high-speed water jet." Suddenly, a figure appeared above the rank 4 demon's head. That person brought down a powerful blow, smashing the demon so hard it was buried deep in the ground. Aki raised a hand to shield himself from the splattering demon blood, thinking. He crushed a rank 4 demon with just the shockwave of his attack. Turns out, it was Diane. He landed and gave Aki a sinister smile. "Sorry about that. I'm just really curious about your strength and your abilities. I wanted to have a simple sparring match with you." Diane van der Lands had a mysterious expression. Controlling dead demons. I've never heard of such an ability. His voice dropped to a serious tone. I believe your strength is already enough to defeat a rank 4 demon. He began to use his own power. Let me test your strength for myself. As he spoke, a massive source of power erupted from behind him, forming a skull with brilliant blue eyes, as an intense, murderous aura radiated from it. He slowly walked towards Aki. The scene cuts to the stands below, where the atmosphere was the complete opposite. The sun was shining, the sky was a clear blue. The people all around were screaming, "Wow, it's the great warrior Dian. He wants to test that outstanding soldier himself." They were all thrilled. The audience this time is so lucky to witness this. They raised their hands, cheering nonstop. Sir Dian is so passionate about the newcomers. Sir Dian, the crowd was in an uproar. I wonder if he'll last longer than that. Rank 4 demon did. Also, from the stands, a group of people looked on with worry. What in the world is happening? The group was in a panic. Dian is personally testing Aki's strength. Barris grabbed her head in frustration. This time, things are getting out of control. Aki held a hand in front of his face, deep in thought. What is this guy's problem? Has he lost his mind? His expression was hard to read. Test my strength? Dian's face was unreadable. Not bad. It seems you're not panicking at all. Your composure is nothing like that of a young soldier. Aki smiled calmly and replied, I've been through a lot of training. His eyes were focused. It's because I was born with a special ability. Because of that, my captain was very strict with me ever since I was a child. He held his great sword proudly. Perhaps that's why my strength is much greater than others my age. He said confidently. You know what they call that? A genius. He thought to himself, even if I make this up, it's not like you can find someone to verify it, right? Dian faced Aki nonchalantly. Haha, you're quite interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you, if that's the case. Before he could finish his sentence, Dian lunged forward. His eyes glowed, and his hands, covered in a blue magic, shot towards Aki. Startled, Aki quickly leaped out of the way. The blue magic transformed into a giant blue fist, slamming powerfully into the ground. The earth cracked underneath, creating a huge crater. Aki calmly watched him, assessing the situation. I can't believe the flying debris is just like bullets. He used his sword to shield his face. So fast and so powerful. His body flew backward. If I hadn't been on guard against him, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. He frowned, looking at Dian. This is bad. It looks like he's serious. You damn brat. Den smirked slyly. You're always on guard against me, aren't you? Otherwise, you never would have dodged that last move. His eyes glowed, and the strange aura emanating from him grew thicker. Does this mean I can expect more from you? Aki struggled to his feet and dared to ask a question. You don't seem very friendly towards me. Why is that? Instantly, the man in front of Aki vanished, leaving only an afterimage. His voice was low and raspy. There are 3 reasons. Suddenly, Den appeared behind Aki. First, I don't like your attitude. Den formed a fist with his power and slammed it down right where Aki had been standing. He acted nonchalantly, as if he hadn't used any force at all. Aki, struggling, used his sword to brace himself, but was still thrown back. Den continued to appear behind him again and again. Second, you carry the foul stench of a demon. He calmly attacked Aki with his power again. Aki had to constantly dodge, his body feeling like it was running out of steam. He crashed into a tree branch, shattering it, sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, as I expected, he's still suspicious of me to some extent, just because I have the power of a demon in my body. But this guy, the power he's using right now is definitely not even 50% of his full strength. Aki felt immense pressure as he secretly sized up his opponent's abilities. This suffocating pressure, it only appears when facing absolute power like this. Besides that time with Baji, how long has it been since I last felt this? He relentlessly kept up the pressure. Den whispered in his ear, Third, I truly hate your name. Aki was stunned by his words, and real anger flashed across his face as his expression changed. You hate my name? Ha! So in the end, you just hate that I was a king in the past, don't you? Memories flooded back into his mind. I risked my life for you people. I lost so many comrades for you people. Den pressed his advantage. He raised his hand, pointing all 5 fingers at him, and unleashed his power. Hemph, playtime with you is over. Aki's mind was racing with thoughts. Ha ha, playtime with me is over? His entire body seemed to awaken. His eyes began to glow as a terrifying killing intent and immense power were unleashed. He immediately charged forward to counterattack. Who the hell do you think you are? The two came face to face. Their powers clashed, creating 2 opposing sources of energy that cracked the very ground beneath them. Dust and debris filled the air, culminating in a massive explosion that shook the entire area. The crowd of onlookers shouted, Ah, good thing the guild master put up a barrier. From the center of the clash, Den shot out, his expression unchanged. He only had a small scratch, from which a trickle of blood appeared. He repositioned himself, directly facing the enormous source of magical power before him. Aki's strength shocked everyone watching on the screens below the arena. My god, I can't believe it. This vanguard actually managed to block an attack from Lord Den. He's just standing there, radiating such a powerful aura. People murmured in awe. I can't even begin to comprehend this vanguard's true power anymore. Den used his hexacore's regenerative ability to heal the scratch from before. He observed thoughtfully, while the people on the other side of the screen made their assessments. Even though it was just for a moment, I can't believe Lord Den was actually injured. Den crouched down, channeling all the power in his body. An incredibly strong aura erupted around him. As if losing control, he roared, I'll kill you. I'll just explain later that you reeked of demonic energy. The people in the stands watching the screen roared, the great Den is unleashing his skill. This is a real spectacle. The crowd was in an uproar, buzzing with excitement. Those high-speed energy gears will grind everything to dust. So damn cool. They cheered relentlessly, convinced that Lord Den would put an end to it all. Let us all witness the performance of the great Den. Every one of Den's steps was filled with power. He stomped his foot and shot forward, his speed constantly increasing. Meanwhile, Aki was struggling with his own thoughts. This aura, it looks like he intends to send me to my grave. If I keep hiding my power, I'm afraid I'll die right here. Aki's thoughts were in turmoil. You're the one who forced my hand. Van Dalen, you new Hexa member. If you want me dead, then even if I can't beat you right now, I'll take you down with me. Aki's eyes snapped open, and they were completely different now. They were no longer the proud, calm eyes from before. Now they were wilder, much more warlike, and his killing intent filled the entire sky. Two opposing energies, two people filled with fervor, belligerence, and zeal, clashing head-on created a truly captivating scene. From the distance, a figure shot upwards. She moved between the two of them. A protective shield suddenly appeared, blocking Lord Den's skill. He retreated, his eyes dark and unreadable. That was not a wise move. Why did you interfere? Former first of the Hexa Core. 7th Core, recovery type. Lena remained calm, her expression resolute. You said you hate this kid? Her eyes sharpened as she declared, but I happen to like him a lot. Lena unleashed a technique, her piercing gaze fixed on her opponent, causing Aki to widen his eyes. He looked up at her, astonished. Lena was standing against the light, so when he looked at her, she shone as brilliantly as the sun in his eyes. Lena, did she use her hexacore to restore her body to its peak condition? Van Dalen glared at her with eyes full of hatred, a fierce, teeth-gritting smile on his face. Lena, have you forgotten? You people aren't allowed to wear combat gear, are you? The area was shrouded in dust and smoke. He stood before them both, laughing mockingly, while she held her defensive stance, creating a barrier for both herself and Aki, who was injured and leaning on his sword to keep from collapsing. Are you trying to challenge the king's regulations? She retracted her technique and crossed her arms, her gaze fixed steadfastly on him. Aki suddenly recalled images of her fighting alongside everyone, of a cheerful and energetic Lena who gave her all for her comrades. Haha, Lena is still Lena, as quick-witted and sharp-tongued as ever. She was the most energetic one in the Hexa Core. He stood behind her, looking at her back and reminiscing about old memories. Meanwhile, the man stood with his hands in his pockets, his thoughtful gaze directed at the two of them. In my past life, I was always the one standing in front of her. I never thought it would be her protecting me now. How can this be? The person who suddenly appeared is the former Hexa Core member, Lena. Van Dalen sneered, his face darkened, but she and the boy held their ground. Good heavens, is there some kind of secret relationship here? This demon hunting tournament is truly full of surprises. I respect you because you were once a warrior, but that doesn't mean I'll give you any face. You shameless woman. Lena gritted her teeth, her icy glare fixed on him. And what about you, in broad daylight? For a Hexa Core member to start a conflict like this, it's a bit inappropriate. Lena maintained her glare at him, but this time she mentioned Aki, causing him to turn and look at her in surprise. The kid behind me. He's the son of an old friend of mine. Huh, I think you've tested him enough, or maybe. Her gaze flickered toward him, a sharp glint in her eyes. Your real goal wasn't to test him at all. He stared at her intently, a smug grin plastered on his face. He smirked, the mockery plain to see. Humph, so it really is him. He suddenly unleashed an attack, surprising her as a volley of green arrows shot from his body towards them. What a despicable creature. She braced herself, gathering power. A bright light formed at her chest, her eyes cold with hatred. Lord Dylan has used the skill. Punishing Ray. The command emits a dense energy in a wide area in front of him, preventing the opponent from using skills to escape. How boring. Lena was preparing to use her power to block his attack. Just then, her eyes widened in surprise as something flashed in front of her. Aki had rushed forward with his sword to block the attack for her. She shot up, her eyes wide in astonishment. A shadow had appeared in front of him, one that looked eerily familiar. Another wave of attacks was launched at the two of them, seemingly impossible to block. And yet, this vanguard had actually managed to deflect the first volley. Unfortunately, the next assault was heading right for them, and it looked like there was no stopping it. She lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders, her eyes shining with resolve as she ordered him to fall back. She used his shoulder as a springboard and leaped forward. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. The whole reason I made such a show of things was because I was afraid Lena would step in. She vaulted over, planting her hands on the ground to launch herself. She stomped her foot down hard, creating a foothold. Once her temper flared, she shot forward like an electric missile, one of her eyes now just a pupilless, glowing green orb. There would definitely be casualties. Meanwhile, the MC was watching the fight on the screen and commentating. Is this a battle between the 6 sovereigns? This is even rarer than seeing the 7 demon lords. With cold eyes and a wicked smile, he watched her approach. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength to deal with her. The two of them shot towards each other like rockets, both ready for a fight to the death. Over here, Aki tilted his head back and blew a puff of gray smoke into the air. Lord Dylan has used his secret technique, demonic spear infusion. He's actually getting serious now. At the same time, Van Daen was preparing to launch his sword at her. Seeing this, Aki's eyes widened in shock. Thank you, great warrior Dylan. Lena turned back, surprised. He had activated a skill. His eyes were now a pure, blank white as he looked at the two fighters. Thank you, great warrior Dylan. A deadly smile spread across his face. So it works. He then shouted at the top of his lungs, Great warrior Dylan, we are so grateful that you, in the midst of your 1,000 duties, have taken the time to pass on your experience to us, the younger generation. He bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entire stadium. The two fighters just stood there staring at him, completely forgetting they were about to kill each other. It truly makes this humble one endlessly grateful. Watching the match, Boris looked up, completely baffled by what was happening in the arena. What on earth is going on? The entire audience stared at him in surprise. But he paid them no mind and just kept shouting, even though he received no answer. May I ask, my lord, are you satisfied with my performance? After his outburst, he turned to the two of them with a goofy grin. The whole stadium was buzzing, murmuring, and chattering nonstop. The vanguard from Picadia seems very enthusiastic and expressing his sincere gratitude to Lord Dylan. I thought we were going to see a fight between the 6 sovereigns. Is it just going to end like this? Quiet down. The 6 sovereigns only fight when it's an emergency. We should be satisfied just to have seen Lord Dylan take action twice. That's right, that's right. The whole audience agreed with him and stood up to cheer. Great warrior, Lord Dylan, that's right. Despite his 1,000 duties, he still makes time to mentor the next generation. Van Daen looked up at the fireworks exploding and falling over the arena. The chatter from the stands was still just as loud. He truly is our great sovereign. Everyone, let's give a huge round of applause for our great sovereign. He closed his eyes and smirked. He's a crafty one. Lena, Van Daen, and Aki remained in their positions as fireworks rained down on the arena. So, I guess I can't continue what I was doing. Right? No. Thank you so much for your guidance. Aki stood with his hands on his hips, looking at him with a provocative stare. I trust that this junior won't disappoint you in the future. I'll continue. To break things. Phew, good thing that flattery worked. In front of so many people, there's no way that guy can force a fight. Both of them glared at him, their faces dark. The mood was ruined. They weren't fighting anymore. He ground his teeth in bitter resentment, looking like he wanted to send Aki straight to hell. Not a bad performance. You passed the test. You are a very outstanding young warrior. Keep it up. Congratulations to the vanguard from the city of Picadia for receiving the approval of the great Lord Dylan. This has truly been a wonderful test. The cheers from the stands erupted as they heard his announcement on the screen. Congratulations to Picadia for winning this year's competition. Picadia. Elsewhere, those watching this scene were completely stunned. What? We won the championship. By doing nothing? Back in the arena, he was still standing in the same spot watching Aki, while she slowly walked towards him. I hereby declare this the fastest and most surprising demon hunting competition in history. And this miracle was created by the vanguard. She strode past him with an unhappy expression, while his eyes widened in surprise. An image of Aki had just appeared on the news screen. With only their vanguard and some overwhelmingly powerful outside help, the city of Picadia has won this year's Demon Hunt tournament. Everyone gathered around, tossing him into the air and cheering in celebration. The golden trophy sat gleaming to one side. Ah, this kid's got guts, Barris said, happily hugging him. You really won the championship for our city of Picadia. Do you have any idea how big my reward is going to be when we get back? Ha ha ha. Aha, I don't even know what to say. I almost got killed, Barris. She puffed out her chest, smiling happily as she leaned in close to him. Tonight's my treat. We can do whatever you want. The image has been censored. Aki saw this and turned red to the tips of his ears, too stunned to speak. Hey, Commander Barris. I think Aki is suffocating. Commander Barris, please stop. Commander Barris, calm down. She looked away shyly, but was actually sneaking glances at him. After escaping her grasp, Aki coughed dryly to clear the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, Barris. His gaze sharpened, his brow furrowed, becoming much more serious. Do you remember what you promised before? She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him. Of course, I remember. I'll be your sponsor. That way, you can talk to the person in charge of the court's energy. Huh. Well, sorry to trouble you. He took off his outer cloak. This cloak is dirty. By the way, could you get a new cloak for me? Also, if there's a victory party or something similar, I have other plans, so I won't be able to attend. Hearing this, one of the guy's eyes lit up, sparkling as he looked at him. Warrior Ann, do you have an important meeting? Is it with a man or a woman? He gave a slight smile. Just meeting an old friend. Lena went to a high hill that overlooked the entire sprawling city. Having changed into a long cloak, he walked toward her, step by step. The setting sun bathed them both in light, creating a romantic scene. He approached Lena one step at a time. Hey, I'm here. What did you want to meet me here for? She turned her head to look at him. So you really came. She remembered Barris calling him by another name. And also that time in the arena when she passed him. He had looked at her with such a dazed expression. How did you know about this place? Lena walked toward him, one deliberate step at a time. Her voice grew more intense with every step. Are you really? Her eyes shimmered, brimming with tears, filled with a beautiful sadness. Is it really you? Aki? Lena and Aki were standing on the edge of a cliff. Lena's voice was loud. Aki, look, wasn't I right? Not only is this place deserted, but you can also see the entire town from here. She spread her arms wide, taking a deep breath. Wow, I love this place. Her voice was full of ease. This will be our. Before she could finish, she stopped abruptly. Lena's memory continued to play. At that moment, she was twisting a lock of her hair. Ah, what I mean is, this is my secret base. At that, Aki stared for a moment before flicking Lena on the forehead, his eyes gentle. A secret base? Haha. His voice was soft. Lena, are you still a kid? Lena spun around angrily. You flicked my forehead again. You'll make me an idiot. Everyone wants their own secret base, you know. She looked at Aki and scolded him. Besides, a blockhead like you only knows how to kill demons, Aki. You don't get it at all. Aki calmly covered his ears. All right, all right. He looked towards the sunset, his voice softening. But it really is peaceful here. Both Lena and he loved this place. She held out her hand, using her magic. Countless small vines sprouted from the base of the boulder and, under her control, carved some characters into the stone. I've decided. From now on, this is our secret base. As it turned out, the characters were her name and Aki's. Aki, you can't tell anyone else about this, okay? Her mind returned to the present. The boulder from that day was now covered in moss. Her eyes glistened, welling with tears. Are you, that Aki? You still remember our secret base, don't you? Aki hesitated. Lena quickly turned away, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I must have startled you. Lena rubbed her eyes and continued to explain. You just look so much like someone who was incredibly important to me in the past. From behind, Lena looked terribly lonely. Your actions during the tournament were too reckless. If I hadn't shown up when I did, you probably wouldn't have survived. She thought to herself, let's just call this my way of repaying the favor for the statue. We don't owe each other anything. Aki interrupted her. Lena. Surprised, she looked toward Aki. Huh? What did you just call me? Aki gave her a sharp flick on the forehead, but his eyes were just as gentle as in her memories. Still talking about a secret base? After all these years, are you still a kid? That voice, those words, they were exactly the same as the person from her past. Her eyes, filled with hope, widened in shock. Aki, she said his name as tears began to stream down her cheeks. Aki looked at her with relief and deep affection. You're still alive and well. That's so good. Under the setting sun, Aki admitted, yes, I'm Aki. His face was calm. I'm back. Lena rushed to Aki, hugging him tightly. Her voice was thick with resentful emotion. "What took you so long to come back?" she yelled. "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Sob, sob, sob. Aki hugged Lena back, comforting her. The image of the two of them under the sunset seemed to finally satisfy the deep longing to meet a cherished person from the past. Birds soared across the sky. A sense of peace finally settled over them both. Lina asked curiously, "Are you saying you traveled through time from half a century ago, and that the 8 demon kings exist within the ancient king's monument?" She continued to fire off questions. "Isn't the highest rank among demons supposed to be the 7 demon kings?" Aki put his hands in his pockets and explained calmly, "It's confusing, isn't it? To be honest, I don't really know how or why, either." Aki's expression shifted. "Even I think it sounds absurd saying it out loud. To put it simply, I was supposed to have died 50 years ago, and I was transported directly to the present. On top of that, there's something strange existing inside my body." As he spoke, he remembered the image of the demon within him. Lina looked at him silently, deeply moved. "Just like you said, it's confusing. But what's important is that you survived. That's more than enough." Aki looked at Lena with a puzzled expression. "Oh, right, Lena. I don't understand why everyone in this city is so hostile toward us these days." His gaze turned grim. "Back then, we sacrificed our lives for everyone. Why do they hate us so much now?" Lena sighed. "Actually, if I have to be blunt, you're the reason." Aki was confused. "Me?" Lena slowly began to explain. "During the War of Holy Light back then, you led a group of warriors to the ancient king's monument. Do you remember? Almost everyone tried to persuade you not to recklessly enter the ancient king's monument." As she spoke, she recalled the scene from that year. Logistics representatives and even other warriors came to the front lines to stop you. The situation wasn't in our favor, and everyone's consensus was to maintain the current balance of power. The image of smoke, fire, and thousands of warriors flashed in her mind. But back then, you didn't listen to anyone's advice. You just told everyone, "Wait for our return." Then you led your squad inside. The scene was one of total chaos. And soon after, the news arrived that you had been killed in action inside the ancient king's monument. Aki, back then, had been impaled on a pillar that looked like a cross. Lena calmly continued her story. "Along with the news of your death, the morale and confidence of all the warriors were completely shattered. The warrior who was our greatest strength had died, and our king had also abandoned us. Despair fell over all of humanity. A scene of tragedy replayed in Lena's memory. After your sacrifice, the demons launched a massive counterattack. The lands we had reclaimed were once again seized and trampled by them. There were bodies of our soldiers everywhere. The battle at that time was huge, with both sides tearing each other apart relentlessly." Lena's voice was heavy with sadness. At the time, someone did the math. For every 10 warriors, 9 of them died. As far as many people are concerned, they believe none of it should have ever happened. She regretfully recalled the image of her comrades. "If you had just listened to the advice back then and not recklessly entered the ancient king's steel, perhaps the number of survivors from the Shangguan War would have been several times higher." Lina continued her story, explaining that as time went on, the new 6 heroes and the new king gradually appeared. The helpless part was that they were also the ones who had opposed your decision back then. That's why so many people despise you now. Lina recalled her own situation back then. "Those of us remaining from the 6 heroes were also scorned by the world because we were seen as your supporters. In the end, the new king stripped us of our status as warriors." After hearing Lena's story, Aki's face froze on the spot, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "My decision back then." His voice faltered, doubting himself. "Did I get that many people killed?" Lena sighed softly, her expression gentle. "So many years have passed. I've gotten used to it. It's all in the past now. Who was right and who was wrong doesn't matter anymore." Lena pictured herself again. "Sometimes, when I pass by that old statue of you, I'll stop and look up, remembering so many things." She turned her face toward Aki. "But you've been resurrected in such a strange way," Aki replied. "It really is a miracle." Aki's eyes were filled with disbelief. He raised his voice, questioning her. "What kind of logic is that? Back then, I went into the ancient king's stele because I wanted to solve the demon problem at its very core. I did it for humanity, so our future generations wouldn't have to suffer from the demon's torment anymore. That's why I made that choice." Full of sympathy, Lena tilted her head and lifted his chin. "Aki, I know the pain you've been through, but perhaps you can't blame them, because so many people just couldn't accept the outcome back then. And as a king, you were bound to become the target of humanity's criticism." Aki closed his eyes and thought, then asked calmly, "So where are the other survivors of the 6 heroes?" Lena's hand froze. "After you sacrificed yourself, 3 others from the old 6 heroes died in the battles that followed." She bowed her head in sorrow. "There are 3 of us left, including me, and Ran of the Yellow Corps, the first of the 6 heroes, was gravely injured. She later voluntarily gave up her status and went into hiding in some town. Looking down at the city from the cliff, she revealed her own intentions. I was actually planning to leave this place too, to leave this place so full of memories. But Duo of the Blue Corps resisted the new king, and for that, they broke both his arms and legs. He was thrown into the dungeon to await his death. At these words, Aki gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. What? Duo? They did that to him? How could they treat us like that? Those damn bastards. A murderous aura radiated from his body. Why didn't you all unite with our supporters and fight back against the new king? Lina answered calmly, because he's too strong. Aki was puzzled. Elemental power? Lina slowly explained, forming a symbol with her hand. Demons no longer just have 6 types of core abilities like red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. They've now evolved 5 types of elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Images of these new demons flashed through Lina's mind. That's why demons are no longer as easy to deal with as they used to be. Aki understood now. He thought, so, they're divided into the 5 great elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That means my body is currently only missing the earth element, he asked suspiciously. But what does this have to do with warriors? Lina fell silent, then answered seriously. What if warriors could fuse with elemental powers? Aki was astonished. Warriors can fuse with elemental powers now? He immediately thought to himself, fusing with elemental power. Is that similar to my own ability to control elements? Lina looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. It's not just the power gap between a 4-core warrior and a 5-core warrior, she explained calmly. Now, 5-core warriors possess immense strength, and they'll even compete for precious fusion cores, traveling to Dogura, the ossuary citadel, to obtain fusion power. I'm sure you still remember that special place. Aki's gaze fell. He pondered Dogura Citadel. Of course, I remember. The old memories resurfaced. It was one of the most brutal battlefields where I led 1,000,000 warriors to fight against the demons. The brutal images of the battle replayed in his mind. It's now called Dogura, the ossuary citadel, because it was the epicenter of that great war. So that's why it's called the ossuary? Lina spoke up, her eyes deep and somber. Many years have passed since the Shangguan War. Beneath the grounds of the ossuary citadel lie countless bodies of human warriors and demons. One day, someone discovered a special type of demon appearing inside. Lina continued her story. That special type of demon is at least a 5th-stage demon. She imagined them as she spoke. In addition, they have another feature that makes them different from the demons outside, a hovering fusion crystal in their empty chests. Lina looked at Aki, her voice rising. And it's that very crystal that allows a warrior to fuse with elemental power. But not just any warrior is strong enough to fuse with a crystal. Lina gave her own assessment. In short, the warrior's rank must be no lower than a 5th core, and they must also possess extraordinary resistance. Aki asked curiously, if you get a fusion crystal, does that mean you can fuse with all 5 elements? Lina waved her hand dismissively. No, no, no. How could anyone fuse with all 5 elements? You can only fuse with one. She explained slowly. The elements both reinforce and counteract each other. No one has ever succeeded, because, theoretically, a single body cannot harbor multiple elements at the same time. Even the current new king and the new 6 heroes have only fused with a single element each. Aki was completely stunned and shouted, You mean they've also fused with elemental powers? She continued to explain, When Van Daelang and I fought, I couldn't tell at all. He was worried that if he used his full power, the arena's protective barrier wouldn't hold, and the audience would get hurt. Lina placed her hands on her hips. That guy really cares about his image. If he had used 100% of his strength against you from the very beginning, I'm afraid you wouldn't have even had a chance to fight back. The wind blew through Lina's hair. She gently brushed a strand aside and continued to explain softly. Although I hate to admit it, the new 6 heroes and the new king are indeed much stronger than we were back then. Not only do they possess dual cores, but they also wield elemental powers. As she spoke, she thought of her comrades again. This is also the reason why I couldn't rescue Dessa from the prison. After hearing that, Aki began to think about his own situation. My body already contains 4 types of elemental powers. Is it because of that 8th stage being? But Lina is right. Even so, compared to the new 6 heroes, my current strength is far too weak. Aki then motivated himself. As a warrior, I can't rely on a demon's power forever. To save Desaza, I must make myself powerful enough on my own. Aki's eyes were filled with determination. I get it. Looks like I have no choice but to make a trip to Dogura's ossuary citadel. Lina looked at him sympathetically. But you still haven't reached the power of a 5-star core. The gap between 4-star and 5-star is Aki smirked, cutting her off. A huge one. Of course I know that. Aki regained his confident demeanor. This so-called huge gap is a phrase I came up with myself back in the day. It's just. In this life, he trailed off. Aki started to accept the truth. Maybe I don't have to follow these old sayings anymore. I think I can break through these limits. The scene changes to Aki embarrassed just leaving a bar. She had hurriedly dragged him out. And here I thought you were going to stay and have some fun for a few more days. Aki walked at a leisurely pace. The plans changed. After I'm done discussing the energy quartz, I have to leave. Barris stood up straight, stretching her arms. Youths are so full of energy. She fixed her hair. Don't worry. I promised I'd be your guarantor, so of course I'll go with you. Aki glanced behind him. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. The issue with Hilo City's energy quartz supply has been resolved. Surprised, he walked towards the source of the voice. The person continued. Next, we'll head to the Soldier Combat Department to request reinforcements. He recognized the group of people ahead. Huh. Hey, everyone, Barris asked, confused. Why'd you stop, Aki? Situ Liu sensed something and turned her head. I think I heard something. His figure came into view, and she shouted, Aki. The whole group turned around. Aki. Aki called out a greeting to everyone. Everyone was completely stunned. They ran over to Aki, joyfully pulling him into a group hug. What are you doing here? Ji Yaotang shook his hand. His eyes sparkled. Aki, you little rascal. You really are alive, and you've gotten so much stronger. Aki looked at him and replied, Captain Ji Yaotang, you've been through a lot. Shino looked at him skeptically. But, Aki, have you gotten a lot taller? Aki was flustered. Ha, I hadn't noticed. Maybe it's the effect of the demon core? Shino excitedly recounted everything. We were originally just following the commanding officer from Bryan City to observe the tournament. On the way here, I think Liu heard some news about you. So we left Bryan's squad to look for you. But the intel turned out to be wrong. We just now arrived in the City of Dawn. Captain Ji Yaotang just finished discussing the redistribution of the energy quartz. Ji Yaotang spoke up. We were planning to go look for you again, but who would have thought you were already here in the City of Dawn? Aki happily chimed in. Well, that's great. So the energy quartz distribution problem is solved. I was originally planning to negotiate as a representative. Barris lowered her head and quietly turned to leave. It seems you're Aki's long-lost comrades. In that case, I won't disturb your reunion. Ji Yaotang was flustered, looking a bit awkward. We were so excited we didn't even notice you. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for taking care of Aki. Haha, you've just arrived, so you probably don't know that it was Aki who took care of me and Pigia City. Shino nudged him and whispered, Go talk to Liu. Ever since you left us, she's barely eaten a thing. Sumo added, Look at this picture I took of Liu. Her face is just so gloomy. When you talk to her, it's like she's a million miles away. Situ Liu kept her head down, her figure looking incredibly lonely. Aki gently walked up to her, his gaze full of tenderness. Captain, I'm here to report. I'm sorry for making you worry. Situ Liu bit her lip and playfully hit him. She held out her hand, her cheeks flushing red as she happily reminded him. From now on, you're not allowed to leave the squad on your own. He looked at her with immense affection. Yes, ma'am. The whole squad laughed and chatted happily. From a dark corner, Lena watched everything, her eyes filled with a hint of regret, her lips pressed together. Lena remembered a time long ago. It's just like us back then. That boy's image is still so radiant and warm. Over at Dagura's ossuary citadel, Situ Liu's ragged breaths could be heard as she supported an exhausted Aki. The corpses of demons littered the ground. Liu kept encouraging Aki to hang on. In Aki's hand was an elemental quartz. It was a fusion crystal they had just obtained from the battle. She looked at him, his eyes slowly closing, and couldn't help but panic, not wanting him to fall asleep in his condition. Situ Liu struggled to carry Aki on her back, her legs trembling with fatigue as she kept pleading with him not to sleep. Wake up. We went through so much too. But before she could finish, his hand went limp, and the elemental quartz fell, landing some distance away. Elemental quartz allows a soldier to fuse with the elemental power of a demon. Suddenly, a demon appeared and spoke. Low-level soldiers, and yet you possess an elemental quartz. But here, your story ends in only one way. It then lunged toward the two of them, uttering a single word, death. Situ Liu quickly blocked the demon's attack. Exhausted, she couldn't hold out for long and collapsed to the ground, but she still struggled to get back up. This action caught the demon's eye, piquing its interest. Oh, still able to move? She then glanced over at Aki lying beside her. I'm too weak. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. She reached out, wanting to touch Aki's motionless body, trying to call his name. Suddenly, Situ Liu's eyes shot open. She was lying in bed, drenched in sweat, Realizing it had all been a dream, she slowly sat up, feeling how incredibly real the nightmare had been. Even the sensation of being stabbed felt real. She let out a sigh, deciding not to dwell on it anymore. Looking down, she saw her clothes were soaked through, and she wanted to take a shower right away. Suddenly, Aki pushed the door open from outside and shouted, "What's wrong, Liu? I was in the next room and heard you scream. Are you okay?" Seeing him, Situ Liu frantically grabbed the blanket to cover herself, her face turning as red as a tomato in embarrassment. Then, she grabbed a pillow and smacked him hard in the face, shouting, "Don't look. Didn't anyone ever tell you to knock before entering a girl's room?" Aki tried to explain, "It's just that I heard you scream, so I." But she didn't let him finish. Situ Liu furiously yelled, "Get out," followed by the sound of her slamming the door, leaving a battered and bewildered Aki outside. Later, outside the Class Town's hotel, Situ Liu walked out and urged, "Let's go. Are you all packed?" But Situ Liu was still annoyed. Still upset about this morning, she felt irritated hearing him call her by her name, so she reminded him, "Call me Captain." Not wanting to argue with her, Aki smiled and agreed. "All right, Captain. Are you feeling better after your rest? We've got a long road ahead of us today." Situ Liu's response was still cold. "You don't need to worry." Then she thought to herself, it was just a weird dream, but it scared me to death. Damn it. After what just happened, this guy is still acting so calm and collected. Aki, holding the map, explained, "We're currently in a class town, which is a mandatory stop on the way to the Dogora Ossuary Fortress. If we go all out, we can make it to the Dogora Ossuary Fortress by this evening. I heard that to enter the fortress now, you have to pass a strength test given by the city guards, or you'll be considered an illegal intruder." What a pain. But Situ Liu pointed out, didn't the Radiant Hall's captain already explain this? The Ossuary Fortress is now a key strategic location, a place where powerful 5-rank warriors can obtain elemental quartz. A special wall has been built to surround the entire area. There's also an army formed from high-level warriors stationed around it. The entire fortress is under strict guard. This isn't just to target illegal intruders, but also as a precaution in case the demons inside ever break out. It's also a defensive measure for the fortress. Hearing this, Aki asked her skeptically, "Are you really not scared about coming with me to the Ossuary Fortress? Even though it was a request from the Radiant Hall's captain, I didn't expect you to agree without any hesitation. After all, it's a place only 5-rank warriors dare to venture into." Situ Liu replied bluntly, not sparing his feelings. "The Radiant Hall's captain is worried about a reckless guy like you who's always causing trouble. It's not safe without a 6-core healer by your side. And I just happen to be a 6-core. Then she turned back to him and explained, "Besides, I'm not here for you. I'm here on a mission. The Radiant Hall's captain told me to level up with you and try to become 2-rank warriors by the time we return. Don't you forget it." Of course, Aki wouldn't dare forget. Don't Hannah and Snow also have to undergo special training with the Radiant Hall's captain? They seem pretty fired up. Situ Liu then sternly brought up the past. "I'm the team captain. Remembering last time, when you left the team on your own, I have to keep an eye on you." Hearing this, Aki couldn't help but smile, recalling her innocent appearance. Seeing him stay silent, Situ Liu glanced at him, puzzled, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you smiling? You look so creepy. Are you thinking about what happened earlier?" And with that, the two continued on their journey toward their next destination. Elsewhere, voices echoed all around. "We need a 6-core healer over here. Minimum requirement is a 5-core warrior. Our squad is heading out." At that moment, at the Dogora Ossuary Fortress, Situ Liu and Aki finally arrived after a long journey. The warriors there couldn't stop gossiping when they saw the two of them. "Huh, a 4-core warrior, and there's a 1-core with him. Where did these brats crawl out from? Is this for real? Are they that desperate for power? Are they here to be fodder for the demons in the fortress?" On the side, 2 other guys were discussing. "Is this couple lost or something? They won't get in, they'll never pass the strength test." As he finished speaking, one of them let out a mocking laugh. Hearing these words, Aki didn't get angry at all and just stood there confidently. "Looks like we're being underestimated." A crowd gathered around, and a group of 3 people charged forward. Well, look at this. He even brought a girl along." Hearing that, Aki turned his head to see who was talking down to him. It turned out to be a red-haired, 5-rank warrior, looking at them mockingly. He's really just a 4-rank idiot with no real strength, trying to act tough. A 4-rank warrior bringing a 1-rank warrior to the Ossuary Fortress. I wonder how they're gonna die. Hearing these words, Situ Liu was annoyed. Where did this piece of trash crawl out from? It's fine. With this kind of pathetic provocation, it's best to just ignore him. The crowd then recognized the red-haired man and began to buzz. "It's young Master Hao Tao from the Min family of Yura City. I can't believe he's also come to the Ossuary Fortress to fight for the elemental quartz. The one behind him is a 6th-rank warrior. He seems to be one of the top mercenaries of their family. I've seen these guys' info on the mercenary list before. They're incredibly strong. I can't believe they've sold their loyalty to the Min family now. I also saw that guy used an elemental quartz to gain an elemental power that suited him. With him as an escort, the elemental quartz is as good as his. Hearing the crowd discuss his background, Hao Tao became even more arrogant, showing off to everyone. I am the young master of the A-rank Min family from Yura City. You must have heard of the Min family, right? Our Min family is the largest warrior family in the city. Then he made a lewd comment to Situ Liu. Hey, long-haired beauty, let me give you a piece of advice. This ossuary fortress is no place to play around. Seeing that Situ Liu didn't answer, Hao Tao pushed his luck even further. You're a 6 core, right? He ignored the panting girl in his arms, reaching out with a smirk. This young master has an open spot for a personal healer on my left side. I can make an exception and let you stay. When she didn't answer for a while, he glanced at the two of them and scoffed. While he was busy boasting, Situ Liu and Aki were completely ignoring him and having their own conversation, causing his outstretched hand to tremble. He roared in fury. Is it possible you don't know who our Min family is? Damn it. I was only being nice to you because you're a beauty. Situ Liu, not one to back down, angrily shouted back. Who gave you permission to speak to me? Hao Tao and the blonde girl beside him were so startled by her shout that their faces turned pale. They immediately fell silent, their pupils contracting. Situ Liu sneered. You do nothing but bring up your family's name. You must be completely useless on your own. Humiliated, Hao Tao got angry and shoved the blonde girl away, shouting, Shut your mouth, bitch. Were those words just now directed at me? Do you believe I could crush you with a single finger? Situ Liu got angry and threw her luggage on the ground. Even if I, Situ Liu, am not strong enough yet, I've never been afraid of anything. Though she said that, she was thinking to herself, a damned pervert like you dares to get angry? This lady is cursing trash like you. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, Hao Tao let out a sinister laugh. In the blink of an eye, he lunged to attack. She's just a 1-rank warrior. He raised his hand to strike. Today, I'll teach you a proper lesson. Suddenly, a red flash cut through the air. Aki had already dashed in front of Situ Liu before Hao Tao's strike could land. Aki's feet slid back as he easily blocked Hao Tao's blow with a single hand. Seeing this, his eyes turned red with fury. Let go, or I'll take care of you. 2. Aki looked at him, his hands still holding firm, full of contempt. Yo, Master Hao Tao of the Min family, correct? You are the one who started this provocation today. If you continue to attack, and word of this gets out, that would reflect poorly on your Min clan, wouldn't it? Aki glanced at the entrance and continued. Besides, causing trouble in a place like this, the guards probably won't let you into the Burial Bone Fortress. Aki smirked, his grip on the man's hand tightening. Do you need more time to think? But Hao Tun was enraged. He channeled strength into the arm Aki was holding and furiously retorted, Think about my ass. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Young Master Hao Tun. The giant, axe-wielding man spoke up, advising him. The kid is right. Young Master Hao Tun. Any warrior who makes it here has at least some degree of strength. If you get a bad reputation right after arriving, it'll be disadvantageous for you if word gets back to the clan. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, now isn't the time. Acting rashly here is a bad idea. Getting into the Burial Bone Fortress smoothly is what's most important. Inside, anything can happen. His expression turned sinister. Hao Tun seemed to understand his intent, smirking viciously. He yanked his hand free from Aki's. This young master won't waste his time with trash like you. Then he walked past Aki and Situ Liu, followed by the old man and the blonde woman. Let's go. As the level 6 warrior passed Aki, he shot him a sinister glare, as if plotting something. His foot stomped on the ground, secretly activating his earth elemental power. In response, red lights appeared around his feet. The earth and rocks around his feet began to levitate. The small, levitating rocks, glowing with a red light, shot straight towards Aki. He closed his eyes, not even bothering to look back. He threw a punch, dealing with the old man's move entirely. Hearing the commotion, Situ Liu turned around, confused and curious. What was that? Aki just smiled. It was nothing, just swatting a mosquito. Let's go get assessed. I'm sure we'll pass without any trouble. As he relaxed his hand, the bits of rock and dirt fell away. He had used the hardening power of the metal element to neutralize the sneak attack from the level 6 warrior accompanying the red-haired guy. Seeing this, the old man glanced at Aki, utterly shocked. Did that kid just block my hidden earth element attack with his bare hands? Setting aside his incredible reaction speed, his hand should have been pierced through. That kid. He then suddenly called out to his young master. Hearing the call, the man turned back to see what was happening. The man said, We need to change our list of top contenders for the elemental quartz. That kid from before. I believe he's the most formidable competitor. His strength is definitely not just level 4. I can't see through that kid's true power. We need to find a chance to kill them both to avoid future trouble. Elsewhere, a person looked at a display screen and exclaimed, that synchronization rate. It's as high as 54%. The other person is at least 42%. After testing Aki and Situ Liu, the testing staff couldn't hide their astonishment, while the two of them remained calm, as if this was normal. Since there are no rank regulations, does this mean we've passed the synchronization rate test? The staff member hesitated, looking at the results on the screen. Well, at that moment, Aki was surprised, thinking to himself, I remember this girl's synchronization rate used to be 39%. Not only has she advanced to a level 1 core, but her rate has somehow jumped to 42% in this short time. That's a really fast rate of improvement. The female tester looked at the screen and hesitated. You too. A level 4 red core warrior and a level 1 green core warrior want to enter the Burial Bone Fortress to compete for the elemental quartz. Is that right? Her expression turned serious. The demons inside are at least level 3. Are you sure? Aki quickly pointed to Situ Liu and affirmed, that's right. We're more than capable of protecting ourselves. She's our squad's healer, and also an agile fighter. Hearing this, Situ Liu blushed with anger and gritted her teeth. I'm so mad, being called a healer. That damn Aki, the staff member explained. No warrior below the 5th rank has ever dared to enter the Burial Bone Fortress, although there are no strict rules on power level. Your combination is the lowest ranked in all of history. I must remind you, the so-called elemental quartz can only be found on special elemental quartz demons inside the fortress. And this type of demon only respawns a certain amount of time after it's been killed. It takes a while before another one appears. So, you won't just be facing demons, but also other warriors, powerful competitors. Even just surviving will be a problem. Even knowing all that, do you still want to go in? Aki's eyes were resolute. Of course. And our goal isn't just to survive. Thanks for the warning. Seeing their determination, the staff member didn't try to persuade them further. She led them inside. This way, please. Once inside, Situ Liu let out a breath. This is the burial ground rumored to have a 90% death rate. I should be scared. But for some reason, I feel very calm. Incredibly confident. It's like as long as Aki is here, I have endless courage. Inside the Burial Bone Fortress, a demon was searching for something. After it had moved far away from them, Situ Liu said, this place has been completely overrun by demons. Aki observed their surroundings as he spoke. Dogura Fortress is called a fortress, but it's actually a city. Did you know? In the past, Dogura Fortress was as large and famous as the current city of Dawn, because it was located in the center of the continent. It used to be the most densely populated city. Then, because of the demon invasion, it gradually fell into ruin and became a battlefield. Afterwards, the vast central area of the classic fortress within the city was occupied by powerful demons. No one dared to stay here anymore. People gradually started calling it a fortress, perhaps to forget its prosperous past. As he said that, Aki's eyes held a hint of sadness. Situ Liu sat opposite him and said, you know a lot. He replied, I just heard a lot of random things when I was a kid. Situ Liu thought to herself, this infuriating guy. He stood up and called to Situ Liu, let's go. We should head to where the special demons carrying the elemental quartz are. Let's try to conserve our energy and avoid unnecessary fights. Situ Liu saw an explosion in the distance and called out, Aki, should we go help? Aki replied coldly, it's best not to. At least not inside the Burial Bone Fortress. Don't help anyone. He sighed internally, thinking, Liu lived and grew up in Hesperus City. She has a kind heart and still doesn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Do you really think those disgusting warriors we met at the gate are a minority? This place is filled with selfish people with unpredictable intentions. To be safe, it's better if we aren't so kind for now. As he spoke, he turned to look back at Situ Liu, and his eyes widened in alarm. Behind Situ Liu was a demon. The terrifying sound of its attack thundered, shaking the very ground. Luckily, Aki managed to carry her out of the way just in time. The water element 5th rank blue core demon said smugly, I can't believe you reacted in time. My water attacks are supposed to be silent. This isn't right at all. Aki set her down, but Situ Liu was still shaken. When did that 5th rank demon get behind me? That bastard must have used the silent, fluid state of his water element and combined it with his agile movements to get close to us. If Aki hadn't turned around and spotted him just in time, I would have been. Aki cut off her train of thought, saying, Liu, we have to end this fast. We need to avoid attracting other demons or the attention of other squad's warriors. Let's finish it quickly and leave no trace. I don't want to be a burden to Aki. The 5th-rank blue core demon slowly approached them. Hold on. Finish me quickly. A 4th core warrior and a 1st core warrior. To think I'd be so underestimated by the likes of you. And just like that, he vanished before their eyes. Reappearing above their heads, he prepared to strike. How adorable. Then he launched his attack. Die. Aki managed to dodge just in time. The close-range attack was so powerful it shattered the ground beneath them. He sneered. A 4th core and a 1st core. Don't worry. I won't even spare your corpses a second glance. After speaking, the demon continued his direct assault on the two of them. Aki moved in front to block the attack. Wood Metal Elemental Force. The demon was a bit surprised. How can you possess more than one type of power? Aren't human warriors only able to master an element after reaching the 5th rank? Aki then dashed towards the 5th-rank blue core demon, striking a blow that sent him reeling backward. He blocked the attack with his water power. I know how to use the water element, too. Then Aki charged forward, his speed catching the demon slightly off guard. So fast. Aki closed in on him. Surprised, are you? The demon was still smug. I was just playing with you. So what if you can use the water element? Can you possibly compare to my enhanced, flexible water system? Aki shouted. Liu. She dodged the demon's attack in time and kicked him in the back. At the same moment, Aki raised his sword and ran it through the demon's body. After finishing him off, he turned and said, perfect coordination. Liu. Pleasure working with you, Situ Liu replied, pulling the spirit core from the demon's back. Your 5th-rank blue core. As a 1st core warrior, I'll be taking this, don't worry. Then she kicked the body down, and I won't spare your corpse a second glance, either. Situ Liu retrieved the 5th-rank blue core and planted her foot on the demon's back. Seeing her swift movements, Aki commented, your speed just now wasn't bad at all. He pulled his sword from the body, its tip still dripping with blood. She lowered her head. Don't forget, my Situ family is a martial arts clan. This is just a basic maneuver. He slung the sword over his shoulder, glancing at the corpse with a large hole pierced through its chest. Then let's get out of here. That fight definitely attracted some unwanted attention. She panicked when she saw a long, bleeding gash on his face. You're injured. Let's find somewhere safe. I'll heal the scratch on your face. He touched the wound playfully and laughed. I just got careless and got grazed. Why would a little scratch like this need healing? In your eyes, am I that weak? Situ Liu looked at him with an incredibly serious expression. When we set out together, I told you, healing is my duty. No matter how big or small the wound, I must heal it. Otherwise, my very existence is meaningless. Seeing how serious she was, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. So serious and determined, huh? No wonder they call you the unsmiling Asura of Hesperus. All right, you're right. We can use the time to recover as well. A massive shadow fell over her. Situ Liu's eyes widened in horror as she looked up. Aki, watch out. The figure raised its leg to stomp down, while Aki froze for a second at her expression. The attack descended with incredible speed, cracking the ground below and sending her flying from the powerful shockwave. But Aki was a step faster, blocking the attack in a flash with his sword held behind his back. We were targeted this quickly. The attacker pressed down harder on his axe blade. This was no simple foe. The one who attacked him was a 6th-rank Black Core warrior. The man increased the force in his leg, pushing down hard, but Aki held his ground, blocking the attack. It seems my judgment was correct. Although you were only a 4th Core warrior, he only had one eye, but that single eye glared as if it wanted to devour Aki whole. Your true strength far exceeds the 4th Core, doesn't it? The axe blade ground against the sword, creating a shower of red sparks. Aki swung his sword, knocking the axe away and leaping back. Piss off! The warrior's eye flashed as he stared Aki down, a 6th-rank Red Core warrior of the Earth element. Seeing this, Situ Liu immediately tried to use his skill to support him, but something stopped her, making her eyes widen in surprise. A 3rd-rank Green Core warrior used his skill to immobilize her. Oh my, you were so focused on your teammate that it made paralyzing you so very easy. 3rd-rank Green Core, Paralysis Conduction. She retracted her skill, leaving Situ Liu's entire body trembling, unable to move. Damn it, this is the special paralysis skill of the recovery class. As a fellow Green Core healer, I'm sure you understand the situation you're in now, don't you? This paralysis skill is originally meant for treating wounds, but if channeled directly into an opponent's body, it can render them completely immobile. She left Situ Liu and walked towards Aki and the man. So it was you guys, Aki said, his sharp eyes glancing at the two of them. No wonder we were targeted so quickly. Shouldn't you be protecting your precious little young master Hao Ti? Is it really okay to come ambush us like this? People live and die here in an instant. Someone else was slowly walking towards them, their voice making Aki turn his head. So tough with your words when you're about to die. The person who appeared was Hao Ti, the The very person Aki had just mentioned. His eyes were deep and unreadable as he sneered, "Heh, don't want to lose face in front of your woman." Hearing his words was like a thunderclap striking Situ Liu's mind, leaving her stunned. She gritted her teeth, her face flushing with anger, but she couldn't move a muscle. What does he mean, his woman? Ah, I'm furious. Her face darkened as she bit her lip to quell her rage. Calm down. Now is not the time to be angry. Hao Ti walked over to the female warrior's side. With one hand in his pocket, he used the other to slap her on the butt, making her jolt as if electrocuted. Good job, baby. I'll reward you when we get home. Then he turned and grabbed Situ Liu's chin. He lifted her chin and sneered, but her gaze was fixed on Aki. The female warrior, Hao Ti, and Situ Liu all looked towards Aki, who stood defiantly with his sword in hand. Haha, I want you to watch him die. Then I'll have my fun with you later. No woman has ever dared to reject me. Young Master Hao Ti, you have made me very interested. His hand was still on her chin, making her eyes fly open in fury. She glared at him, gritting her teeth in anger. The 6-star Red Core warrior sat on a rock, observing them. Young Master Hao, too, didn't I tell you to hide and stay out of sight? I can handle this guy myself, and if you like that girl, I'll bring her to you. They all remained in their positions as they talked, and he kept his grip on her chin, refusing to let go as he sneered. Ha ha, with you here, I doubt anyone would dare ambush us. This young master doesn't hide. That's for cowards. He glanced over at the boy, smirking mockingly. Besides, am I not a 5-star warrior? Are you looking down on this young master? Do you want to keep your hand? A surge of blood-red sparks erupted around the boy. I thought you were just some spoiled brat. I wasn't going to bother with you, but it seems you're nothing but a piece of scum. I just want to confirm something. His eyes, cold and sharp, began to glow as his lips pressed into a deadly line. How to? You've hurt a lot of girls, haven't you? Situ Liu's eyes were sharp, filled with the desire to kill him on the spot. But Hao Tu just sneered, pointing directly at him and mocking, ha ha ha. What kind of idiotic statement is that? You're trying to act tough in front of me? Tonight, this young master will have his way with your woman. You're just a 4-core piece of trash. Nearby, the 6-star Red Core warrior frowned, grinding his teeth in silent rage. A stupid young master, spoiled rotten by his family, who doesn't even realize how weak he truly is. The 5-star warrior title you boast about was reluctantly given to you only because your powerful old man pulled strings with everyone he could. A symbol appeared inside a red circle. A warrior who's never even killed a single demon on his own. What a ridiculous, empty title. I am a 6-core warrior. If it weren't for the generous compensation from your Mingyi clan, I would have snapped the neck of a despicable little brat like you who doesn't know his own limits a long time ago. He watched Hao to run his mouth and sighed, forget it. Ah, young Master Hao. To the master instructed you to follow my orders when you're outside. Please, don't. He was cut off by the boy, whose icy glare looked like it could devour them whole. Then I won't hesitate to kill you. He shot toward him like a lightning bolt, startling the warrior. The 6-star Red Core warrior sped after him, shouting for Hao Tu to get out of the way. Watch out! The boy's eyes burned with hatred, carrying the stench of imminent death. Why does he have the aura of the fire element? Isn't he just a 4-core? How can he wield elemental power? He continued to rocket toward him. Hao Tu stood in front of the woman and the 3-star warrior, readying himself for a counterattack with his fists clenched. He raised a fist blazing with fire, its power immense, his eyes sharp with anger. But Hao Tu was terrified as he saw him charging like a starved wolf, his eyes wide and his teeth chattering as he trembled. He stumbled backward, falling on his back and screaming in utter terror, "Aya, you, stay away from me. Why can't I even think about fighting back?" He covered his face with his hands, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the boy. He's clearly just a 4-core warrior. But in this state, the boy pointed his sword straight at him, his other hand clenched into a fist, his sharp eyes sparking with fire. He was like a demon, ready to devour him whole. The power was so immense that the other woman couldn't even stand steady, while the captive girl remained frozen in place, unable to move. He's like a god of destruction. Ah, save me, save me. The warrior flew in, raising his axe to strike the boy, but he was detected in time. He swung the blade down as if to slice him in two. But the boy dodged the attack just in time, spinning around to counter. He struck with a single slash that sent the warrior flying. The man gritted his teeth in anger as he glared at him. Such flexible combat tactics. The 6-star Red Core warrior used his weapon to block the boy's attack, but the blow was so powerful that it sent him sliding backward. So he really can control the fire element? This kid is impressive, but my earth element will show no mercy. As he was pushed back, the boy seized the opportunity, unleashing an attack with writhing branches that shot out, trying to pierce him, leaving the warrior utterly stunned. Wood element. He nimbly dodged the boy's attack. The 6-star Red Core warrior was pushed back, having to use both hands to steady himself. He can control the wood element, too. What in the world is going on? A wide grin spread across his face. Interesting. I underestimated you. You've been hiding quite a few secrets, haven't you? He slammed his weapon into the ground. I can't believe you can control 2 elements. He activated his skill, and rocks began to encase the blade of his axe. I'm really curious how you're able to do that. He readied his axe, preparing to swing it directly at the boy. If I could also master 2 elemental powers, Earth Element, Giant Axe of Magma's Might, I'd become even stronger. He sneered mockingly. I'll beat it out of you within 10 minutes. A purple energy now enveloped the boy as he began to form something in his hand. Looking at him, the boy said, Is that so? A giant blue hand grabbed the warrior's arm, stopping him mid-swing. His eyes widened in shock as a 5-star blue core demon appeared, restraining him. Roar of the Water Element Corpse Control, 5-star blue core demon. The 5-star blue core demon materialized behind the warrior. Only then did he realize the demon was behind him, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. A demon? I didn't sense any demonic aura at all. The moment he realized, the stone on his chest began to glow. It got this close before I noticed it. The warrior spun around, putting distance between himself and the demon. It's a 5-star demon. The demon threw its weapon to the ground. The warrior recognized its element. Water-based agility type. Without waiting for him to act, the demon charged forward and knocked the warrior back. Sensing the situation was bad, the warrior turned to ask for help. Kid, can we call a truce on our personal grudge for a moment? Let's deal with this demon together, then. Aki raised his finger, as if controlling something, and cut the man off. A truce? Why do you think this demon is only attacking you? At the same time, the demon created thousands of sharp crystals. The warrior suddenly realized something. He whipped his head around. But by then, the crystals were already upon him, ready to take his life. It's a demon under his command. The warrior's eyes filled with terror. That demon is his puppet. How is that possible? Just how much power has he been hiding? With no time to think, he instantly raised his shield from the earth. At that moment, the rain of crystals slammed into his position, but was blocked by the shield. Watching this, Aki couldn't help but remark, he's pretty strong. As expected of a warrior, a great clan was willing to hire. While blocking that barrage, the warrior reached out his hand as if summoning something. The axe in the distance suddenly stirred and flew up. The flying axe spun through the air, heading towards the warrior. At that moment, the demon was also very close to the warrior. The axe was right behind the demon's back, and it slashed it straight across before flying back into the warrior's hand. The warrior caught the axe. I had already unlocked the giant axe mode, but it still managed to dodge. He glanced over at Aki. It was because that brat was controlling it. This kind of ability. In his eyes, Aki was no different from a devil. Could he be a 7th key warrior? With no time to think, the warrior charged forward to clash with the demon, deciding to deal with this 5th Kai demon first. Suddenly, vines wrapped around the warrior's leg. He looked down in shock at the vines tightly coiling around his leg, not noticing the demon was about to attack. It was using the wood element to disrupt my movement. The demon climbed onto him and attacked, but the warrior blocked it with his axe. However, the warrior was wounded, and his strength was fading. If it were just a 5th key demon, it would be no big deal. But with that mysterious and unpredictable brat launching sneak attacks, damn it. Seeing the demon, Hao Tao got scared and shoved the 6-core warrior forward, urging her. Deal with the demon first. Hurry up. You get in there too. Do you hear me? She explained nervously. But, young master, I'm not skilled in combat. I specialize in healing. Besides, don't I need to use my paralysis skill to help you keep an eye on this wench? Just then, Situ Liu's hand trembled slightly, her fingers twitching a little. Hao Tao cowardly insisted on pushing the 6-core warrior forward. Why bother with this, 1st key bitch? If anything happens to me because of that demon, you won't get a single cent from me. The 6-core warrior stammered, but Situ Liu suddenly attacked her from behind, making her cry out in pain. She then taunted her with sarcastic words. How pathetic. As a warrior, shouldn't you be fighting your hardest so you're not outdone by the men? The 6-core female warrior turned her head to look at her attacker. My body. It's paralyzed. She managed to force out the words. How did you escape my paralysis? Situ Liu glared at her with murderous eyes. Ha! I was originally a 6-core warrior myself. Knowledge about healing is already deeply ingrained in my mind. I just had to use my energy to reverse your skill's flow to escape. The healing class can save lives, but it can also take them, can it? The 6-core warrior was now gradually losing consciousness, with no strength left to speak. This bitch. She slumped forward as soon as Situ Liu pulled the dagger from her body. She was a genius of the healing class. After she collapsed, Situ Liu turned to face Hao Tao, that scumbag. Now, it's your turn. I avoided her vital organs. Whether she survives or not is up to her. But you are a different story. Hao Tao's hand trembled as he clenched his fist and yelled. You dare to sneak attack us? You're just a first K warrior who only knows how to stab people in the back. I may not be able to defeat the demon, but you're just a mere first K female warrior. You're dead. Situ Liu sneered at him. Your aura is chaotic. Your posture is weak. It seems you have no combat experience whatsoever. You must be the type whose clan just threw resources at you to get the title of a 5-core warrior, just to boost the family's reputation, right? TSK, you're nothing but a pampered rich boy. A deadly glint appeared in her eyes. You're a disgrace to the title of warrior. Enraged by the taunts, Hao Tao snapped. Humph, you rotten bitch. He wondered how this rotten woman knew he had no combat experience, as memories he had suppressed came flooding back. Over the past 10 years, his father had recruited many powerful warriors to guide him. Forced core fusion. Although the process was excruciatingly painful, and I could never endure it, at least thanks to the protection of those warriors, I barely managed to reach the level of a 5-core warrior. And then, the image of a tall figure and the 6-core warrior appeared. For this trip to the Buried Bones Fortress, his father had spent a fortune to recruit this warrior to escort him. He even arranged a healer for me. I was supposed to get the elemental quartz without lifting a finger. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Now the whole plan is ruined, all because of this damn woman. And that brat, he turned and yelled at the warrior, Hey, what are you doing? Get over here and protect me. My father gave you so many benefits, all so you would protect me. He kept nagging while the warrior was struggling against the demon. Did you hear me? Get over here and protect me, he urged the warrior, making the man grit his teeth in anger. Once you hear me, just finish it off and get over here. Unable to tolerate him any longer, the warrior roared, You useless piece of trash. Shut the hell up. You're nothing but a womanizer, a coward who doesn't even dare to face a 5th key demon. It was the first time he had been cursed at so harshly, and he couldn't help but tremble in fear. He was about to scream, but then he saw Situ Liu standing silently in front of him, still holding the dagger. Hao Tao knew he couldn't rely on that warrior. He was about to make a move, but Situ Liu had already teleported behind him and stabbed him in the side. Hao Tao cried out in pain. Ag. He spun around and threw Situ Liu off. Get off me. Situ Liu leaped away from him. Just then, Hao Tao suddenly clutched his head and screamed uncontrollably. It hurt so much. With a quick glance, Situ Liu realized something was wrong with him. This brat has no idea how to wield his energy. If he recklessly activates the terrifying energy of a 5-core, she recalled Ji Yatang's words. Listen closely. If someone suffers from a core energy backlash, they will become even more uncontrollable. If you encounter a warrior like that, everyone must get away from them immediately. Their loss of control is unpredictable. If they manage to injure you, it will be a critical wound. Ji Yaotang's expression at that time was dead serious. If you yourself experience an energy backlash, you must calmly guide the energy back to a familiar pathway. Otherwise, the berserk energy will ultimately lead to self-destruction. Back in the present, Situ Liu smirked slightly. If that's the case, she still charged toward Hao Tao. There's an ending that suits you perfectly. Getting into a ready stance, Situ Liu built up momentum from a distance and charged straight at Hao Tao with a terrifying, almost invisible speed, without a hint of hesitation. Veins bulged on Hao Tao's face, his eyes wide. One hand ran through his hair while the other gripped his sword tightly. You still dare to challenge me? He slashed his sword straight at Situ Liu with immense power and speed. He had nearly gone insane, completely out of control. He brought his sword back, raised it high, and put his whole body into the swing to build momentum. Now, taste this. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, aiming straight for Situ Liu, a triumphant look on his face as he laughed maniacally. She was caught off guard by Hao Tao's flurry of attacks and didn't have time to prepare. But with her innate skills and quick reflexes, she still managed to block the powerful blow. Seeing Situ Liu's reaction, Hao Tao grew arrogant and confident, laughing loudly as he boasted, I'm a blue-core agility-type warrior, you know. How can a 6-core healer type like you possibly match my speed? Situ Liu glared at him, her face twisting in annoyance. Shut up, as Situ Liu parried his attacks, forgotten memories of her daily training and her father's words surfaced. Situ Liu recalled having to do a one-handed handstand on top of a tall pole. She thought to herself, compared to the agility training my father put me through. Even though his attacks were backed by the full power of a 5th core, they had no form, just a series of wild slashes. Meanwhile, Hao Tao continued to swing his sword erratically at Situ Liu. Seeing how easily Situ Liu dodged his terrifyingly fast strikes, he gritted his teeth and demanded arrogantly, How can a mere first core like you block the swift attacks of an agility type like me? It was as if Situ Liu was just toying with Hao Tao. She thought, how he chooses to slash is his business. She, on the other hand, remained calm, confident in her victory, thinking, I will defeat you head-on. Situ Liu unleashed a green-colored attack that shot out like an arrow, knocking Hao Tao back. He couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. Situ Liu looked straight at Hao Tao and said, my father once told me, no matter how great your power is, if you don't know how to wield it, your actual strength isn't even 1% of its potential. With a decisive move, she struck Hao Tao, sending him flying. He took the full force of her attack, and unable to accept it, he ground his teeth. I am young master Hao Tao of the Min family. You are not allowed to look down on me. All of you will die. Hao Tao charged at Situ Liu with all his might. Die. Situ Liu reacted by retreating. Damn it. The speed of his uncontrolled self-destruction is faster than I imagined. At this distance, it's impossible to escape. She plunged her dagger into the ground, lowered her stance, and a green shield formed around her. Situ Liu decided to take the full force of his explosive power alone. I can only use this protective barrier to block it head-on. Hao Tao exploded. Veins bulged on his body, his eyes widened, and a brilliant blue light erupted from him, radiating outwards and sending electrical currents that shook the very ground. The powerful surge of light also affected Aki and the 6th rank warrior, Hong Han, drawing their attention. Everyone was shocked, startled, and amazed. Aki reacted quickly, rushing towards Situ Liu and Hao Tao. Meanwhile, the 6th rank warrior stood aside, fuming. He sneered. That idiot actually got driven mad by a first core girl. A blinding light covered the entire area as a powerful shockwave erupted, forming a massive sphere of blue energy where the two had clashed. It resulted in an earth-shattering explosion. After the chaos subsided, a giant circular crater was left in the ground, with thick dust and smoke filling the air. Situ Liu shielded her face from the dust with one hand, her eyes closed, unsure of what had happened, wondering if she had managed to withstand the blast. The protective barrier held. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. You forced a 5th core warrior to self-destruct. Situ Liu opened her eyes and looked up in the direction of the voice. Aki appeared in front of her, holding up a large boulder with one hand. He turned back and said to her, nice job, Liu. He had used the powers of metal and wood to create a sturdy defensive barrier to protect her. Otherwise, with just Situ Liu's flimsy shield, meant primarily for healing support, she might not have been able to withstand it. Situ Liu collapsed to the ground, lowering her head in frustration. He didn't have the real skills of a 5th core. Besides, he had a terrible personality and zero combat experience. He couldn't even beat a seasoned 1st core warrior. Her emotions in turmoil, Situ Liu continued, otherwise, there's no way I could have defeated a 5th core warrior on my own. I probably would have lost instantly. Aki just looked at Situ Liu without saying anything more, only giving her a small reminder. You were injured during the confrontation. Heal yourself. Only then did Situ Liu look down at herself. Ah, you're right. I didn't notice. Aki watched Situ Liu for a moment before speaking again. Your strategy and courage are impressive. Hearing this, Situ Liu's face flushed red, and an indescribable mix of joy and confusion welled up inside her. She looked at Aki with sparkling, slightly surprised eyes, flustered as she stammered. Stop rambling. Is your fight over? Hey, where's that 6th core warrior? Her mind was filled with questions. Why is he suddenly praising me so seriously? Aki glanced over towards his own battle. The demon I was controlling was dispersed in that explosion. It was just a mindless body, after all. As for that warrior, he's a 6th rank core. I don't think he would. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. The 6th rank warrior, Hong Han, emerged from the smoke. Damn it. Haha. He stepped out, weapon in hand, completely unaffected by the blast. But now that the worthless young master is dead, even if I leave the Min family right now, he brought a hand to his face and sighed. I'll probably still be harassed daily by assassins hired by his family. It's well known that the Warrior Assassins are an underground organization of daredevil warriors who take on requests from clients. They specialize in assassinating other warriors, but their prices are exorbitant. It's rumored that even terrifyingly powerful 7th core warriors are part of this organization. However, to hire an assassin of that caliber, money is no longer enough to satisfy them. You need to offer an equivalent exchange. The Earth Element warrior shouldered his weapon and made a decision. I'm not fighting anymore. You two are freaks so powerful, yet only using low-level cores. Aki smiled cheerfully and agreed. You're right. There's no point in us continuing to fight. It seemed he had also come to a conclusion in his mind. As expected, the person he was supposed to protect is now dead. In a place like this, he's lost his reason to fight. The Earth Element warrior continued. if you had fought me seriously, coordinating with that demon from before, I truly wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Controlling a demon's corpse with elemental power, you're hiding too much. His eyes darkened as he stared straight at the boy. What is your true power? And what's your background? Aki simply stood still, his expression unchanged as he answered calmly. I'm just a fourth core warrior who happens to be lucky enough to have a few special powers. If a sixth core like you were to fight me to the death, I'd be in danger too. Hearing this, the man grew pensive. Special powers. Is he one of those rare genius warriors? I've heard that some incredibly gifted warriors do indeed possess abilities that normal warriors don't. He looked at him and asked with a puzzled expression, I'm very curious. If you've already mastered elemental power, why would you still come to the Buried Bone Fortress to find an elemental quartz? It should be useless to you. The young man just looked at him and said, This has nothing to do with you. But the man's words did make him think a little more about the elemental quartz. That's right, the elemental quartz was originally meant for 5 core warriors to fuse with a single element. But I want to try something. If the elemental quartz can make a warrior fuse with elemental power, then what would happen if I gather the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one, and then use the elemental quartz to fuse all 5 types of elements together? This terrifying idea had been in his mind from the very beginning. It wasn't something he had just thought of now. He furrowed his brow with a grim expression, as if speaking to himself, I have to find a way to make myself stronger. He recalled the image of an unrecognizable man in tattered clothes, covered in blood, looking neither human nor ghost. Da, as a former number 6, absolutely couldn't be imprisoned in a place he could easily escape from. If I want to save Da, I can't rely solely on the demonic power inside my body because it's highly likely I'll have to face the new king and the new number 6. Back outside, the 6-star Red Core warrior had finished his business and turned to leave. Whatever. I advise you to get out of here quickly. The shockwave from that idiot's self-destruction will soon attract countless demons or warriors in a place like this. You better just focus on saving your own skins. He was already far away, leaving only a final piece of advice for the two of them. Good luck to you both. The two of them, Aki and Situ Liu, stayed behind to scout, investigate, and re-examine the tracks. They found strange footprints, like those of a wild boar, and also ran into a few monsters. Along the way, they saw the glow of a fire and met a group of people camping, and they even made many new friends. Aki happily shook hands with a red-haired girl. It seemed they had decided to team up. Late at night, in a desolate place, a voice rang out. Aren't you going to get some sleep? It was Situ Liu's voice. She was lying in a sleeping bag while he sat guard next to her. You sleep first. I'll get some rest later. Situ Liu, half awake and looking very sleepy, said, Aki, your combat skills, your ability to negotiate with others, you have so much experience. You're about the same age as us. Where did you get all that experience? He didn't know how to answer and sat thinking for a moment. After a long while, he finally came up with a plausible reason. He spoke with a very certain expression, as if answering his own question. Perhaps I just know how to handle things. That's right. After hearing this, Situ Liu was speechless and just gave a wry smile. Looking at the way you act, you really do have the soul of an old man. He leaned his back against the wall and looked up at the moon. It seemed this scene had appeared somewhere before. A vision of his past self, back when he was a warrior, appeared like a phantom in the gentle moonlight. His answer was vague, full of hidden meaning. Perhaps. Finally, not wanting her to ask any more questions, he told Situ Liu to go to sleep. Go to sleep. Good night. The sun had risen. Situ Liu was awakened by explosions, the sounds of battle. Aki was already up before her, standing and looking at a hole that had appeared in the wall. Aki just looked on calmly, glancing over at her. And there's also the energy signature of a demon. The first thing Situ Liu did when she woke up was to ask about him. Didn't you sleep? He replied, I got a little shut-eye. It's fine. The energy waves over there are chaotic. Looks like quite a few warriors are in pursuit. The elemental demon must have appeared. He prepared to go check it out, his voice suddenly tinged with excitement and agitation. Follow me. I have a way to find that demon the fastest. 2 streaks of light shot past, so fast they were invisible to the naked eye. Aki was in the lead, unable to contain his thrill and excitement. Situ Liu, chasing behind him, looked at him and asked curiously, Why are you so excited? He maintained his excited mood and replied, Hey, it's nothing special. He said one thing, but was thinking another. That's right, I am excited. To me, a new type of demon is something I eagerly anticipate. In my past life, I fought against every type of demon that existed. This elemental demon makes me incredibly curious. Before anyone else finds it, I have to take it down first. The swift shadows leaped across the crumbling stone walls, moving so fast that only colored streaks could be seen in the air. Aki maintained his pace, looking back. Its movement speed has slowed down. It must have found a hiding spot. This time, I have to drag it out for good. Situ Liu looked at him and asked, "You know where those elemental demons are? This area is huge. It's hard to find them." Aki's eyes shone with determination. "Don't worry, I know," he thought to himself. "Although I don't want to admit it, ever since the elemental demon's aura appeared, I feel like I can sense its existence." An image of the entire city appeared in Aki's mind, like the feeling of being able to sense one's own kind. "It's heading underground," Situ Liu shouted, pointing towards the city wall. "Aki, look over there." A whole group of people are moving on top of the city wall. Moving with astonishing speed, they seem to have noticed Aki and Situ Liu. Aki frowned as he looked at them, his gaze sharp. Looks like the rapid response team has also taken notice of the recent battle, but it'll still take them some time to find the elemental demon. A different thought flashed through his mind. "We'll have to take a shortcut." He grabbed Situ Liu's hand, his voice serious. "Liu, we have to go." Situ Liu was confused. She had no idea what was happening and was immediately pulled along by Aki at an incredible speed. They headed straight for a deep, wide hole. Aki held Situ Liu and jumped swiftly into the pit. It was pitch black and very dangerous. Aki sensed something. "It's hiding beneath the fortress. This is the fastest way to find it. Lately, I've been quite pleased with my mastery over elemental power." Aki exerted his strength, his face turning pale. "I've always wanted to try something like this." With that, he held Situ Liu as large, long branches shot up from the bottom of the chasm, weaving into an overlapping, square-shaped net. It was the wood element. It wrapped around them, and their speed was quickly reduced by the wooden nets. Situ Liu screamed, while Aki felt incredibly thrilled. "Ha! How exciting!" A loud shout echoed, and the scene changed to someone calling Aki's name. It turned out to be Situ Liu. She called out loudly, "Aki, where are you?" Situ Liu looked down. His voice came out as a whisper from underneath her. Aki scratched his forehead and gave a wry laugh. "Sorry about that. I must have scared you." "Ah, can you get off me?" Situ Liu's face turned beet red, and she immediately gave him a punch. He struggled in the darkness, never expecting to find a cave within these underground ruins. Liu, who was behind him, sounded scared, her voice a mere whisper. "How much farther?" His footsteps stopped. "We're very close." Up ahead, he motioned for silence and slowly observed. A demon appeared before them. It was a 5th rank demon, and it seemed to be resting. He whispered, "Found it. An elemental demon." Liu saw it too and analyzed. That's an elemental quartz demon, and a 5th rank one at that. But unlike a normal 5th rank demon, the aura it's giving off is incredibly powerful. Aki added, "Once we start fighting, it'll attract a lot of other powerful warrior teams. Liu, we have to take this demon down before anyone else finds this place. We'll grab the elemental quartz from its chest and get out of here." He looked at her with a very serious expression. "I'm guessing we only have 5 minutes to fight. I'm going to need your help." Liu thought to herself, 5 minutes to deal with a 5th rank elemental demon. Her gaze fell. "What do you need me to do?" The two of them sat in a dark corner, discussing their plan in hushed tones. Liu looked at him in surprise. "Advanced energy manipulation. Where did you get so much experience with that?" "I've never even heard of the energy manipulation method you're talking about," Aki slowly explained. "Long story short, I trust you can do it. I'm going in first." With that, he charged toward the monster. The 5th rank demon let out a roar. Aki used his demonic power, and his face began to change. A red mark appeared, stretching from his forehead to the corner of his eye, and his eyes began to glow. In his mind, Aki was formulating a plan to deal with the monster before him. Based on his observations, the other teams that entered the fortress all had warriors with extremely strong sensory abilities. If he didn't take it down as quickly as possible, the more powerful teams would definitely show up soon, and at that point, getting the elemental quartz wouldn't be easy at all. The 5th rank demonic beast was ferocious. "I can't believe you found my hiding place so quickly. You're not so simple, are you?" It used its power to create 2 flames, one orange gold and one blue. "Just as I thought. You can indeed control multiple types of elemental power." Aki pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air. The 5th rank demon asked suspiciously, "That aura of yours, are you a demon?" With that, it mixed the 2 flames, creating a 2-colored vortex of fire and launching it directly at Aki. Aki suddenly understood something. So that's how it works. As long as you balance the energy between the elements, you can control multiple elements at once. Aki focused his energy. "My turn." He created 2 flames identical to the demons and charged forward. The 2 equal forces collided, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke everywhere. An incredibly powerful aura radiated from the area. Liu remembered what Aki had told her just a moment ago. "Don't be surprised by the power and appearance I'm about to show you. You can just think of it as my special ability. Remember, I'm still Aki." Liu immediately understood. This was Aki's special ability. This aura really was just like a demon's. The two opponents were both thrown back by the force of the other's power. The fifth-ranked demon looked at Aki, its tone holding a hint of appreciation. You mastered my technique just by seeing it once. How can you also control the elements of water and fire? You're quite extraordinary. Aki closed in, launching another attack that caught it off guard. It jumped back in surprise, using the wood element to heal its wounds. The metal element, so you even know how to use the wood element to heal. Aki looked at it confidently, holding out his hand. I've figured out your abilities. Then let's end this here. With a determined gaze, he used his power, summoning vines from the wood element to bind the demon's feet. It was completely shocked. The wood element. You can control that too? He confidently formed a weapon with his hands. He remembered how that fourth-ranked demon at the demon hunting tournament had used the metal element. The demon remained resolute. Fine. Let's see whose elemental power is stronger. I'll bet all of my metal elemental power on this. The fifth-ranked demon used its energy to create a massive force called the three-headed blade shield. Aki smirked to himself. I finally forced you to concentrate all your energy. Then he shouted, Liu, now's the time. From a distance, Liu, holding the arrow of the fourth green stance, entered her combat state. She recalled her conversation with Aki from earlier. He had explained, this is a type of high-level energy manipulation. Try to gather the energy of your core and then feel its existence. Feel the flow and form of the energy in your heart. Transform the formless energy into something tangible, turning it into a weapon. Then, she thought to herself, let me try it. Liu held the arrow, ready to attack, her eyes glowing with a heroic spirit. In her memory, after hearing Aki's bold plan, Liu had looked up at him worriedly. You want me to deliver the final blow? After saying that, she looked down, not very confident. But it's a fifth-ranked demon, and a special one at that. Plus, it's highly intelligent. If it focuses on defense, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it off in a short amount of time. Aki looked at her and smiled encouragingly. I'll force it to concentrate its energy into one spot to counterattack me. You know that when it focuses its energy to attack, its defensive energy will be extremely weak. That's your moment. Back in the present fight, Liu used all her strength to launch the spear, created from her green core's energy. The spear flew toward the back of the demon, which was struggling to fend off Aki's assault. It was the perfect moment for a surprise attack. By the time the demon realized an attack was coming from behind, it was too late. They had been preparing for this strike from the very beginning. Instantly, Liu's attack pierced through the demon's chest, causing it to cry out in pain. Liu was still in the posture of having just thrown the spear. She stared at the demon in surprise, thinking to herself, the energy-gathering principle Aki taught me can draw out the core's energy to its absolute maximum. Since the recovery wasn't self-generated, its energy was continuously fading. The demon lowered its head, its whole body trembling. Rejection. You planned this. Finally, the demon ran out of energy and collapsed to the floor, only managing to utter its last words. With everything over and the demon dead, Liu rushed over to him. Aki, are you okay? Aki held up the elemental quartz and gave her a wink and a smile. Don't worry, thanks to you, we got the core. That last attack of yours was awesome. Just what I'd expect from a genius. Hearing Aki's praise, she stared at him, her face turning completely red before she quickly turned away. She crossed her arms, trying to change the subject, but her heart was resolute. Cut the empty compliments. Of course, I don't want to get in your way. Despite the praise, Aki was still concerned. And you, that last attack used up almost all of your energy, didn't it? It's fine, at least I can still move freely. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from behind caught Situ Liu's attention. She bit her lip nervously, looking back. Just as I predicted, they found us. Aki also stared intently at the entrance behind them. Some warriors have pretty strong sensory abilities and can pinpoint the exact location where combat energy waves originate. This warrior squad is bound to have someone like that. With that, he immediately dashed in the opposite direction. He frowned, anticipating. The footsteps are coming from the left. We'll head to the right and find a way out of here. As he was speaking, a sudden sharp pain made Aki freeze. He dropped to his knees, covering his mouth with one hand as he coughed up blood. Seeing Aki spit up blood, Situ Liu was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She rushed over to support his arm, causing the elemental quartz to fall to the ground. Aki, are you okay? Aki planted his other hand on the floor in pain, completely baffled. What on earth just happened? I didn't even feel the demon's attack. The pain was excruciating, and he collapsed, his hand clawing deep grooves into the floor. It hurts so much. What is this? My body is in so much pain. Aki groaned in agony, his head dropping to the floor as he trembled, making Situ Liu frantic with worry. Aki, where are you hurt? After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth against the pain, thinking to himself, I get it now. This body is overloaded. This body of mine was already incredibly weak, although its synchronization rate is much higher than my previous one. He recalled images of past battles, but I've used way too much demonic energy over this period. Have I finally reached this body's breaking point? Damn it, why now of all times? Just as he thought this, Aki tried to grab the elemental quartz and hand it to Sichuliu. You take the quartz and get out of here first. The other warriors are about to arrive. Take the quartz and leave. Wait for me. Before he could finish, she grabbed his wrist and yelled, Shut up, then slung his arm over her shoulder, supporting him as she moved. We go together. She helped him toward a turn in the path. I don't know what happened to you, but I don't have time to listen to your explanation. She glanced at Aki and said in a low, firm voice, I'm the captain. I would never leave you here alone. Just then, they saw a staircase ahead, and she encouraged Aki. It looks like going forward will lead us to the surface. Hang in there, Aki. There's more oxygen on the surface. You'll feel better. For a massive architectural complex like the Bone Burial Fortress, there must be other exits. Aki, drenched in sweat and enduring the pain, said nothing. A short while later, the two of them had climbed all the stairs and were outside, seeing the sunlight. But by now, Situ Liu's face was pale and she was covered in sweat, thinking to herself, we finally made it to the surface. So if we just follow this direction, we should be able to get out of the fortress, right? But as Situ Liu looked at the fortress before her, she worried, why does this look so much like the architecture from my dream? Suddenly, whooshing sounds echoed from the stairs behind them as dark figures shot out, landing in front of the two and kicking up a cloud of dust. A man with a 5 core on his chest grinned, baring his teeth. Forming a temporary team with you guys really paid off. The sensory abilities of you 3 twins are incredibly strong. The group of people appeared, striking poses as they stared down Situ Liu and Aki. We're all 5 cores. There's no need for such pleasantries. Hey, so they're the ones who caused that fight earlier? Situ Liu looked at the group in front of her, completely frozen. 6 5-core warriors. Damn it. A man with 2 black circles around his left eye crossed his arms, looking at Situ Liu with contempt. A 1-core warrior. Am I seeing things? Your squad only has 2 people. Is the other one injured? From the fight with that demon earlier, suddenly, he noticed something and looked down at Aki's hand. He pointed at Aki in surprise. Wait a minute, he's holding the elemental quartz. Hearing this, the others were also stunned, and then their faces lit up with joy as they began to divvy up the spoils. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Looks like we won't have to lift a finger. My 2 brothers and I will be taking this quartz. Ha ha. Our squad won't agree to that. Hearing them, Situ Liu gritted her teeth in fear. What do I do? I'm no match for them. Damn it, if only I were a little stronger. I could have protected Aki. Suddenly, Aki pulled his arm back, stumbling away from Situ Liu, which surprised her. Aki, you. He tried to lift the elemental quartz for her. Help me hold the quartz steady. He calmly analyzed the situation. Their target is the quartz, but there's no way they'll let us leave here alive. Seeing Aki about to use his core energy again, Situ Liu grew anxious. Aki, but your body. At least I can still fight. He dragged his sword forward, his broad back creating an image worthy of reverence. I am a warrior. I will fight until the very last second. The group of men was surprised to see the heavily wounded figure still hoisting a sword onto his shoulder and walking toward them. Oh, an injured 4-core warrior. You've got some guts. You want to fight both our squads? There are 6 5-core warriors here, you know. Ha ha. If you know what's good for you, hand over the quartz yourself. I'll give you to the quickest death possible. Aki walked forward, panting heavily. He thought to himself, I can feel it. The demonic energy inside my body is almost impossible to awaken anymore. It's because my body can no longer withstand that immense demonic power. This is going to be a tough battle. Seeing that Aki wasn't responding, the men began to move. Let's do this on our own. Whoever gets it, gets to keep it. If that's the case, then let's see who can get it before the others catch up. Suddenly, an image of Aki collapsing flashed in Situ Liu's mind, making her anxious. Why did I suddenly remember that dream? After all this, I have a really bad feeling. Aki. At that moment, the group had drawn their weapons and charged toward where Aki was standing. The bald man ordered ferociously, Kill them. The elemental core is ours this time. A member of the other team contested. Ha ha ha, sorry, but this time it's going to our squad. This guy seemed very serious. Our squad has already found a buyer, so even if we don't need to use the elemental core, we can just sell it and make a fortune. Even split 3 ways, it'll be enough for us to buy stronger equipment. About 1 minute. Aki gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped on his face. I can feel that if I activate my demonic energy one more time, my body can probably withstand it for about 1 minute. Damn this body. Why now of all times? Situ Liu watched him anxiously, her eyes fixed on his every unstable movement. I have to at least get Liu out of here safely. Aki used the power from his sword to temporarily restrain the 6 men attacking him as blood trickled from his mouth. Even a fraction of what I have left is more than enough to kill all of you. The true flame of his power erupted from within him. 60-second countdown. The thugs couldn't believe their eyes. That guy. This aura. How is this possible? Is he a demon? Aki moved as fast as the wind, whoosh, disappearing in a flash. He's gone. His opponent activated his enemy-seeking perception skill, but even Zamba's ability couldn't track Aki. He had already leaped behind them. 58 seconds. The blonde-haired man sensed it. 57 seconds. He immediately screamed, He's. Before he could finish, he took a fist to the gut. Aki's eyes glowed fiercely. Then let's start with you. The other two were still in shock, but now they were furious. Lao San. 55 seconds. They charged forward in unison. Kill this demon. Avenge Lao San. 54-second countdown. 53 seconds. 52 seconds. Metal and earth elements. With his swift movements, Aki quickly took them down one by one. The bald man was utterly astonished. His skills and speed are insane. He took down 3 people in the blink of an eye. Oh, what in the world is he? Aki calmly strode forward. 40-second countdown. The bald man began to reassess the situation. Although those 3 brothers were more skilled in perception, they were still 5th-level core warriors. And yet they were defeated in an instant. The remaining men started to get desperate. Let's team up. It's ridiculous if we can't even take down one demon. All right, let's risk it all and give it everything we've got. Aki lunged toward them. Go ahead and try. But suddenly, he froze. The blond man grabbed the hilt of his sword, using it as a support to stay on his feet. 38-second countdown. Aki bit his own hand, trying to stay conscious. It felt like his insides were about to explode. Damn it. 36 seconds. Situ Liu realized his time was running out. Aki's body couldn't hold on any longer. 34 seconds. The men attacking him were overjoyed.
We can just steal the core from that first-tier warrior later. That'll be easy enough, but this guy in front of us, he's a real wild card.
At 32 seconds, the bald man charged recklessly toward him. Might as well kill him right now. Aki was still clear-headed enough to see it coming. You want to rush in and kill me? Go on and try. Aki used his stored energy to form a protective barrier. The clueless bald man laughed triumphantly. All right, it's just a barrier. A direct hit should do it. Everyone, use your attack skills. It seemed their move was pointless. Every last one of them was out of breath. Boss, should we keep attacking? We've already used up a lot of energy. The protective barrier was constantly shrinking, but they couldn't break it. The bald man began to question everything. How can this be? It's shrinking. A thought suddenly struck him. Could it be? He frantically warned his comrades, it's a trap. Everyone, stop. Aki bared his teeth in a satisfied grin. Too late. This is going to return all that energy right back to you. Energy rebound. Counter. The countdown ended. 0 seconds. Every single attack they had just unleashed on his protective barrier was now sent flying back to its owners. Over there, that energy is definitely related to the elemental crystal. Go. They all scrambled and ran toward the blinding light. Aki's protective barrier vanished. Exhausted, Aki fell to his knees. Situ Liu ran to his side. Aki. He was gasping, barely clinging to life. His eyes were squeezed shut, unable to speak. Good. I managed to control the range and density of the energy explosion. I'm glad. You're okay. With that, Aki fell backward. Situ Liu swiftly caught him. Aki unconsciously urged her on. Liu, don't worry about me. You go on ahead. That massive energy release just now must have attracted a lot of warriors and demons. Situ Liu frowned in frustration. If it were you, would you abandon your comrade? Hold the crystal tightly. I'll carry you. She hoisted Aki onto her back. I can't let him keep fighting alone like this. Leave the rest to me. Her eyebrows furrowed as she thought back to that dream. Damn it. This is becoming more and more like that dream. Aki. A wooden door creaked open, revealing a flood of light from outside that poured into the dark corridor before them. The start of the hallway was lit by a few windows, but the air was still thick with the stench of blood. She knew there was danger ahead, but there was no turning back. Situ Liu had no choice but to support Aki as they moved forward. She panted heavily while carrying him. The hallway was littered with the corpses of demons. Just a little further, Aki, she said, clutching the elemental crystal. She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her body low so Aki wouldn't slip off her back. We got it. When she heard no response from Aki, she glanced over at him. Don't fall asleep, Aki. Don't you dare fall asleep. But Aki didn't answer. His full weight pressed down on Situ Liu, making her legs tremble. Don't sleep, Aki. I'm begging you, wake up. It was so hard. It was so hard for us to get this. As she said this, Aki's hands suddenly went limp, and the elemental crystal fell to the floor, rolling away behind them. Situ Liu was stunned. She supported Aki as she turned around, reaching a trembling hand toward the elemental crystal. As she picked it up, a sense of dread washed over her. This scene. I don't know when it started. She remembered her dreams. This was the exact scene she had dreamt of. Every detail matched reality. So, what comes next? She swallowed hard and looked up, her worst fears realized. Hovering above her were two high-level demons, staring right at her. Above us. Seeing the danger overhead, her legs began to tremble. With grim determination, she used every ounce of her strength to hold Aki tightly on her back and ran as fast as she could. She had to get out of the two demons' range, but unfortunately, she couldn't match their speed. One of them had already caught up to her. Situ Liu's only choice was to pull Aki down and shield him with her body as the demon swung a sharp arm and roared. This is the end for the first-tier warrior who took the elemental crystal. It thrust its sharp arm straight through Situ Liu's body. Only death awaits. As it retracted its arm, Situ Liu fell face-first onto the ground. The force of the impact sent Aki, whom she was protecting, flying a short distance away. The two demons looked down at the two motionless figures on the floor. How did two weaklings like you even get here? I can't believe you actually managed to get the elemental crystal. I guess this wasn't a wasted trip after all. Situ Liu lay on the floor, gasping for air, thinking, my heart, the demon pierced my heart, can I recover? The other demon walked over to Aki and kicked him onto his back. This one still has a strange aura. Situ Liu saw the demon closing in. Aki. She tried to reach out as her vision began to blur. He has a smell that I find unpleasant. Don't touch him. The demon crouched, observing Aki for a long moment. I don't like the smell of this man. I think I'll chop his head off for fun. Hearing this, Situ Liu used all her remaining strength to scream, making both demons turn to look at her. Don't touch him. She glared, eyes wide, at the two demons, ignoring the blood that was continuously pooling on the floor. The blue demon stepped closer to her, a sneer on its face. Ha! How impressive. Getting all angry when you're at death's door. With that, it moved closer and kicked Situ Liu right in the stomach, causing her to double over. The force was so strong that her entire body flew backward, but her own strength was just too weak. Situ Liu writhed in bitter agony. That's right, she thought. I'm just too weak. She struggled to open her eyes and look toward Aki. She couldn't protect her comrade. She couldn't protect Aki. At this point, Situ Liu's vision began to blur. Don't touch Aki. As her eyelids were about to close, she was still blaming herself. Damn it, I wanted to protect Aki. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't accept this. If only I were a little stronger. Just then, a vexing voice suddenly echoed through the space. Well, this is quite a predicament. The sudden sound of high heels echoed. An array of light appeared right in the middle of the hallway. As a pair of legs stepped out, all of time and space froze. Just as Situ Liu was kicked into the air, Qi Wangqi gracefully stepped out of a void. She was one of the 6 great Wangqi, a controller of time and space. Her strange blue eyes looked on, amused by the scene before her. Qi Wangqi told me not to help that human warrior, but it looks like I'm stepping in after all. What a headache. She looked at Aki, who was on the verge of death, as a demon was about to finish him off. But I can't really be blamed. The one I'm worried about is you, Qi Wangqi, who's inside that human's body, isn't it? She used her hands to smooth down her form-fitting dress before sitting down. As expected, a human body can't withstand the power of my dear Qi Wangqi. She sat, tucking her hair behind her ear, and stared intently at Aki. This body should have been overloaded long ago, but you managed to hold on until now. She looked at Aki's peaceful, unconscious face. It's just as Qi Wangqi said. The willpower of the human he fancies is truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. That's right, I should confirm something. Qi Wangqi leaned down close to Aki, whispering in his ear like a lover. Are you in there, Qi? Her whisper was gentle, but no voice answered back. In the dead silence, she propped herself up in frustration. Damn it, it's so rare that I get to see you, and you won't even wake up. Just then, Qi Wangqi noticed Situ Liu. Ah, right, that girl. After saying that, she vanished and reappeared right in front of Situ Liu. She smiled as she stared at Situ Liu's face. There's a familiar wave of energy coming from you. How interesting. She stood there, lost in thought for a long moment. It seems to be even stronger than I thought. Your power. It's a shame you're human. You can't unleash the strength you were born with. As she said this, she suddenly had an idea. She touched her own lips with fascination, thinking, if Qi Wangqi told me not to help that kid directly, Then wouldn't it be fine if I helped him indirectly? God, I'm a genius. She put her hands under Situ Liu's head and legs and lifted her up. Then let me help you evolve into a new life. Her beautiful mouth opened, revealing several sharp fangs. It just so happens you have the aura of time on you. With that, she pressed her lips against Situ Liu's slightly parted ones. I'll give you my power. At that moment, the green core on Situ Liu's chest was instantly consumed by black, changing every cell in her body and causing the core on her chest to turn pitch black. But it didn't stop there. The symbol for first chi spun like a propeller, then stopped in the form of fourth chi. The fourth chi core, a black core, the power of time and space. When it was done, Qi Wangqi pulled back her tongue and moved away from the lovely lips before her. She looked at the core on Situ Liu's chest. I didn't expect your body to be able to accept so much of my power. Very good. It seems your desire to become stronger is quite intense. At that, she leaped back toward the spatial gate, not forgetting to make a heart sign at Situ Liu. Well then, I'm counting on you. After Qi Wangqi left, the spatial gate closed. In that instant, ripples spread out, signaling that time had resumed. Situ Liu, following her earlier momentum, slammed onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Aki was facing the sharp arm of a gleefully grinning demon, ready to decapitate him. But then, a hand grabbed that sharp arm, stopping it from moving even an inch. The demon looked on in complete surprise, because the hand didn't belong to the person in front of it. Huh? What is this? The blue demon then looked toward the other person over there. The demon stared in shock at the smoke in front of it as a voice came from within. How can this be? I thought I already. Situ Liu stepped out of the smoke, her form completely transformed. Don't touch him. Her signature white hair was now half pitch black, and her eyes looked just like Qi Wangqi's. This was her demon form. Black and white Liu of the fourth key power over time and space. She rushed forward, closing in on the demon. I dare you to touch him again. Using space manipulation, her hand instantly appeared near him and clawed him, making him cry out. The demon stumbled back in surprise. Ah, are you one of us? Situ Liu replied, one of you. I'm no kin to you beasts. The other demon remained calm and said to her, putting on a show, no matter who you are, kill her. With that, it charged toward her. Situ Liu just stood there, using her hand to cast some kind of spell. A cube appeared above the demon's head. The cube slammed down hard on it. This left the demon unable to move. Oh, you can control space. Then, it tried to weakly resist, clinging to the ground to try and stand up. Don't underestimate me. Ugh, it's just one. It's not enough to kill me. Situ Liu smirked, who said there was only one. It turned out she had cast a spell to summon dozens of them around it, and then, in a rage, she brought them all crashing down. There was a shattering sound and the demon's horrifying screams. The ground where the demon had been was now a deep pit with no sign of it left. After finishing that one off, she advanced toward the remaining demon. After witnessing her power, this demon began to feel fear. Its hands and feet wouldn't stop trembling as it thought. Just how deep did that spatial attack make that crater? My comrade's body wasn't even left behind. She glared at it and said, now, it's your turn. The demon trembled and backed away. Why? She clearly looks like a small human, but why does she give off such an overwhelming sense of pressure? It spoke up. Wait, I'm very confused. What in the world are you two? You don't need to speak. I could tell at a glance that your power is the same as ours. What's more, it's the rare power of space. And then there's your comrade. He has an aura that terrifies us. What in the world are you? Situ Liu calmly gave the same answer. We are human warriors. The demon laughed loudly and said, human warriors? Do you even believe that yourself? A moment ago, you only had the power of a first-stage warrior, and in the blink of an eye, you have the strength of a fourth stage. Even we fifth stages couldn't possibly face you. Before it could finish, Situ Liu rushed forward and tore the demon in two. You're too noisy. She stood pensively for a moment, looking at Aki, then bent down and caressed his cheek. You were always the one saving me before. This time, I'll save you. She collected the demon's spirit stone and helped Aki up. Let's get out of here. At the exit of the Fortress of Buried Bones, a knocking sound echoed. Two warriors outside the fortress spoke over the intercom, confirming they were human. One of the warriors went back to open the gate. The gate opened to reveal Situ Liu, covered in wounds, helping Aki out. She said warily, Aki, we made it out. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Seeing this, the two warriors rushed to their side. Get them to the medical bay, quickly. But when they looked past the gate, everyone was terrified by the sight that greeted them. It was a horde of demons, crushed by spatial pressure. Good heavens, what is this scene? How on earth did they get here? Dozens of demons were being compressed by space or impaled, creating a truly horrifying and gruesome sight. In Situ Liu's dream, a voice suddenly appeared. As expected, I wasn't wrong about you. You are very compatible with my power. Little girl, you also have an unawakened predictive ability inside you. I'm very curious, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Situ Liu slowly opened her eyes. Before her was another version of herself. She jolted awake, staring at the ceiling. She sat up in bed. This is the medical bay in the outer city. It seems we were rescued. Who was that in my dream just now? She raised her hand and looked at it for a moment. My wounds have healed, too. What's going on? Such severe injuries. It's like they never existed. Situ Liu's memories felt hazy. Why can't I clearly remember what happened inside the fortress? My head hurts so much. That part of my memory is like it's covered in a black fog. Suddenly, a hand draped a jacket over her. She turned to see Aki. He said, "You got me out of there, Liu. I heard the story from the people who brought us here. You made it all the way to the gate. That's incredible." Situ Liu was startled, recalling the battle. She turned to ask Aki, "Are you okay? You're not hurt?" Aki smiled and replied, "I'm perfectly fine. Just a few minor scratches, nothing to worry about." Then his tone grew somber, tinged with sadness. "I'm sorry. I was too careless. My body felt strange inside the fortress, and because of the elemental core, we almost lost our lives." Situ Liu suddenly realized something. She looked around and asked, "Oh, right, your elemental core. Where is the core?" Aki held the core in his hand, dangling it before showing it to her. "Don't worry, I've got it right here. When I woke up, I found it tucked into my clothes. Did you put it there for me?" "Thanks, that was really thoughtful of you." With a doubtful look, Situ Liu said, I did." Aki said, "In any case, we achieved our goal in the Fortress of Buried Bones. Next, we need to find a safer place to try and refine this core." Situ Liu stepped off the bed, her expression thoughtful. All right, let's let the medical staff know." She put on her jacket and walked out, saying as she went, "Once we've completed the procedures, we can leave." Seeing her looking so healthy, Aki smiled and replied, "Okay." But after a moment, he felt that something wasn't right. "What happened in the fortress, Liu? Why do you have the same kind of aura as I do?" The two drove away from the outer city's treatment station. Situ Liu turned to Aki and asked, "Do you need a place for secluded training?" Aki said as he drove, "Yes, a place where I can concentrate. I'll probably need some time to study this elemental crystal to make it easier to fuse with." Aki thought to himself, according to the elemental demon, it can use the power of all elements. This crystal contains the last element I need, the earth element. If I fuse all 5 elements and then use the crystal to merge them into one, what will happen? Situ Liu said, "I've heard my father say that some B-rank towns or higher offer training rooms for rent. They're usually provided for warriors to train in. That might meet your needs." Aki replied, "That's great. There's a B-rank town not too far ahead of us. Let's go check it out." In the B-rank city of Salamanca, built based on ancient architecture. Its exterior was antique, but inside, it was a modern commercial city. Aki and Situ Liu got out of the car and stepped into the bustling streets. "This town seems pretty famous." "Yeah. Walking around, I see a lot of warriors who aren't locals." Situ Liu saw 2 warriors with guns on their backs and was surprised. "Huh, there are even some warriors from the hunter squads here for recreation." Aki laughed. "Oh, so even a city kid like you knows about the hunter squads." Situ Liu replied to him, "It's just common knowledge. Hunter squads are human warriors who don't live in towns. They roam outside the towns without a fixed settlement, their main purpose being exploration and scavenging for materials. They usually operate in small groups, have extremely strict requirements for individual abilities, are heavily armed, and act with great organization. Although Salamanca is a B-rank town, it's a rare commercial city." After listening to her for a moment, Aki commented, "No wonder. That's why other warriors can enter as well. With a thriving commercial city, I hope we can easily find a suitable training room." In a room, a loud voice suddenly boomed. "Huh? What in the world are 3 battle points?" The owner there looked at Aki and said, "Are you serious? A warrior who doesn't know what battle points are? Battle points are the exclusive currency for you warriors. Warriors can use battle points for purchases in any city. Aren't you a warrior? And with a 4th stage core. How do you not know any of this? Are you cosplaying or something?" Situ Liu cut him off, pointing to the machine on the table. "Battle points are bound to one's identity. Finding out how many you have is simple. Just put your finger into this machine to scan it." Seeing how knowledgeable she was, the man couldn't help but exclaim, "This beauty really knows her stuff." After listening to their explanation, Aki put his hand into the machine. "Oh, okay, that works. Let me try." He thought to himself, "In my past life, there was no such thing as battle points. Materials were distributed fairly among everyone. If you needed something, you just had to submit a request. Times really have changed so fast. A moment later, the machine announced the result: 0 battle points. The people around him looked at him, and then everyone burst out laughing. Did this kid come here just to be a clown? No battle points? You have no battle points and you still want to rent a training room? The shop owner furiously shouted in his face, "Do you think it's funny to mess with me? You want to rent a training room with no battle points? Is this little brat here just to cause trouble?" Aki just smiled and twirled a finger in his ear, thinking to himself, "Am I really this broke in this life? Why does this feel so familiar?" The shop owner continued to yell, "My training rooms are the best in the area. The cheapest one is 600 battle points a day." While the two were talking, someone at the machine next to them stuck their hand in to check their balance. 1.2 million battle points. It turned out to be Sichu Liu, who told the shop owner, "Book a spacious room." Aki, the shop owner, and everyone else there stared with their mouths wide open in shock. "Spit it out. Is your other identity the richest person in Halo City?" After that, the owner led the two of them into a room. Aki said, "I'll owe you for this one. I'll pay you back in full later." "There's no need." The shop owner kept babbling. "Please follow me. My beautiful, dear, lovely customer." Aki walked up beside her and asked, "I knew your family was rich, but I never imagined you were this rich." Sichu Liu thought to herself, "Father taught me to be humble. It's all their fault for mocking Aki." The owner walked ahead and pointed to a room. "Here it is." The three of them entered an incredibly spacious room. The owner explained to them that the room was enormous, nearly 200 square meters. All four walls, the ceiling, and the floor were built with reinforced materials. In addition, there was a balcony at the far end. That was a special rest area. If you run into any trouble during training, you can hide underground. How about it? Not bad, right? My training rooms are the best of the best. Aki walked in and said, "Not bad." Sichu Liu, standing outside, replied, "As long as you like it. Let's take this room then. As for how long, we'll figure that out after my companion is done using it." The shop owner happily replied, "Yes, yes, yes, not a problem at all. I'll be on my way then. Just call me if you need anything." Sichu Liu entered the room and said to Aki, "Aki, I won't bother you anymore. Feel free to use it. I'll take a walk around the city for a while, and then I'll rent a room nearby. I also need to calculate my earnings from the past few days." Aki replied warily, "All right, I'll contact you when I'm done, but it's getting cold. Here, you can borrow my jacket." Sichu Liu got flustered and shouted, "Who wants to wear your jacket?" Then she left, and they both got to work. Aki placed the core down. "I have to get stronger. I will definitely save Dessa." The Phantom of Dessa, the former 6th hexagram, Ji Lan Shi. For resisting the current new king, he had both his arms and legs broken. The new 6th hexagram and the new king. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with you all. The backlash from the demon's power this time proves I can't rely solely on its strength. I have to make my own original power stronger as well. First, I'll refine the earth element within for my own use, then fuse it with the 5 great elements. He then recited an incantation, and the core began to glow. "Respond to me, elemental core." Meanwhile, Sichu Liu was walking through the bustling streets, lost in thought. On the way here, I remembered some things from Buried Bone City. It seems like some kind of power suddenly awakened in my body. Moreover, my strength instantly reached the 4th rank. It's a power that's both formidable and unfamiliar, one that craves battle and growth, like something is whispering in my ear. It feels like another me. Is it just my own desperate desire to become stronger? What on earth is this power? I still haven't fully grasped it yet. As she wandered in thought, she suddenly saw a long line of people. The arena is amazing. No cutting in line to buy tickets. It turned out to be a Warriors fighting arena. The Warriors Arena competition features fighters from many different factions. That's why this arena's ranking board attracts so many people. The arena. Wait a minute. Maybe I need to fight to master and control this mysterious power. No matter what the me inside my body is muttering, only one thing is certain. I will truly fight to become stronger. If I want to participate in the arena, it's best to hide my identity. Suddenly, she heard a vendor's call, "Masks here," selling nanocoats specifically for warriors at the arena. She went over and bought a mask, putting it on. She thought to herself, "That's right, I want to become strong. I don't want to be a burden anymore. I don't want anyone, any demon, to look down on my strength. If some mysterious power has awakened within me, then I'll be the one to control it." She walked up to the registration counter. The owner stood before the money he'd earned today, constantly marveling, "Gonna make a killing today, too." She walked up to him and asked, "Boss, I want to participate in the arena. How do I sign up?" He replied cheerfully, "Oh, welcome, female warrior. What's your rank?" Your name or an alias will do. Fourth rank warrior. Call me Situ Liu. Seeing someone come to register, the owner beamed. Welcome, welcome. The Salomon Warrior Arena welcomes you. So, are you participating today, or? Situ Liu tilted her head slightly. I can fight right now. Hearing this, the owner's eyes narrowed with delight. That's wonderful. It's been a long time since we had a new female warrior. The power levels in the male warrior division have already basically been established. It's pretty rare for female warriors to come participate in the arena. If I advertise this, I can definitely make a fortune. With that thought, the owner turned around and yelled to his staff, Hey, get over here and show her the way. Take this female warrior directly to registration. A young boy hurried over, his voice rushed, See coming. Running up, the boy bowed respectfully and gestured toward the hallway behind him. Please follow me. The two walked down a long, dark hallway as the boy stammered an introduction. I've already registered you on the computer. Situ Liu, female warrior. So I'll briefly explain the arena rules to you. Situ Liu glanced at a pair of warriors supporting each other as they walked out in the opposite direction, which made the boy a little startled. Just call me Situ Liu. You don't need to use honorifics. Hearing this, the boy smiled happily but still stuttered. Oh, okay. Then I'll call you Sister Situ Liu. Situ Liu walked behind the boy nonchalantly. Whatever you want. By the way, what's the highest rank of the warriors who compete here? Currently, at the SAC Kalaman City Arena, the highest ranking participant is a 5th Corps warrior. But don't worry, Sister Situ Liu, that's in the male warriors arena. The highest rank in the female warriors arena is about the same as yours, a 4th rank female warrior. Since she hadn't looked into it beforehand, Situ Liu was very curious. You mean the men's and women's arenas are separate? That's right. The number of participants in the men's arena is extremely high, and this type of arena format rarely sees female warriors joining. Situ Liu walked gracefully behind the boy. Why separate the arenas for men and women? Wouldn't it be better if we all competed in the same one? It's true that they used to fight in the same ring before, but I heard the male warriors weren't happy about fighting the female warriors. At this point, the kid seemed a little embarrassed, saying that doing so was a huge loss of face. Even winning felt awkward, so they were eventually separated. Besides, it was already rare for female warriors to participate. Hearing this, Situ Liu didn't like that way of thinking at all. Strength is what decides victory or defeat. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Whoever said that must be some self-righteous weakling. Hearing this, the kid blushed in admiration. So cool. Thinking this, the kid's eyes lit up with admiration, and he clenched his fists, huffing. You're so right, miss. A warrior's victory is decided by their strength. Oh, miss. He was about to chat more when a dazzling light shone on both of them, so the kid pointed forward. We're here. In front of them was a spacious area with an octagonal fighting ring mixed with the roaring cheers of the audience, the female warrior's ring. Situ Liu was a bit overwhelmed by the scene, thinking to herself, Woo, so many people. If I wasn't wearing a mask, I'd feel really nervous. Composing herself, she looked towards the ring and asked the kid, I just have to get up on stage, right? Yes. Good luck, Miss Rakshasa, meow. You'll get prize money if you win. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she wasn't interested in prize money, so she turned and asked, surprising the kid, Prize money? Is there anything else besides that? Yes, there's prize money. And, at this point, the kid wasn't too sure, rubbing his nose as he asked tentatively, Rankings? Your rank on the fighting ring's leaderboard will increase. That's also considered a type of honor. That's all I need. And so, she strode straight towards the ring, her robes fluttering coolly in the wind. Nothing was more important than a warrior's glory. The sight of her left the kid staring blankly. Then, the kid blushed and shyly covered his face. He felt like he was seeing the bright moon in the night sky. I think I'm in love. Soon, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all in for a treat today. At that moment, Situ Liu was standing proudly on the stage. Our female warriors ring has a new member. Let's give a warm welcome to the 4th banner warrior, Rakshasa Meow. Hearing this, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Woohoo! It's been so long since we had a fight in the female warriors ring. Hurry up and fight. Situ Liu looked up at the roaring crowd, thinking, the audience's reaction is really intense. It seems there really are very few female warriors who participate in the fighting ring. I'm very curious about the situation over at the male warriors ring. The announcer, seeing the atmosphere in the arena heat up, said, It looks like everyone is getting impatient. In that case, let's welcome our other challenger, who is also our only current female warrior, the goddess of the female fighting ring. As he finished speaking, a gate was raised. Behind it stood a girl holding a large palm leaf fan with the fourth banner emblem on her chest. Hearing this, Situ Liu was surprised and thought, what? The only other female warrior in the female warrior's ring? She looked up at the ring's ranking board and saw only one name, Brilliant Ling Hua. It's true, there's only one. As the announcer spoke, a charming young woman walked out onto the stage, flirting with the audience. Please welcome Brilliant Ling Hua. I love all of you. Seeing her emerge, the audience roared with excitement. We can finally watch the beautiful Ling Hua fight. Ling Hua, kill me. Situ Liu looked at her opponent's outfit and style and was just confused. She closed her eyes and sighed. I get it now. I understand why normal female warriors don't come here to fight, because the female warrior's ring of today has been corrupted. Brilliant Ling Hua looked at Situ Liu with her sparkling, beautiful, and charming eyes. Are you my opponent? Hello, I look forward to our match. I am Brilliant Ling Hua, a blue core of the fourth banner. Situ Liu gave a simple introduction and thought to herself, Rakshasa Meow, a black core of the fourth banner. Ever since my awakening, I can feel a powerful time-space energy. To determine its specific abilities, I need to go all out in a fight. She looked at the miscongeniality in front of her, not so sure. But with the current situation, Brilliant Ling, whose beautiful lips parted in surprise. Oh, a rare black core, and you're even hiding your face. I'm very curious about you, little Rakshasa Meow. The girl struck a charming pose and held out her hand. If you lose, you have to take off your mask. That's a deal with your big sister, okay? Seeing Brilliant Ling Hua's glamorous beauty on the big screen, the audience cheered excitedly. Ling Hua, oh, Ling Hua, you're so beautiful. Situ Liu didn't want to say it, but she hated this kind of frivolous behavior, so she cut in with a single sentence, deliberately looking at the camera as she spoke. Such theatrics. Since we are both fourth banner warriors, let's have a serious fight. After she spoke, both of them unleashed their core energy, which swirled around them. And now, the match between Rakshasa Meow and Brilliant Ling Hua officially begins. With an extremely serious mindset, Situ Liu immediately took a defensive stance the moment the announcer declared the start of the match. In contrast, the other side, Brilliant Ling Hua, lightly rose onto her toes. Are you ready to witness my beautiful dance? Hearing this, Situ Liu was completely bewildered. Brilliant Ling Hua danced like a fairy, and with every step that touched the stage, a brilliant flower bloomed. She winked and smiled at Situ Liu, then began to sing, making the fighting ring feel incredibly romantic. The announcer saw this and began to commentate, beautiful thorny flowers bloom wherever I go. It's the classic Ling Hua's graceful step. How lucky we are to witness it. It's absolutely gorgeous. The audience's cheers shook the heavens. There it is. Keep dancing, Ling Hua. The announcer looked at the motionless Situ Liu and commented. It seems Rakshasa Meow has relaxed her stance. Has she given up in the face of such a large-scale attack? Ling Hua continued to dance closer to Situ Liu with a sweet and gentle expression. Amidst the brilliant and flourishing scenery, while Ling Hua was in the middle of her song, a slap from Situ Liu flew straight into her face, gruesomely distorting it. The audience's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Unable to believe what they were seeing, the announcer wasn't much better off than the crowd. The kid who had led her here was also stunned, but at least his eyes stayed in their sockets. A one-hit knockout left Brilliant Ling Hua foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the stage floor. At that moment, behind her mask, Situ Liu felt utterly disgusted. You're even more ridiculous than that useless young master I met at the Bone Burial Fortress. I can't even sense the aura of a one-core warrior from you, and even your skills are just for show. Her voice echoed, and the entire arena fell silent. Because of the existence of people like you, female warriors don't get the respect they deserve. Warriors exist to fight. At this point, her entire being radiated killing intent as she clenched her fist. Do not insult the word warrior. Don't you dare look down on us. Damn it. Hearing this, the kid who had led her here was trembling with excitement. Whoa, this is really. He raised both his hands to cheer. That was so freaking cool. Miss Rakshasa Meow is the absolute best. Brilliant Ling Hua's fanboys in the audience just stared at each other in bewilderment. Of course, the Brilliant Ling Hua flower on her clothes was gone, replaced by the Situ Liu, earning her thunderous cheers. Situ Liu, you're so cool. Sis, just kill me now. The announcer rushed onto the stage at that moment to declare Situ Liu the winner. Defeating her opponent with a single slap was truly astonishing, overflowing with charisma. Let's congratulate her for topping the rankings. Situ Liu looked at the announcer, displeased. What child's play? An arena with only one true competitor might as well be shut down. Take me to the men's arena rankings. He thought he misheard and stared at her. Huh, what did you say? Situ Liu unleashed a blue aura of power that enveloped her as she emphasized her point. I want to challenge the men's arena. The scene shifts to a bustling market in the city of Salaman. The people in the city, though heading in different directions, all turn their heads to look at a young man carrying a little girl on his shoulders. Hey, look at that guy. Is he really walking around town wearing just a bathrobe? Is that a girl on his back? What are you talking about? It's definitely his little sister. He looks young too, maybe in his early 20s. Ignoring the crowd's gossip, Ji Yaotang, carrying a blank face, Xiao Dozi on his shoulders, successfully squeezed through with a smile. The little girl looked around curiously. Spotting a stall full of deadly sweet treats, she pointed at a straw post stuck with skewers of bright red candied haws. I want to eat that. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang walked towards the stall. Ah, this? I hear it's sweet and sour. Sir, would you like to buy some candied haws? The stall owner turned to the post of candied haws, his eyes sparkling as he enthusiastically introduced his product. My candied haws are the sweetest in this whole town. Ji Yaotang looked up at Xiao Dozi, who was eagerly reaching out her arms, wanting to eat. He reached out and grabbed the entire straw post full of candied haws, startling the owner. All right then. He then lifted the post of candied haws and handed it to the little girl, causing the nearby owner to fall backward, too shocked to react. He didn't say a word. He just turned and walked away, leaving the owner completely baffled. This should be enough for tonight, right? Let's see if there's anything else fun to do. Finally snapping out of it, the sweating shopkeeper shouted, Hey, wait a minute, buddy. You haven't paid me yet. Hearing that, the feet in cloth slippers stopped, and both of them turned their heads. Ji Yaotang had his eyes closed, his thoughts unreadable. The little girl just looked at the owner with a confused expression. Seeing that neither of them said anything, the annoyed and angry owner rolled up his sleeves. What are you looking at, trying to dine and dash? You think you're tough? You want me to beat you up? I used to compete in the fighting arena, you know. Ji Yaotang's mouth opened at that moment. The human world is so troublesome. His eyes suddenly radiated a purple energy, as if they could suck in the entire world. The owner looked into his eyes and suddenly lost focus, his own eyes filling with bloodshot veins. As Ji Yaotang's voice rang out, the owner, as if hypnotized, slowly turned away. Go home. Yes. Xiao Dozi chatted while stuffing her mouth with the candied haws. The vice captain and captain level warriors have all left the city. Backlit by the sun, Ji Yaotang's face was in shadow, but his bright white teeth showed he was smiling. That's right. Just kill a few of the human warriors around the city, and they'll panic, he said, his eyes crinkling into a smile. Humans really are weak and cowardly. Once you've completed your mission, he looked up and smiled at Xiao Dozi. Slaughter this entire town. Hearing this, Xiao Dozi crunched down on the wooden skewer and grinned smugly. Okay. Back at the arena, the male warriors could hear the excited voice of the announcer echoing. A female warrior is actually requesting to challenge the men's rankings. This is the first time this has ever happened. The announcer smiled and pointed to the entrance of the arena. Please look to my right. Right now, let's welcome our challenger, Situ Liu. As he finished speaking, Situ Liu, with her hands in her jacket pockets, walked out with an imposing aura. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. So cool. Go, warrior girl, take down the men. As Situ Liu walked up beside the announcer, he gestured towards the opposite entrance. On the men's side, initially, no one was willing to fight. But after some deliberation, following the announcer's gesture, a man with a grim expression stepped out. On his chest was a fourth stage core, emitting a blue aura. Please welcome our first combatant, the fourth stage warrior, Bloodhand Blade. His eyes were fixed on his opponent, thinking to himself, a fourth stage female warrior, same level as me, and she has a rare black core. The announcer had now stepped off the stage, leaving the two opponents to face each other in the center of the arena. I will now hand the ring over to our warriors. Rule 1. You must not cripple your opponent. Rule 2. You must not kill your opponent. Now, shake hands. Bloodhand Blade stood arrogantly, extending his hand with a friendly smile, though inwardly he was filled with contempt. I look forward to learning from you, Situ Liu. Humph. If it weren't for the extra reward, I wouldn't bother fighting a female warrior. Just as their hands were about to meet, Bloodhand Blade whispered something, causing Situ Liu's hand to freeze. Situ Liu, let's make a deal. He grinned slyly. How about we cooperate and split the profits in the end? That way, we both benefit. I won't be embarrassed, and you'll get some glory. How about it? Hearing this, Situ Liu said nothing, just stood there staring at Bloodhand Blade. Getting no response, he gritted his teeth and frowned in annoyance. Was I not clear enough? Situ Liu contemptuously turned and walked away. A warrior like you isn't even worthy of my handshake. Seeing himself being disdained like this, Bloodhand Blade stomped his foot hard on the ground. You refuse the easy way. so now you'll get the hard way. I don't give a damn about those rules. With a leap, he flipped in mid-air and charged towards Situ Liu. Die. As he finished speaking, he threw a punch that cut through the air towards Situ Liu's head, but she leaned back and dodged it. Though the attack failed, he still wore a grin. At the same time, 4 fan-like blades shot out from his left arm. Pretty flexible, aren't you? While Situ Liu was leaning back to dodge the right punch, he brought his left fist down on her. This is the perfect chance to cut you in half. Situ Liu's blue eyes stared intently at the descending arm and its blades, a hint of fear in them. Model. Just as a hand was about to touch his eyes, he clearly saw it was enveloped in green energy. He hastily jumped back, staring intently ahead. The sound of a slash whizzed past where he just stood, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it. What the hell was that? Why is there someone else in the ring? Iron Hand Blade's eyes widened as he stared ahead, searching for an answer. When he saw Situ Liu, half of her body seemingly on the ground and the other half in the air with her hands still extended, he was completely baffled. But the announcer was ecstatic. What is this about Situ Liu? Good heavens, it seems Situ Liu was hiding an ace up her sleeve. Situ Liu gradually pulled her entire body together through the spatial rift she had created, showing no signs of stopping. Beneath her mask, Situ Liu smiled, thinking to herself, Father was right. When you're pushed into a corner, your potential truly awakens. The crowd saw this and erupted in cheers. Is this the power of a black core? This is eye-opening. Go, Situ Liu. Iron Hand Blade ground his teeth in frustration, but also with intense desire. The power of a black core. It's so damn freaky. It makes me crave it. I have to take it from her. He immediately got into a boxer's stance and rushed towards Situ Liu in a zigzag pattern. Contestant Iron Hand Blade unleashes his agility core skill, Swift Serpent Step. Faced with this assault, Situ Liu calmly closed her eyes and began to mutter. First, he'll feint with a left jab, then follow up with a right hook, if I can dodge them both. Just then, a left jab from Iron Hand Blade shot towards her. Situ Liu's eyes snapped open, glowing with a green light as she murmured. And finally, he'll put all his strength into a final left-hand blade strike. Hearing her mutterings, Iron Hand Blade was stunned, thinking, how does she seem to know exactly what I'm thinking? Situ Liu used her spatial ability with one hand to grab Iron Hand Blade's left wrist, leaving him shocked. Then this is simple. She instantly used her spatial ability to appear above Iron Hand Blade's head, grabbing his other arm. Then she stomped hard on his back, slamming his chest into the arena floor and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Situ Liu looked at the result of her plan with great satisfaction. All I had to do was control your hands. Iron Hand Blade's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his jaw, thinking, my left arm. The energy she sent into my pressure points has paralyzed it. Isn't this the method of a green core warrior? How does she know it? Seizing the opportunity while Situ Liu was still close, he clenched his steel-covered fist. He channeled more energy into it, glaring at Situ Liu. You think you can beat me barehanded? Seeing this, the announcer screamed. Contestant Iron Hand Blade is materializing his backup nano gauntlet. I can't believe he can operate equipment on both hands at once. As expected of a powerhouse with a sync rate as high as 40%. A glint appeared in Iron Hand Blade's eyes as he threw a punch with his enhanced arm straight at Situ Liu's face. How arrogant. Just as the fist was about to reach her face, Situ Liu activated her ability, opening a spatial rift right under his punch. Immediately after, a palm strike emerged from the spatial rift, knocking Iron Hand Blade's fist upward. As Iron Hand Blade's attack failed and he was pushed back, the announcer explained. Contestant Iron Hand Blade is being pushed back by a hand from another dimension. He's lost his center of gravity and is being forced further and further away. Situ Liu chuckled behind her mask because she'd figured it out. So that's it. I remember now. The powers I possess are spatial manipulation and future sight. With newfound confidence, she pulled her hand back as black energy enveloped her body. At that moment, the announcer's glasses began beeping incessantly, much to his disbelief. Situ Liu's sync rate is skyrocketing. These are sync rate scouters. These expensive sync rate scouters might not be as accurate as a proper measuring device, but they're compact and convenient. His jaw dropped as he gripped the glasses, staring at Situ Liu as the number just kept climbing. It's already reached 42%, and it's not stopping there. It's still rising. 50%, 60%. It's still going up. What is this? How is this possible? Are my glasses broken? At that moment, fragments of memories flooded into Situ Liu's mind. I remember everything that happened at the ossuary citadel. The one who gifted me this power. Her emotions surged like a tidal wave now that she knew the truth. It was a demon. Across from her, Iron Hand Blade tensed up, clenching his jaw, unwilling to accept it. A sync rate that high? Who the hell are you? Without letting him spout any more nonsense, Situ Liu channeled energy into her raised hand. Instantly, A transparent pillar began to slowly press down on Iron Hand Blade. Before he could react, the pillar crushed him, his eyes bulging as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the terrified audience exclaimed, "My God, what kind of power is this? Is Situ Liu really this strong?" Crushed into the floor and nearly losing an eye, Iron Hand Blade still refused to give in, barking curses. "Damn it! I'm ranked 10th in the men's arena. How could I lose to some female warrior? I'd rather die than accept this." Just then, Situ Liu stepped forward, startling him. "You've got guts." After speaking, she created a series of pillars that hovered in the air, making Iron Hand Blade's scalp tingle with fear, accompanied by Situ Liu's ice-cold stare fixed upon him. Now he was truly terrified. One pillar had him flattened, a whole series of them would send him to meet his maker. "I surrender. I give up. From now on, call me Chicken Hand Blade, not Iron Hand Blade." Hearing this, the announcer raised his hands and laughed loudly. Iron Hand Blade surrenders. Unbelievable. Situ Liu is so cool. Congratulations on defeating the 10th ranked fighter in the men's arena. She scored her first victory in the male warriors arena. In the stands, the entire crowd roared. The cheers were deafening. "Situ Liu, you're a goddess." With the atmosphere at a fever pitch, the announcer seized the moment. "Situ Liu, will you accept another challenge? Tell us your choice." At that moment, Situ Liu's graceful figure was silhouetted by the moonlight. Without hesitation, she turned her head back, captivating everyone. Next, the announcer confirmed her words, sending the entire arena into a frenzy. "Situ Liu," she said, "she will continue to fight. How freaking awesome. Let's go all out." Fireworks exploded across the sky in a dazzling display of encouragement, signaling a sleepless night ahead. Tonight is truly a momentous occasion. We will watch Situ Liu fight until dawn. While Situ Liu was fighting ferociously in the arena, Aki was not to be outdone in the training room. He panted heavily, looking down at his chest. He cursed under his breath. "Son of a bitch. It's been half a day, and I still can't sense any energy waves from the elemental quartz. The standard meditation technique is useless." But he quickly regained his focus, visualizing the circulation of the elements. "All right. In my past life, I had absolutely no experience in this area. Calm down. This whole element thing. I've only just encountered this new type of power in this life." He closed his eyes, sinking into a deep meditative state to feel his body. "I'm still missing the earth element. If all 5 elements existed in one body, what kind of power would that grant me?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through Aki's mind, and his eyes snapped wide open. The elemental power of an Asura. He stroked his chin, organizing the data in his mind. If this so-called elemental power is a derivative of an Asura's strength, then trying to sense it using human meditation techniques probably won't work. Could it be that I have to use a demonic state to actively sense the energy within? Aki sighed and closed his eyes, mocking himself. How ironic. I wanted to become strong on my own, without relying too much on that demonic power, but in the end, I still have to rely on it. Instantly, crackling sounds filled the room as a red aura began to emanate from the core on Aki's chest. Soon, the core on his chest transformed into a 5-pointed symbol, just as the earth quartz element successfully activated. Stone hands erupted from the floor around Aki, accompanied by powerful shockwaves of energy. In just a moment, the room was filled with dust and smoke, obscuring everything but his silhouette. A moment later, the dust began to settle, revealing Aki's sharp gaze and the giant stone hands behind him. A satisfied smile spread across Aki's face. The power of Earth. I can feel it. As Aki completed his transformation, his demonic aura surged outward, catching the attention of Chidori from a distance. Little Bean noticed his strange expression and looked up at him, asking, "What's wrong, Chidori?" He didn't answer immediately, lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head. "It's nothing. I'm probably just worrying too much." Chidori looked down at the bustling city lights from atop the tower and changed the subject. "So, are you ready, Little Bean?" At his words, the little girl's lovely eyes regained their focus. "I've been guiding you ever since you reached the 2nd stage." Chidori smiled warmly and said, "I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. Complete this mission, and you'll earn the right to advance to the 5th stage." Upon hearing this, Little Bean closed her eyes as 2 horns sprouted from her head. When she opened them again, she had shifted into her demonic form, enveloped in a purple aura. "Yes, I'm ready." She stood at the peak of the city's tallest tower, spreading her arms and looking down. "Let's begin." Tonight in Prosperity City, everyone was excitedly flocking to the arena to watch the fights. "Hey, did you guys hear? There's an incredible female warrior over at the other arena. They're calling her the Situ Liu. I heard about her. She's challenging the men's arena all by herself. Something like this has never happened before. Come on, let's go see." They say she's already defeated a few of the male warriors. Before the sentence was even finished, hordes of people were already rushing toward the arena. Inside, the announcer was getting an update on the crowd situation from his staff member. Boss, it feels like the whole city is rushing over here. But we're completely out of space. Hearing this news, the boss looked like he was dreaming as he stammered in disbelief, then jumped for joy. Really? I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be rich. Back at the ticket booth, the employee was being overwhelmed by wave after wave of people trying to buy tickets. One person after another, everyone was scrambling to buy a ticket. Tickets. I want to buy tickets. Give me 10 of them. The crowd was so huge he couldn't control the situation and could only scream, "We're really out of seats. Stop pushing. Don't push." But no one paid him any mind, simply surging toward the arena. He got angry and thought to himself, "This is all your fault. Now I won't get a chance to see that hot warrior's sister." At that moment, in the center of the arena, thousands of people were roaring with fervent cheers for the Situ Liu. Situ Liu, Situ Liu, Situ Liu, Situ Liu. The main attraction of the arena stood arrogantly, looking down at her opponent. Right now, her opponent was panting for breath, his thoughts broken and scattered. Damn it all. Since when did a female warrior this powerful appear in Salamanca City? His gaze sharpened as he analyzed the moves she'd unleashed earlier. The male warriors before me were all defeated. She possesses a rare black core, her attack style and power. It's a rare form of spatial manipulation. But what's weird is that my speed, the very thing I pride myself on, gives me absolutely no advantage against her. It's as if she can read my mind. As another thought struck him, he mused, "This kid. No, this female warrior. I'm afraid her power isn't just simple spatial manipulation." To confirm his suspicion, he summoned his weapon. I originally thought my own skills were pretty decent, but I feel like she's on a whole other level of mastery. Damn it, I'm probably going to be completely humiliated. Seeing him summon a dagger, the Situ Liu mused for a moment before saying, "A dagger? I used to use those myself." With that, she summoned a dagger of her own and challenged him. Let's see who's better. In a flash, she lunged at him, catching him completely by surprise. She's using her spatial ability to shorten the distance and accelerate straight at me. How shameless. Is she looking down on me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he gritted his teeth as he charged toward her. We'll see about that. The two clashed at lightning speed. The more she pressed her attack, the further he fell back, as if he were planning something. He then intentionally blocked her strike with his twin daggers, deflecting her blade and sending it flying far away. Smirking, he looked pleased with himself. All I had to do was find the right opening, and I could use my twin daggers to knock hers away. "So, you still think you can beat me with a dagger?" As he spoke, he channeled more power into his daggers and lunged at her. With no time to counterattack, she could only use her spatial power to momentarily blind him and sweep his legs, causing him to lose his balance and send him flying hard across the arena. Furious at the fall, he leaped to his feet and swore, "Damn it, why couldn't I see anything for a split second?" Suddenly, the MC appeared and announced, "He's out of the ring. The winner is the Situ Liu. She has claimed another victory. Next up, she will face the #1 ranked fighter in the men's arena." Hearing the announcement, the man was stunned and started to protest. "Wait a second. Who said being out of the ring means you lose?" The MC awkwardly explained, Those have always been the rules. It's just, no one's ever actually been knocked out of the ring before." But the fighter stubbornly insisted, "I don't care. I want to continue the match. Tell the next guy to wait a minute." Before he could finish, the thunderous sound of a mace striking the ground made him flinch in fear and swallow hard. The top-ranked fighter strode past him, casually making his way to the ring with an air of confidence. Seeing him, the MC began to explain to the crowd with a grand welcoming voice. He is the current top-ranked champion. He has held his #1 spot for 6 consecutive months. He is known as the strongest 5-core warrior among all the freelance fighters in Salamanca. There are even rumors that his strength is just a notch below the captain's. Please welcome the reigning champion, the Lulan warrior, K. Luo. As the MC's voice boomed, he swaggered arrogantly into the center of the ring. Behind him, whispers and murmurs mixed with the crowd's skepticism about him. Is this for real? Challenging the champion directly? Isn't that a bit much? Why is everyone so quiet? Murmurs like that, along with other whispered questions and answers, filled the air. Meanwhile, a staff member was running and talking to the old MC. "Boss, are you really letting the young lady fight that guy? This doesn't seem right. Can we call off the match?" In response to his misplaced concern for the girl, the old man barked at him. "What do you know? I'm just respecting her wishes. Didn't she come here to issue a challenge?" After speaking, the old man turned back to the ring with an unusually excited look on his face. "I just need to leak this news, and ticket sales will increase tenfold. I'll absolutely make a killing. As for the two of them, what does it matter to me who wins or loses? At that moment, Asura Miao was analyzing Kei Luo with a critical eye. A 5 core? Huh. I'd like to see for myself what the difference is between my strength and that of a 5 core warrior. Kei Luo's sudden voice snapped her out of her thoughts. You really are a very interesting female warrior. I've watched every single one of your matches. Your spatial powers are bizarre, and your predictive ability is quite impressive. Then, he unleashed a wave of killing intent as if to intimidate her and continued, truly not bad. Even among 4 core warriors, you be a powerful existence, one that makes me want to beat you to a bloody pulp. Feeling that killing intent, she immediately took a defensive stance, preparing to predict his attacks. This guy's killing intent is on a completely different level than the others before him. It was as if he knew exactly what moves she was thinking of to block. I see it. He's using an aerial skill to pressure me. Very well. Then I'll use my spatial power to launch a surprise attack from behind him. Suddenly, his mace shot out and slammed into her face, shattering her train of thought and sending her flying backward. He laughed. What are you looking at? Trying to use your predictions to find an opening? That's useless against me. The masked woman, after being hit like that, began to doubt her own abilities, wondering, what just happened? I clearly saw it. Where did I go wrong? Situ Liu stood there, lost in thought. His movement just now was different from what I predicted. Why? Could it be that there's a problem with my prediction ability? Kei Luo's eyes now revealed a murderous glint. Masked woman, if you're too weak, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish you off cleanly. He spun his weapon behind him like a pinwheel. I'd hate for them to say I'm bullying a weak girl. That would displease me. Situ Liu was furious upon hearing those words. Calming herself, she looked up. I was a little surprised at first, but you successfully pissed me off. She steadied herself, calmly watching his footwork as Kei Luo tightened his grip on his weapon. Oh, angry? He then rushed towards Situ Liu. I like fiery women like you. At the same time, her prediction ability activated. The left. He'll grip the end of his staff and use its momentum to swing and attack from the left. She quickly raised her dagger, ready to strike. I see it clearly. But Kei Luo attacked from the right, leaving Situ Liu stunned. The right? She couldn't react in time and took the full force of Kei Luo's blow. Kei Luo swung his weapon, flinging her far away. I'm going to shatter your mask and your skull. The spectators were horrified, everyone covering their mouths and clutching their heads as they cried out. Oh my god, another direct hit to the face. This Kei Luo guy is too brutal. As expected of a former member of the hunting squad, did Asura Miao's mask fall off? I'm curious to see what she looks like. Over on the other side, Kei Luo realized something was wrong here. Something's not right. She blocked that last attack. Situ Liu was still unscathed. She had only been pushed back. The MC, observing the fight, shouted. It turns out that Asura Miao, in the nick of time, risked using her dagger to block the attack. It happened so fast, we all thought she'd been hit in the face again. Situ Liu's hand was trembling slightly. She seemed a bit scared. So fast. I barely managed to react in time. If it weren't for the force of that blow, I almost would have forgotten he has a red power core. In her eyes, Kei Luo was like a demon hunting its prey. His speed and power both far surpass her own. So this is a 5-core warrior. A determined glint appeared in her eyes. I get it now. It's not that my foresight is flawed. It's that he's using his high speed to perform multiple feints to confuse me. What I'm seeing is just one of those fakes. To win against this opponent, she decided she could only rely on the power of the black core to defeat him. Situ Liu stomped her foot down, cracking the ground. Moreover, I have to be the one to attack first. She flickered in and out of sight, moving as fast as the wind. A deadly light flashed in Kei Luo's eyes. That spatial displacement ability again, trying to seize the initiative? Ha! With that, Kei Luo raised his weapon and crouched down. A woman shouldn't be so aggressive. He activated his secret technique, the Lulin Shadow Step Dance. He moved at an incredible speed, swinging his staff relentlessly at Situ Liu, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Kei Luo roared, no matter which direction you appear from, you'll be hit by my staff. Your technique is useless against me. He was feeling incredibly smug. Spatial abilities are certainly annoying, but all I need is a solid defense. Besides, my best defense is a good offense. In an instant, Kei Luo created a ferocious whirlwind. The MC, standing far away, had to exclaim, my heavens, Kei Luo's staff has actually spun up a cyclone that reaches the sky. If this weren't an arena, this whole building would surely be destroyed. Kei Luo shouted a challenge. Come on, let me guess where you are, then I'll smash you like a game of hawk-a-mole. Situ Liu's voice rang out. You underestimate my spatial ability. The moment she finished speaking, she appeared right at Kei Luo's flank. A single thrust went straight through. Blood spurted out. Killua leaned back, screaming in pain before collapsing to the ground. He had lost his ability to fight, sitting on the ground looking up at Situ Liu. Damn it. My leg's been cut. I can't stand up. But how did she appear from beneath my feet? It's not just simple spatial movement. She can pass through things. Situ Liu looked down on Killua, her aura overwhelming. If your speed can hinder me, then I'll just have to limit your speed first. Don't worry. A small wound like this will heal in a few days at the healer's station. If you beg me, I could also use my black core to heal you. Killua trembled with fear. Damn it. I underestimated the black core's power and her aura. Is she really just a 4-core? Situ Liu stood up, as if mocking him with a smile. You're nothing but a living dartboard now. The audience watching the match all roared. Wow, Rakshasa Miao's power is on a completely different level from that guy Killua. Killa's attacks are useless against Rakshasa Miao now. A 4th core taking down a 5th core is just incredible. Just then, a staff member was rushing towards the gate, looking anxious. Why do I keep hearing faint screams from the arena? Is the match not over yet? Don't tell me Sister Rakshasa Miao is being humiliated. His eyes were filled with fear for Situ Liu. That Killua guy is the Thunder Lord. Plus, he's always been known for his cruelty. Sister Rakshasa Miao was too reckless. How can a 4th core possibly beat a 5th core? I have to stop this match, even if it kills me. Just as his foot was about to cross the gate, just as he stepped down, the MC's voice rang out. Rakshasa Miao has gained the absolute advantage. Could it be that the champion of the Southern Warrior Arena will have a new owner today? The MC also took the opportunity to advertise. Hurry and buy the first ever beautiful commemorative fan badge set for Rakshasa Miao. Its resale value will definitely multiply in the future. Only 1,000 units are being sold. That staff member could finally relax, his heart filled with admiration, as expected of Sister Rakshasa Miao. At that moment, the MC turned to the staff member and said, Rakshasa Miao has this in the bag. What are you standing there for, you idiot? Get over here and help me commentate. The MC's face was beaming. I'm going outside to hawk a new batch of merchandise. Every second is money right now. With that, the MC ran over to the staff member. Remember, to get the audience hyped up. The staff member ran over as well. Yes, sir. He took the microphone from the MC's hand. Sis, please let me witness the moment you become champion. He looked incredibly excited. Leave the support to me. He grabbed the sign and, with all his might, screamed at the top of his lungs. Will Rakshasa Miao become the champion of the Southern Warrior Arena today? Let's all watch together. Everyone started chanting along with him. The MC was in high spirits, skipping as he left. Let's see. If things go well today, I could make 2 or 3 months' worth of sales in one go. La la la. This Rakshasa Miao really is my lucky cash cow. As he walked past a little girl, he suddenly froze. His feet stopped mid-stride. He turned back to confirm what he saw. A kid. Then he warned her. Hey kid, you're not allowed to linger here. Are you lost? Where are your parents? A voice came from her direction. Parents. Xiao Dozi looked up, her irises black and her pupils red. Xiao Dozi doesn't have any. The MC was scared out of his wits by Xiao Dozi. You're a demon. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Dozi sent the MC to meet his ancestors. Xiao Dozi looked over towards the lively area where people were shouting Rakshasa Miao's name. Oh, it seems very lively over there. Then Xiao Dozi walked towards the noisy place, leaving behind the corpse of the MC she had just killed. In the arena, the new MC was making an introduction, accompanied by the roaring cheers of the audience. The atmosphere was electric, all eyes on the ring. Today, the female warrior is about to become the champion of the Southern Warrior Arena. She has proven that warriors are not defined by gender, but by their own strength. Killua was concentrating, summoning his power. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared right behind him, pushing him towards Rakshasa Miao. Surprised and off balance, Killua struggled to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Rakshasa Miao quickly readied her weapon and charged at him. Startled by what happened, he grit his teeth in frustration. The amulet on his chest flashed with a red light, as if hiding some kind of power. Damn it, being pushed around like a toy. Does she really think she can beat me head-on? Then he counterattacked, swinging his mace towards her. Just as Rakshasa Miao was about to strike back, a vision of the future suddenly flashed before her eyes, causing her to lose focus and pause. What was that feeling just now? Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? That fleeting image felt so real. Taking advantage of her distraction, Killua quickly seized the opportunity and swung his mace at her face. Here's my chance. The mace whistled through the air, but not only did it miss its target, he ended up with her foot stomping hard on his head as she landed gracefully. As her feet touched the ground, she thought about that vision again. For just a moment, I sensed a powerful demonic aura suddenly appear. But this is inside the city. How is that possible? How can a demon appear here? But despite her doubt, she felt a sense of familiarity, a feeling deep inside her stirring. But that feeling just now couldn't have been wrong. That was the aura of a demon. The demonic power inside my body can smell its own kind. Just then, Kayla, absolutely furious, let out a roar. Son of a bitch, to think I'd be defeated so miserably today. I'll definitely kill you today. In the arena stands, people were laughing and mocking him. See that? That's your champion. That Kala guy got kicked in the head and fell flat on his face. Despite the noisy taunts from the crowd, Rakshasa Meow paid no attention, instead scanning her surroundings. Her strange behavior left everyone bewildered. Big sis, what's wrong? Are you looking for something? Huh? Why did Rakshasa Meow stop attacking? Yeah, she's looking all over the place. What is she spacing out for? Rakshasa Meow, keep attacking. Her bizarre actions had truly driven him mad. Are you looking down on me? This bitch. You've got no honor. His words were tough, but deep down, he was screaming in agony. Crap, the spot where she stabbed me hurts so much. Normally, I would have rushed her and given her a beating by now. Suddenly, Rakshasa Meow spoke, trying to negotiate. You might not believe this, but I just sensed the presence of a demon, even if it was just for a moment. Let's call a temporary truce. No matter what, you're a warrior too, right? Hearing her words, he not only disbelieved her but also scoffed and laughed mockingly. A demon? Where? This is the B-class city of Salamanca. How could there be a demon inside the city? Are you really that stupid, or are you just pretending to be? Before he could react, a hook pierced straight through his chest from behind. What is this? This isn't another one of your abilities, is it? Before he could finish his sentence, his body exploded into pieces. Behind him stood Xiao Dozi, speaking with a scornful look on her face. Oh, a fifth core warrior? How could you be so careless? Sensing danger, she jumped back and vigilantly scanned the area. That child is the demon. The audience hadn't even had time to process her appearance or Kila's death. She turned to look at the new MC and saw him on the ground, scrambling backward in terror, his face a mask of speechless horror. Damn it, it's a demon. Everyone, get out of here, now. Panic erupted in the stands. Huh? What is she yelling about? I can't hear clearly. Something about a demon, I think. What just happened to Kayla? Huh? When did that kid show up? As if hearing their chatter, Xiao Dozi glanced back at them, causing them to swallow nervously in fear and start pushing and shoving to escape. Could it really be a demon? Run. Don't push. There's a demon in the city. Get out of the way. Watching them all scramble and trample over each other to flee, Xiao Dozi let out a faint, scornful smile. Just a little scare, and they're already in such chaos. Humanity really is a bunch of cowards. As for La Miao, she was frowning, thinking about the little girl's appearance. How could a demon transform into a child? In stark contrast to her suspicion, Xiao Dozi seemed surprised at how easy the mission was. She never expected that hunting down 6 5-core warriors would be such a piece of cake. The little girl gave a sinister smile. The rest of the mission has to be finished quickly. After all, Master said that once the mission is complete, we can slaughter the whole city. Hearing this, Lasha Miao was startled and reacted sharply. Fourth era demon, what are you planning to do? Infiltrating our city. Only then did Xiao Daozi notice her and speak up, a female warrior. That's rare. 1 minute. Master said that for a B-ranked town like this, 1 minute is how long it takes to react to an exposed demon. Within 1 minute, you human warriors will catch up. Lasha Miao stared at the girl with a piercing gaze. It can change its appearance at will. This is no ordinary demon. Xiao Dozi suddenly cut off her train of thought. This is an arena, isn't it? 1 minute. How about you and I have a little fight? The scene shifts to a house where the protagonist is sitting when he suddenly flinches, sensing a strange aura from within the inner city. The inner city is felt off since yesterday. Why are there two such powerful demonic auras? Aki also seemed to sense that something was wrong, turning to look outside as he fell into deep thought. Am I just being too sensitive? He frowned grimly, but quickly pushed the thought aside to focus on the task at hand. No, I can't let anything distract me right now. An orange light began to radiate from his body. In just a moment, his face was already covered in sweat. This isn't good. The stone on his chest glowed, emitting an orange light. The reason this elemental quartz can grant elemental power to a warrior is because it contains the pure energy of the 5 great elements. This elemental energy is normally uncontrollable, but if one can resonate with it, they can precisely locate the earth element they need. He was sitting on a stone statue shaped like a hand, but its design resembled a human body, almost like a throne, making for an incredibly eerie sight. Aki focused on the resonance, his expression determined. As soon as I complete the resonance and obtain the earth element, I'll have gathered all 5 great elements in my body. metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The next step is to fuse the 5 great elements. He became more determined than ever, his spirit and resolve soaring. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, outside at the martial arts tournament arena, a massive crowd was rushing for the arena's emergency exit. People were pushing and shoving, trampling one another in a scene of pure chaos and misery. Screams filled the air. "Get out of the way! Stop pushing!" Countless voices echoed in the small, cramped space. Many were slowly consumed by fear, going mad and scrambling like cornered rats. Xiao Duzi put a hand to her ear, savoring the sounds with an expression of pure satisfaction, as if she wanted to dance to express her joy. The screams and cries. They're so beautiful to listen to. Suddenly, her movements stopped. Xiao Duzi's demonic red eyes widened as she giggled and said, "Master Zhidiao says that humans are low-level creatures who are ruled by fear. Fear is a base emotion that causes the self to lose its composure, to lose all sense of reason." Xiao Daozi proudly pointed to herself, boasting, "But we demons are not so easily controlled by our emotions. Our judgment remains clear. We are a superior existence." Situ Liu just watched without a word, her brow furrowed. It wasn't an expression of hostility, but rather one of slight dismay, of caution, a wake-up call to herself. That's right. I can't be fooled by its childlike appearance. Seeing the green aura emanating from the girl, Situ Liu was certain this was a high-level demon. Its words and its way of thinking were completely different from any demon she had encountered before. Situ Liu gripped her weapon tightly, preparing for battle. She asked in a loud voice, "Who is this Zhidiao you just mentioned, and how many of you have infiltrated this town?" Without her noticing, Xiao Dozi had appeared behind her, looking at Situ Liu with a dark, sinister expression as she reminded her, "Don't forget, you only have 1 minute." Xiao Dozi unleashed her attack. The green rays of light from before now shot out like thin, sharp needles, piercing straight toward where Situ Liu was standing. Fortunately, she reacted in time, using her spatial displacement skill to escape. Xiao Daozi was surprised to see Situ Liu's ability, stunned for a moment. A spatial ability. Now, Xiao Daozi began to look at her opponent seriously. "The scent on your body. Your aura is so strong. Who was it that granted you such power? A dark spatial ability? Could it be him?" Just as Xiao Dozi finished her sentence, Situ Liu's power erupted with immense force. A green aura exploded around her, and for a moment, it was as if there was an illusion of an incredibly powerful and authoritative demon. Situ Liu herself was also shocked by the little demon girl's strength. She dropped to one knee, finding it hard to stand straight, one hand covering her face. Such pure, agile energy, as expected of a high-level demon. And it figured out my power was granted so quickly. But who is this him it mentioned? I have to find a way to make it spill some information. With that thought, Situ Liu immediately put her plan into action, deciding to infiltrate by pretending to be on its side. That's right. It was him. We're on the same side. So, what is your purpose for infiltrating this town? Xiao Dozi's expression darkened as she gave a terrifying answer. An evolution mission. Seeing Xiao Dozi's defensive reaction, Situ Liu instinctively jumped back. An evolution mission? But don't demons level up by devouring their peers or higher-level comrades? What in the world is an evolution mission? Xiao Daozi froze for a moment, a look of confused surprise on her face, but it quickly turned into a strange smile as she walked step by step towards Situ Liu. Devouring to evolve? Ha! That's how low-level demons do it. Before Situ Liu knew it, Xiao Dozi was standing right in front of her. We have more than just one way to evolve. Situ Liu, hearing this, knew information that she didn't understand. Her reaction was unnaturally slow. Ah, right. Inside, she was panicking. Oh my god, the other warriors don't know about this. I have to dig for more information. Who exactly is him? She was suddenly grabbed by the hand by Xiao Dozi, but the grip felt strange. Xiao Dozi's lips curled into a smirk. If you were really on our side, how could you not know this? To think you'd try to trick me. A sharp blade shot straight for her. Damn it, my rhythm is off. I can't deploy my spatial ability in time. Luckily, Situ Liu reacted just in time to dodge the fatal blow. But looking back at the sheer power of that attack, even she was terrified. Before she could even recover, Xiao Dozi grabbed her hand and directly used the flame light technique. But this time, she was faster, launching a preemptive strike and appearing behind Xiao Dozi. Luckily, I've been through a few arena fights, so my skills are more polished than before. I just need to get in the right state of mind. Situ Liu seized the opportunity and struck at the back of Xiao Dozi's neck. With the blade held to her throat, Xiao Dozi remained perfectly calm and still. Situ Liu seemed to see something and dodged, stopping her slashing motion without a second thought. From within the smoke of the self-detonation, Xiao Dozi's voice rang out. Your spatial abilities aren't very good, are they? You made me change my form. Hearing that Xiao Dozi was still alive, Situ Liu was utterly shocked. Wasn't that a self-detonation? As the hazy smoke cleared, a blue flame radiated from around her body. But it doesn't matter. I was planning to use my original form for this mission anyway. Xiao Dozi emerged in her true form, the blue flame form. Situ Liu was incredibly surprised. Her original form? Just how many secrets does a demon of this level have? In her blue flame true form, Xiao Dozi walked towards Situ Liu and said, "I'm out of patience. I have a mission to complete. I'm going to tear you to shreds." Outside the battle arena, the warriors were scrambling to assess the situation. Damn it, why does stuff always happen when the captain and vice captain aren't here? Is it really a coincidence? Another warrior replied, "I find it strange too. The demon incidents around here have always followed a pattern. We always handle them well, but in the last few days, it's like the demons are doing this on purpose. There have been several brutal massacres around the town. Even some supply staff were mysteriously attacked, and among them were many high-ranking warriors. That's why, to stabilize the economy and safety of our town of Salamanca, the captains organized a large-scale sweep operation. I can't believe on the very first day, someone reported a demon appearing inside the city. It really is strange. Whatever, let's go check it out first. With the three of us, fourth-rank warriors working together, ordinary demons won't be able to defeat us. The three of us are all candidates for vice-captain, so don't underestimate us, you damn demon." The demon, Jinao, sitting on the rooftop, paid them no mind and chuckled to herself. Strange. Looks like I'll have to make it seem more like an accident next time. Humans really are strange creatures, always ignoring the places they should be paying attention to. Yet they have the weirdest thoughts about things that don't matter. Let's go see how Xiao Dozi is doing. Inside the arena, Xiao Dozi and Situ Liu were still locked in a fierce battle. In her Situ Liu guise, Situ Liu watched Xiao Dozi's blue flame attacks and thought to herself, "I absolutely cannot touch that blue flame. Even from this far away, I can feel that terrifying heat." Cutting through her thoughts, Xiao Dozi, in her blue flame true form, shot forward like an arrow, sneering at her. "Constantly dodging is such a waste of my time, warrior lady." Situ Liu, unwilling to back down, charged forward to attack. "Don't call me lady. It's disgusting." Situ Liu created another dimension and pushed Xiao Dozi into it. Despite the situation, Xiao Dozi remained calm as she was pushed into the space. "It's useless. An ability from a mere human can't do anything to me." Then, she reached out her hand, pulling both of them directly into the sky. Xiao Dozi was surprised by her action. "This warrior is pulling me straight up into the sky. How can she do this to me? What level are her spatial abilities?" An ability that can pull someone else along isn't a personal ability. I've only ever seen it used by a few high-ranking human warriors. Has someone really managed to research spatial abilities to this level? Could her power really belong to that master? Situ Liu looked at the burn on her arm. Just a slight touch, and it's already burned like this. But the reason I can withstand it, is it because the demon power is also affecting my body? I have to strike while its core is in the air and can't be used effectively. She grabbed Xiao Dozi's arm, smiling inwardly. This move was originally just an attack technique that used my body to get airborne and grapple with an enemy on the ground. But now, I can use my spatial abilities to upgrade this into a fatal blow. She then locked her legs tightly around the neck of Xiao Dozi, who was in her blue flame true form, preventing her from struggling free, before diving toward the ground like an arrow. The impact was so great that Xiao Dozi couldn't react in time and took the full force of the blow. Situ Liu's mask also fell off. "How many more demons like you have infiltrated this place?" Xiao Dozi gritted her teeth in anger, unable to believe she was being manhandled like this by a human warrior. She furiously fought back. "The one who granted you spatial abilities. Was it the great Lord Qi Wang Qi, one of the great kings? Otherwise, you could never possess such a high-level ability. Who are you really?" Hearing Xiao Dozi's question, Situ Liu thought back to Qi Wang Qi, the name that had appeared in her mind. That woman's name is Qi Wang Qi. A king? Who is that? Are there beings called kings among the demons? Isn't the highest rank the seven-stone demons? What kind of being is this Qi Wang Qi? Pinned under her foot, Xiao Dozi spoke angrily. "You wretched human. You damned human warrior. You're clearly using our demon power, yet you act so high and mighty." Master Ji Niao was right. Humans truly are a lowly and disgusting race. Suddenly, one of Xiao Dozi's arms snapped, and purple flame erupted, sending Situ Liu flying. "My body is paralyzed. Is this a mental attack from the purple core? How did it evolve to the 5th rank?" Xiao Dozi pushed herself up and said, "Master Ji Niao will be disappointed to see me like this." She grew stronger, perfecting her power. "I never thought you could force me to go all out." Her form now was a 5th rank demon, the dual core form. The warriors sensed the demon's power and rushed in. "It's a 5th rank demon. Don't get distracted. So what if it's a fifth rank? The three of us together, it's no match for us. The three warriors entered. A fifth rank demon. Sidu Liu said in a weak voice, Don't come over here. The fifth rank demon sneered and looked up, saying, Pathetic humans. You aren't even worthy of being my mission targets. The three warriors were horrified. A dual core. The fifth rank demon turned around and pointed at the three of them. Soul-bewitching sound. Freeze. Then she chanted the mutual slaughter incantation, and the three men exploded in a shower of blood. Then she turned back to Situ Liu and said, You, on the other hand, are worthy. Xiao Dozi looked on with delight as a trembling Situ Liu struggled to her feet. You are worthy of being my target, the target for my qualification mission. She slowly approached her. We high-level demons can be granted the right to evolve through qualification missions, and the content of my mission is to kill 6-5 core warriors and slaughter this entire city. As she spoke, she recalled the scene of her master manipulating an entire city. To make things easier for me, my master helped lure those rather strong vice captains out of the city. If those human warriors were to team up, they'd definitely be a huge headache for me. But there are still a few 5-core warriors in the city, and that's more than enough. Though you're only a 4-core warrior, your strength, she said, glancing at Situ Liu, who was trembling and struggling to stand, her clothes tattered and her body covered in wounds, is enough to make you a worthy target. She gritted her teeth and frowned, her mind in turmoil. What do I do? It has a dual-core heart. Its abilities are incredibly strong. I'm not its match right now. What am I supposed to do? Aki. Her train of thought stopped, and she raised a hand to brush back her hair. Her mind suddenly flooded with memories and all the hardships they had overcome together. Strange. Why am I thinking of Aki at a time like this? Before she could snap out of it, the demoness raised her hand. A bright aura flared before condensing into a black orb in her palm. Ah, right. I've already wasted more than enough time on you. The orb grew larger, beginning to pull in everything around it. Thank you for entertaining me. The shock of the attack snapped Situ Liu back to reality. The flames were sucked toward the orb before the demoness slammed it into the ground, causing it to crack and shatter. She accelerated her limbs and shot towards Situ Liu like a bolt of lightning, her attack ready. Die. The demoness was so fast that all Situ Liu could do was stare in wide-eyed shock, unable to react in time. But suddenly, her eyes widened as she was pulled into a different dimension. Then, a voice echoed, I cannot interfere too much. Little sister, we all have people we want to protect, and I have already granted you my power. Inside that space, she was floating in water, completely bare. Before her eyes snapped open, you have begun to grasp the skills of space. How well you can wield them will depend on your own enlightenment. Then, Qi Wangxi appeared right behind her, but she only scoffed at the sight. You're nothing more than a demon. Then, she unleashed her power. And you dare speak to me of enlightenment? Back in the fight, the charging demoness suddenly sensed something was wrong. And sure enough, Situ Liu's power erupted, creating a powerful aura that sent the demoness flying. She looked on in astonishment. An aura this overwhelming? It must have been granted to you by Lord Qi Wangqi. What in the world is your identity? Aren't you just a human warrior? Lord Qi Wangqi has betrayed us demons. But Situ Liu simply summoned her own technique. I don't care. She then began to slowly float upwards. I must accept this power without any hesitation. To protect him, I have no choice but to keep getting stronger. Streaks of blue lightning began to gather around her as she continued to evolve. The demoness gritted her teeth in fury. Don't think that just because you've accepted our demonic power that you can stand on equal footing with us, you foolish human warrior. As for what Lord Qi Wangqi's intentions are, it seems if I want answers. She then summoned the phantom of a monster with a giant mouth and sharp teeth. I'll have to bring your head back with me. But Situ Liu looked down at her, completely unfazed. Then go ahead and try. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. She immediately unleashed her own attack, aiming it straight at the demoness. You dual-core demon. The moment the two attacks collided, they created a massive shockwave that lit up the entire city. Elsewhere, Ji Yao Tang, wearing a loosely tied bathrobe, glanced up at the sky. This is the kind of sky I absolutely despise. Boom, boom, boom. It's so damn loud. But while he was busy staring at the sky, someone called out to him. Hey, you. A group of people ran towards him, the one in the lead questioning him as he approached. What are you doing? Why are you still strolling around here? Don't you know demons have appeared in the city? He casually held his bathrobe to keep it from being blown away and walked toward the group. There are demons in the city. Are you guys heading over there to disrupt them? Then, his expression darkened, and his eyes snapped open, staring directly at the men. Oh, no. My apologies, I misspoke. Are you heading over there to take care of them? Hearing this, the leader grew angry and was about to charge. Are you a resident of this city? What's your exact address? Do you have an ID? In his mind, he was on high alert. Damn it. I heard a humanoid demon appeared in the city this time. Ji Yaotang just smiled and raised his hands, his posture casual and natural, but with a hint of provocation. I'm just a passerby. No need to get so worked up. He then reached into his robe. I have an ID. Let me show you. But he fumbled around for so long that everyone there grew tense. But then, he just held out his hand, made a heart shape, and gave them a wink. Hey, this completely infuriated the men. Damn it, are you seriously messing with us at a time like this? I don't care what you are. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Ji Yaotang smirked. No. In the next instant, a purple aura erupted from him, and the phantoms of monsters he summoned appeared. This is my real ID. He moved gracefully toward the group, and with a snap of his fingers, the aura surged towards them. They screamed as it hit them, unable to defend themselves before they perished. From the carnage, a drop of blood accidentally splattered onto his face. He wiped it away with disgust. I despise blood. You shouldn't have bothered me in the first place. Really. He wiped the blood stain away forcefully, then turned and walked in another direction with a flick of his robe. Such rude humans. After walking for a bit, he stopped in front of a large building, a training hall. Arriving here, he seemed to realize something. So the strange aura from before was coming from here. Immediately, he released his own aura and stepped into the building. All right, let's have a look inside. At this moment, Aki was still focused on his training, the energy in his body constantly transforming. The earth element can finally be refined. He calmed his mind and sat in meditation, integrating the element into his consciousness. Very good. First, I need to solidify the earth element within my body. With this, the 5 great elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are all gathered. I'll try fusing all 5 of them. A burst of energy emitted from between his eyebrows, causing him to frown. I just didn't expect that introducing the earth element into my body would be so mentally draining. If I lose focus for even a second, the elemental energy I'm channeling could be cut off instantly. This isn't simple at all. Phew. I have to concentrate. The earth element slowly merged into his body. I absolutely cannot get distracted, or all this will be for nothing. On the first floor of the training hall, someone shouted from the entrance. Hey, boss. What do you think that kid is doing, using such a huge room all by himself? The shop owner rested his chin on his hand and sighed. You wouldn't understand the joys of being a sugar baby. You think any rich lady would be into a guy like me? Immediately, the TV began to broadcast a message. Urgent news, urgent news. The newscaster warned of a suspected demon appearance in the city, urging all residents to stay indoors. Suddenly, the shop door swung open, while the TV continued to blare the emergency broadcast. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotang had already stepped into the shop. The owner was immediately stunned. Someone approached him and yelled, Hey, what do you think you're doing? You don't look like a warrior. Haven't you heard the news that a demon has appeared in the city? The shop is temporarily closed. Please leave. But he completely ignored them and continued walking straight ahead. The shop owner got angry too. Hey, this is a dedicated training room for warriors. You can't just barge in. But he simply uttered a single word, twist, causing the necks of everyone in the shop to snap backward. He mused, So, it's a dedicated training room for warriors. Could that energy signature be coming from a human warrior? He just kept walking deeper inside. Which room could it be? Someone asked, Who are you? He's a murderer. Someone screamed, Where did you come from? Get out. He's killing people. And so, every door he passed was splattered with blood. Which room is it, I wonder? Over here, Aki was still focused on his training, sweat pouring down as he frowned and told himself, Focus my spiritual energy. The earth element was merging with his consciousness bit by bit. There was just a little bit left to go. At that very moment, Ji Yaotang had also arrived, stopping right in front of his room's door. He remarked, Only one room left. How splendid. The man smiled, concentrating power into his hand. A human warrior. Then he launched a palm strike at the door. Let's say hello. A hand appeared and blocked his attack, dispersing his power in all directions. Seeing that the door was completely unharmed, he was confused. Huh? I can't break the door. That sensation. He looked down and saw a hand pressed against his own. That hand immediately clenched his tightly. Qi Wangqi appeared from the other side of the door, and Ji Yaotang was instantly shocked. You're the Crimson Eighth Flag. I remember you. You are. Qi Wangqi raised a hand to his lips, shushing him, while his other hand snapped Ji Yaotang's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Qi Wangqi raised an eyebrow. Keep your voice down. He turned his head to look at the door. He's at the most critical stage right now. Even I am looking forward to this. We must eliminate the noise. Instantly, a red, soundproof sphere formed around the area. Ji Yaotang was still in shock. You are the legendary king, Lord Qi Wang Qi. Qi Wang Qi gave a self-deprecating laugh. Legendary. Ha, so it seems I've become a figure of legend. Those guys have been living quite comfortably, haven't they? He immediately recognized Ji Yaotang's identity. Are you a subordinate of Zi Wang Qi? How does their current strength compare to before? Ji Yaotang immediately slammed his head to the ground. Yes, I am a subordinate of Lord Zi Wang Qi. The lords have always been the strongest existences in our clan, and that naturally includes you, Lord Qi Wang Qi. He asked again, me, look at the state I'm in now. This is not good at all. He glanced down at the city under attack below. Your strength isn't bad. You must be one of Zi Wang Qi's most capable men. I sense another demon in the city. Is that your companion? Still not daring to look up, he replied. Yes, that is my disciple. I came here today to test his strength. The higher-ups have granted him this opportunity for a trial. If he passes, he will be granted more power and promoted. Qi Wang Qi smiled. A city slaughter and annihilation mission, correct? The rules I established back then were quite interesting, weren't they? He continued. But it's inconvenient this time. I don't wish for him to be disturbed. Ji Yaotang trembled. Him? But aren't there only human warriors here? Who is this person you're referring to? My lord. Is it the one with the strange aura that I sensed earlier? Qi Wang Qi looked down at him. Him? He is my secret. I can't let you return and report this to Zi Wang Qi and the others. Hearing this, the man's face darkened. He immediately looked up and promised. Wait, Lord Qi Wang Qi, I absolutely won't say a word. I am still a subordinate of Zi Wang Qi. But before he could finish, his entire upper body exploded. Qi Wang Qi smiled. This puts my mind at ease. He turned away, saying, the secret I'm hiding cannot be known by anyone. Then, he phased back through the door. Standing beside Aki as he trained, Qi Wang Qi murmured, an astonishing rate of growth. To think he can actually materialize elemental power within his consciousness. The body of a human warrior can typically only house a single attribute, yet he wants to cram 5 different attributes inside. Aki gritted his teeth, trying to focus. So greedy, Qi Wang Qi thought as he floated in the air, observing him. But I like it. It's agonizing, isn't it? After all, he can't even sense me right in front of him, forcibly shoving 5 incompatible attributes into his body. It's a miracle he hasn't just exploded and died by now. Aki clenched his jaw, concentrating with all his might. Qi Wang Qi encouraged him internally. He's completely entered the sea of his own consciousness. For a human, this level of mental fortitude is already quite good. Aki, hailed by you humans in the past as the strongest warrior, wasn't he? Qi Wang Qi thought. It seems choosing you as my vessel was the right decision after all. He stretched. Well then, I suppose I should return to your body. I had to reluctantly use my soul form to come out here to keep others from disturbing you, and it drained a lot of my spirit, but he couldn't stop smiling to himself. It was all worth it. This will significantly improve your physique, which is a good thing for me as well. Suddenly, bolts of lightning flashed from the earth element, and then gradually, the lightning spread to the surrounding elements. Qi Wang Qi was surprised. Lightning? At that moment, Aki was still frowning deeply. In the sky above the training room, lightning began to flash. It was only then that Qi Wang Qi realized what was happening. A massive bolt of lightning struck the training building directly, destroying the entire structure and causing everything to collapse. Qi Wang Qi, encased in his red sphere, was speechless. He asked himself again, damn it, why is it lightning? Aki's elements were continuously linking and binding together. He frowned. He's actually trying to draw 5 attributes into his body and fuse them into one. Is that even possible? The 5 attributes were relentlessly merging as Aki gritted his teeth and commanded, emerge. Immediately after, he threw his head back and let out a roar as another bolt of lightning appeared, striking the building once more. Qi Wang Qi looked at Aki, who was levitating inside the pillar of light, and thought, this human. It seems I may have underestimated him slightly. This kid isn't just evolving to the 5th flag. He's also using his control and fusion of the 5 attributes to create this unique lightning attribute. That white lightning. It's really unsettling. He frowned, thinking, lightning is an attribute I despise. With that thought, he vanished. Elsewhere, Sichu Liu was looking up at the pillar of light, thinking, lightning energy shooting into the sky. What is that? Instantly, something rushed toward her. You let your guard down. The two collided, causing the ground all around them to crack and shatter. Xiao Dozi marveled. What surprises me is that this is just a 4th key state, yet it holds such incredible power, truly worthy of the great Lord Qi Wang Qi Qi's strength. Struggling to defend herself, Situ Liu thought, if this keeps up, I don't think I can last much longer. Even though I've awakened the 4th key power within me, this is a dual core. 5th key demon. She frowned. The city's captains must have received the news and should be on their way back by now. I have to change my strategy and use my abilities to buy more time. Xiao Dozi immediately threw a punch. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Seeing the punch coming straight for her face, Situ Liu instantly tilted her head to dodge it. Immediately after, cubes began to materialize around her. She launched them towards Xiao Dozi, sending the demon flying back. She spread her legs and stomped hard on the ground, causing more cubes to appear. She remembered the lesson she was once taught. When you're not sure you can overwhelm your opponent, keep your distance, observe their movements, and find an opening or a weak point. Back in the present, she was relentlessly kicking the cubes. On Xiao Dozi's side, her kicks began to manifest on the demon's cubes as well. The demon flashed a smile. Spatial power? Huh. She immediately used the sound of bewilderment on Situ Liu, and its mental attack instantly froze her in place. Then, the demon smiled as she easily blocked Situ Liu's kick. She plunged her hand straight through her calf. Then she pulled her hand out. Situ Liu pulled her leg back and hastily retreated. She gritted her teeth, thinking, my ankle's been pierced. Even with my regenerative abilities, a wound like this won't heal in a short amount of time. Xiao Dozi smiled. Any town we set our sights on is destined to become a dead city. Even if I fall, which, of course, I won't. But if my master, Ji Niao, were to take action, he could easily turn this place into a city of the dead. In short, this city won't survive the night. With that, she launched an attack at Situ Liu. Just give up, human warrior. Unable to dodge in time, Situ Liu could only watch as the attack flew toward her. I'm about to die. Just then, a shield of lightning appeared from the sky, easily blocking the attack. A stunned Xiao Dozi screamed, my skill was destroyed by lightning? How is that possible? A demon suddenly appeared in front of her, leaving her shocked. Huh? I was just saved by a fifth key demon? But then, she beamed with joy as she recognized him. This feeling, you're Aki. Aki stood before her in his new form, a fifth key in a thunder god state. He raised an eyebrow at his opponent. The third key demon was terrified by Aki's power. Who are you? Situ Liu recognized Aki. You're Aki, he replied. Yeah, it's me. This one is strong. You did well. Aki looked her over. Could it be that Situ Liu also received demonic power? She warned him, Aki, be careful. It's a dual-core demon and not an ordinary one. It's a high-level demon, and its abilities are. Aki cut her off. I know, don't worry, a high-level demon, right? High-level demons are exactly what I hunt, the demon said. You're a warrior, too. The aura on you. You're like that female warrior. You both carry our aura. Hearing this, Aki scoffed. Your aura? Ha, don't talk like we're the same as you. He unleashed his power. We're the ones who specialize in killing beasts like you. His words infuriated the demon. His lightning is so irritating. I have to kill him, and fast. Then, it launched a powerful attack. All of you, just die. Situ Liu warned, be careful. But Aki stopped her by touching a pressure point on her forehead. You're injured, so don't move rashly. He charged forward. Leave the rest to me. Aki unleashed an attack to counter the demon. His ultimate move, Lightning Serpent, split the demon's attack in two. The light from the clash of the two powers spread everywhere. The air where Aki was fighting the demon crackled with sparks, signaling a fierce battle. The demon thought, he split my energy apart. My attack is pure, concentrated energy. How could it be split? What in the world is his lightning? The power of a human like Aki could even strike fear into a demon. A murderous aura radiated from him, protecting Situ Liu. Everything in their sight was struck by the electric shockwave. He thought, looks like fusing 5 elements this time produced something pretty good. Aki recalled, this type of lightning seems to be very effective against you demons. When the 5 elements fused inside my body, I thought I was going to burn to a crisp. My whole body ached as if I were being electrocuted, and I was on the verge of passing out and dying. At the time, I thought it was the elements rejecting each other, but who would have known that it would end up fusing into this mysterious thunder god attribute? He pondered the power in his hand. I wonder what effect this will have on you demons. It seemed the demon could tell Aki was getting ready. Ha! You want to kill me? All you did was block one of my moves. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? It prepared to attack. I will unleash my core's potential right here. Ha ha! If Master finds out, she'll definitely scold me. The demon remembered that moment. Master, consider this, Xiao Dozi being disobedient. But I want to use my strongest power to blow these 2 humans to bits. It transformed into its most vicious form, with the explosive power of a mighty demon. Although Aki was strong, he grew wary as he saw it unleash its power. Core potential. What it's talking about must be similar to the core power we warriors use, to rapidly increase one's power to its strongest state in a short amount of time. It looks like this one is determined to go all out. The demon unfurled its bat-like wings and exerted pressure on the ground, making it shake. It used its claws as a spring to launch itself upward. The immense force radiated a purplish-blue energy. It seemed the sky was the core demon's advantage. Its wings allowed it to fly far and gave it a speed advantage. Aki took that opportunity to attack the core demon. It screamed, "Not bad. Trying to defend with your bare hands? Damn it, these attacks are relentless. All I can do is defend. I still haven't tempered enough lightning yet, and it's an agile core, making it very hard to hit. If I keep fighting someone in the air like this, I'll be at a real disadvantage. The abilities you possess make me see you humans' adaptability in a new light." It laughed. But a lowly human is still a lowly human. Even if you borrow the great power of my clan, in the end, you're still just pathetic humans. Without another word, the core demon unleashed its full power, an attack that a human could hardly survive. It's a surge of power from dark spatial magic, a mysterious cosmic arsenal. This is the true power of a demon. This move was originally meant to destroy entire cities. That multifaceted universe coils and shrinks, creating a mystical blue-black vortex of slaughter. The great demon god Maelstrom. Suddenly, Aki yells to Situ Liu, "Now!" He grabs her and shouts, "Run!" The demon looks amused. "Go on, run! You can't escape my Maelstrom." The Maelstrom obeys its master's command, swallowing every living thing in its path. With victory seemingly in its grasp, it grows darker and more powerful. The demon high above gloats, "Ha ha ha, a direct hit. There'll be nothing but dust this time, right?" But it never expected that Aki had another plan. A small rift appears. A spatial gate. Could it be? It hears a sound from behind. I remember now. Aki ambushes it from the rear. We warriors never falter. Aki and Situ Liu unleash an immense blast of energy downwards. Together they scream, "Down you go." The energy forms a massive bolt of lightning that tears across the sky. It crashes directly onto Xiao Dozi. She has no strength left to resist. Why is his lightning so ferocious? She thinks, gritting her teeth. And my body is paralyzed. Situ Liu and Aki leap down, landing on transparent crystal platforms. Aki leans over, his gaze sharp as he speaks in a commanding voice. Lightning paralyzes enemies, slowing their movements. He declares, "Tonight is the night you die." Demon? Xiao Dozi's eyes fill with hatred. You dare kill me?" Her voice is like steel, full of defiance. "If you kill me, my master will surely avenge me. My master is an all-powerful, immortal being." Aki remains calm in the face of her provocations. "An immortal being, you say? I don't know what kind of god your master is, but if it comes..." Aki's gaze hardens. "I will kill it again and again, until it is truly dead." Enraged, Xiao Daozi, in her dual-core form, slams her fist into the ground. "How dare you look down on my master? You have no idea how powerful she is." Aki's expression remains utterly calm as he raises a hand, forming a long javelin. Lightning crackles around its tip, creating an immensely powerful energy source. Arrogant and full of confidence, Aki states, "It doesn't matter how strong you are. I just have to be stronger." Xiao Dozi struggles as she looks at the two figures before her. At that moment, Situ Liu offers to help, reaching out a hand. "Aki, let me lend you a hand." To give his attack an even greater push, Aki nods in agreement. She uses her own spatial manipulation, magic, to quickly teleport Aki from one point to another, amplifying his speed until he moves like a blur. Aki grips the lightning javelin, arcs of electricity coursing across his body before he tears through the air, hurling it straight down. Two dragons formed from his magic manifest the twin thunder dragons. The two powerful forces intertwine, hurtling towards Xiao Dozi. The attack slams down, creating a massive explosion. When the dust and smoke clear, revealing debris scattered everywhere, Xiao Dozi is a pitiful sight. She's gravely wounded, whimpering in pain. "Cough, cough. It hurts so much, master." Images of her past with her master flash through her mind. Her master holds up a young Xiao Dozi, filled with pride. "Oh, to think I'd find a young one for my clan, and a dual core at that. Ha ha ha. I will teach you how to evolve and disguise yourself." They had gone through countless days of harsh training together. Xiao Dozi's heart had always been filled with obsession, the joy of slaughtering humans. I know it, the fear of facing a powerful foe. I know that too. These are instinctive feelings all low-level demons have. An image of her and her master in a grassy field that afternoon appears. Back then, she was so much more innocent and carefree. But master, what is sorrow? Her master simply smiled at her and replied, "Not knowing sorrow is a good thing. I hope that you will never have to know this feeling." Xiao Daozi's body begins to fade. "Master, I've disappointed you. The moment I realized that once I die, I'll never see you again. I finally felt it. Sorrow. Tears streamed down her face. Xiao Daozi finally understood. As the thought concludes, her body vanishes completely, leaving behind only tiny fragments of energy. Aki lands on the ground with a sigh. Finally took care of that thing. Situ Liu clutches her shoulder. She was a high-level demon, even if she was still in her growth phase. Her power was formidable. Aki turns to her, smiling with satisfaction. Being able to fight it this long with the power of a 4th-rank warrior, you're already very strong. Situ Liu's face flushes red. Aki inwardly assesses the situation. Liu has also received demonic power. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll definitely have to keep an eye on her. Aki then notices the wound on her leg and asks with concern, "How's your injury?" Situ Liu looks down, gently rotating her calf. "I've used my 6th core energy control to stabilize the wound. This injury is pretty serious. To make a full recovery, I'll need a place where I can rest and recuperate." From the distance, a purple energy signature emanates. It seems both of them sensed it. Aki silently confirms it's the aura of warriors, and powerful ones at that. Situ Liu immediately grows concerned. "I know what it is. It must be the captain-level warriors returning from their mission outside the city. It seems this surprise attack was planned in advance by that demon and her master." Situ Liu offers her own analysis, her gaze turning grim. The fact that all the captain-level warriors left the city, that must have been part of their plan as well. This is a good opportunity to inform the captains about the demon situation, including the details of this latest plan. We need to warn them that the demons aren't as simple as they think. Her voice grows serious. There are incredibly powerful beings among them, perhaps even 7th rank, or higher, beings that humanity has never even discovered before. Aki is surprised. He hadn't expected the woman in front of him to have such deep insight. So she's already figured it out. Humanity's understanding of demons only extends to the 7th rank, and even then, they have no clear knowledge of the specific demon types. Take this high-level demon, for example. Even though she was still in her growth phase, the power she displayed was beyond what a 5th core, or even a 6th core warrior could handle. Aki looks at Situ Liu and says, "But do you really think it's a good idea for us to stay here? Looking like we do right now." Situ Liu looks down at herself, confused. As if reading her mind, Aki explains, "You just received demonic power. You can't immediately revert to your original form, can you? You probably already know this. The reason I've surpassed the strength of an ordinary warrior is because I borrowed demonic power," he adds seriously. "And now, it seems you're the same as me. Do you really think ordinary people, or other warriors, will see us like this and still think we're human?" Aki held his hand out towards Situ Liu, gesturing for her to come with him. "Let's go. We should get out of here first. Hold on tight. I'll take you to get your injuries treated, then we'll continue on our way." With that, he immediately lifted her onto his back and shot forward like a blur, piercing through layer after layer of thick, dark clouds. The last rays of light finally broke through. The scene changes to a training room. Jiao Tang was sprawled across the floor, his body parts scattered about. His hand began to move as a strange new energy enveloped his body. From his blood cells to his other organs, everything was drawn together, gradually reassembling into a complete body. He slammed his hand on the floor, his face etched with exhaustion. It seemed the ability he just used had consumed a great deal of his energy. "Good thing I have cellular reconstruction. The Red Banner King is terrifying. I have to report this to Lord Purple Banner King. I need to abort the evolution mission and bring little Dozy back, quickly." As he thought this, he froze in shock, as if he just realized something. Wait a minute. Little Dozy's aura. It's gone. Ji Yaotang was utterly bewildered. He looked through the window, his lonely silhouette a painful sight. From his high vantage point, he could see a group of people talking below. The other teams have already split up to search for clues. "Citizens, please make way." A person carrying a chest approached Iron Hand Shidao to report, "General Captain, these are the core fragments we've collected." The chest contained a few small stones, likely from a 5th banner demon, but they were completely drained of energy. Iron Hand Shidao turned and said, "If they're drained of energy, they're no different from worthless rocks. Still, hand them over to the analysis team. See if they can dig up any more information." The person closed the chest and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in thought. It was truly a strange ambush, almost as if it were planned, and it had resulted in the deaths of many high-ranking warriors. And this arena, now a battlefield, still emanated an incredible demonic aura. Looking at the ruined landscape around him, he was certain this was absolutely no ordinary 5th banner demon. But the question is, who was this demon fighting? Why did it die? Who killed it? A flood of questions raced through his mind. And this aura? Why does it feel like there was more than one demon? A woman? resting her chin on her hand, speculated. If it's not the aura of a single demon, could it have been a death match between demons? He immediately replied, "Are you suggesting a demon intentionally protected the town? Don't say something so foolish." Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man was lining up for his assigned mission. As he walked, he thought gleefully, "Trouble is my time to shine. I have a feeling the captain's been noticing me lately. Hey. I'm definitely in the running for the next promotion." Suddenly, a voice from an alleyway called out, hypnotizing him, "You, come here." The man immediately stopped, then turned and walked towards the source of the voice. In the alley stood Ji Yaotang, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. He frowned. "Tell me what happened at the arena." The man immediately recounted the events. "The demon that attacked the town has been eliminated, but it's unclear who did it. I don't know anything else." He fell silent, thinking, little Daozi is dead. He recalled the recent events caused by the Red Banner King. No, that's not right. If the Red Banner King had made a move, this entire city would be gone. He asked again, "What's inside the chest?" The blonde man reported, "Collected fragments of the demon core." He immediately ordered, "Open it." The blonde man obeyed and opened the chest. Ji Yaotang stared inside. "Little Dozy, let me see who it was that killed you." His eyes flared with soul gaze. A purple smoke began to rise from the core fragments, instantly expanding. Here, we learn about soul gaze, a technique that involves controlling one's conscious energy to enter a core, allowing the user to see the final moments witnessed by the core's owner. The more complete the core, the more scenes and information can be seen, and vice versa. The smoke then slowly contracted. A small screen materialized within the haze, replaying the images from last night's battle. He was surprised. 2 human warriors. A man and a woman. He listened intently. "Though I don't know what kind of gods your masters are." The screen clearly showed Aki's face in his demonic form. "I will kill it again and again, until it's completely dead." He heard little Daozi's final words, "Master, thinking of you." This feeling of sorrow. "I think I understand it now." He clenched his jaw so tightly that the veins on his face bulged. He then swung his hand, decapitating the blonde man, and crushed the core fragments in his hand until it bled before shooting off into the distance. "First, I'll go report the news about the Red Banner King." Completely enraged, he strode off, vowing, "Then, I will kill you all." Elsewhere, Aki was holding Situ Liu's ankle, healing her injury. As he treated her, he said, "This battle consumed too much of your energy. You don't have enough strength left to heal your wounds. My wood attribute is just as good as your green core's recovery, so just leave it to me." She blushed, "Thank you." But inside, she was screaming, "Ah, no one's ever touched my leg before, let alone a man." She asked, "Aki, where are we going next?" He seemed to ponder for a moment. "Well, my original purpose for coming here was to find elemental cores to fuse the attributes within my body. Now that the fusion is successful, I think it's time for me to continue my journey to gather the information I'm looking for." She asked curiously, "Information? What kind of information are you trying to gather?" Her reflection appeared in his eyes as he thought, "It's true. Besides Lena, no one else knows the secret that I was reborn. Liu probably doesn't know about my plan to rescue DA from his imprisonment either." He thought of the 2 opposing factions, this conflict between the Sand King and the Xin Liu Hao. "I wonder if Liu and the others would even stand by my side if they knew." Aki lowered his head, avoiding the question. "It's nothing. From now on, I think it would be more convenient for me to travel alone. Your current strength is already on par with a 4th Banner warrior, a perfect match for the captain of Jiao Hall." She worriedly asked, "You want to set off alone?" He confirmed, but I'll go with you for a little while. There's something I want to discuss with the captain of Jiao Hall." "All right, your wound is stable, but it'll be a bit sore as the muscles heal. Try not to make any strenuous movements during this time." As the sun began to set, he said, "Well then, let's get going." She agreed. 3 days later, in the class city of Hesperos, Sumo had just snapped a picture of a bird arriving. She then flopped down in front of the window. "I'm so bored." A moment later, she was writhing on the floor. "I wonder when Liu and Aki will be back. It's so boring without them here." Shino, who was lifting weights nearby, said, "They're probably out there trying to level up." He glanced at her with a smile. "We can't fall behind either." She rested her chin on the floor, staring at her camera. I know. I'm just bored. It's dreadfully boring without them here. I want to go out and practice something. Leveling up in Hesperos is so slow." Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. "If things are this slow, how about I, your captain, take everyone out for some leveling up? What do you say?" Hearing this, she shot up and looked out the door to see someone standing there. They all shouted in unison, "Liu." Situ Liu gave a soft eem in response as Shino ran up and asked, "Liu, you're back? Where's our brother Aki?" She then announced, "He He went to find Captain Jidiantang to request the cancellation of his status as a Hesperos warrior. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Cancel his warrior status? In the captain's meeting room, Jidiantang gritted his teeth, his clenched fist slamming down and cracking the tabletop. He asked about the cancellation of his status with the city. Jidiantang was sitting next to Joel and Jago, and he shouted at the person standing with his back to the three of them. What in the world happened? Aki. Joel rested his chin on his hand and said, did one little training trip outside make you look down on us here at Hesperos? Aki chuckled and waved his hand. No, Captain, you've misunderstood. How could I be so ungrateful? He continued to explain. It's just that. What I want to do next, I don't want to get all of you, or the city of Hesperos, involved. Jago, sitting with her legs crossed, calmly asked back, involve us and the city of Hesperos. Aki, be a little clearer. Canceling your status with a city is no small matter. Aki ran a hand through his hair and replied to Jago, honestly, I don't really know how to explain it clearly. In this day and age, saying such things was practically treason. But inside his head, Aki was thinking, ugh, what a headache. I can't just tell them I'm a regressed Aki who wants to overthrow the king and the current Neo 6. He frowned and said decisively, it's complicated, and I don't know how to explain it, but I hope you can trust my reasons. I just don't want to drag any of you into this. The three of them sat in silence. Just then, Joel also crossed his legs and remarked with a sigh, this good kid has a bit of that same bleak air I had back in the day. Jago immediately let out a surprised, huh? She questioned Joel's decision. Hey, none of this is clear. Are you telling me you're just going to agree? Jago turned to Jidiantang and urged him on. Tang, you say something too. What if he's about to do something dangerous? Jidiantang frowned in thought, saying nothing. Then, he stood up. He leaned on the table and said to Aki, it's not that we don't trust you, we're just worried. How about this? He stood up straight and spoke clearly. If you can defeat the three of us, I'll agree. How does that sound? Jago turned to look at Jidiantang. She held her head in resignation and said, I guess I have to go along with you guys. Aki was flustered. Huh? We're doing this? It's just. I'm pretty strong now. Maybe we could do this another way? Jidiantang was firm. Consider it a test of your strength after your time away. Who among the three of us do you want to spar with? Both Joel and Jago were eagerly awaiting Aki's answer, their killing intent flaring up. Aki put his hands behind his back and said, how about this? To put you all at ease, just come at me all at once. Meanwhile, in the warriors' training room, Shino was still puzzled by what Situ Liu had said. You mean Brother Aki not only wants to leave Hesperos, but he also wants to cancel his warrior status with the city, right? He lowered his head, so he's drawing a line between us. Sumo also spoke up, asking Situ Liu, is Aki doing this for some difficult reason? Situ Liu looked down at the ground and said, he didn't tell me the specifics. She remembered the ride back, driving over the cracked road. The two of them were talking in the vehicle. Aki had instructed Liu, there's something I need to do. It's probably something that the world wouldn't permit right now. He recalled his past, his hands still focused on the wheel. Aki continued, it's related to my past. I want to challenge some higher powers and rescue an old friend of mine. So, to avoid getting all of you involved later on, the reason I'm returning to Hesperos with you this time is to renounce my current status as a Hesperos warrior. Liu was still listening intently to Aki. The wind blew her hair back as she turned to him and asked, why so suddenly? Do you really have to renounce it? Maybe we can help you. Aki answered decisively, you can't. Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Aki said, even if you all knew what it was and were willing to help, with your current strength, there's nothing you could do. Situ Liu kept looking at Aki, confused by what he was saying. Recounting the story to Shino and Sumo, Situ Liu lowered her eyes and said, and that's it. I don't know anything else. Shino and Situ Liu were silent. Sumo said, confused. Does Aki see us as a burden? Shino put a hand to his forehead, closing his eyes. Brother Aki. Ever since we met, he's always been the one to look out for his comrades, risking his life to save people. I've always seen so many qualities in him that are worth learning from. If he's this insistent on doing this, then he must have his reasons. I trust him. His trembling hand clenched into a fist, veins popping on his knuckles and arm. But, Shino said, clearly annoyed, this feeling of not being trusted, it feels awful. He gritted his teeth. I can't accept this. Sumo turned to Situ Liu. Liu, you've always been the one who hates losing the most. That's why I like you so much. Are you really planning on accepting defeat this time? Sumo winked at Situ Liu. Aren't you going to lead us to get a little of our pride back? Shino agreed decisively. That's right, Captain. We're a 4-person squad. We've never even gone on a mission together. How can we just disband like this? Situ Liu looked at the two of them, a little moved. You guys. Sumo smiled, holding up a photo of the four of them still on her device. She said, That's right. That's right. A four-person squad can't be missing anyone. In the photo of the four, Situ Liu stood coolly in the back, while the three in front Shino with his arm around Aki and a smiling Sumo looked incredibly happy. Situ Liu's lips parted, but she said nothing. Then, she stated firmly, You're right. To think the Aki guy would want to leave the team on his own. Situ Liu turned and started walking. Let's go. We're going to find him. The three of them walked out the door to look for Aki. At the Warriors, Aki stood opposite the three people he had just challenged. Joel spoke up, just as I thought. After going out for a bit, you certainly set your sights higher. Ha, Aki. Joel looked straight at Aki, a smirk on his face. You're not taking us seriously at all. Don't look down on us, you know. We're the guardians of Hesperus. Jidiantang bent over to stretch his muscles. Joel casually put a hand behind his neck, while Jago put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Joel introduced the trio of Hesperus's overwhelmingly charming guardians. Jago immediately objected. That's not even a real thing. That's another name you just made up, isn't it? Jidiantang agreed. Yeah, nobody would pick such a weird name. This made Joel groan in frustration. You two are so lame, seriously. Aki stood tall, hands behind his back, and said with a smile, My apologies, captains. So, how will we decide the winner? Ji Yaotang stood confidently beside the other two. Aki, we're going all out to take you down. You think you're a match for us? A powerful energy surrounded Ji Yaotang. His eyes glowed, and he clenched his fists, ready to attack. He said to Aki, if you're so determined to revoke Cheng's status as a warrior, then let's just consider this a test. I know you're a very gifted warrior, and you must have improved a lot while you were training out there. But to challenge the three of us at once, that's just arrogant. Aki blinked. All right, I'll take the captain's guidance to heart. The energy core on Joe's chest also began to glow. He said, Hey, he's just a young warrior who's gotten a little too big for his britches. Then I guess we'll have to teach you a lesson. With that, all three of them charged at Aki. Joga shouted, Tang, since this is a test, you can't go easy on him, even if he is your subordinate. The three rushed forward. Ji Yaotang hoped everyone would fight seriously to see if the kid really had the strength to act on his own. Ji Yaotang stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground beneath him. I'll take the lead, he declared. Ji Yaotang flew high into the air, his fist clenched, aiming a punch at Aki, who had been standing calmly this whole time. A massive explosion erupted, and the shockwave blew everything away. Through the thick smoke, Aki's hand was blocking Ji Yaotang's fist. Ji Yaotang was bewildered. How is this possible? He was suspended in mid-air, Aki's hand gripping his fist tightly, a cloud of dust swirling around them. Aki said calmly, Captain, I already told you. All three of you should come at me at once. Through the thick smoke, Aki's hand was blocking Ji Yaotang's fist. Ji Yaotang was bewildered. How is this possible? He was suspended in midair, Aki's hand gripping his fist tightly, a cloud of dust swirling around them. Aki said calmly, Captain, I already told you. All three of you should come at me at once. The other two, who were charging in, were stunned to see Ji Yaotang stopped in his tracks. Joga yelled. He blocked Ji Yaotang's attack with just one hand. Just how strong have you gotten, you brat? At the same time, they both stomped hard on the ground, the force of their power cracking the tiles. Joga said, Tang, Joe, unleash your core energy. Joe flew into the air. Combined attack. The three of them prepared to strike Aki. Aki pulled his hand back, thinking to himself that he had to avoid a direct hit. He said, Transform. Instantly, all three of them felt something was wrong. They were blown backward by a powerful force. Aki, now in the form of a red demon, retracted his fist. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. He said, Wood. Then he raised his hand toward the three men. Giant branches suddenly burst through the reinforced steel walls, lashing out at them. The branches slammed violently into their bodies. All three of them were pinned tightly against the wall. All three were astonished by Aki's attack. As he stood below, he raised his hand, controlling the branches wrapped around them. Pinned by the vines, Joe gritted his teeth and said to Aki, With an appearance like that, no wonder that demon we fought before thought you were strange. You're a demon. Aki stood there calmly, his demonic form on full display. Aki bowed his head and said to them, Captains, please calm down. I've shown you my ability, so please believe that I have no ill intentions. Now, I will explain everything to you. The branches gradually retracted, and the three captains landed in front of Aki, ready to listen. Captain Ji Yaotang, you must still remember that I set out for the Bone Burial Citadel with Liu. Ji Yaotang confirmed that was correct. I had Liu go with you so you'd have a companion on your journey. They found a small, glowing white quartz crystal. Aki said, There, I obtained an elemental quartz. After mistakenly refining it, I received this unimaginable power. Aki, still in his demonic form, gestured as he explained. He thought of how Liu had also changed, her face becoming ferocious, horns sprouting, and her fingernails changing color, just like a demon's. He continued, Liu also gained a similar power during that time. It's just that when we control this power, our appearances change. Aki recalled telling Liu this story on their way back. By explaining the change this way, and linking it to the elemental quartz, which they surely knew about, it would at least seem much more plausible. After all, I couldn't just say we received the power of a demon. Joga said in surprise, Liu also received the same power as you. So what's her strength level now? Before Joga could finish, Aki answered, She hasn't fully mastered her abilities yet. She needs more practice. Right now, her strength is about that of a four-banner warrior. The three of them were stunned. Joga questioned him. It seems your power is much stronger than Liu's. So what does that make your current strength? Aki closed his eyes, focusing on controlling his power. The control core floated up, and Aki returned to his normal form. He said, In my human state, I'm at the level of a 5-core warrior. All three of them were so shocked their jaws dropped. Aki's eyes were still glowing, a small spark of lightning flashing within them. But I'm not so sure about using demonic power to control the lightning element. The thought crossed Aki's mind. Joe was excited. That's truly unbelievable. I've heard of that elemental quartz before. You not only need the strength to obtain it, but also the fate to comprehend it. Joga chimed in. Perhaps the two of them each received their own destined blessing. A 4-banner warrior and a 5-core warrior. This is a great honor for our Hesperus city. As the two chatted excitedly, they turned and noticed Ji Yao Tang was just standing there silently. They asked, Ji Yao Tang, why are you so quiet? Ji Yao Tang remained deep in thought. Aki bowed his head, looking at Ji Yao Tang, and called out, Captain Ji Yao Tang. Only then did Ji Yao Tang speak up. It's nothing. I'm proud of you both. It's just. I suddenly remembered that many years ago, my younger brother was about your age. He recalled the past, an image of the city shrouded in darkness, with only blood-red lights flickering all around. He continued, Hesperus City also faced a small-scale demon tide. My younger brother was taken by the demons. He put a hand behind his back and looked at Aki with a serious warning. As a warrior, the greater your power, the greater your responsibility. After hearing the story, Aki became thoughtful. So that's Captain Ji Yao Tang's story. No wonder when our squad was captured by demons, I heard Captain Ji Yao Tang was like a madman searching for us. He must be thinking of his younger brother. An image of Ji Yao Tang, frantically searching everywhere for his squad, appeared in Aki's mind. He was searching desperately everywhere he went. Ji Yao Tang closed his eyes and focused, though he didn't know the specific reason why he wanted to renounce his status as a soldier here. But he saw that not only did he not yield to this power, but he was also very skilled at controlling and shouldering the pressure. He looked at Aki with pride and said, As your and Liu's captain, I'm proud of you both. Joga turned to him hesitantly. Wait a minute, Ji Yao Tang, you mean? Before he could finish, Ji Yao Tang confirmed, Yes, I agree to let him renounce his status as a soldier. Hearing this, Aki's eyes widened in surprise. With his hands behind his back, Ji Yao Tang stood formally. I trust this kid knows what he's doing. There's no need to ask any more questions. They have their own choices and their own futures. Aki bowed his head and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, Captain Ji Yao Tang. The three of them stood outside the city walls, watching Aki's vehicle drive off into the distance. Joga ran a hand through his hair and said, So that kid really just up and left. An image of the past Aki flashed in his mind, a weak Aki who had collapsed many times during physical tests, at one point even fainting in the commander's arms. She recalled, Remember how weak he looked during the assessment? It was truly pathetic. How far do you guys think he'll get this time? The three of them gazed into the distance. Joel smiled and said, I don't know, but that kid, we really couldn't hold him back. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but that brat and that guy Aki. An image of a powerful warrior appeared in Joel's mind. He continued, They always remind me of a great existence. Ji Yao Tang watched the vehicle get smaller and smaller in his vision and smiled as well. Perhaps his future achievements might even surpass that existence. Underneath the high, blue sky, Aki drove alone, speeding down the road to fulfill his own goal. As he drove, Aki thought, Next, I need to at least reach the 6-core level. Only then will the plan to save Dessa have a better chance. It seems like there have been a lot of demons around lately. I could scout it out. If I can gather more cores, upgrading might become more feasible. While on the road, a noise suddenly came from the trunk of the car. Aki wondered, Is the trunk moving? A fist shot up, sending the trunk lid flying. Aki jumped and shouted, "Ah, what the hell?" Inside the trunk were Liu, Sumo, and Siro, all gasping for air. Sumo cried out, "Phew, I was suffocating. I couldn't take it anymore." At that moment, Sumo and Siro began to question Aki. "It's a good thing Liu told us you were planning to leave the team on your own. Aki, you're the worst." Aki's lips trembled, speechless. Aki then shouted, "When did you all get in the car?" After getting out of the car, the entire squad stood together. Aki spoke up, "Captain." Situ Liu had an embarrassed expression. She looked down, her cheeks blushing as she said, "Ahem, as the captain, I must respect the opinions of my squad members." Aki interrupted. "But in the car, didn't we already say?" Situ Liu raised her voice, "I don't want you to leave." She suddenly stopped, then feigned indifference and turned away. I don't want the squad to just disband like this." You don't understand anything." Aki was completely baffled. Two contrasting expressions appeared in Sumo's frame. Sumo's voice was full of blame. "Siro and I were bored to death in the city. But you had a great time, didn't you? You and Liu went out on a trip, and as soon as you came back, you wanted to leave the team." She put her hands on her hips, her eyes full of determination. "I absolutely will not agree to this. I won't allow it." Siro raised a hand to explain. "She's right. If we're a squad, then your business is our business." Sumo agreed. That's right. Siro continued, "If it's something dangerous, then you definitely shouldn't act alone." Aki ran his hands through his hair, messing it up completely. "You guys are really impossible." Aki thought to himself, he's right. As a member of the squad, I should tell them the situation. It's not convenient to tell them about my regression, but whether they can accept the other things, well, that's up to them. Aki composed himself, his expression serious. "All right, then, perhaps after you hear everything, you can all make a choice. My business isn't simple. If I let you all get involved, I'm afraid it will put your safety at risk." He continued his story. After a long discussion, everyone asked in surprise, "You want to rescue Phantom Dessa, the one imprisoned by the new king?" Aki replied calmly, "That's right, this is my secret." He closed his eyes in deep thought, then explained, "Now that you all know, this is a forbidden matter. Are you all still planning too?" Sumo cut him off. "This is so exciting. Wow, I get to join the fight against the new king and rescue a hero from the past." Siro was also extremely excited. He beamed and added, as expected of Aki, hiding a secret this big. "All other things aside, I trust Aki. I'm in, too." Situ Liu approached from a distance, her voice firm, "I'm joining, too." Aki was hesitating, confused, and unsure how to handle this. "Wait a minute. Your reactions are a little weird. Did you all really hear me clearly? This is about opposing the new king." Siro explained his thoughts with a radiant smile. "We residents of Hylos City have always been loyal followers of the old king. You could even say that without the old king, Hylos City wouldn't exist as it does today." Situ Liu's gaze darkened as she said seriously, "My grandfather, Situ Jie, was a subordinate of the former hexagram." An image of a tall man appeared in Situ Liu's mind. He must have been someone incredibly important to her. Situ Liu continued her story. The image of the land being developed under the setting sun made her nostalgic for the past. It was by following the former king's guidance, alongside a few comrades, that he built Hylos City. "So, I think my grandfather would agree with what we're doing." Aki suddenly had a realization. "Ah, Situ Jie. No wonder the name Situ sounded so familiar back then." He recalled the first time he heard the name Situ Liu. So she's his descendant. Looking at Situ Liu, he immediately made the connection. He pictured the brave warrior who had charged into battle with him in the past. He still remembered the first time the hexagram brought the young boy to meet him. How nervous yet earnest he had looked. Time really flies, Aki thought, then made his decision. "All right. However, if you all want to join, your current strength is far from enough." He looked at everyone, assessing them. "If you want to help me, I have to take you to meet someone first." The squad's eyes sparkled as they asked in unison, "Who?" Scene change. Standing before them was Violina, a former hexagram and a 7th stage, 6-core warrior. She stood with her arms crossed and asked confidently, "You want me to train them?" The entire squad stood frozen in place, like statues. Aki spoke up, asking for assistance. "That's right, I'll have to trouble you. If it's just me, I'm afraid I won't be very effective." Situ Liu, Sumo, and Shino were all astonished. "I have to get tons of pictures of Lena. How does this Aki guy know such a divine being? And he can even ask her to train us?" Lena turned towards the cliff, accepting the request. "However, how much strength you can gain in a short amount of time, that's not something I can decide. It's entirely up to you all." She turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. "You're planning to lead those 3? Their potential isn't bad, but their current strength. She trailed off, as if he knew what Lena was thinking. Aki explained, it can't be helped. After all, in this life, I'm their captain. Lena brushed her hair back, a satisfied look on her face, just like before. More and more people gather around you, and you can never bring yourself to abandon them and leave. Lena wanted to ask even more questions. So, you've managed to fuse with that crystal element, and you even developed the lightning element. It seems that while this body of yours isn't as strong as before, it's not disappointing either. Aki pointed to himself, speaking with clear confidence. Who do you think I am? I'm Aki. In that instant, Lena's eyes lit up. She was completely surprised, smiling as she thought to herself. That's right. He's still the same man from back then. The one who can do anything. The squad looked over at Aki and Lena. What are those two talking about? I can't hear. But isn't Violina supposed to be really old? Shino wondered why she looked no different from their peers. Situ Liu looked at Lena with admiration and explained, 6 core. Restoring her body, maintaining it in a youthful state. That's something only she can do. Aki confidently walked back to the squad. I want to become a 6-core warrior too. Our goal is that before the mission begins, everyone must at least reach the strength of a 5-core warrior. Otherwise, going there is just a suicide mission. The whole squad was immediately overwhelmed. A 5-core warrior. That was something they wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. Aki looked over at Lena with a bright smile. All right, according to the plan, I'm leaving them in your hands while I go level up on my own. He added calmly. Besides, I still have to figure out a way to raise their power to another level. Lena smiled, her mind racing with thoughts. Getting them to 5-core would indeed be a huge challenge. Lena flung out her shawl, looking heroic and proud. If you want to get stronger in a short amount of time, we might have to use our old training methods. It will be incredibly tough and exhausting. Can you all handle it? The entire squad shouted in unison. No problem. The scene changes to the main gate of Radiant City, where a large jeep bursts out from the gate. Sitting in the car was a peculiar man, thinking about a certain crystal. If he could find more crystal elements, and on top of that, get some dual-core equipment, perhaps it would bring unimaginable results. The Qi Wang Qi suddenly appeared. It's all thanks to you fusing with that crystal. When the time comes, you can lend me a bit of your strength. The man leaned his head back comfortably, propping his crossed legs on the side of the vehicle. The crystal you're talking about. I actually know a little something about it. Aki drove skillfully, brilliant sparks of lightning flashing around him. Thanks to you fusing with that quartz, I've regained some of my strength. The Qi Wang Qi was lounging lazily on the car's roof. The quartz you mentioned. I know a little something about it. The jeep sped down the road, but the sound of the wind couldn't drown out Aki's voice. Why have you appeared again? I thought you wanted to sleep for a while. The Qi Wang Qi glanced over. Hey, it's thanks to your cleverness. Digesting that. Whatever. It was elemental crystal. Unexpectedly gave me a bit of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, this energy is still too weak. Recalling savage and horrific images, the Qi Wang Qi continued. Plus, the last time I helped you deal with that annoying guy, it used up the spiritual energy I worked so hard to gather. He then closed his eyes and smirked at Aki's dumbfounded and confused expression. Forget it, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying even if I told you. I won't hold it against you. As for the crystal you just mentioned, with your foolish methods, you probably won't find a single one in a year. The Qi Wang Qi's words left Aki stunned and speechless. I can help you find several items with similar effects in a short amount of time. Hearing this, Aki abruptly slammed on the brakes. The vehicle came to a sudden halt, leaving long black skid marks on the road. Aki's mind exploded with suspicion. What's your plan? Why do you want to help me? What are you plotting? His last words trailed off as he saw the muscular figure huddled in a corner of the car from the sudden stop. The Qi Wang Qi gritted his teeth. Next time you slam on the brakes, give me a heads up first. Aki sighed. Well, who told you not to wear a seatbelt? The Qi Wang Qi ignored the remark. Before, didn't you fight a dual-core demon? A familiar image flashed through Aki's mind. He turned to the Qi Wang Qi. Yeah, that did happen. It seems that even while you're inside my body, you're not completely cut off from the outside world. The Qi Wang Qi crossed his arms. It's just that the 2-core demon you fought was too low level. Otherwise, you would have obtained a demon-slaying core. A blood-red stone appeared in his memory. Aki was still skeptical. What's a demon-slaying core? Does it have the same effect as an elemental crystal? The Qi Wang Qi laughed loudly. Haha, its effect is only stronger, not weaker. He spoke like a teacher giving a lecture. You should know that ordinary demons evolve by consuming demons of the same or higher tier. A simple diagram appeared, but after demons awaken what you call demon class, they can only level up by fusing with a rare demon-slaying core. The Qi Wang Qi then thought of the others and continued, you want to help your 3 comrades improve their strength. For you human warriors, If you can refine this demon-slaying core, you will undoubtedly gain immense power. Aki turned to him. You said the demon I fought was too low level. Does it have to be a six-banner demon? And also, how do you refine a demon-slaying core? Is it just like how I sense a power core's energy, then resonate to fuse with it? The Qi Wangqi examined his perfectly manicured nails. Haha, no. It has to be at least a six-banner dual-core demon. Only six-banner and higher dual-core demons have a demon-slaying core in their bodies. Aki was on high alert. What trick are you really up to? Why are you telling me this information? Are you planning to suddenly appear and snatch the demon-slaying core, then use its spiritual power to control my mind? He broke out in a sweat. Aren't you a demon too? If you betray your own demon race, won't there be consequences for you? The Qi Wangqi suddenly burst out laughing. Haha. Besides the 9-banner kings, myself included, all other demons are merely chaotic products of the ancient stone tablet. The Qi Wangqi looked thoughtful. Peeved. You know nothing about the Dark Descendant situation. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Besides, you look down on me too much. A mere subjugation core? I wouldn't even spare it a glance. Qi Wangqi spoke mysteriously as his large hand gripped the seat next to him. Qi Wangqi lunged to the side. Didn't I already tell you? Aki was a bit surprised by the thing that suddenly lunged at him. What are you doing? A flash of light streaked by. Qi Wangqi grabbed both of Aki's hands with just one of his own. Qi Wangqi looked down at the person beneath him. I've told you before. I am in your body, and you are in my heart. In this life, you are me, and I am you. The two struggled inside the car. Qi Wangqi said, You want to evolve? I'll grant your wish. Because when you evolve, I evolve. When you get stronger, I get stronger. Qi Wangqi's expression turned serious. So don't doubt my good intentions. Just focus on getting stronger. Level up. Understand? Aki gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. This was Wangqi's power. Even in his weakened state, he could pin him down with just one hand. Aki panted heavily, his firm six-pack abs on display. Get the hell away from me, you bastard. Being this close is nauseating. Qi Wangqi snorted coldly. Aki repeated, Let go. Qi Wangqi sighed and sat up on the hood of the car. So stubborn and sharp-tongued, Aki became serious. So where do I go to find the dual-core demon, Lu Qi? Don't you know these high-level demons come and go without a trace? Very mysterious. Qi Wangqi's eyes lit up. Ticks, ticks, ticks. Why are you humans always in such a rush? I can't help you find him directly, lest I attract an existence you can't handle. It's too troublesome. The strong wind blew Qi Wangqi's hair, his deep voice carrying on the breeze. I will give you a way to achieve your goal. The rest is up to you, Aki pondered. The dual-core demon, Lu Qi, a demon of such a high rank. Well, thinking about it is better than being bored. I get it. Even though I don't like that place, and going there is risky. If what you said is true, then the risk is worth it. The young man's voice echoed under the blue sky and white clouds. Hold on tight, we're leaving. Qi Wangqi let out an "Oh, where to?" The car drove off into the distance. Aki replied, back to the city of Dawnlight. Qi Wangqi was silent for a moment. How do you buckle this seatbelt thing you mentioned? As evening fell, the car's headlights approached from a distance. Aki stopped the car. We're here. Let's stop here for now. It happens to be a blind spot for the town. Qi Wangqi sat on the car with his arms crossed. Then, until you get the subjugation core, I won't appear again. Appearing consumes a lot of my spiritual energy. Aki got out of the car coldly. Got it. Qi Wangqi glanced at him. I don't know your specific plan, but let me give you a little reminder. After you get the subjugation core, don't get any ideas about letting your teammates forcibly absorb and refine it. That will only cause their minds to shatter and kill them. Aki grumbled in discontent. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back, scratching his head with a guilty look. Hey, help me with something. Qi Wangqi was surprised. Oh, so even you have times when you need my help. Spit it out. Aki blushed with embarrassment and bit his finger. Can you change my appearance? This time in the city of Dawnlight, I want to find a way to join some high-level subjugation missions. I can't use my old appearance, especially after the demon hunting tournament. Oh, right. If you can, give me a new weapon, too. A great sword. My current broadsword is still useful, but it doesn't feel powerful enough. Qi Wangqi's body glowed smugly as he crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. Ha! Since you and I are now one, a small matter like this is obviously no problem. Qi Wangqi's body transformed into a small streak of light. The streak shot into Aki's body, knocking him backward. Aki's eyes turned completely white. The streak of light that was Qi Wangqi wrapped around Aki's arm, enveloping it. Inside Aki's body, Qi Wangqi's eyes flashed with a proud smile as he admired the new appearance. A sword appeared. I'm lending you this to play with. Its name is Chi Wangchi. Aki stared in surprise at the newly appeared sword. He pulled up his hood and drew the blade. Thanks, you damn demon. He gripped the hilt tightly. Aki walked off with a cool, confident stride. Time to try joining a subjugation. Northwest corner, city of Dawnlight. The military training grounds. Welcome, Outlander warriors, to sign up and lend your aid. This clearing operation requires a rank no lower than 4 core. Successful subjugation will be met with enormous rewards. Will all Outlander warriors please enter the training grounds in an orderly fashion? They whispered among themselves. I heard a powerful warrior from the city of Dawnlight is going to lead the team. They heard the announcement to enter in order. Aki followed, thinking to himself, all sorts of people are signing up, but when it comes to subjugating demons, the more the merrier. The leader arrived, a man with a toned body and bulging muscles. That's the person in charge of the clearing operation. Great Captain Ran Yang, a 6-core red-level warrior, he said, to the warriors who have come to participate in this clearing operation. Thank you all for your assistance. I am the one in charge of this clearing operation. They followed his instructions. The great captain himself is leading this time. Looks like we've got a tough situation on our hands. I heard Captain Ran Yang once took on a 5-level demon and a 4-level demon all by himself, and then he cut off the head of the 5-level demon. Truly terrifying. The warriors of the city of Dawnlight are known to be much stronger than those from other cities. They're the absolute elite. Ran Yang said, this past week, my squad was in charge of scouting for demon activity. They went missing in the Rotten Forest, 3 kilometers north of the city of Dawnlight. The entire 6-person squad. Not a single one returned. He continued, the leader of that scouting squad was a 5-core blue-level warrior and a comrade in arms of mine for many years. His strength was not to be underestimated. The other members were all top-tier 4-core warriors. For years, we've never had an incident like this. Based on the last message from the scouting party, it's highly probable they encountered an extremely powerful demon, at least a 5-core. We can't rule out a dual-core demon or even a high-level demon. Regardless, it poses a threat to transportation around the city of Dawnlight. Ran Yang continued, since the city cannot afford to dispatch too many of its own warriors, we require the help of Outlander warriors this time. Aki thought to himself, can't rule out a dual-core, at least a 5-level, which means it could be the 6-level dual-core demon. And that Shi Wangchi fellow did say I'd need at least a 6-level dual-core demon to get his subjugation core. Ran Yang added, though as warriors, we must always be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. We must find our people, dead or alive. I will eliminate that demon. Then he gave the order to everyone. All right, you all understand the situation. If you are willing to stay and help, step forward. We will organize into teams and depart immediately, aiming to return before sunset. At the northwest city gate, the warriors equipped themselves with protective battle armor. Before them were the people, hoping they would bring back victory and peace. Exterminate the demons. May the Purification Squad have a great victory. They shouted, move out. May the Purification Squad have a great victory. Exterminate the demons. Exterminate the demons. When they arrived, it was a scorching desert. Ran Yang reminded them. The total distance to our destination is 3 to 4 kilometers. There are quite a few demons along the way. All warriors must stick close to the squad and remain quiet. If you get separated, you'll be swarmed by demons, and the consequences will be dire. Aki heard him and knew he wasn't wrong. After leaving the city, their squad had already attracted the attention of demons. However, an arrogant warrior puffed out his chest and spoke up. Hey, Captain Ran Yang, don't treat us like a bunch of greenhorn newbies. Our squad has so many powerful warriors. If demons show up, aren't they just coming to die? That infuriated Ran Yang himself. Keep your voices down, you bunch of fools. But unexpectedly, to everyone's shock, that same man was suddenly attacked, pierced through the heart and kidney. Sand Tribe Demons. The Sand Tribe Demons are a race of demons from the desert lands, creatures that love to hide in the sand to ambush their prey. They have a dark yellow color, attacking suddenly from the sand, before submerging again to hide. A teammate shouted, Sand Tribe Demons. We're being ambushed. The warriors had to fight the Sand Tribe Demons together, but they had a hard time catching them because the sandy environment was the ideal stage for them to escape. Ran Yang was concerned. They're surrounding us from all 4 sides of the rear guard. This number is almost equivalent to a small-scale third-wave demon tide. He shouted, warriors, do not engage alone. Form groups of several people and engage. They all charged forward with all their might, attacking with abandon as if this was all just a game. Ran Yang unleashed a hidden killing intent as he attacked, but for just a swarm of third-wave Sand Tribe demons, he simply enhanced his body using the system. He easily passed through multiple groups, attacking them one by one. Not a single one of these desert demons is worthy of my attention. This satisfying feeling of victory made Ran Yang grin sinisterly. They shouted, "Captain, our squad has been scattered. This is bad. Tell everyone to group up and fight together. Scattered like this, the squad will be picked off one by one. A few warriors have already been separated far from us. We'll save who we can, but until then, we can only pray for our own safety." The demons fought on, tormenting the warriors with incredible ease. But then, Aki appeared, creating a flash of red fire that forced the demons to retreat. His teammates noticed the black-haired young man with golden eyes, his presence like a savior who had come to rescue them. Aki warned his comrades, "Hurry and get back to the squad. Don't just stand there gawking." They asked him, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us? The squad is getting further away, and the Sand Tribe demons are increasing in number. Let's go. There's no time to worry about others." Aki just gave a faint smile. Then, he switched into a mode of annihilating everything in his sight. It's much more convenient alone. Meanwhile, all the other teammates were trying to fight back against the demons. They were rescued by Ran Yang. He ordered, "Stay in formation, don't fall behind." They called out, "Captain." A warrior reported, "Captain, the squad has fully regrouped." He replied, "Good." Then there was a sound from behind. "Captain Ran Yang, a lost warrior, has returned." Ran Yang approached them. "You were the group that was separated the furthest. Was there anyone else?" They replied, "Yes, there was a warrior. An outsider warrior saved us to cover our retreat. He stayed behind alone to face the remaining demons." This surprised Ran Yang. Staying behind to cover the rear alone? How foolish. Why didn't he retreat with everyone else? A soldier said, "That's brave, I guess, but it shows he's an inexperienced warrior. He's just asking to die." But they said, "This ambush was massive. If he stayed behind alone, he would have had to face more than 10 desert demons. I urged him to retreat with us, but he didn't even look back. He just said one thing and walked straight on." Ran Yang asked, "What did he say?" The soldier replied, "I think it's more convenient for me to be alone." A guy in the back laughed. "Ha, how arrogant. He'll be lucky if his body is still in one piece." However, Ran Yang's intuition told him that with this many demons, even he would have trouble making it back in one piece. Then he said, "If he hadn't stayed behind to draw the demons' attacks, perhaps our losses would have been even greater." He commanded, "Whether he's alive or dead, he's one of our warriors. Let's go check it out." They expected there were still many scattered demons, so they had to be ready to fight at any moment. So they went. "Captain, just up ahead. This is a high-wind area, and visibility is obscured. Everyone, be careful." Back then, our group was cut off the furthest by the desert demons, and the blowing sand quickly put us at a disadvantage. What lay before them now was a sandstorm that was difficult to penetrate. This was the desert demons' territory. A comrade shouted, "Ah, Captain, demons are coming." Ran Yang told everyone to prepare for battle. Glimmering through the dust and sand was the figure of Aki, a sword held behind his back, looking cold and mysterious. Seeing him, Ran Yang couldn't believe his eyes. A teammate pointed. "Ah, it's him. He's the one who stayed behind to cover our retreat." Aki saw them and spoke up. Why is the squad here? I thought you all had moved on." I was about to catch up, but Ran Yang was sizing him up. "Why does his body give off such a dangerous aura? Is it because of the demon blood on him?" A teammate asked, "Are you okay? We heard you stayed behind to cover for us. Where are the rest of the desert demons? Weren't there more than 10 of them?" Aki thought to himself, "Demons? I killed them all." Before them lay countless demon corpses, reduced to mere skeletons in the desert. The sight sent a shockwave through the entire squad. "You killed more than 10 desert demons all by yourself. What's your rank?" "Impossible. Captain, there's something strange about this guy. If he's not a higher rank than you, Captain, how could he possibly wipe out an entire pack of demons alone?" Aki replied, I'm a 5-core. He thought to himself, "Although with my current latent power, I've already far surpassed a normal 5-core or even 6-core warrior. Facing a 7-core warrior wouldn't be a problem either. But I'm not technically lying." Hearing his answer was like a lightning strike to everyone. A 5-core isn't bad, by any means. But even Ran Yang was stunned. "I can't believe you're only a 5-core. Even I'm a 6-core. Facing more than 10 desert demons alone would be extremely difficult. How did you do it?" Aki answered nonchalantly, "I'm simply good at mobile combat. I tried to prevent them from grouping up, and then I picked them off one by one. It's useless to doubt me. I was already prepared for it. They couldn't help but be surprised. So that's how it was, mobile combat. If he faced them one by one like that, never giving them a chance to surround him. He's a true combat genius." Then, Ran Yang spoke up. The young outsider warrior did well. Thanks to him holding the rear, the squad had enough time to regroup. "All right, everyone, turn around and continue moving forward. All right, move out. Captain, We finally reached the spot where the exploration team went missing. He asked. The map only marked 2 entrances, right? But there are 3. They moved deeper towards the entrance of the corrupted forest. A soldier said, Captain, if we explore them one by one, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. This forest isn't huge, but it's not small either, and searching for people will take longer than usual. The number of men we have this time is only enough for 2 entrances. Based on our combat strength, I suggest we split into 2 groups. That ensures we have enough firepower, but we can't divide any further. Ran Yang was in a tough spot. I know splitting into 2 teams is the safest option, but there's still that 3rd entrance. What if the exploration team is in that exact direction? While everyone was at a loss, Aki spoke up. Let me go explore the last entrance alone. He seemed very determined in his choice. He went alone. From within the forest, a terrifying roar erupted. The group in front panicked. Captain, that sound. It's not right. Time is of the essence. We need to form up and investigate immediately. The man beside him added. Based on my experience, that sound tells me there's likely more than just a level 5 demon in there. Aki stepped forward from the back. Captain, may I ask if you know the area of this forest? The other man suddenly shouted, Why are you asking about things like that? Hearing this, the captain raised a hand to cut him off, his gaze firm. I don't know the specific area. No concrete measurements have been taken. In fact, one of the missions for this scouting party was to measure its size. Right now, a standard 10-man exploration team, moving nonstop, would probably need 3 to 4 hours to finish. Aki lowered his head, his hair hiding his eyes. If that's the case, with our current numbers, 3 entrances is too many. Aki raised his index finger, signaling his idea. If I scout one of them alone, we should still make it before sunset. His face was full of confidence. If I didn't have the ability, and something were to happen, it wouldn't affect the progress of the other 2 teams. What do you think? From the distance, a mocking voice sneered. Huh. He probably showed off a little earlier and now he's getting cocky. Someone else agreed. Captain, although what this kid is saying sounds arrogant, he has a point. The captain also silently acknowledged it. Who's to say he's wrong? Besides, given what happened before, who knows if what he's saying is true or not? Behind Aki, 2 more squads appeared. Captain Ran Yang, if we're splitting up, then you have to put me and my brothers in the same group. The whole crowd started getting rowdy. If that's how it's going to be, then I have a suggestion. Don't put me in the same group as that self-righteous hunting party. What? You looking down on the hunting party? You guys are just a ragtag mob, a bunch of loners who can't even form your own team. Before he could finish, someone else cut in. You got a problem with independent warriors? They disagreed and lunged at each other, ready to fight. You want me to kick your ass? Come on, then. Aki watched the scene unfold with weary resignation. It's just like before. The chaotic nature of the independent warriors is impossible to control. Ran Yang slammed his sword into the ground. Enough of this nonsense. All of you, shut your mouths. He yelled in frustration. If you want to fight, wait until the mission is over and do it back at base. While you're in this squad, you will follow orders. The captain's voice was like steel. If you really want to throw down, you can go through me. The entire group fell silent. Ran Yang collected his thoughts. They're independent warriors, after all. Their lack of discipline was bound to show eventually. In short, we find the recon team and get back, quickly. The longer this drags on, the more problems we're likely to have. He then agreed to Aki's request. Fine. But I'm warning you, kid. If you go alone and you run into any danger, there will be no one there to help you. He walked casually past the captain. I know. I'll probably finish scouting before you guys. Anyway, the crowd behind him started murmuring again. Arrogant brat. Even if he did well before, he's still trying to show off in a situation like this. That's right. There's at least one level 5 demon in there. Ran Yang also made up his mind. All right, then. Let's see who finishes first. He laid out the tasks clearly. The extermination mission has changed. Considering the demon's level, rescuing the exploration team is now the main priority. The other members will split into 2 teams and prepare to enter. The aura emanating from the forest grew stronger and stronger. Everyone was on high alert. Aki was the first to step inside, walking at a relaxed pace, every detail of the scenery appearing clearly before his eyes. From a high branch above, some kind of creature was lying in wait. It leaped down, lunging at him. Aki was calm, as if he had predicted everything. He calmly drew his long sword and pierced straight through its body. Immediately, green liquid splattered everywhere from its corpse. His eyes softened, filled with a heroic spirit. From deep within the forest, 1,000 red dots, like 1,000 pairs of eyes, watched him. The demon fell to the ground with a thud, motionless. He turned, scanning his surroundings, a corrupted forest of this size. You all must gather in a pack. When you see a lone enemy, you just can't resist, can you? He smirked triumphantly. But the reason I came alone is so I can use my power without having to hold anything back. With that, he unleashed his own demonic power. His eyes deepened, and two sharp, red horns sprouted from his forehead. Power surged through him. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack and shatter. Bring it on. I'll keep killing you until the strongest one among you finally appears. His voice was full of power, overflowing with energy. Aki advanced on the low-level demons. They swarmed out of the forest, an estimated 1,000 of them. The scene changes to the main company. Even though it was daytime, the forest canopy was so thick it was as dark as ink. The point man held a flashlight, his voice filled with anxiety. It's terrifyingly quiet. He glanced around nervously, muttering, "Watch the other directions. Don't let your guard down for a second. As long as our squad sticks together, the demons won't be stupid enough to attack. We shouldn't have any major problems." The men in the back were quick to speak up. "Hey, you guys think the arrogant fool is dead yet? Ha. Even if he's not dead, he's probably getting chased by demons and pissing his pants by now. Ha. The leader seemed to catch a glimpse of someone in his flashlight beam. "Shh. Quiet down and look over there. What is that?" The figure in familiar silhouette. He quickly came to a conclusion. That's the uniform of our recon team members. He was suddenly overjoyed. What a lucky break. Our squad just got in and we've already found them. The squad behind him cheered. Ha. I can't believe we found them first. All that effort wasn't for nothing. Does this mean we'll get a reward? Ha. He quickly ran toward the figure with his flashlight, full of excitement and joy. "Brother, are you from the Twilight City Scout Squad? We came here looking for you guys. Where are the other members of your team? Where's the scout captain? Brother, are you all right? Come with us." The figure in front of him was motionless, and it was making a creaking sound, like grinding teeth. He still didn't understand what was happening, so he bent down and shone his light on the body. "Brother, what are you digging at?" He seemed to realize what was wrong. A look of shock and utter fear spread across his face. A demon was devouring its meal, which was the very corpse he was looking at. He jolted back in shock, dropping his flashlight and screaming. The demon crawled off the corpse and advanced toward him, its voice terrifying and its tone incredibly grotesque. Perfect timing. This one's already been eaten clean. The squad behind him was terrified, their voices weak. A green core, a dual core. The demon growled. A blue-purple core. Its eyes began to glow, and on its head were two cores of different colors. It was a green-rank, dual-core demon. The green-rank dual-core demon cracked a horrifying smile. Its mouth, stained with blood and sporting two fangs, was poised and ready for battle, targeting them. "You've all arrived at the perfect time." Its left eye glowed with a red light. A strange, horrifying stench emanated from its mouth as if it had found its opponent, a blue-purple nucleus, a green-rank dual-core demon. Outside, in the gloomy forest, late at night, amidst the massive trees, a voice called out, "Green rank, the nucleus." It's a green-rank dual-core demon. The blue-haired man was terrified by what he saw before him. It was a demon with a darkened face and blood-red eyes. In his hand, he held something that was emitting a blue light and a sound that suggested extreme urgency and danger. He quickly notified Captain Ran Yang. Hearing his comrade's report, the captain pressed the button on the signal flare launcher he was holding. In the dark forest, a powerful beam of light shot up into the sky from the device in his hand, right after he heard his teammate's report. However, below the demon, there was a dark, human-like figure kneeling. The bright blue light was intense enough to illuminate a small area of the forest. That was the view from behind, but from the front, the demon's lower body was completely obscured, hiding the kneeling human figure. Only the person's shoes were visible. The light was so bright that it caused the demon pain and discomfort, making it squeeze its eyes shut and cry out. "So bright. I don't like it." Now it was clearer. A red-haired person was kneeling, but strangely, they were clad entirely in black. The demon was nowhere to be seen, but a fast streak of light appeared behind him. The blue light shot upward at incredible speed, when suddenly, two hands with three long, sharp fingers snatched it from the air. It was the green-rank dual-core demon. It had flown up, reaching out with both hands to grab the flare, its eyes blood-red and its teeth bared as if in great pain from the direct light. It was determined to shatter that light. The men, including him, looked up, a bit surprised and alarmed. Yan Rang looked up to see what the demon was doing, his face etched with fear and his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you kidding me? That speed." Some of his teammates ran over, looked up at the demon, and exclaimed, "I can't believe it caught a signal flare with its bare hands." He seemed terrified, bracing himself as he shouted a warning to the others. "Stop staring, run." In a ready stance, he glanced to the side. "We're no match for it. We need to rendezvous with Captain Ran Yang. Break through and fall back for now." Just as he finished speaking, something zipped past in the branches. He looked up to see the demon had flown down to a branch, looking down at the two men below in a rather grim atmosphere. The two men below were quite scared, looking around at the small purple lights dotting the forest. The demon spoke in a chilling voice, its purple eyes glinting as it grinned at them. "You're not getting away." The green-ranked dual-core demon bared its teeth, revealing two sharp fangs and its long tongue. It licked its upper lip, taunting its prey with ravenous hunger. "Let's wait together." Ranyang had broad shoulders and a sturdy build, but he felt a sense of unease. It's too quiet. Something about this fog just feels wrong. With the swish of a sword, a corpse fell at the girl's feet from the recent fight. He looked around, observing. Something's not right. But what is it? The other man said nothing and turned to leave. The ground was littered with the bodies of monsters they had just fought. The girl's teammate grew a bit suspicious and turned to her cautiously. "This rotting forest isn't supposed to be that large, but since we entered, we haven't heard a single sound. It's as if we've been completely isolated." The girl had been so focused on fighting the demons that she hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Huh, really? It seems normal to me." She then turned and went back to fighting. "Besides, with you in command, the soldiers from outside have also been coordinating well. Every attack has been a finishing blow. We're making great progress. I just wonder how that stubborn guy who insisted on going off alone is doing." Aki appeared in his battle gear. Behind him, a bright light flashed and a loud noise erupted, startling him. He turned to look and saw the ground was covered in demon corpses, but then he saw two of his squad members, one with red hair and one with blonde hair, had already collapsed. Suddenly, the girl behind him spoke, slowly revealing herself. "You're the leader of that HA group." He spun around, on high alert. The girl from before had transformed into a demon. Only half of her face remained, the rest had become demonic. The demon looked thrilled, smiling slyly. "How do you like this scene?" The demon's eyes glowed a brilliant red. "Now, it's your turn." He swung his sword fiercely at the demon. "Die." While he was fighting for his life against the powerful demon, a figure in a black cloak with a red sword rushed in from behind it. A loud clang echoed as two swords collided. Strangely, half of the forest was bathed in red light, while the other half was blue. He opened his eyes in surprise. "It's you. It's Aki." His gaze was sharp, and the red sword he wielded radiated a cool and beautiful power. He seemed quite angry, pointing his sword toward the demon reproachfully. "Why are you protecting a demon?" However, the other man replied calmly. "Calm down, Captain Ranyang." The shockwave from their clash had blown away some of the fog. "But now, you've blocked his sword." The girl from before had returned to her normal appearance. She was no longer a demon, but was holding her sword defensively. "Look, is the person you're trying to kill really a demon?" He looked again, horrified, then glanced behind him at his own comrades. Each one of them was huddled in a corner, screaming in pain. Everyone has fallen for the demon's illusion. He came to his senses and said, "There's a nucleus demon here that affects people's minds." Aki rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head in thought. Plus, it's much stronger than a typical purple core demon." He looked over at the blonde man, who was clutching his shoulder in pain. "If I hadn't stopped you, you would have sliced your own comrade in half." The man suddenly cried out, "Captain, just now. I saw everyone. They were all dead. A demon holding your weapon was slashing at me." As they all stood in the dead of night, he spoke up. "It seems everyone is seeing their own terrifying illusions, messing with their minds. If it pushes us to slaughter each other, it'll be our downfall." He ordered everyone to regroup. "All of you, on my order, check the person next to you." He was about to leave but turned back to look at the boy, noticing he was standing still, staring into space. He asked, "How did you realize what was happening? Don't you have some other method? It's a good thing you showed up in time, otherwise I might have killed him." Aki turned his back, his red sword radiating power. "As it happens, I have a certain ability that makes illusion arts ineffective on me." Flames, red energy, and the element of lightning swirled around him. These two powerful forces seemed to make him impenetrable. "I was attacked just a moment ago, too." He gripped the sword behind his back, wary of the demon above. It prepared to leap down and fight him. Aki's red sword swept through the swarms of demons. However, no matter how many he killed, their numbers never seemed to decrease, and he realized something. "But I realized you can't kill them all." Then I found the flaw. It's a trick caused by this mist. This mist makes people hallucinate without them even knowing it. The lost one is probably here. He turned back to look at Aki, who was dressed in all black and holding his red sword. "What kind of ability do you have, anyway? I can't believe you're able to resist the illusion art. Are you really just a 5th stage warrior?" Aki's face darkened. "I'm willing to help, but don't ask about my personal affairs. Captain Ranyang, I'm not one of your soldiers. This demon might actually be the dual core, 6th stage demon I need." The captain's face darkened, flushing red. "Fine." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the forest. "Captain Ranyang, help me." Everyone looked around, trying to pinpoint where the voice was coming from. Ranyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted to his men, "It's another squad. All soldiers. With me." The soldiers and their captain hastily took off, but Aki just stood there, holding his red sword, watching them go. The dual-core, sixth-stage demon pinned a man to the ground, his face contorted in pain as he gripped the demon's arm. "So, there's someone over there who isn't affected by my illusion art. Interesting." And that burst of power from before. The dual-core, sixth-stage demon grit its teeth, its crimson eyes glowing with amusement. "Come on, let me see what you've got." In the dark forest, among the massive trees, the man was completely pinned down, with the demon sitting right on top of him. He was powerless to resist. "Just what are you?" Meanwhile, Aki's eyes grew heavy in thought. A sixth-stage purple core demon. It's not that simple. If they just rush in like that, they're bound to fall into its trap. He turned, but he couldn't just leave them. Pushing off on the balls of his feet, he dashed after the soldiers, deciding to follow and react as things unfolded. So the soldiers hurried toward the source of the screams. Just how many soldiers have died here already? The light was fading fast. "Stay close. This is no ordinary demon." He stared forward, his eyes widening in shock. While everyone was rushing towards the call for help, he suddenly screamed, "Stop." The veins in his eyes bulged, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice trembled as he spoke. That's... As he looked up, he saw the members of the other squad, all unconscious and hanging from the tree branches. A soldier pointed and yelled, "Huh? Captain, it's the other squad members. They're all dead." Aki just watched him with a cold gaze. Ranyang, steeling himself, remembered what Aki had said. He turned to his man and said, "Get a hold of yourself. Don't panic. Has everyone forgotten? This is a purple core demon. This is undoubtedly the illusion art trying to mess with our minds. Calm down. It's waiting for us to fall apart before it even has to fight. Then it'll strike." Aki calmly walked up beside the captain. "This is real. Move up. This really is the other squad." The captain stared at him, bewildered. Suddenly, a demon appeared. Its eyes were stark white, and its lolling tongue dripped with saliva. Everyone went on guard, drawing their swords. The demon was near. The silence was broken by the voice of a man who looked like he'd just been in a fight. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was weak. "Captain, help me." The captain looked up, startled, at the man who had spoken. "Help me." Ranyang was overjoyed. "Quick, get them down. They're still alive." His comrades rushed forward. "Right," but as they approached, Aki drew his sword in a flash, swiping it in front of them and planting the tip in the dirt. The captain looked somewhat surprised by Aki's action. His men, startled, stumbled backward and fell. "Ah!" Ranyang's face twisted with anger. "What do you think you're doing?" Aki's expression was dark, but his eyes shone. "All of you, look closely. Captain, it's the guy who was just calling for help." But now the dual-core, sixth-stage demon is behind him, its legs wrapped around his torso. One arm is holding him in place while the other is yanking his head back. The demon had been hiding behind the man, and it let out a sinister laugh. Hee hee. Slowly, the demon's face began to emerge. "Oh ho, you've piqued my curiosity. I didn't expect you to discover my presence so soon. How very strange. If my illusion art has no effect on you, then I suppose these corpses are useless now." A burst of light erupted from below, making everyone extremely wary and fearful. The captain was enraged. You goddamn animal." Suddenly, a massive ray of red light shot down from the tree. Aki brandished his sword, ready to fight. The captain, his face contorted in rage, raised his sword high and brought it down hard on the demon. "Die for me!" With a mountain-cleaving blow, a deafeningly loud sound and a flash of red light ripped through the entire forest. A small section of the forest lay in ruins, smoke slowly drifting upward. The massive trees in the area had been sliced in half, leaving nothing but smoldering wreckage and clouds of dust. In the quiet that followed, one of the soldiers spoke up. "Did we succeed?" After a moment of silence, another voice was heard from a different branch. "Oh dear, what a violent species you humans are." The voice startled them. Both he and Aki whipped their heads around, shocked to find that the demon hadn't been defeated. The dual-core demon, Lu Chi, sat smugly on a branch, looking down on the little warrior. His face darkened with fury because, no matter what they tried, they couldn't kill the demon. "Fine then, I'll just keep attacking until you're wounded." Beams of blue, red, yellow, and green light rained down, illuminating a section of the ground. Wait a minute. Hearing him say that made things a bit difficult to handle. He knew the demon was incredibly strong and thought to himself, "Damn it, there are too many of them to stop." Their anger has clouded their judgment. Everyone launched a combined attack on the demon sitting calmly on the branch. The demon's purple eyes flared, a wicked smile spreading across its face as if issuing a challenge. Then let's play a game. A red sword pierced through the smoke. He was caught off guard, his eyes flashing red as he swung his blade. He landed back on the ground, shielding his eyes with his hand. Purple smoke swirled around them, but the demon was gone. "No trace," someone shouted. That demon turned into smoke and vanished. Landing on the ground, he urged everyone to find the dual-core demon, Lu Qi. "Find the demon, quickly. The smoke is too thick. I can't see." Behind them, a brilliant white light suddenly flared. The man turned to look. He saw Aki enveloped in the demon's white aura. Half demon, half Aki. Damn it. Aki's body slowly transformed into the dual-core demon, Lu Qi. Its face was shrouded in darkness as it cracked a horrifying smile. The man pointed at Aki and shouted. Everyone turned to where the man was pointing. "The demon is over there." He just stood there, watching as everyone stared at him. Aki now realized he was no longer himself. The demon had made it so no one could recognize him as Aki anymore. In their eyes, he was just a demon. So that's what's happening. I'm immune to the demon's illusions, but they've been mentally manipulated from the start. They've already fallen for the illusion. It's using this magic to make them mistake me for the demon and fight me. Meanwhile, the real one is watching from above, playing the fisherman who profits while the others fight. Huh. The demon sat on a cloud of purple smoke, legs crossed, looking down at him with an amused expression. Behind it was a massive purple eye. Down below, his comrades, manipulated by the demon, raised their swords, preparing to attack him. But he didn't run. He stood his ground, holding his red sword and facing them all. Meanwhile, high above, a demon was, sitting with its giant purple eye, watching its opponents about to destroy each other. Haha, interesting. Ran Yang and Aki, fighting to the death. Die, demon. Aki's eyes flashed, his face contorted with anger. Captain Ran Yang, I can't believe I have to fight you. From above, the scene below was bathed in a crimson glow. The demon was ecstatic. What a sight to behold. It's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacular display of mutual destruction. Aki was furious. You're watching us like we're some kind of joke for your entertainment. All right then, this is a good chance for me to test the true power of my lightning attribute. A blast of red energy shot straight at the demon, but it deflected it back at the two fighters. I can't believe this demon blocked Captain Ran Yang's red core attack. Aki transformed into Qi Wang Qi. If the nature of lightning truly has the ability to counter demonic power, then Qi Wang Qi channeled power from his glowing sword. Seeing this, Ran Yang let out an enraged roar and charged forward again, slashing at him to avenge his other soldiers. Qi Wang Qi dashed forward with the power of his sword. Captain, I'm sorry, but you'll have to take a short break. Energy erupted from Qi Wang Qi's sword as he swung down, spreading everywhere and sending the soldiers flying. Ran Yang was stunned. How does he have lightning, too? This kid. What in the world is that lightning power? Not only does it carry immense demonic energy, but it also gives me a deeply unsettling feeling. Qi Wang Qi stood among the fallen men, just as I expected. By adjusting the intensity of my special lightning, I can wipe away all their negative statuses, including this demon's illusion magic. Qi Wang Qi looked up at the purple eye. The demon was still in the sky, equally surprised by what had just happened. His lightning broke the illusion. Now what is he planning to do? Qi Wang Qi shouted from below, his voice carrying a current of lightning. The demon, sitting atop the purple eye, began to lose its balance. To think his very voice carries that destructive lightning power. Cracks began to appear on the giant purple eye until it finally exploded, sending the demon plummeting down. The demon sneak attacked Qi Wang Qi from behind. Die, human warrior. Qi Wang Qi spun around, his eyes glowing fiery red. Or you die. He swung his sword at the demon. The demon was thrown back. Good thing I blocked that. He struck second, but his attack hit me first. Qi Wang Qi slung the sword over his shoulder and approached the demon. So this is the dual-core demon, Lu Qi. This trip was definitely worth it. Not only does he possess a strange power from the lightning element, but he also shows no fear or tension when looking at me. Instead, he seems excited, as if he's the demon and I'm the prey. Qi Wang Qi leaped into the air, lunging at the stunned demon before him. The ground where Qi Wang Qi landed was shattered, but he missed the demon. The demon had nimbly dodged his attack. The demon began to summon its power. A swarm of demons appeared, surrounding Qi Wang Qi and attacking him, creating this many demons. It's more than a simple illusion. Qi Wang Qi attacked them one by one. From all sides, the demons taunted him. It's a combination of illusion and the agile movement of its two cores, but there's only one true body. Qi Wang Qi's sharp gaze slowly tracked the movements of each demon. Qi Wang Qi suddenly spoke. It's you, isn't it? He swiftly drew his sword and slashed at one of the demons. The summoned demons slowly vanished. This guy's power is my absolute counter. My techniques are completely useless against him. A light appeared above the demon's head. In a flash, Qi Wangqi dove down from above, swinging his glowing sword at the demon's head. Offer your demon-slaying core to me. The scene changes to Shuguang City, where lightning continuously streaks across the dark sky. Situ Liu stood high above, looking down at the skyscrapers. She pursed her lips, silent, but was soon interrupted by a piercing scream. It was Su Mo. Liu pulled her hand back after striking the other person, and Su Mo slowly sat up. She looked up at the person beside her and whispered, "Liu, what are you doing?" The only reply was a detached voice. "Nothing. I was just sensing Anne's aura." As she spoke, Situ Liu walked forward. Su Mo asked in surprise, "Huh? So that was Anne?" She continued to wonder. "That lightning? Why?" But before Liu could even answer, he heard Shino's voice. He tilted his head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" The moment he finished speaking, Sumo quickly pointed at the flashing lightning bolts. "We're looking at Anne." The two of them squatted down, looking thoughtful. So that's Anne?" Sumo answered, "I don't really know either." Liu said we could feel Anne's presence from over there. Hearing that, Shino immediately shot back. "What nonsense is Liu talking about? Isn't that just thunder and lightning? It's probably just raining over there." Before they could argue, a piercing scream from behind made them all jump. "What are you three spacing out for?" It was Lena, her face dark as she stormed towards them. As soon as she got close, she yelled right in their faces, "If you three don't get stronger before Anne gets back, you'll just be a bigger burden to him." As she spoke, she recalled Anne's instructions before he left. "Before I get back, you have to build up their stamina. I need them to have incredible physical strength." Anne's face became clearer in her mind, along with his earnest plea, "I'm counting on you, Lena." Right then, she thought to herself that she had to complete Anne's request, no matter the cost, as long as he could return safely. Lena started screaming again, her tone growing even more ferocious. "Get back to fighting. I'm coming at you now, and this time, you have to block my attack for 10 seconds. The moment she finished, Sumo groaned at the daunting task. 10 seconds? We could barely handle 5 seconds just now. Meanwhile, in another location, the Qi Wangqi was relentlessly hunting a 6th-level, dual-core demon. The demon showed no fear, roaring with fury, "You bastard, I'm the only one who gets to sneak attack people." Before it could finish its sentence, the Qi Wangqi swung his sword. He grinned with satisfaction, baring his teeth. "Faster than lightning, are you?" Then he added through clenched teeth, "Why are you so stupid, you 6th-level demon?" Now, the demon started to tremble with fear. Why do I feel such a deep, unfathomable presence from him? Is he really just a human warrior? Overwhelmed by the Qi Wangqi's oppressive aura, the 6th-level demon seemed to collapse. Then, quick as a flash, a sharp, cold blade pierced through its body. As he struck, he said, "It ends here, you wretched demon." The 6th-level demon grabbed the blade in its chest and screamed, "Damn you. Because of your strange lightning, my dual cores can't even use half of their power." It continued, threateningly, "But don't even think you'll be able to get them." As it finished speaking, the demon's cores began to emit a strange glow. "Let's die together." It was trying to self-destruct. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, but before it could succeed, the Qi Wangqi launched it high into the air with a single swing of his sword. The Qi Wangqi smirked, trying to self-destruct. Then he called upon the great thunder. "Let me help you with that," he said. A moment later, bolts of lightning filled the sky. They rained down relentlessly on the 6th-level demon's body, and it shrieked in agony. "What are you? Human or demon?" The Qi Wangqi didn't answer, simply saying softly, "A warrior." The demon's body exploded. As the smoke cleared, the dual cores finally appeared. They slowly floated down into the Qi Wangqi's hand. He clenched his fist around them, then slowly opened his hand, thinking, "So these are the demon-subduing cores?" The sky grew dark, and a full, bright moon rose. In the middle of the forest, a figure lay unconscious, leaning against a tree. Ran Yang slowly opened his eyes, letting out a soft groan. He clutched his head, wondering, was I unconscious? Since when? Looking around, he saw that the others were also passed out. "Everyone's here," he thought. "Are they all unconscious?" A familiar voice cut through his jumbled thoughts. Aki asked softly, "Captain, are you awake?" Ran Yang replied with a surprised gasp, "It's you." Aki leaned over, one hand braced on the ground, his back resting slightly against the tree behind him. Ran Yang started to grab his sword and get up, asking as he moved, "Is it night already?" "Where's the dual-core demon?" Aki replied, "I already killed it. I took care of all the surrounding demons too, so don't worry." Ran Yang froze at his answer, catching the water canteen that Aki tossed him. Aki said with a completely casual expression, "You should have some water. Captain. Did you say you took care of the dual-core demon by yourself? Ran Yang asked again, stunned. Aki leaned against a large tree, his sword beside him. Yeah. But as for the other team members, we did our best. Ran Yang was shocked. That was a 16th level dual-core demon. What exactly is your true power level? Aki got up warily. Let's just say I happen to have an ability that's a perfect counter for this type of demon. The most important thing is that everyone survived, right? I'm going to go check if there are any stray demons left in the area. It's the middle of the night now. You should get some more rest along with the other warriors. Hearing this, Ran Yang turned his head and scanned the area. Everyone was lying scattered on the ground. He figured they probably wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. That demon's illusionary arts are truly difficult to defend against. Even I was subconsciously caught in its illusion, Aki explained. For their level, dual-core demons are considered top-tier combat threats. With 2 different negative cores, their power isn't just doubled. The fact you woke up this quickly already proves you're very strong. But Ran Yang just sighed. I'm a powerful 6-core warrior, a top fighter for the City of Order. To be toyed with like this by that demon, unable to even use my full strength. It's incredibly frustrating. He frowned. As the one in charge of the City of Order's cleansing operation, and as your captain, I won't press you about your true identity, since you saved our lives. But as a warrior, I can't just let this go. Ran Yang clenched his fists. I'm incredibly curious. Who is stronger, and who is weaker? He made his proposal. Please, spar with me. That's fair. If a warrior didn't have that kind of spirit, how could they ever become strong? With that thought, Aki agreed. I have no problem with that. There's a clearing nearby. The bright moonlight illuminated every corner of the forest. They moved to the nearby clearing, and Ran Yang began to take his stance. He entered a battle-ready stance and spoke first. Please, don't hold back. If you're really that strong, let me see it. Aki replied, I used to be as battle-hungry as you, so I'll take this fight seriously. He reached behind his back and drew his sword to attack. Ran Yang smiled. Excellent. Like a gust of wind, he charged toward Aki, unleashing his wild slash. Layers of red blades appeared one after another, but then Ran Yang was bewildered. Where did he go? He looked around but saw no one, only the lingering traces of his attack. Ran Yang's eyes widened as he looked up. A dark figure was leaping down from above, aiming to strike him. His reflexes were incredibly fast, so he was above and behind me. Ran Yang raised his sword to block Aki's, but his opponent did something unexpected. He stomped his foot right on Ran Yang's hand. A world-shaking explosion erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust across the ground. Aki seized Ran Yang's weapon and suddenly declared, You've lost. Aki was pinning him down. It doesn't matter how many times you try. Even if you get up, I'll find an opening to counter and take your weapon the moment you strike. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. Do you want to try again? Ran Yang trembled slightly. He's right. It doesn't matter if I'm prepared or not, he'll disarm me every time. This is the difference in our strength. His power, the pressure he exerts. I've only ever felt that from them. The Xin Lu Hao, Aki, offered a hand to help him up. Come on. His expression softened in an instant. Let's leave it at that. Ran Yang was still in a daze. This feeling was completely different from a moment ago, or from the other Xin Lu Hao. He was almost like a kind elder, cold one moment, warm the next. He smiled and silently concluded. What a mysterious warrior. Ran Yang took Aki's hand and said cheerfully, All right, I admit defeat. A moment later, rubbing his arm, he couldn't help but ask, With your strength, why would you join a temporary unit like this? You're definitely not an ordinary 5th Corps warrior. You might even be the strongest I've ever seen, second only to the Xin Lu Hao. Aki frowned slightly. He murmured, The Xin Lu Hao are ranked behind them. Ran Yang continued, A 7th Corps warrior is the pinnacle. The gap between a 7th Corps and a 6th Corps is probably even greater than the gap between a 1st Corps and a 6th Corps. The power of the Xin Lu Hao is not something a 6th Corps warrior like me can even compare to. No one has ever witnessed their full power. I heard one of them once entered a place called the Gu Wang Pai all alone and returned safely. That's beyond our comprehension. Aki was startled by the name Gu Wang Pai. After all, they are the Gu Wang Pai. He recalled how disastrous his own time in there had been. Aki's expression turned grave. No, that's not right. They're hiding something else. Ran Yang pulled him back to the present. The sun's about to rise, and the other soldiers will probably be waking up soon. Will you return with us to Ziguang City? Aki calmly replied, Yeah, let's go together. It just so happens I have some things to take care of there. As dawn broke, illuminating his thoughts, he decided it was time to see what the Demon Subjugation Corps could do. And so, the two of them returned to Ziguang City. Currently, in the command room, Tian Songyao had summoned Ran Yang and said, A dual core, 6 banners, and a death core. This is a formidable thing. I've heard from some soldiers that there was an outsider with great strength. What is his power level like? He bowed his head and answered honestly. He was nothing more than a 5th Corps warrior. After the mission ended, he left the unit on his own. His performance during the mission was adequate, but the other team members were also outstanding, especially the soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice. Strategic Commander of Ziguang City, Tian Songyao, the 7th Corps, Yellow Corps warrior, asked in surprise. A 5th Corps warrior? I thought he was a much stronger outsider. If that were true, I would have had to meet him and find a way to recruit him. If there's nothing else of note, you are dismissed. Go rest. A detailed report can wait. After speaking, he turned to look outside, and Ran Yang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Just as he walked out the door, Ran Yang's comrades started saying, "Hey, Captain Ran Yang is out of the strategic command room." He didn't respond to them, lost in his own thoughts. "I've done as you requested." Ran Yang also recalled what Aki had told him earlier. "Captain Ran Yang, I hope you can downplay my abilities. I joined Ziguang City's temporary unit, but I don't want to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This is my request." At the time, he had asked in astonishment, "You save members of our team, so I'll do it if I can. But aren't you interested in the mission rewards? Who are you, really?" Aki let out a sigh. Phew. He then looked up at the sky and said casually, "I don't really know, either." Meanwhile, inside Ziguang City, at a certain hotel, Aki stepped out after taking a shower. Drying himself off, he said, "Finally washed all this demon blood off me." After walking to the bed, his gaze fell upon the demon subjugation core. Immediately after, Aki sat down gently. He picked up the demon subjugation core and muttered to himself, "Next up is this thing." A second later, a thought crossed Aki's mind. This demon subjugation core is completely different from a normal demon's core, especially the demonic aura contained within it. If a normal warrior tried to forcibly absorb this, the consequences. Just then, Qi Wangqi suddenly appeared. Would be unimaginable. Well done. You've already obtained the first demon subjugation core. Aki said in alarm. How did you just appear out of nowhere? The being spoke to him nonchalantly. Since you have the demon subjugation core, surely you know how to use it. But then again, besides you, no one else can use this thing anyway. Hearing this, Aki asked in surprise, why? Qi Wangqi replied nonchalantly, because you're special. As he spoke, he transformed Aki's appearance to resemble his own, causing Aki to shout angrily, Hey, what are you doing? And then Qi Wangqi simply said, I like you in this form. Even so, Aki persisted with his questions. What the hell do you want? And stop acting so familiar with me, he said cheerfully. Heh. You humans have such terrible tempers. I'm just reminding you, this form of yours has a very important purpose. The demon subjugation core is a unique product found inside high-level demons. The power within it is not something a normal human body can withstand. It's far too violent. It's enough to drive a normal warrior's mind into a frenzy, even causing them to self-destruct and die. But your body possesses two things that can suppress this violent power. Aki quickly asked him, 2 things. Qi Wangqi promptly replied, First is your demonic constitution. Because of my existence, you are completely immune to the corrosion of any demonic aura. Second is the lightning attribute that your Yan Hua evolved into. Aki still didn't fully grasp what he meant, so he asked hesitantly, You mean this? He generated a stream of lightning in front of him, which made Qi Wangqi scowl in annoyance. He immediately ordered, Qi, yes, that's it. You don't need to show me. Put it away. And just like that, Aki had accidentally discovered Qi Wangqi's weakness, thinking to himself, So this guy really can't stand my lightning. In addition, he made one thing clear to him. This formidable lightning attribute of yours is extremely effective against demons, capable of suppressing their power. It can almost purify the demonic aura produced by this demon subjugation core. In other words, by combining these two abilities of yours, you can now help other human warriors fuse with demon subjugation cores. But the prerequisite is that they must have a strong enough physique and spirit. Without a strong enough spirit, the fusion process can easily affect their minds. As for the rest, you'll only find out when you help them fuse. Do you have anything else to say? After a brief moment, Aki returned to his original state and asked him, So, how exactly do we fuse? How do I help them fuse? Very bluntly, Qi Wangqi said, Naked bodies, combine energy. Aki screamed in terror. What, a naked combination? What kind of combination is that? Qi Wangqi began to explain, What are you getting so worked up about? To maximize your perception of each other, isn't this perfectly normal? Combination means combining and sensing energy. You just need to use your own energy and channel it into the other person's body. As Aki followed the instructions, he felt the changes inside his body and thought to himself, This is a very bad situation. Shino would be one thing, but Liu and Sumo are girls. They'll mistake me for some kind of pervert. Wait a minute, Shino is the weirdest one of all. He began to imagine a naked Shino saying, "I'm undressed. Let's begin." He then grabbed his head in fear and screamed, "I don't want to do anything with a naked man." Seeing Aki's over-the-top reaction, Chi Wangchi sighed and said, "What in the world are you doing?" He was completely unable to comprehend human embarrassment. While Aki was still stunned by his recent thoughts, the door to the apartment opened. The door opened, and in walked Waylina with an excited expression. "You're back?" Aki replied calmly, "Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other three?" The remaining three appeared from behind the door. Waylina announced loudly, "Right here. I took very good care of them." Seeing Aki, the three of them ran towards him. Sumo, leading the charge, ran to Aki and asked in surprise, "How have you changed again?" Situ Liu, running at the back, said, "I'm used to it. It makes it easier to sense his aura." Seeing the three of them like this, he said hesitantly, About our training. I have something important to tell everyone." After a bit of conversation, Waylina suddenly stomped her foot right next to Aki's crotch, making him jump and yell, "Ah!" With a furious expression, she growled, "Are you serious?" Looking at Aki, Sumo covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my god, I didn't mishear that, did I? A naked combination?" Waylina gritted her teeth. "In your past life, you were completely oblivious to all my hints and nightly advances, but in this life, you've really learned how to play dirty." With a look of contempt, she stared at Aki. "You perverted boss, do you want me to stomp you so hard you can't have kids?" Trembling with fear, he slowly explained. "What nonsense are you talking about? I already said, this is a mandatory situation. We have to cooperate like this to fuse with the demon subjugation core. If I'm not there to help, they'll be corroded by the demonic power inside the core." His voice trembling, he looked down at the leg threatening him. "Also, can you please move your foot? It's feeling a little chilly down there." Hearing Aki's words, Waylina was speechless. She furiously stormed off. "You all discuss it. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when you've decided." After speaking, she walked out and slammed the door, startling everyone. The room was now shrouded in silence. Sumo hesitantly asked, "What's wrong with Senior Waylina?" At this point, Aki became serious and explained further. "The method isn't just strange, it's also dangerous. If it's really effective, I'll quickly go get the other two demon subjugation cores. For now, this core can only help one person level up. Out of you three, who wants to go first?" Sumo was on the bed, deep in thought. Even though they were comrades, being naked in front of someone else was really embarrassing. Her thoughts immediately turned to Shino. Of course, Shino probably wouldn't have a problem with it. Her mind was now filled with 7,749 different positions for Aki and Shino. In a dark corner, Situ Liu hesitated. With a blushing face, she said, "I already have demonic power in my body, so it should be easier for me to fuse if I try. Maybe, let me go first." Shino immediately cut her off. "Of course, I'll be the first. Something this dangerous should naturally be tested by me first. My stamina and spirit are meant for moments just like this." Aki was overjoyed. "Great. Thank you for trusting me." Sumo beamed with support. "I get it. I support you." In contrast to everyone's cheerful expressions, Situ Liu stood silently in a corner, unable to say a word. Inside the room, the two of them began to take off their clothes. "Your physique has improved quite a bit thanks to Waylina's training, huh? You feel stronger than before. Not bad." Shino slowly took off his shirt, revealing a toned body. "Perhaps all the male fans of our channel want a physique like this, right? If you do, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to get a body just like it." After taking off his clothes, Shino asked Aki, "Do I need to take off my underwear too?" Aki jumped and turned around, grabbing onto Shino's underwear. "No need, no need. It'll probably only affect things a tiny bit." Outside the door, Sumo and Situ Liu were holding cameras, secretly recording the lively moments between the two. This is the perfect angle. Their cameras were now recording the image of the two of them transferring their internal energy. "Is it okay for us to be peeking like this?" Waylina suddenly appeared above the two of them. "It's fine. We're just worried about them, in case something happens and they need our help." Hearing her voice, Sumo looked up. "Huh. Senior, what are you doing here too?" Waylina raised a finger to her lips, signaling. Keep it down. I'm just here to do some research." The three of them stood outside, quietly looking in. Inside the room, Shino was holding the demon sealing stone. "If it's just like you said, then this thing contains an incredibly terrifying demonic power." Faint lights flickered from the demon sealing stone in his hand, and at the same time, it began to emit a black aura. "Just holding it in my hand is making me tremble." Aki started transferring energy into him and reminded him, "Hold the demon sealing core in your palm. Relax. Close your eyes tightly. Use your power to feel it and establish a connection. It's going to hurt a little in a moment, but don't worry. I'll be right here to support you. Shino closed his eyes, his voice firm. All right, I'm entering my subconscious now. In his subconscious, a vast emptiness filled his vision, and then a faint golden light appeared. I see it. That golden light is spreading out over there, just like my core power. Is the demon sealing core identifying a power that's compatible with me? The space inside began to warm up from the heat radiating off the golden light. He looked toward it. Do I have to get closer to it? With that thought, he slowly walked toward the light. Suddenly, he froze, looking up at the orb of golden light being cradled by a giant, mysterious creature. He was stunned by that immense power. This is primordial demonic power. It's enormous. He raised a trembling hand toward the orb. So this is that mighty demonic power? Suddenly, a crack appeared on the orb. A massive surge of power erupted from within, shaking the entire space around him. That power quickly engulfed him. It gradually began to invade his body, causing him excruciating pain. Reaching his limit, he let out a roar. This is that power, the primordial demonic power. How could a human possibly have the strength to resist this? Suddenly, the giant creature's eyes snapped open, and it hugged the orb, enveloping him tightly. Damn it. I'm being mesmerized by the primordial demonic power. It's invading my mind. Damn it all, am I going to become a mindless monster? From high above, Qi Wangqi observed everything. See, I told you to do as I say. Otherwise, there's a very high chance your friend will just burst apart and die. He relaxed his hand, revealing another form holding a sword on top of it. Now, it's your turn. His eyes widened, creating a strange, oppressive feeling. He flew high into the air, looking down at his opponent, the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon looked at him. I never expected to run into a Wangqi here. Qi Wangqi looked at the demon, a miniature version of a person resting in his palm. With long, sharp fingernails, he lowered his head. This thing is conscious? I thought it was just an illusion. Qi Wangqi looked down and spoke to the miniature person. At the same time, the demon was hugging the large golden orb of light. You can understand this thing as a type of primordial demonic power. And I am the purest existence, almost on par with that primordial power, which is why it resonated with me. Qi Wangqi's eyes lit up. I can't act against it. If you want to help your friend, then you'd better act fast. If your friend turns into a mindless monster, you can't blame me. The pained young man was thrown into the air as the other figure lifted his foot and slowly approached. Shino. He flew up high, shooting a bolt of lightning from his palm down at his opponent, making them convulse in pain as if electrocuted. You can't fall here. The golden demon curled up, hugging the orb of light, looking at him as its senses picked something up. You reek of an absolutely foul stench. The golden demon had caught a certain scent. The golden light flashed, emitting an unpleasant odor. Such a disgusting smell. It should be completely eradicated. His eyes seemed to catch the scent of something as well. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Someone clad in golden armor from head to toe had blocked a powerful blow from the golden demon holding the orb of light. The small figure in his palm had leaped high, pointing its sword toward the opponent. What is that thing? The golden demon curled up, hugging the orb of light. Why has another demon appeared here? The golden demon stared at its opponent, a primordial green demon. In a rather dark space, he hovered in the air, having shrunk in size. It's not going to be that easy. Below, both of them had readied their stances for battle. If you want to help your friend, you have to deal with the demon in front of you first. This is the illusory demon of the demon sealing core. The golden demon began its attack, approaching its opponent and reaching out a hand. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the golden demon. Behind him was a red throne, covered in countless eyes, and topped with a goat's head with two long, sharp horns. He sat down on the throne, crossing his legs and arms. The other one turned back, looking annoyed at his master for being rushed. The two demons stared at each other in silence. Don't act so high and mighty. Don't order me around. The golden demon was inside the golden orb of light. It shot out of it, diving swiftly toward its opponent. The golden demon flew towards its opponent, raising a foot to crush him. However, a flash of golden light and a loud explosion erupted, and his eyes filled with hatred. He was somewhat exhausted, panting as he spoke. Come on. Let me see that strange power of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden demon charged in to fight him. He used his sharp, red sword to block the charging golden demon. Because the dual core had transformed into a yellow core, his power had increased significantly compared to before. With his long clawed feet, he braced himself firmly against the ground. Thunder kick. He kicked the golden demon hard in the stomach and growled, "Get lost." However, despite the powerful kick, its armor was barely damaged. His eyes glowed a fiery red as he looked at the golden demon. If I rely only on my fists and feet, this is going to take some effort. That's right. As expected of the renowned defense of a yellow core, the golden demon placed a sharp hand on its own stomach, condense. The massive golden demon got right in his face, startling him so much he dropped his sword, creating a shield that can be used for both offense and defense. Are you confident enough to compete with me in hand-to-hand combat? Is that so? His eyes lit up. Then let's give it a try. The golden demon trembled slightly. What is this bizarre power? A combination of demonic power and lightning power. How can it be this strong? He used all his strength to dash toward the golden demon like a bolt of lightning. The sound of rocks being kicked aside echoed. He channeled immense power into the hand holding his sword, pulling it back. Then, he pierced straight through the golden demon's stomach, a huge flash of light appearing behind the demon. Flanking him were two snakes with sharp fangs and furious, savage eyes, thinking he had found a way to solve both problems at once. Below, a figure, completely cloaked in black with long fingernails, uses a demonic element technique to create an upgraded lightning attack. He counters with a powerful blow against the golden demon, creating a massive flash of light. The golden demon's golden armor shatters into small pieces, mixed with blood. With the sword plunged into its stomach, the golden demon collapses to its knees in agony. Its sharp eyes glare at him, trembling. He actually managed to steal the demon's illusory demon-subduing core. Through the sword, I have the power of the demon-subduing core. Qi Wenqi watches from behind, thinking. Even the primordial power of a demon is terrifying. What kind of bizarre power have you evolved into? Perhaps I can actually use this ancient power of his. He licks his upper lip as if thinking of something delightful. This might make my plan even smoother. If that's the case, then keep evolving. Human. A powerful beam of white light shoots into the sky. Keep evolving. A large white beast with razor-sharp teeth lunges towards him, returning from somewhere. He spreads his arms wide, embracing the intense white light. Gritting his teeth, he evolves into his fifth flag form. He reaches a hand down towards his feet. Smoke billows around him. He opens his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and exhales plumes of smoke. His eyes glow a brilliant, furious gold. Got any other tricks? Bring 'em all on. The sixth flag form evolution is complete. The golden demon watches him in silence. Then, he looks at the man from before. The golden demon's sword and outer armor are slowly pulled into the large, circular light and disappear. The man flies over. Impressive. Absorbing most of the demon-subduing core's power didn't just help you evolve. They both watch as everything is sucked into the golden orb of light. The rest was just enough to help your friend awaken his demonic power. Someone's eyes slowly open, glowing brightly. Your friend is about to wake up. In a large room, the group of friends sits around a bed, where Aki is with Shino. He places a hand on his friend's back, and a golden light emanates from his body. Situ Liu rests her head on the edge of the bed. Su, holding a camera, enthusiastically frames a shot of the two boys, while a sleepy Lena yawns in a chair, a book in her hand, asking, "Is it not done yet?" Su tilts her camera, startled by a realization, her eyes widening as she replies, "Wait a sec. I think Shino noticed us." Hearing this, Situ Liu and Lena also gasp in surprise. Everyone looks at the golden aura around Shino, their faces filled with shock. Shino's eyes snap open, transforming into a brilliant, glowing gold. Lena stares at him, thinking to herself, Shino's eyes. Those are the pupils of a demon. Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out, and an earthquake-like tremor shakes the entire building. The golden light flares, and the three girls scream in fear as Shino's body begins to change. The stream of light forms a blazing golden vortex that erupts into the sky. His body levitates within the light, and everyone watches in shock. Suddenly, something begins to sprout from his back. There isn't just one. They slowly burst out, forming into fully defined arms of bone, flesh, and sinew. The three girls think in shock. He's grown 4 arms. The smoke enveloping him turns pitch black and clings to his body. He now has 4 arms, and on his head, 4 golden horns. His face darkens as he lets out a long breath. Shino has successfully evolved into his demon 4th flag form. Lena's eyes widen as she stares. How is this possible? Without a core, the demonic power has truly fused with a human. Aki, having already put on a black cloak, says flatly, "Now is not the time to be shocked. Shino's advancement process has released an immense amount of power. The warriors of Ziguang City will definitely detect it. We have to leave here, quickly." Before everyone can recover from their shock, Situ Liu sprints off, saying, "Aki, you figure something out. I'll go stand guard." But before she can finish her sentence, one of Shino's large hands grabs her. His 4 massive arms grab each of them. He says, "Everyone, excuse my rudeness." Aki smiles and grabs his hand, replying, "You have a plan? Then we're counting on you, Shino." Suddenly, a pair of golden wings appears on his back, followed by a loud boom. Carrying one person in each hand, he flies out of the building. Sue smiles radiantly in admiration. Whoa. She thinks to herself, Shino is so amazing. A brilliant flash of light streaks away. The group flies off, leaving a huge hole in the roof of the hotel. The next morning, a crowd gathers in front of the building. The letters on the building have fallen off, and people are murmuring. How did the sign up there just fall? A voice tries to disperse the crowd. It was just an accident. Please stop crowding around. A young man reports loudly, reporting, Captain, aside from the hole in the roof and the broken sign, we haven't found any other traces. The captain of the Ziguang Guardian warrior squad hears the report, frowning and thinking to himself, that was definitely the aura of a demon just now. It only took me a few minutes to get here. Suddenly, the young warrior looks up and shouts, Captain, look over there. Then, both of them drop to one knee. A mystical blue light appears, and a hazy figure within it slowly descends. The young man continues, Why have you come here yourself, milord? Lord Dai Lun? He looks down, his expression unreadable. This is the strongest recovery-type warrior, the new number 6, the dual-core wielder, Fan Dai Lun. Meanwhile, Shino and his friends have landed on a mountain with a roaring waterfall. He gently touches down. Sumo says admiringly, Whoa, Shino, how do you feel? Shino frowns, looking at his outstretched hand, lost in thought. He answers vaguely, I feel like my body is overflowing with demonic power. The moment he lands, the power dissipates, and he reverts to his original form. Sumo praises him, You can change back to your human form at will. Lena is still skeptical, but were you able to jump straight to the 4th flag form because Anne helped you? Shino recalls what happened and replies, I feel like when I wasn't fully conscious, Anne was always helping me, even regulating the power of the demon's subduing core. He continues, Unfortunately, because the demonic power was too strong, I needed time to adapt, so I could only advance to the 4th flag form. Otherwise, I might have been able to try for the 5th. Hearing this, Lena remarks, You're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you? Aki is silent for a moment before replying. It seems we can't go back to Shangwang City now. We definitely attract too much attention. Lena, I'm sorry. Lena sighs and replies, What are you sorry for? That place isn't the Shangwang City we used to know anymore. If we can't go back, so be it. Situ Liu looks at Aki and says with a smile, Well, in that case, let's press our advantage. Help me and Sumo advance, too. Hearing that, Sumo cheerfully chimes in, Yeah, I agree with Situ Liu. I want to get stronger, too. Lena crosses her arms, looking puzzled. Next, we need to act together. Anne, what's your plan? Aki turned to ask Shino. Shino, you said you needed time to adapt to your new power, right? Shino admitted, Yeah, I feel a power inside me that I can't quite control yet. Hearing this, Aki laughed and said, Perfect. I'd like to see what your power is like now, too. He then proposed an idea. Then let's go hunt a 6th-stage dual-core demon together. Shino reluctantly transformed and struck various poses for Sumo to take pictures of. Sumo was ecstatic and overjoyed, saying excitedly, just like that. Yes. Lena, who was sitting by a roaring waterfall, sensed footsteps. She turned to see Aki walking over and asked, What are you staring at, Vande Lang? He followed up with, You're usually so blunt. Why so quiet today? He bent down to sit next to Lena, nodding his head towards Shino as he asked, Is it because of Shino? Lena also looked in that direction, finding it hard to speak, but she finally answered, her expression a little troubled. I don't know how to say it. Seeing a human warrior combined with a demon's power, it just feels a little strange. If this had happened some time ago, it probably wouldn't have been accepted. You have demonic power inside you too, don't you, Anne? What will ultimately become of humans and demons? I find myself understanding it less and less. Aki thought for a moment before speaking. Lena, at first, I couldn't accept the demonic power inside me either. He recalled the past and continued. I hated it. I was disgusted by it. His face darkened as he went on. But it's just like how we warriors originally gained our power by synchronizing our armor with a demon's core. Now, if we don't rely on this power, I don't think we can defeat the even stronger demons out there. Or perhaps, demons are no longer our only enemy. He imagined countless other enemies, his gaze growing fiercer. Lina replied, Besides the demons, there's the new 6 wings and the new king. I admit, they're much stronger than we ever were, especially the new king. It was only for a moment, but he gave me the feeling that he was terrifyingly strong. She remembered that scene and the new king's powerful and bizarre demonic energy. She continued, That is absolutely not a power a human warrior could possess. In that very moment, even someone like me, who was prepared to fight to the death, wanted to just give up. Her body trembled slightly. She continued, "It's ridiculous, isn't it? I'm one of the 6 wings, yet I was that scared." Aki gave her a light tap on the head that made a distinct sound. He said, "You're being silly." He pulled his hand back and smiled reassuringly. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm here." A familiar figure appeared in Lina's eyes. She looked at her reflection in the water and whispered, "Anne." Suddenly, there was a loud shout. "Anne, we're done resting. Let's find a town to stay in," he shouted back. "All right." He stood up and said to Lina, "Let's get going, too. If we hunt a dual core demon, we can definitely get the last 2 demon subjugation cores. After all, we have a legendary warrior like you with us." Lina lowered her head and replied shyly, "Okay." They walked until the sun was about to set and saw a demon chewing on something, its mouth covered in blood. Shino walked closer and asked, "Vande Lang, eating rotten meat, are we?" Then he commented, "First and second stage demons can be found everywhere. This place and found seems to be a massive demon nest." Aki threw his sword, hitting the demon right in the mouth. There was a loud cry, "Enemy! Enemy attack!" Aki gripped his sword and stepped forward aggressively. He said, "We've been searching from dawn till dusk, and we finally found a rare, large-scale nest. I hope there's a dual-core demon here. Don't disappoint me." A red, murderous aura emanated from him. The demons whispered, "This one has the aura of a demon." A tall figure stood behind them. Shino grabbed the heads of 2 demons and smashed them together, causing massive damage. Their heads fell off. He said, "Done." Sumo watched in surprised admiration. Aki sensed something deeper inside and explained, "I can sense a power that's not weak at all, deep inside this nest. We might be able to find a demon subjugation core in there." Sichu Liu suggested, "I want to fight too. I can do it." However, before she could finish, Aki shut her down. "No, I know you have a demon form too, but not now. Fighting consumes a massive amount of physical and mental energy. You and Sumo can't fight before you fuse with the demon subjugation cores. Shino's fusion took a lot out of him, and you have to be in peak condition for the process to work." Finally, he headed deeper inside, telling Lina to watch over the 2 of them. She agreed. Suddenly, 3 demons attacked from within. They roared, "To think humans would come all the way here. Surrender your lives." Shino held out a hand and said, "Let me try this myself." Aki rushed forward, slashing with his sword. Shino faced the demon. He threw a powerful punch at its head. The 2 remaining demons were somewhat panicked and confused. Is this a demon or a human? Finally, they stomped their feet and screamed, "Whatever it is, it must die." They charged more fiercely, fighting with Shino. Seeing this, Sumo turned to ask Aki, "After I demonize, will I become like that too?" She was already imagining herself with 4 arms. Aki frowned and answered vaguely. Then he fell into deep thought. After demonizing, Shino became more ferocious and aggressive. "I wonder what will happen with Liu and Sumo." Shino once again grabbed the heads of 2 demons and used his bone flower technique. He said, "I was once very weak, possessing the so-called famous defensive core. But when faced with low-level demons led by a first-stage demon, I could only stand on the sidelines and watch as my captain defended the town. Facing a second-stage fire type, all I could do was escape under my captain's protection. But I'm different now. I have power, and from now on, I will make you demons fear me." Aki walked forward imposingly, and the horde of monsters was quickly drawn to him. Aki frowned. "The auras are converging here. This is definitely a demon nest." Seeing them swarming towards him, he grew a little worried. There were more and more demons. Lina asked nervously, "Do you need my help? I'm worried something will happen if this drags on." Aki quickly replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you. It's better to get the demon subjugation cores quickly anyway." Hearing that, Lina placed her hands on the ground and began to use her power. She gathered her strength, about to leap. Sumo, standing behind her, was incredibly excited. "Am I about to witness the true power of a 6-Wings member?" Lina stomped her foot hard, causing the ground to sink. With a spectacular leap, she shot forward like a flash and took down rows of demons. Sichu Liu was stunned by this power. Is this the kind of speed and strength a 6-Wings member can achieve? I never even imagined this was possible. Meanwhile, Sumo was completely disappointed because she failed to fangirl properly. "She's too fast. I couldn't get a single shot." Shino, who was farming mobs, was also stunned and exclaimed, "My god, what kind of skill is that?" The demons in front of us were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aki grinned, showing his teeth. She didn't use any skills at all. Seeing Lina still rushing forward at breakneck speed, he continued, "Just activate the protection and run through." Their voices echoed in the stone cave. "Shino, let's go after them." Liu and Sumo shouldn't engage. Conserve your energy and stamina. Even though Lina was moving fast, she still had time to think. It seemed there was a large space deep inside the cave. It looked like the demons had charged out from this spot earlier. She successfully made it inside and quickly screeched to a halt. Lena cautiously scanned her surroundings when suddenly an eerie voice rang out. Shao Kahn, the demon who appeared to be the leader, was sitting comfortably on a stone throne. So, you actually managed to make it this far. Your power level is different from the other warriors I've met. He was a 6th-stage, dual-core demon. Lena paid no heed to the demon's words and charged straight at him. He barely managed to escape, but the throne shattered into pieces. The demon roared in anger. My throne. You destroyed my favorite throne. My throne. Lena contemptuously stepped on the shattered fragments, looking down on him arrogantly. This throne? Lena's eyes filled with even more contempt. You're not worthy of it. The demon officially went berserk, punching the ground repeatedly. Nonsense. From the ground, countless tentacles filled with dark energy shot towards Lena. Shino had arrived by then, planning to play the hero saving the damsel. I'll handle this. He delivered a thunderous punch, easily destroying the tentacles. The demon froze in place, as it felt a dark aura radiating from behind. There's more? Aki had also appeared, raising his sword and threatening. Hand over the core. Then he charged forward, bloodthirsty, and fresh blood rained down. Aki looked at the corpse at his feet with satisfaction. Got it. With this demon core, I'm just one short. He suddenly remembered and turned back to ask, Are you okay? After the intense battle, Lena was exhausted. Clutching her injured shoulder, she replied, It's nothing. I just used up a lot of stamina. It means I can't fight alongside everyone every single time. Lena glanced at the core on her chest, because this old core's energy is almost depleted, and 7th-stage cores aren't easy to find. Especially after the new king took power. We of the old Liu Hao were required, explicitly told not to use cores anymore. Aki looked at her in silence. Lena quickly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Besides, I'm getting old. I can't force myself to be a part of Liu Hao or anything like that anymore. But you, Aki. She looked at him with an indescribable expression, as if entrusting all her dreams to him. You have to create another miracle for us to witness. Hearing this, Aki's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. He looked up with determination and replied, Yeah, I promise you. I will take back everything that was lost. Meanwhile, in a rather modern-looking hotel, Aki stood in the hallway holding a vial of solution, saying, I finally got 2 of them. Now it's time to help them fuse with the demon power. He didn't forget to instruct Lena and Shino, asking them to keep a close watch. Lena replied confidently, Don't worry. Shino nodded in agreement. This is a small C-rank town. There probably won't be any problems. She asked unexpectedly, Aki, what about you? Lena's cheeks were flushed as she deliberately teased him, handling 2 girls at once. Think you can manage? Aki became flustered and angry. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Inside the room, the 2 girls had heard them. It sounds like they're talking about something in the hallway. Sumo said timidly, Liu, are you nervous? The door opened and Aki walked in. He turned on the light and asked, Are you 2 ready? Who's first? A hesitant voice replied, Ray are ready. Liu stammered, Or, how about? She continued shyly, Let Sumo go first. Aki coughed lightly and replied, So you 2 decided that Sumo will go first. He looked down, embarrassed, as his mind raced. Damn it, I don't know where to look. Sumo hugged Liu tightly, making a scene. Actually, Liu really wanted to go first. She just wasn't used to speaking up. Hearing this, Liu blushed beet red and shouted, Sumo. She stammered in explanation. I never said I wanted to go first. To diffuse the atmosphere, Aki quickly agreed. Of course, that's fine. He looked at Liu with a gentle gaze. Then Liu will go first. Sumo quickly scurried away, grabbing a camera on her way out and smiling brightly. Well then, I'll go rest in the room next door. I won't peek. Sensing something suspicious, Liu shouted angrily. Put down that camera in your hand right now. After dealing with the troublesome pest named Sumo, she immediately sat upright on the bed, her eyes glued to Aki. He took off his shirt, revealing his toned abs. What's wrong? Is there something strange about me? Why are you staring at me like that? Liu's face felt like it was about to catch fire, and she tried to deny it. Nothing, all while her mind was practically exploding. Ah, save me. He's taking his clothes off right in front of me. Liu looked down, stammering, unable to speak. That, she asked timidly, the tips of her ears turning red. Do I have to take off my underwear too? No, you don't need to. But then I won't be able to concentrate. No, wait. You don't need to take anything off. Sumo and the others in the next room had equally flushed faces. Who knows what they were thinking? Inside the room, the lights were bright as Aki and Liu sat properly on the bed. He slowly removed the lid of the box containing the demon core. Aki took the core and generously handed it to Liu. She took it, her expression growing serious. Aki, is the demon power inside this the same as the demon power in my body? Even now, I still don't know where the power inside my body actually comes from. Liu lowered her gaze, but I both crave it and fear it. She recalled her own demon form. Liu began to recount her dream. Sometimes I dream of being enveloped by a figure that's both familiar and strange. It's an incredibly powerful force, but also extremely evil, dark, and unpredictable. After listening to her heartfelt words, Aki gently agreed. I understand. If that's the case, I'm also very curious. So maybe this time, we'll find the answer. He gently instructed Liu with every detail. Hold the demon core in the palm of your hand, then let your consciousness enter it. Okay. Aki slowly placed his hands on her trembling shoulders. He signaled, I'm starting now. Mumhum. Liu closed her eyes. Remembering Aki's words in her mind, enter the consciousness, forget everything. Very quickly, she sank into a spiritual state. The demon core. Liu opened her eyes, slowly falling into a void. Before her was a demon clutching a glowing orb. Demon power. That's the demon power. It was known as the primordial 6th stage demon. Liu took a step closer, thinking to herself, the absolute power representing the recovery system is all here. Such a powerful and evil aura. The demon sensed her presence and opened its eyes. It was radiating a massive surge of power, startling her. In an instant, Situ Liu froze. Her gaze grew distant. It's evil. But if I possessed this power, I would become so much stronger. But as if drawn by a magnet, she reached for the glowing orb. I could protect him, protect so many people. Become a servant of the great demon race, and you will obtain immense power. Situ Liu's hand trembled, now just inches from the orb. Accept this primordial demonic power, human. Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed her wrist as another demon suddenly appeared. Oh, we can't have that, my dear warrior. Situ Liu snapped out of her trance, crying out in confusion. You're the demon? The demon from my dreams. The demon stared at her intently, then broke into a satisfied smile. She wrapped an arm around Situ Liu's waist. Primordial power. This was the Black King, one of the 6 great kings, a master of time and space. Sorry, but this girl is mine. I claimed her a while ago. The other demon seemed to have a realization. One of the 6 great kings, the Black King. No wonder I sensed something was off. Why does this human's body contain such a familiar power? So, it was you. You've already given her a piece of your own primordial power, haven't you? The king gripped Situ Liu's hand tightly, stating, She's also helping me look after another human. I have my own plans, and besides, I've taken a great interest in this one. Then, she gave a cold warning, so don't give her any more trouble. At this, Situ Liu hesitantly spoke up. The demonic power inside my body, that form. It was you. She stared intently at the demon and asked bluntly, Are you one of the 6 great kings, the Black King? The color drained from Situ Liu's face. An existence even higher than the 7 Flags demons, the king slowly explained, For you, this is indeed the first time we've met. She reached out and touched Situ Liu's plump, pink lips. But I have to say, I've really missed these lips. I knew it was you. You're always such a headache. A familiar voice rang out. The demon watching the scene muttered, Well, this is a rare sight. Aki and the Scarlet King made a grand entrance. The other demon gasped, a gathering of 2 kings. The Scarlet King looked down sternly. Didn't I tell you not to interfere in this matter, Black King? Aki was also confused. So Liu's power comes from the Scarlet King? Meanwhile, both the Black King and Situ Liu blushed, covering their faces. Their actions were identical as they both spoke in unison. You're here. My lord, you've arrived. The Scarlet King and Aki landed on the ground. The Black King scurried over with a bright smile, calling out, Scarlet. She blushed like a young girl in love, acting coyly. Hey now, don't be mad. She winked as she explained to the Scarlet King. You told me not to interfere with that boy, and I've been a good girl and listened. I only arranged for a human warrior to be my assistant and help me gather some intel. Aki watched the 2 powerful demons, who seemed quite close, and a thought crossed his mind. The Scarlet King. The most powerful demon, master of time and space. What could she and the Black King possibly be planning? The Scarlet King, looking somewhat exasperated, gently patted the Black King's head. Being treated so gently, the Black King's heart began to race, and she let out a shy squeal. With a rare gentleness, he spoke to her softly. Anytime you interfere with anything related to Aki, it increases the risk of me being exposed. It only creates more unforeseen dangers. The Black King looked a little hurt. I was just worried. If something happened to that boy, you would be affected too. The Scarlet King's voice turned cold and serious. Do you not trust my judgment? Realizing she couldn't argue, the Black King relented. Flashing a seductive smile, she said, Fine, I get it. It's a shame you don't like it. A real pity. Then, unexpectedly, she reached her hand towards Situ Liu and said slyly, but I suppose I'll just kill this human woman then. Aki instantly knew something was wrong. His eyes flared with rage as he unleashed his power, shifting into his evolved form. He snarled, "You dare." Without a second thought, he charged directly at the Black King, unleashing an attack. "Then I'll kill you first." He shot forward with astonishing speed. But the Black King showed no signs of fear or panic. She simply stood there, calmly raising a finger to flick the Scarlet King's power right out of him. Situ Liu was stunned to see him so easily sent flying and called out his name in worry. Aki was thrown back a great distance, landing hard on one knee. He remained motionless, clutching his stomach. Clearly, that attack was no simple blow. Situ Liu scrambled past the Black King and rushed to his side, calling his name frantically. "Aki, Aki, are you okay?" His body was trembling, his eyes had rolled back, and he couldn't form any words, which only threw Situ Liu into a deeper panic. "Aki," the Scarlet King watched with his arms crossed, his voice laced with a warning. "Don't you dare cause him any permanent damage." The Black King, knowing she shouldn't take it too far, replied, "Relax. I only froze time for him, making him feel the pain of the impact over and over again. I was just kidding. I didn't think he'd actually dare to attack a king." After speaking, she flared her right eye and released the hold. Aki's body was finally freed from the time lock. Situ Liu rubbed his back gently, asking with concern, "Aki, are you all right now?" His upper body collapsed forward, and he braced himself on the ground, panting heavily. The Scarlet King instantly teleported in front of him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Aki understood that he was no match for a king. He had no strength left to even try to fight back. This is the power of a king. The Black King gave a sly smile. "I'm far too fond of this girl to kill her." Right after, she raised her hand as if to do something. Situ Liu's entire body was suddenly pulled forward. Dazed, she had no idea what was happening. Like a piece of iron being pulled by a magnet, she was yanked through the air, screaming in panic, which startled Aki just as much. Situ Liu was pulled back to the Black King's side. Meanwhile, the Scarlet King turned to leave, urging Aki to hurry up and get on his feet. "Let's go. It looks like you're not needed here anymore." Aki looked back and yelled at him, "No way. I can't just leave Liu with that demon." The Scarlet King stopped in his tracks. He glanced back at Aki, his tone filled with contempt. "Tell me, are you really that clueless? She is one of the most powerful beings in existence." His tone was always cold, leaving no room for argument. The strongest of the demon race. Glancing back, he saw the Black King covering her eyes and signaling him to stop talking. He simply continued in a flat voice. "If she truly had any killing intent, you two would have taken your last breath without even realizing what happened. Besides, she's never considered you humans worth her notice anyway. To put it bluntly, this is an honor for you all." He'd said so much that Aki couldn't argue anymore. The Red King didn't want to waste any more time here and urged him again. "Just leave it to the Red King. Don't bother them anymore. Let's go." Before leaving, Aki was still a bit worried about Liu, staring at the Black King with a warning. "Black King, don't you dare do anything unnecessary." With that, the figures of the two shattered and faded away from Liu's spiritual world. After they left, the Red King didn't want to linger either, saying to the Green Demon, "All right, the Black King is gone too. There's nothing fun left here. Let's end this." It had no other choice and replied with a simple "okay." Once they agreed, both demons turned their gazes towards Situ Liu. She pointed her finger to the middle of Liu's forehead, transferring her power through it. Liu's body changed slightly, her eyes gaining a hint of the Red King's, and in her mind, she could feel a green energy awakening alongside it. Immediately after, her whole body seemed to erupt with power, and a pair of wings appeared on her back. The transfer process was basically complete. Outside, Aki paced anxiously. Weren't they saying Liu would be able to awaken successfully right away? Why isn't there any reaction yet? The Red King had to calm him down. Relax. The moment he finished speaking, Liu's body emitted powerful bolts of energy, startling Aki. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up. Liu had escaped the spiritual world, stepping one foot onto the ground. The Liu before them was in an unexpected form, looking incredibly alluring. That's the green form, the black-green core, black-white Liu. Aki stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes. "Huh? Is this Liu?" The Red King looked at her in this state and smiled with a bit of admiration. The energy the Red King provided seemed to have had a significant effect on her when she fully awakened. This was inevitable. Suddenly, she reached out her hand, and Aki was pulled forward as if by a magnetic force. He let out a yell as his body flew toward where Liu was sitting. Her hand gently touched his chest. She brought her face in close. She looked straight at him without a hint of shyness and asked directly, "Do you like me? Answer me. Don't you dare stammer." Aki was flustered by her question. What? He thought to himself, Liu. Liu in her complete form is really bold. The Red King, standing to the side, couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. What the hell is this? The Red King continued to sigh in exasperation. To possess such immense power and still be concerned with these things, humans are truly hard to understand. Suddenly, a rattling knock came from outside the door. The door flew open, causing Sumo and Shino to tumble onto the floor. The Red King vanished in a flash. She turned to complain, Shino, it's all your fault for being so heavy. You even fell on me. And at such a good opportunity, too. Sumo looked up and her eyes widened at a horrifying discovery. The scene that greeted her was Liu sitting on a table, gripping Aki's collar tightly. Sumo asked curiously, Liu, what are you doing? This made Liu extremely embarrassed, her cheeks turning bright red. Huh. She covered her blushing face with her hands, trying her best to explain, don't misunderstand. It's definitely the demonic transformation affecting me. But Sumo clearly didn't believe her. Oh. Meanwhile, Aki was secretly relieved. Thank goodness, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to answer. He coughed a few times and said, all right, now it's Sumo's turn. Sumo raised the brightly glowing demon core in her palm. Holding it, she realized how light it was. But it's very warm. Her body was now completely naked. Aki couldn't help but question this, so he sternly reminded her, Su, you need to be serious about this. This isn't a joke. If you don't focus, the demon core will reject you. Sumo raised her hand in a salute. Yes, yes, I obey. Is this serious enough for you? At this point, Aki could only sigh helplessly. Seriously, she really knows how to make people worry. He placed his hand on Sumo's back, instructing her carefully. Remember, you must calm your mind to resonate with the demon core. After you enter the core space, you will encounter the primordial demonic power. He continued seriously. You will have to endure both physical and mental attacks. But don't worry. I'll enter with you and do my best to help you. Aki transferred energy into Sumo's body, constantly repeating the important points. During this process, you must focus your mind. You can't let it control you. You have to be the one to control it. But the most important thing is whether you can sense the power of the demon core, and only then can you enter its space. She slowly closed her eyes, Aki's reminders still echoing in her ears. He didn't forget to reassure her. It took Shino and Liu quite a bit of time to. Seeing Sumo motionless, Aki's eyes widened in shock. She's already entered the space? When did she manage to connect? He immediately shut his eyes, focusing his mind. Damn it, I have to get into that space right now. When Aki opened his eyes again, his appearance had changed. The Red King looked at Sumo and praised her. As expected, this friend of yours is truly strange. Not only was she not attacked, but she's also managed to enter the space and is now standing defiantly before the demon, absorbing its spiritual energy. The Red King marveled. She's meeting no resistance at all, absorbing all of the energy. The demon looked towards her, and Sumo looked up at it. Its gaze held no hostility. Sumo successfully absorbed all the energy from the high-level demon. Aki's jaw dropped in astonishment. Even the primordial demon is smiling back at her. It seems even the primordial demonic power itself likes her, enough to give her every last bit of energy it had accumulated in the core. Sumo slowly absorbed the abundant energy, and her body began to emit a mystical blue light. It grew brighter and brighter, tearing apart the very space around her. 2 small horns sprouted from Sumo's head, and she was even equipped with new accessories. The most special feature was the pair of beautiful wings on her back. The halo of light shrank into an orb. Sumo vanished inside it. The Red King couldn't believe what had just happened. She didn't need our help at all. This is truly bizarre. An immense energy burst forth from the orb where his friend was. Sumo emerged as if from a cocoon. She now had a new title, Demon Suppressing Transformation, the Green-Blue-White Master, leaving Sumo herself stunned by her own incredible feat. What is this? Is it over already? I thought it was going to be really complicated. She spoke, and the wings on her back began to beat. Sumo thought to herself, wait a minute, I think this can increase my speed. She then pushed off her toes, flying just as fast as Lena. Sumo teleported in front of Aki, surprising him as well. So fast, she praised herself. Wow, I'm so strong now. Aki nodded in agreement. Yeah, you are. You're much stronger than before. A suspicion began to grow in his heart. Tomo said she might just be a super genius hiding her identity. A voice rang out, all right, let's go. Suddenly, 4 colored beams of light appeared on a rooftop. They shot straight up into the sky. Everyone who saw the lights was bewildered and started murmuring. Look, what are those lights in the sky? Did something fly up there? They ignored the gossip and shot past everyone. Those 4 beams of light were Aki's group, Lena, Tomo, and Liu. He instructed everyone, it's time to find a suitable place for us. We need to be careful to adapt and coordinate our teamwork. Lena offered a suggestion. To the west, Dawn City has a demon cave. It's a massive cavern that even the warrior teams of Dawn City don't want to go near. Hearing this, Aki asked her, "So there must be a lot of powerful demons in there, right?" His eyes shone brighter than the stars. "But I think we can go check it out now." He thought to himself, "A demon squad? Huh." The 4 stars continued on their way. Their power would probably soon be enough to deal with the new 6 champions. The next morning, Aki and Lena stood hesitantly by a stream. He was stunned. "You're not coming with us anymore?" His voice became hesitant. "Did I do something to upset you?" She looked down at the ground. "It's not that. The energy in my core is almost depleted. Theoretically, I can't be of any more help. If I keep going with you all, I'll only become a burden." Aki angrily flicked Lena's forehead, making her wince in pain. He quickly tried to explain. "What do you mean, a burden? What are you talking about? How can you say you can't help? You're one of the 6 champions. Besides, weren't you the one who told us about the demon cave nearby? At worst, I'll just find a new 7th rank core for you." Aki raised his hand to gently rub the spot he had just flicked, comforting her. "You just need a new core." But Lena was still adamant. "No, you don't have to." She turned to leave. "The truth is, I can't keep up anymore." Lena herself didn't want this. She dragged her heavy feet with each step. Aki immediately questioned her. "But what does this have to do with you not being able to keep up? Once you have it equipped again, won't it be fine? With your combat experience, you'll definitely." Lena cut him off, her face filled with sadness. "You've just forgotten. I'm old now. I can't stay by your side for much longer." She continued to explain to Aki, "It's thanks to the green core's healing ability that I've maintained this youthful appearance. Otherwise, I would be a withered old woman by now." Seeing him remain silent, Lena spoke again. "It's just that you're still young now. So you've forgotten that I'm really old enough to be called a granny. Just a little bit of fighting and I'm already exhausted." She compared herself to her other comrades. "You and the other 3 are in your prime. Especially now that you have demonic power in your hands, I no longer have the strength to understand and guide you. If I continue to stay by your side, I'll definitely just hold you back." Lena pulled Aki's hand closer, so she gripped his hand desperately. "I want to leave. It's enough for me to just watch you from a distance. Being by your side like this only makes me sadder. Do you understand?" Aki couldn't agree. "Lena, even if you really can't help anymore, I don't care." Lena smiled. "All right, say no more. When you go to save Da, come find me. Take this." Then she stuffed something into his hand. Aki looked at it, confused. "What's this?" She introduced it. "A positioning compass. With this, you can find me anytime." Lena pointed to a spot on the compass. "The flashing green light on it is me." It immediately announced, "Win Lena, status good." She explained. "It even has a nice voice prompt feature. I prepared it specially for you. If you need help in the future, you can find me anytime." Lena also handed Aki a scroll. "And this, in here, I've recorded the specific locations of some places where demons gather, as well as a few small notes. It might be useful for you all." Aki carefully tucked the item inside his shirt. "All right. So where are you planning to go? You can't go back to Dawn City, can you?" Lena replied calmly, "Don't you worry about me. Ordinary soldiers can't do anything to me. After all, I am Win Lena. I still have some of my treasures back in Dawn City. I'll go back to pack up a bit, then move to a small town farther away to retire." Aki glanced at the other 3, who were laughing and chatting without a care in the world. "Retire? Don't say things like that. Are you leaving right now? You're not even going to say goodbye to them?" Lena pondered for a moment. "It's probably better to just leave quietly. I've been used to living alone for so many years. Your presence these last few days has actually made me feel unaccustomed to it." "Ah, right, that girl, Du Liu." Aki was startled and turned his head to look at Du Liu. From a distance, Du Liu could sense that the 2 of them were talking about her. Her face unconsciously turned red. Du Liu tilted her head, looking like a perfect heroine straight out of a novel. Then she turned back and continued to laugh and chat with her other 2 comrades. Lena reminded Aki, "You can tell Du Liu cares a lot about you. Don't ignore her feelings." Aki said nothing, lost in thought. After all, he had always been a blockhead in this department. Her words were full of hidden meaning. The evening sun began to cast its light on the river. It was time to part ways. Lena turned away decisively. "All right, I'm leaving. There's a small town nearby. I'll head there to catch a ride back to Dawn City." Watching her retreating figure, Aki called out, "In any case, if I find a core, a new 7th rank green core, you can't refuse it then." Lena smiled, relieved. "You really are an idiot. What girl wants to look out of place in front of the person she likes? Not to mention, dry leaves fell as if to comfort her mood. There are better girls by his side now." Du Liu, Tomo, and Shino rushed over. "Huh? Wait, Senior Lena already left?" "Yeah, she didn't even say goodbye." Aki glanced back at Lena's fading silhouette. She just went back to take care of some personal business. Duliu said regretfully, I didn't even get a chance to thank her. Senior Lena helped us so much. Shino then asked, So, are we heading directly to the demon cave now? Aki nodded. Yeah. According to Lena, this cave is massive. It's got plenty of powerful demons, perfect for testing the current combat strength of the four of us. Aki turned to leave, and to find something. Sheno asked curiously, Find what? Aki radiated a murderous aura. A new 7th rank green core. I'll give it to Lena the next time I see her. The four of them transformed into their combat forms. Each one had a dangerous look on their face. Shino shouted, All right. Back in Dawn City, the high-rise buildings glittered with lights in the night. 2 people spotted a strange dark figure and became vigilant. I think that was a person just now. Quick, let's go over there and check. If it's a demon, eliminate it immediately. That shadow was Lina. She had returned to Dawn City, hiding in an alley. The patrols here were much heavier now. It seemed the shockwave from Snow's awakening still had them on high alert. Lina found a safer way in. Luckily, the window to her house was still open. She activated her incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Lina had climbed into the room through the window. She told herself she had to be fast, grab what she came for, and get out. Lina searched frantically. It should be right here. Why can't I find it? Impossible. At some point, Van Dalen had appeared, sitting right behind her. He thought, I didn't think she'd actually come back. Looks like I guessed right, wee Lina. Startled, she spun around. Van Dalen sat before her with his arms crossed, his expression perfectly calm. Tell me, do you think I'll let you go this time? He was the new green core, the strongest swordsman with 2 green cores, Vandarin. Hearing his words, Lina's anger began to flare. I just had some personal matters to attend to. Does being the number 1 green core give you the right to just barge into my house? Van Dalen. Van Dalen didn't answer. Instead, he silently pulled something from his pocket. He chuckled, holding a small box in his hand. You left, yet you went through all the trouble of coming back. Was it for this? Lina looked shocked to see the box in his hands. How do you have that? Memories of it came flooding back. She was with her team, hunting monsters. Lina ran up to him, scolding playfully. Hey you, why are you slacking off over here? Everyone's waiting for your instructions. Aki turned around and said, Lina, perfect timing. I have something to show you. He then held something out in front of her. It was a sparkling necklace. I just made it, he said. It's a gift for you. Lina took the necklace and admired it. It's so beautiful. Back in the present, Vandarin's voice shattered her memory of that moment. He sneered, You're always so careless about everything, yet you kept this one thing hidden away so carefully. I almost thought it was some kind of precious treasure. It's just a handmade necklace made of stone. How old and ugly. Lina trembled, her fists clenched in rage. He continued to taunt her. Don't tell me some boy gave this to you, did he? The moment Vandarin finished his sentence, Lina lunged forward. Give it back. She managed to touch the necklace, grabbing it tightly. Suddenly, Vandarin landed a powerful kick to her stomach. Lina coughed up a mouthful of blood, the force of the blow sending her crashing straight into the ceiling. Lina managed to get outside, but Vandarin was on her like a leech, pursuing her relentlessly. He struck with such power that Lina was slammed into a balcony wall. She used her feet to create friction to slow herself down. Finally, she managed to stop. Damn it, Lina thought with a frown. My internal energy is already too low. She couldn't even heal her broken arm. Vandarin slowly approached, sneering. Your energy levels are barely that of a common soldier now. The corner of his mouth curled up. In that case, you're going to die. Lina gritted her teeth, the necklace held tightly between them. She glared at him and screamed in defiance. Say what you will, I was once the number 1 green core. The new king himself promised me. He said that if I voluntarily gave up my title, he would leave me to live my life in peace. Are you going to defy his direct orders? Vandarin asked skeptically. However, during that shockwave earlier, I sensed a trace of your aura. I suspect you're connected to that shady character. Besides, do you really think the king gives a damn about a washed-up old hag like you? As he spoke, he materialized a blade. Lina glanced back and saw a cat behind her. Its fur bristled in fear. He raised the blade and yelled, Die! The blade flew towards her at blinding speed. In that split second, Lina turned to shield the cat. She pulled the animal close, inadvertently scaring it in the process. Vandarin's attack created a massive explosion. The air filled with smoke and dust. Lina, clothes torn and covered in wounds, stroked the cat's head and told it, Next time there's a fight, make sure you stay far away. All right. The terrified cat scrambled off. Suddenly, Vandarin lunged and grabbed her. He scoffed, so naive. If you hadn't protected it, you could have easily dodged that attack on your own. Noticing they were making too much of a scene, Vandarin dragged her away. Let's take this outside the city. He dragged her with him, leaping across buildings. Once outside the city, he threw her violently into the forest. The dust slowly settled. Lena still held the necklace tightly between her teeth. She sat silently at the base of a tree, too weak to even move. Vanderin stood over her, looking down at her pathetic state without an ounce of pity. Yue Lena, your core. I can barely sense any energy from it now. He glanced at her broken arm and sneered. I heard these hands of yours once saved over 600 people in a single battle. How impressive. Vanderin raised his foot, a vicious smile spreading across his face. It's a shame that from now on, it'll only be a memory. Lena's blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. The scene shifts to a demon cave, where Aki and his team were searching for something. A 7th-stage demon, Shino added. It took the 4 of us combined to take it down. Our coordination still needs some work. Aki retrieved the 7th-stage core, a bright smile on his face. But this is great. We got the 7th-stage core. Suddenly, a scream flashed through his mind. Aki whipped his head around, looking toward the cave entrance. Seeing his unusual expression, Shino asked quietly, "What is it?" Aki answered, a worried look on his face. "I don't know. I just got a really bad feeling from the direction of the City of Light." He pulled out a compass, thinking, "I'll try the compass Lena gave me." The compass read, Iwi Lena, status, near death. Seeing this, all 4 of them were horrified. Du Liu summoned her wings. "We have to go now," she urged. Meanwhile, back with Lena, Vanderin was relentlessly blasting her with energy attacks. Aki's group raced towards her location at lightning speed. "The compass shows she's close," Aki said. "Just ahead, they found her." Aki thought furiously, "Damn it, why is Lena's aura so weak?" They rushed to her location. But when they saw her condition, all 4 of them froze for a moment. Before them was Lena, leaning weakly against the base of a tree. Both of her arms had been cut off and were lying scattered on the ground. Lena sat there, her eyes closed, but the necklace was still clenched tightly between her teeth. The sight of her left all 4 of them utterly horrified. Sumo covered her mouth. Lena, she. Tears began to stream down her face. Shino trembled, staring at her severed arms on the ground. Du Liu screamed, "Lena's arms are gone. She's lost too much blood. We have to save her now." Du Liu shouted, unleashing her healing powers. Sumo wiped away her tears and turned to help. "Shino, let's keep an eye on our surroundings." This residual core energy, no ordinary enemy could have done this. Shino and Sumo spread out to protect them as he shouted for them to secure the perimeter. Aki watched grimly as Du Liu treated her, his gaze shifting to the necklace. Lena was clenching tightly in her mouth. Aki remembered the look on her face when she received the necklace. "Thank you. I love it." Lena had promised then, I'll treasure this gift." Aki knelt down in front of her. He whispered, "You fool. Did you come back just to get this necklace?" He gritted his teeth. "This is just some worthless trinket I casually made years ago." Suddenly, Du Liu turned around, her expression extremely grave. "The situation is terrible. It's not just her arms. Lena's internal organs are also severely damaged." Du Liu continued, "Her green core energy is completely depleted, so she can't heal herself. Otherwise, with her skill level." At that moment, Lena seemed to stir slightly. She struggled to utter a single word, aging. Hearing this, Du Liu's eyes widened. Her passive ability to maintain her youth is gone too. Then she burst into tears. Tears streamed down Du Liu's face as she said in a trembling voice, Lena, she's going to die." Everyone watched intently as Lena was being treated. A thought suddenly crossed Aki's mind. Do we need a 7th-stage core? He slumped to the ground and asked in a low voice, "Liu, is there any way to save Lena?" Du Liu replied, "With my current abilities, I can only try to delay her death. I have recovery powers, and I can also use the power of time and space granted to me by Qi Wang Qi." An idea suddenly struck Du Liu. "I can seal Lena within a space I create. She would do her best to slow the flow of time for her life force." She continued, "But if I do that, I won't be able to move myself. I'll have to use all my strength to maintain the stability of the space, and even then, I can't hold it for too long." Then she added a worried reminder. "If we don't find a better way before sunrise, Lena will die." Sumo asked in confusion, "How could there be a demon near Dawn City capable of defeating Lena? Even if she's not as strong as she used to be, she shouldn't have lost to a demon like that." Suddenly, Aki gave an order. "Liu, do as you said. Keep Lena alive." She replied, Then he walked over to Sumo and instructed, "You stay here and protect Liu and Lena. Don't let any low-level demons disturb her and interrupt her skill." After that, he approached Shino. "Shino, you're with me." Shino heard him and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Aki, knowing who was responsible, remained silent. An image of Van Dalen appeared in Aki's mind. Suddenly, he shouted a name that stunned everyone. Van Dalen, the new number 6. He confidently identified the dense aura left behind. I'm very familiar with it. I've fought him before. I know his aura and his style, leaving Lena barely alive. That was definitely not an act of kindness. Hearing his name, Du Liu spoke up worriedly. But even if we demonize, we're no match for Van Dalen. What if there's another new number 6 in the city? It's too risky. Aki spoke to reassure them. Lena once said the other 5 have their own missions. They aren't in the city. Trust me, we're out of time. Du Liu's eyes widened as she thought to herself, with that expression. There's no stopping him. He turned and walked away, saying angrily, damn it. To think he'd use Lena as bait. Watching his retreating back, Du Liu quietly asked him, so, what's your plan? He clenched his fists. Van Dalen. Aki was burning with rage and roared, kill Van Dalen and rip out his core. The scene changes to the city Aki mentioned, where beams of light were launching a fierce assault. Shino looked on, disagreeing. Charging straight in there to find Van Dalen right now. I'm afraid that's too risky. If for no other reason than that a fight inside the city would endanger countless innocent people. Besides, Dawn City isn't a place you can just barge into. After all, it's humanity's strongest S-rank city, Aki continued. Especially that energy defense shield. It's made from energy extracted from demon cores and has incredible defensive capabilities, he explained further. It's so strong it can block a full power attack from a 7th stage demon. It's fine going from the inside out. We didn't face any obstacles when we flew out earlier because the system defaults to it being safe. Shino looked at him. He asked in surprise, how do you know so much about Dawn City? Aki rushed toward the city, saying, if that's the case, then let's lure him out. Shino looked towards the city and replied, got it. A loud explosion echoed. The people in the city saw it and asked, did something just fall? A man with curly hair asked, what the hell was that? A woman replied, probably not a soldier. The smoke cleared. The faces of Shino and Aki appeared, and someone screamed, wait a minute. Those are 2 humanoid demons. The curly-haired man yelled, quick, activate the city's defensive laser cannons. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. When dealing with humanoid demons, the automatic counterattack scanning system isn't always accurate. The cannons turned toward the 2 of them, all the laser guns taking aim. Aki stared at it for a moment, thinking to himself, I can't believe the very thing I helped build is now pointed right at me. How ironic. He gritted his teeth. They're treating me completely as a demon. Aki raised his voice. We have not come to invade your city, nor do we intend to harm anyone. Send a message to Van Dalen. Tell him to get his ass out here. The curly-haired man was stunned to hear him mention Van Dalen's name. The curly-haired man shouted, Lord Van Dalen's name is not for the likes of you to utter, you low-class demons. As long as I'm here tonight, don't even think about approaching the city. Aki thought of Lena's condition, his anger flaring. Get in my way and you die. The curly-haired man yelled, fire. Laser rounds shot from the cannons toward Aki. He blocked all the laser cannon fire with his bare hands. The crowd there was stunned and began to stammer. He blocked the defensive laser cannons. They watched Shino deflecting the shots and yelled, just how strong is this demon's body? Call for reinforcements. Shino quickly tried to calm him down. Aki, calm down. Were you just about to kill them? At that moment, Aki had completely lost control. In his mind, a voice burst out laughing. A bunch of worthless ants. Just kill them all and be done with it. Aki thought, shut up. They're just ordinary guards. I don't want to harm innocent people. A group of people rushed over frantically, shouting, assemble. Demons are attacking. All soldiers near the city wall moved to support. Suddenly, a green streak of light shot up from within the city. Shino asked in surprise, what's that flying up here? Van Dalen's silhouette appeared in the moonlight, a green blade shooting straight for Shino. Shino defended himself, pushing his shield to its maximum. Van Dalen rushed toward him and kicked, shattering the shield. A loud crash echoed as Shino was sent flying, and Aki caught him with his hand. Shino's eyes widened in alarm at the sight of the person before him. He gasped it was Van Dalen. Van Dalen stood there with one leg raised. He gave a faint, cold smile, surprised that the man could block his last attack. Not bad, he sneered. Seeing him, the people on the city walls shouted, it's Liu Hao. It's Lord Dalen. The city is safe now. The crowd roared. Activate all laser cannons. Prepare for support fire. Van Dalen looked at Aki and his companion and spoke. So, 2 humanoid demons have appeared. I'm not surprised. As I suspected, that old hag was involved with you demonic scum. Are you her underlings? Since when did demons and the former Liu Hao start working together? What kind of shady deal did you make? After speaking, he lowered his foot to the ground. Van Dalen flashed a cruel smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Could it be that the old hag intentionally de-aged herself to offer her body to satisfy you demons? He laughed out loud. Truly a disgrace to human warriors. Good thing I already took care of her. Hearing these words, Aki seethed with uncontrollable rage. His eyes filled with killing intent as he cursed under his breath, son of a bitch. He no longer held back, directly unleashing his power in front of everyone. Van Dalen thought to himself, this energy is overwhelming. And why does it feel so familiar? Are these two demons somehow connected to Lena? At that moment, the city gates began to open. Aki spoke up, Shino, I only need you to do one thing for me. Shino replied, name it. Hearing this, Aki continued, hold off all their reinforcements. The soldiers began to march out from the city, all of them shouting, support Lord Dalen. Kill the demons. Shino asked, what about you? Aki pointed to himself. Me? He drew his sword and walked towards Dalen. I have to be the one to kill Van Dalen with my own hands. Aki's steps were as powerful as ever. He charged forward, launching a direct attack on Van Dalen, who swiftly used a shield to block the blow. But it seemed this shield was a piece of junk, as it couldn't withstand Aki's sword strike. It quickly shattered into pieces. The force of the attack sent Van Dalen staggering back several steps. One of his subordinates cried out his name in worry, Lord Dalen. Dalen frowned, thinking, this aura, it's also very familiar. While he was lost in thought, Aki gathered his strength and swung his sword for another attack. Just then, Dalen's entire body began to glow as if blessed by a higher power. He stood calmly with his hands behind his back while Aki furiously swung his sword. As Aki frantically attacked, Van Dalen's aura effortlessly deflected every blow, allowing him to stand there relaxed, at one with nature. Suddenly, a smug smirk appeared on Van Dalen's face. Aki, still wielding his sword, suddenly cried out. He had just been hit by the enemy's counterattack. A bit of blue ichor dripped from the wound, causing Aki to freeze for a few seconds. After regaining his composure, he grabbed hold of the energy attacking him, gritting his teeth. He clenched his jaw, enduring the pain, and yanked on the energy tendril, pulling Van Dalen towards him. Once the enemy was in range, Aki delivered a complimentary kick. The kick to Dalen's stomach made him grimace, and a few drops of ichor fell from his mouth. Van Dalen had to let out a sharp breath. After catching his breath, he suddenly let out a very dangerous laugh. He then launched a surprise attack, catching his opponent off guard. The energy tendril tightly bound Aki, and at Van Dalen's command, it lifted him high into the air. Van Dalen laughed triumphantly. You worthless demon. Is this how you fight? A massive explosion roared, shattering the ground beneath the beam of light. Van Dalen was sent flying, his sentence cut short. You have a grudge against me? A red sword appeared, spinning through the air before plunging into the ground, cracking the earth. It stood firm, completely unshaken. The group of people in the distance shouted about something, unable to push through to Lord Dalen's side. At the very least, we have to deal with this other demon. This demon keeps disrupting our formation. Surround it, quickly. A golden beam of light shot down from above. It sent the group flying with terrified screams. They skidded to a halt, kicking up dust. One man in the group looked at his leg in surprise. Huh? I'm not hurt. Another looked at his hand, then exhaled and added, that's strange. It just knocked us back. Shino seemed pensive as he heard the question. Why isn't this demon using lethal attacks? His eyes glowed as he thought with frustration. There are too many of them, and I can't hurt them. I have to hurry. Shino was thrown forward by a sneak attack from behind, only managing to let out a gasp. Humph! He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat out the word, damn it. Behind Shino, on the city wall, two strange figures appeared. One was tall, the other short, both holding gleaming weapons as a voice called out. It was the two shadows from before, now revealed as a man and a woman. A voice from afar explained, they are the captains of the assault squad. The woman, holding a massive hammer, looked ahead and said, even from this distance, he could block my attack. This demon's power is at least at the 5th key level. The bearded man was a 7th key warrior. His eyes were sharp as he smirked mockingly. Where did you get the nerve to actually dare to make the great Liu Hao appear? The woman with the hammer was also a 7th key warrior. She put on a wicked, excited expression. It's been a long time since we've had such an audacious demon actively launch a sneak attack on Dawn City. As soon as the two 7th key warriors finished speaking, they vanished in a flash of light. Down below the walls, a man with an extremely serious expression shouted, fire support. Protect the city. Aki's golden pupils flickered as he thought, damn it, two 7th key warriors. A lone, circular golden shield appeared on the ground. He muttered to himself, even so, I have to help him hold on. He stood alone inside the protective circle. A rain of enemy attacks hammered against the shield. In an instant, he was lying flat on the ground, seemingly helpless. Aki's face was weary and soulless, his eyes lost in thought. Damn it. I can't even win against two 7th key warriors. Seeing that Aki was at a disadvantage, Van Dalen quickly flew up and hurled a barrage of spear-like projectiles at him. Aki remained motionless on the ground, his eyes fixed on his enemy as he spoke. Finally, the protective circle was shattered by a massive golden orb. The people nearby were also injured. Blue ichor dripped from Shino's mouth as he shouted in pain. A spot on the golden orb suddenly flashed. Someone's voice echoed. It's almost dawn. Everyone around was now severely injured. Some covered their mouths in fear, on the verge of tears. However, Aki was not afraid at all. He looked triumphant as he roared, "Chi Wangchi, lend me your power." As Van Dalen unleashed the attack with all his might, he screamed, "Die, demon." The ground below exploded. After the attack, he laughed victoriously. "Ha ha ha, how dare you come to Dawn City? You really don't know your own limits." Just as the taunt left his lips, he was struck on the side of his head, sending blood flying. Van Dalen stared at the rubble he had created and muttered to himself, "What just happened? That last attack should have been enough to kill him, right? Where did he get that much power?" As King Chi sat up from the rubble, he pointed and said, "I was wondering how long you'd hold out before asking for my help. Such tedious pride. A complete waste of time." Van Dalen gritted his teeth in frustration. How is he several times stronger than before? No, his aura is more than 10 times stronger. What's going on? The majestic image of King Chi appeared, overwhelmingly powerful. He stood proudly, his red sword planted firmly in the ground. In the blink of an eye, he reached out and recalled the sword from a distance. As King Chi held the sword, his face darkened, and a provocative greeting rang out. "Long time no see, Chi Wang Qi." With the sword in hand, King Chi said with a friendly expression, "Let me teach this brat how to properly wield you." "What?" The soldier's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. The demon core in his chest was trembling as the image of the man holding the sword appeared before him. The air filled with a deadly energy. Everyone backed away in fear, whispering, "What is that?" "That's the aura of a demon." Leaving everyone behind, the soldier ran for his life without looking back, only managing to say, "Quickly, retreat to the city." Seeing him flee in a panic, the woman turned around, her face contorted in rage as she screamed, "I'd like to see who dares to run. I'll beat to death anyone who moves." Someone stood by, dazed, taking in the surrounding scene. Things are different now. Aki strode forward confidently as his energy radiated outwards. He thought with admiration, "Your aura feels so unfamiliar," his expression turning ice cold. From above, a resentful Van Dalen looked down, sneered, and said, "To think you were still hiding your true strength. Not bad. You're a 7-star demon, but even if you are." Van Dalen clapped his hands together as if gathering an endless source of energy. He unleashed bursts of green energy, turning around as steel wires shot out. Holding the chains in his hand, he taunted with a smirk, "Don't you forget, I have 2 7-star cores." Just as he finished speaking, the two rushed in, ready to fight, but Van Dalen suddenly froze. Aki's attack was so swift he couldn't react in time. The devastating force of the blow sent Dian flying. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "Lord Dian," while gripping their weapons tightly. He stared intently, lost in thought. The body is beginning to disintegrate. His mind raced. Even though I forced my consciousness to take control of this guy's body, it's still a human vessel in the end. On top of that, my spiritual power is too weak, so the power I can unleash is extremely limited. Down below, a deep, jagged crater had formed, yet she was still unsatisfied with her power. She thought, the power in this state is pathetic." Everyone was horrified by the scene before them. Someone searching called out, "Lord Dian." It seemed they all thought he would be unconscious and powerless somewhere. But no, he landed in a defensive stance. Van Dalen tensed up, trying to figure out how to counter. That last attack, its speed and power were far beyond that of a 7-star demon. Seeing his opponent waiting, he forced a strained laugh and thought, "I can't believe I ran into such a tough beast. I can't afford to look this pathetic. Besides, if the town gets destroyed, it'll ruin his image." He stepped out of the crater, steeling himself for battle. In any case, the demons are already too close to the town now. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression becoming provocative as he silently planned his next move. Time to change the battlefield. A massive tremor shook the ground, sending earth and stone flying amidst a blinding flash of light. Aki waited patiently for the fierce battle to come. His opponent charged toward him, shouting a defiant taunt, "Be a good boy and fly away from me." Aki remained motionless with his head down, offering no reply. The clash erupted in a fiery explosion as the two engaged in what seemed like a life-or-death struggle. The silence was eerie. Aki shot forward in a flash of light, sending his opponent flying. He was completely drained, his hands trembling. Van Dalang's piercing scream echoed through the air. Down below, the soldiers watched the battle unfold, trembling as they stammered, "Lord Dian." From the sky, he plummeted towards the ground. His triumphant expression was gone, replaced by a look of panicked terror as he fell. Massive amounts of energy radiated from all directions, creating a blinding light. Aki made his move, and everything happened in an instant. A piercing scream accompanied a powerful attack that was so intense it lit up the sky. In that moment, it felt as if everything was being torn apart. Van Dalang's face was pale. From that last attack, his left arm had been completely obliterated, leaving only his right. He pointed his remaining hand at him, his voice weak. "No way. You actually blocked it." Aki stood tall and replied, "How dare you aim such a dangerous move right here? Have you lost your mind and forgotten about the town?" His voice grew harsher, more vicious. "And now, a demon like me is the one protecting it." His opponent, refusing to accept defeat, tried to say something. But Aki cut him off and gave an order: cut off his other arm. Inside him, his body was being held together by tightly connected sinews. He said coldly, just like he treated Lena, "Cut them all off." A menacing voice echoed, "I'll be fine, but can your body handle it?" Aki's body was making cracking sounds. Van Dalang clutched his wound. Aki looked at him and said smugly, "This guy before me is considered one of the strongest warriors out there. A rare opportunity. Very well. Brat, before your body collapses." He moved closer to the sword, still held firmly in his hand, and said softly, "Let me teach you a few tricks." Far away, on the horizon, the sun was beginning to rise. In the forest, a sudden flash of light instantly sliced 3 or 4 monsters in half. A monster lunged at Sumo, but she deftly bent backward and leaped onto its back, dodging the attack. Then, she stomped hard on the monster's back, causing the ground to crack and send debris flying everywhere. Monster blood splattered across her face, causing Sumo to frown in annoyance. She stood on the corpse of the monster she had just killed and coldly uttered one word: "Next." Beneath a tree, a heavily injured Lena lay unconscious. Beside her, Situ Liu was creating a shield to protect her from the monster attacks. Her expression was grim as she thought anxiously, "Damn it, I'm running out of time. I have to get the 7-star core back, and fast." Elsewhere, 3 streams of energy were constantly clashing in the city sky, sending sparks flying. Then, an explosion erupted in midair, blasting 2 people away. Van Dalang gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his hands as he charged forward, growling through clenched teeth, "Just die for me." Instantly, a barrage of crescent-shaped green energy blasts shot towards Chi Wan-Ki, but he simply waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting all of Van Dalang's attacks. The deflected attacks were not only sent back but were also transformed, becoming even more menacing. The assault forced Van Dalang to desperately dodge, but he still couldn't avoid being injured. He decided to unleash his strongest attack. That torrent of power slammed into the ground, making it tremble and carving a long gash into the earth. Suddenly, the color drained from Dalen's face as he realized the Red King had somehow gotten behind him. Horrified, Dalen immediately whipped his head around, but his opponent showed no mercy, plunging his blade into Dalen's stomach. He looked down in horror at the wound in his stomach, fresh blood gushing out as he gritted his teeth against the pain. He surmised that this demon's current power was far beyond the 7th rank. He never expected him to use sword aura to extend his attack range. Seeing this, Dalen's 2 subordinates cried out in terror, "Lord Den, Lord Dalen is actually at a disadvantage." The red-haired man shouted anxiously, "We have to go help him." Shino, who had been knocked down, grabbed their legs from the ground and mumbled, "No, I can't let you 2 interfere." Seeing this, the old man became furious. He immediately drew his sword and ran Shino through, causing the boy to scream in agony. Shino gritted his teeth, his vision fading as he thought back to the moment of his failure. Is this the difference between me and a 7th rank warrior? Is this really my limit right now? He lay motionless on the ground as the stab wound on his back began to crack apart. But for his master, Lena, he had to draw upon a higher power he had sealed away, his demon transformation. Suddenly, a massive surge of power descended from the sky. Seeing this, the 2 subordinates were completely stunned. "I never thought a demon could have such a strong will." The red-haired kid shouted, "He's evolving. He's grown a 5th wing." Shino propped himself up on the ground and struggled to his feet. He stared straight ahead, his expression ice-cold, silently vowing to protect the person he held dear. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Dalen had been sent flying by the Red King, completely battered and with one arm severed. Gritting his teeth, he used his remaining arm to channel his power, barely managing to bring himself to a halt. Then, he readjusted his posture, focused his energy, and created the void suppression bullet. He swung his arm forward and commanded, "Go." The bullet shot swiftly toward the Red King, but with a single strike, the Red King sent Dalan flying tens of meters. A thunderous crash echoed out, leaving a deep crater in the earth. In the center of it lay Daylan, covered in fresh blood, both of his arms now gone, his face slack as he gasped for breath. He asked unconsciously, "You cut off both my hands?" He managed a weak smile, surmising, "So, you're mocking me for what I did to that old woman. How amusing." Inside him, Aki looked distressed, blood dripping from his nose and mouth as he struggled to say, "There's no time. Kill him and take his core." The Red King's golden eyes remained cold as he watched Dailan on the ground. He saw him raise his hand high, gathering a brilliant red power into his sword. Daylan just spoke with confidence. "Kill me. Aren't you underestimating me?" A blue energy suddenly began to envelop his body. At his shoulders, 2 arms began to sprout, and the newly regenerated limbs slammed hard onto the ground. Then, the rest of the wounds on his body began to heal. Daylan slowly pushed himself up. He gave a sinister smile and mumbled, "I promised the king I would never use this form." Daylan still couldn't stand up straight, but 2 green wings suddenly sprouted from his back. "It seems now I have no choice but to kill you." Both the Red King and Aki's eyes widened in disbelief. Demonification. Daylan, in his new demonic form, looked up and flashed a dangerous smile. The Red King was slightly surprised. His eyes were fixed on Daylan, assessing him. Then, he suddenly let out a small laugh. "You're quite meticulous, aren't you?" From high above, the Red King calmly analyzed, "You were luring me further and further away from Dawn City as we fought. Also, your demonification wouldn't be discovered here, correct?" Daylan closed his eyes and let out a loud laugh. "And that's exactly why I find you so impressive." He looked up at the sky and shrugged, a nostalgic look on his face. "How long has it been since an enemy was strong enough to force me into this state?" His tone was supremely confident. "Even though I hate this form, in this state, I'm truly invincible." Suddenly, Daylan's figure vanished, leaving only an after-image behind. In an instant, he reappeared right in front of the Red King. He shot him an arrogant smile and swung, his voice dripping with mockery. But one has to admit, the powerful blow sent the Red King hurtling toward the ground, which shattered on impact. Daylan then turned, shooting a black tether from one hand to pin the Red King down, while his other hand swung forward for another strike. He roared, "I'm not finished yet." The resulting impact made the ground tremble, cracking it apart with countless gashes. High above, Vannon looked down with a dark expression, his body still surging with power. He frowned, watching the scene below intently, not letting his guard down for a second. Amidst the deep crater and long slash marks, the dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing a figure. Aki stood perfectly still, the sword held horizontally in front of his face, his cold gaze fixed on Vannon, his brow furrowed in thought. "This power after demonification, it really is beyond my expectations." Daylan looked down from above, a smug look on his face, though his words held a hint of praise. "For a humanoid demon, you've done very well." He laughed maniacally, his voice laced with scorn. "But you can't win against me." The Red King showed no fear, retorting in a mocking tone, "Oh, you're the first person who's ever dared to say that to me." His grip on his sword tightened as a brilliant crimson pillar of energy slammed down from the sky, pouring into him. The resulting shockwave blasted outwards, warping the very terrain around them. Daylan watched in utter astonishment as the torrent of energy continued to pour down relentlessly. "Impossible. What level of power is this?" Suddenly, the Red King's eyes turned sharp as ice. He glared furiously at Daylan and declared, "Let me show you the true meaning of a power gap." But he suddenly faltered, squeezing his eyes shut in pain as blood began to pour from all over his body. He thought to himself, "This kid's body has been shouldering my power for too long." Droplets of blood dripped onto the ground. It's about to reach its limit. The Red King's body was covered in cracks, and he pressed his lips together tightly. "If I don't withdraw my power soon, not only will this boy die from his body shattering, even my own consciousness could fade away." The Red King looked up at Daylan again and sighed internally. To think I'd actually get invested in a fight with this guy. How absurd. He let out a sharp breath. "Humph. Maybe I was just bored from sleeping for so long." Though his eyes were filled with reluctance, he gave a bitter, resigned smile. "So be it." Suddenly, the boy's eyes snapped open, taking Daylan by surprise. His aura. It's back to normal. The young man plunged his sword into the ground, his face twisted in anger as he began to question himself. "What happened, Red King? Why didn't you just finish him off when you had the chance?" But he quickly snapped out of it, letting out a breath. "Humph, don't be so naive." The Red King's voice echoed through his mind, also reaching Aki. The boy's body floated in the air as the red threads clinging to him began to fall away. "If I hadn't withdrawn my power when I did, this body would have already exploded. And if you died, I would have disappeared right along with you." Chi Wangxi's voice was still anxious, but he's already been demonized. "With my current strength, I can't beat him. My team is still waiting for the core." His entire body trembled uncontrollably, his expression grim. He calculated silently to himself, "My power is contained within Qi Wang Qi, you just haven't been able to draw it out yet. Try to channel your consciousness into the weapon." Qi Wang Qi's hand was still gripping the sword, bracing himself as he tried to feel it. "Will it show me what to do? It will show me the way. You mean it can talk?" The red sword appeared in his mind. "Qi Wang Qi was my most capable subordinate in the old days. The battles it has been through are beyond your imagination. Awaken it, kid." Facing Aki, Qi Wang Qi only said, "If you can't even kill a piece of trash like that, then you have no value at all. I'll have to admit I chose the wrong person." Seeing Qi Wang Qi fall to his knees, motionless, Dai Lan burst out laughing mockingly. "I get it now. That state you were in before wasn't your own power. There's another stronger power inside your body, but now you're too weak to summon it anymore." Van Daen laughed loudly, his face full of smug arrogance. He raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow. "In that case, just die." Qi Wangqi's eyes were heavy and unresponsive. He closed them, silently waiting. "If you can hear me, answer me." Then suddenly, Qi Wangqi's eyes snapped open, ice cold. He stared straight ahead, his glare filled with killing intent. Qi Wangqi. In the forest, a surge of Sumo's power flashed by as she moved too fast. To be seen, a phantom figure whose power swept through the area, slaughtering countless monsters in a spray of blood. After the frantic massacre, Sumo braced herself, trying to stop. She frowned, biting her lip as she thought with difficulty. Even though they're all low-level demons, there are just too many of them. A loud roar echoed from within the gloomy forest, as a dense horde of monsters appeared together. Suddenly, a monster's foot stepped forward, causing the smaller monsters to part in fear. 2 sixth-order demons and 1 fifth-order demon strode out arrogantly. As they walked, they spoke with glee. "Humans, the scent of your bloodline here is truly fragrant." Seeing these 3 demons, Sumo was completely terrified. Situ Liu, who was behind her, noticed Sumo's lack of reaction and asked, "Sumo, what's wrong?" Sweat poured down Sumo's face as she forced a difficult smile and replied, "Liu, focus on protecting Lina. Don't worry about me. It's just, this fight might be more intense than the last one." A 6th-order demon licked its hand and smirked sinisterly, its voice tinged with interest. "She's not like a human. She's a humanoid demon. We might as well keep one alive for research." Facing the massive horde of monsters before her, Sumo showed no fear. She declared, "But I won't let a single one of you survive." She got into a fighting stance, and as she lifted her foot to move, she calculated internally, "I can't let them take the initiative." Then, Sumo shot forward, sending a 6th-order demon flying. At the same time, she plunged her weapon straight into the monster, delivering a fatal blow. Her expression was cold as she thought, "Take one down first." But suddenly, her face changed. Behind her, the 2 remaining demons charged at the same time, their faces filled with excitement. "You're pretty fast." Then, they landed 2 heavy slashes on her back before she could defend herself. She lightly pushed off her feet, leaping into the air. Sumo gathered her strength and spun around, her gaze icy. Her body whirled high in the air like a tornado as she gracefully unleashed her one-dance wind slash technique, knocking the 2 demons back. Bracing themselves with their hands on the ground, they said in astonishment, "She actually used the momentum to switch positions and force us back." Seeing this, the red 6th-order demon grew even more excited, already gathering a ball of energy in its hand to counter. "If you're going to use a skill that gives us no way out, then you're finished too." But before it could react, Sumo launched herself in front of it, leaped high, and thrust downwards with all her might. The red 6th-order demon quickly raised its hands to block a massive wave of energy from the side. Her face was strained. Sumo thought angrily, "Damn it, my body is about to reach its limit." Her expression changed again when the brown 6th-order demon she had fatally stabbed earlier slowly began to get back up. The fatal wound over its heart was healing rapidly. It looked at Sumo with a mocking grin and said, "Did you think I was dead? I'll start with the one who can't fight back." It laughed loudly and instantly dashed towards Situ Liu, who was treating Lina. Panicked, Situ Liu raised her hands to block the attack. In a flash, Sumo lunged forward and slammed the demon straight into the ground, making it spit out a mouthful of green blood. She gritted her teeth in fury. "How dare you?" Seeing Sumo successfully block the attack, Situ Liu's expression relaxed with relief. But suddenly, Sumo was sneak attacked from behind. She let out a pained scream and was sent flying. Monster blood splattered everywhere as Situ Liu's eyes widened in shock. Her terrified scream echoed throughout the vast forest. Sumo's mouth was full of blood as she gasped for breath. Looking ahead, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to give up. "Damn it, my body can't hold out much longer." "But you animals," She whirled around and swung with all her might, smashing the head of the nearby fifth-order demon as she roared with rage. "You will die." Sumo spun her weapon with both hands and unleashed her chaotic blade shadow technique, decapitating the fifth-order demon and slicing the red sixth-order demon in half. The other monsters backed away in fear. Sumo's hands were also trembling uncontrollably as she used all her remaining strength to shout a threat. "Come on, you filthy beasts." The monsters trembled in fear, not daring to advance. They took one step back, then another, slowly retreating deep into the forest until they vanished. Seeing this, Sichu Liu cried out joyfully. They retreated. "Sumo, you did it. Are you okay? What's wrong?" Sumo stood motionless, unresponsive, as the pieces of armor on her body gradually disappeared. Just like that, Sumo passed out, still in her fighting stance. Tonight, she had killed a total of 2 sixth-order demons, 1 fifth-order demon, 6 fourth-order demons, 16 third-order demons, 20 second-order demons, and 45 first-order demons, successfully protecting her comrades. Returning to Aki's location, a voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by the image of a pair of blood-red eyes. "You are not Qi Wangqi. How were you able to awaken me?" In his combat form, Aki couldn't hide his surprise. He reached out and placed a hand on the sword he was holding, thinking to himself, "So, Qi Wangqi can communicate with me through my mind. This sword is actually a living being." Nearby, Van Dayen, surrounded by poisonous vines ready to strike at any moment, was looking in Aki's direction, wondering what was going on. He wondered with a confused expression, what the hell is this guy up to now? Without waiting any longer, Van Dayen took advantage of Aki being lost in thought and began to attack with his full power. The poisonous vines shot out from Van Dayen toward him as he declared, "No matter what, without the power you had before, there is absolutely no way you can defeat me." Seeing the vines rushing toward him, whipping up gusts of wind, Aki remained calm. He raised his sword, his eyes resolute, ready to fight at any moment. He spoke to the glowing red eye on the sword in his hand, saying, "Qi Wangqi, first, let's kill that guy in front of us together." After hearing his proposal, the blood-red eye on the sword simply replied with a single indifferent word, "No." This was followed by Aki's cry of surprise, as he never expected Qi Wangqi to respond to him like that. At the same moment, Aki's cry rang out. Vines shot down toward the ground where he stood, creating massive explosions that shattered the earth where they struck. The destructive force of the attack sent earth and rock flying in all directions, making the landscape even more desolate. The vines came to a rest, leaving deep, long fissures in the ground as a cloud of rock dust filled the air, clearly showing the ferocious power of the attack Vanin had just unleashed. Caught between Vanin's attack and the unexpected lack of cooperation from Qi Wangqi, Aki couldn't counter in time and was forced onto the defensive. He was now entangled in Vanin's poisonous vines. A look of pain and agony crossed Aki's face as the vines restricted his movements. His limbs trembled from the loss of strength, but he still held the sword tightly in his hand. Streams of red energy radiated from his sword arm. It seemed to be Aki's own energy, and it was gradually being absorbed by the surrounding vines. He could likely feel his own power being drained away. A look of pain and agony washed over Aki's face. He thought to himself, "The vines. They're absorbing my energy." Seeing that he had restrained Aki with his poisonous vines, Vanin spoke smugly. "Once you're caught in my poison vines, just wait to be melted into a puddle of blood." With that, Vanin looked down at Aki, who was still suffering under his control. The vines lifted Aki's body into the air. His face was contorted in constant agony. "My energy. It just keeps draining away," he thought. As the vines were about to completely envelop him, Aki once again spoke to the sword with his thoughts. He asked, "Qi Wangqi, why do you refuse to fight with me?" All the while, more and more vines coiled around Aki's body. The sword in his hand began to emit a strange red mist. The sword's voice echoed in his mind again. "Only Qi Wangqi is worthy of fighting alongside me. Who are you?" As soon as the sword's voice faded, a violent surge of energy erupted from within Aki's body. The vines continued to tighten around his body. Looking down from above, Vanin saw a brilliant red energy radiating from inside the ball of vines. That ball was what he had created to imprison Aki. A moment later, a massive explosion of energy occurred. The ball of vines was shattered from within by Aki's power, its fragments flying chaotically through the air. A colossal pillar of energy erupted, with bolts of lightning radiating from its core. The surroundings were completely obscured by dust and smoke. From within the haze of the explosion, Aki emerged. In his hand, he still held the blood-red sword. He was surrounded by crackling red lightning and the debris of the shattered vines. His eyes now glowed, flashing with a scarlet bolt. As white vapor escaped his mouth, he spoke with resolve. "Even in defeat, you must rise and fight to the death." Seeing Aki emerge from the energy explosion, Vannon started to take a defensive stance. A stream of green energy enveloped his body. With a worried expression, Vannon thought, "That's strange lightning. He's been using it from the very beginning. But how does he have the lightning element?" His gaze then turned dangerous, but a hint of anxiety still lingered within it. Vannon thought to himself, "I have to finish him quickly." At that moment, it was as if Chi Wangqi was contemplating something, and then the sword suddenly let out a loud laugh, as if it had realized something. Arcs of electricity crackled along the blade, and Aki looked down at the sword in his hand in surprise. Chi Wangqi suddenly spoke again. "So this is what this power is. You are finally worthy." After hearing the sword's words, Aki's hand tightened on the hilt. His voice rang out with determination. "All right." Then, he raised the sword high into the sky. He thought, "Then fight with me, Chi Wangqi." The moment the thought crossed his mind, the sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments. Much to his own shock, Aki's eyes widened and he gasped in utter astonishment. Then, the fragments of the sword began to gather on his arm. The fragments converged, forming a solid piece of armor, the same red as Aki's sword had been. As the armor finished materializing before the stunned young man, a red eye, just like the one on the sword, appeared on his arm. That eye spoke to Aki again. "All right then, I will let a brat like you witness the true power of me, Chi Wangqi." His surprise faded, replaced by a triumphant smile as he thought, "As expected, you really are strong, Chi Wangqi." Meanwhile, Vannon was growing impatient and green cracks began to appear on his face. Vannon thought with irritation, "The more this goes on, the less I understand what the hell this guy is." Following that thought, the green aura surrounding him suddenly flared up. It transformed into a serpent that coiled around him. Vannon thought, "I have to kill him right now." The snake, formed from Vannon's energy, bared its fangs and shot towards the ground where our protagonist stood, accompanied by his inner thought, "I'll use my strongest skill." At this moment, Vannon's eyes bulged wildly in his nearly fractured face. He raised his claws, gathering a massive surge of energy, and thrust it toward the ground. The massive serpent bared its fangs and rushed towards Aki. He remained steadfast, standing his ground as if nothing was happening, ready to meet the attack. Suddenly, Aki sprang into action. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, using the momentum to launch himself straight at the approaching serpent. All that could be seen was a streak of red light shooting from where he had just been standing, straight towards the ferocious serpent. Our protagonist drew back his fist, his eyes blazing. He tore through the air, rushing forward with a single shout, "Bring it on." The clash between Aki and the serpent was now underway. A red beam of light shot straight towards the giant serpent, creating an explosion that lit up the entire sky. Only then did a shocked Van Dyen think, "He destroyed my skill? How is that possible?" Aki's beam of energy drew closer to Van Dyen. He thrust his fist forward, charging straight at him. The confrontation was reaching its peak. The brilliant lights of their powers merged, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a massive explosion erupted. A shockwave spread out in all directions from the center of the blast. Van Dyen struggled to block Aki's attack. His face was still cracking, his eyes bulged wildly, and a blue energy aura radiated around him. He roared in defiance. "Impossible. There's no way you can defeat me." Hearing this, Aki just calmly replied with an indifferent attitude. "To me, you're nothing but a hexagram knockoff." Then, Aki gathered all his strength and punched straight at Van Dyen. The surrounding energy flared brightly as he shouted, "But I was once a king." Van Dyen desperately tried to stop his opponent's attack. His hands began to tremble, as if he could no longer hold on. The blue and red lights continued to clash violently. Van Dyen started to shake as he asked, "Once a king? Impossible. Aren't you supposed to be dead?" The moment Van Dyen finished speaking, as if his patience had run out, Aki shot forward and punched right through him, settling the fight. Even in defeat, Van Dyen couldn't believe he had lost. His eyes were filled with shock and resentment. Aki flew straight through him at high speed. The blue energy aura around him began to fade. The sound of Van Dyen's fall from the sky echoed across the land. Aki turned his head to look back at the battlefield, and he spoke, as if answering for his past self. "That's the right answer, you fool." Two orbs of energy were streaking through the sky. Amidst the vast, hilly landscape, a figure suddenly flickered into their path. Just then, Aki shot forward and caught both orbs, snatching the green orbs in the blink of an eye. Then, he sped away, leaving only a red streak across the wide sky. Aki said, "Got him. Let's head back." Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the city, the land was riddled with scars from battle. Down in a deep crater, Shino was struggling to hold his ground. He looked up at Van Dyen's two loyal guards above. The old, silver-haired man stared down at him with a puzzled look and said in disbelief, "What's with this guy? We've attacked him together so many times, yet he still gets back up." The red-haired kid also replied incredulously, "It's not just his incredible defense. This humanoid demon's aura gets stronger the more we fight him, like he'll never go down. Wrapped in a protective shield, the two continued their assessment. Yeah, it's like he's just defending himself to stop us from getting through. What a terrifying guy. Shino winced in pain, forcing the words out, I can't let you pass. The red-haired kid yelled angrily, I don't care what he is, we need to kill him now. This has dragged on for too long. If we keep this up, the other soldiers will lose faith. The old man quickly agreed. Right. Let's focus all our energy together. The ground beneath their feet had already been crushed to dust. Together, they declared one final blow. To kill him. Instantly, two streams of energy shot straight into the sky. They quickly merged, coiling into an all-out attack that hurtled straight towards Shino. He couldn't react in time, frozen to the spot as a helpless thought crossed his mind. I don't think I can block this one. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Aki, I hope I bought you enough time. Suddenly, an attack descended from the sky, intercepting their blast. Aki, in the body of Red King Ki, charged in, unleashing his twin-horned thunderclap. The attack sent both of them flying. Unable to withstand the blow, they were instantly knocked unconscious. Seeing Aki standing before him, Shino called out his name in relief. Aki. He heard the call, turned his head slightly with a smile, and explained, Don't worry, they're just unconscious. I got the cores. Let's go. Aki and Shino shed their demon forms. They quickly ran to find their comrades, his face filled with worry as he thought, Why is the smell of blood so strong? We must be close to them now. The two suddenly froze. Before them lay the corpses of monsters, scattered everywhere. To Aki and Shino's surprise, Sumo charged at them. She struck hard at Aki, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. In front of him was Sumo, who had lost consciousness. Aki hesitantly tried to get her attention. Sumo, seeing her expressionless face and vacant eyes, he guessed she had passed out. He held her arm tightly, asking in a voice full of disbelief, Did you do all this? His lips trembled as he spoke in a pained, gentle tone. We're back, Sumo. It's okay now. Hearing this, she faltered for a moment, then collapsed forward in relief. Worried, Aki quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. In the distance, Situ Liu was still treating Lina, her concerned voice calling out. Sumo. She lost consciousness, but she was still protecting us. She let out a sigh, her face showing some relief as she smiled faintly. She finally held on until you two got back. In Situ Liu's hands were 2 7-flag cores. Seeing them, Aki asked in surprise, 7-flag cores? I can't believe you guys actually defeated a new hexagram. Then, she gently brought the cores to the unconscious Lina's chest. The cores were quickly absorbed into Lina's body. A powerful stream of energy erupted from her. The energy was so strong it affected a vast area of the forest. The lifelessness in Lina's face began to recede rapidly. Visible to the naked eye, she was still clenching a necklace between her teeth as color returned to her face. A green energy flowed from Lina's shoulders, enveloping her body. Her arms also began to regenerate. Seeing this, Aki exclaimed happily, It worked. Lina's body is starting to recover. To their surprise, Situ Liu collapsed to the ground. Both of them cried out her name in alarm. Aki helped her up and placed her in Shino's arms, then let out a sigh of relief after a quick check. Luckily, Liu just fainted from overexerting her power. Shino looked at Situ Liu and Sumo, and suddenly, a fond smile appeared on his face. They must have used up every last drop of their energy and stamina. Aki, standing nearby, also looked at them with a relieved smile and praised them. Those two are truly amazing soldiers. Amazing girls. He was still smiling brightly as he said, Shino, you think maybe for a moment, the two of them. Suddenly, he paused and looked at Shino, calling his name questioningly. Shino. Across from him, Shino was sitting there, having fallen asleep at some point without him noticing. Aki let out a breath and smiled softly, thinking gently, So you've used up all your stamina too, huh? Rest well, my brother. The warm sunlight gently washed over them. Surrounded by his 4 comrades, Aki thought with a sense of relief, I'll watch over everyone until you all wake up. Get some good rest. Thank you, everyone. On a hill where lush green grass danced with the wind and clouds, Lina lay as if she were sleeping. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. She pushed herself up, her face filled with confusion. Lina looked completely bewildered. She thought to herself, Am I dreaming? Then, a voice rang out, pulling her mind back to reality. Lina, what are you spacing out for? Before her stood a group of people in red cloaks, standing proudly amidst the clouds. One of them turned around. It was Aki, in the form of an otherworldly warrior. He gently asked Lina, What's wrong? You look completely dazed. Her face filled with confusion as she said hesitantly, I just had a very long dream. A very very long dream. And in it, I dreamt that my hands were gone. A brutal scene flashed through Lena's mind. The sight of herself covered in blood, her two arms tragically severed. Aki chuckled, but his voice was still gentle and reassuring. You silly girl. You must be exhausted lately. That's why you're having such strange dreams. Then, another woman walked quickly toward Lena and took her hand, saying, My sweet little sister. She knelt before the bewildered Lena, comforting her. Just relax. It was only a dream. The face that appeared was Selen, the Mist Queen and the strongest purple core user of that time. She smiled gently. Don't overthink it. Aki pointed forward and said, Look, the new main city is almost finished. Its scale might even make it the first S-rank city in history. Before her, a massive, formidable-looking citadel appeared, the new city of hope for humanity. Kaz, his face full of life, beamed a bright smile. The second strongest red core user of that time, the blazing hero, said in an excited voice, And let me tell you something. The citizens of the city voluntarily built a massive statue and placed it right in front of the main gate to honor you. A scene appeared, people gathering around a large statue, a statue of Aki. Aki stood beside it with an awkward expression as he sighed in resignation and said, I already refused, but nobody would listen. Yasunari, the strongest gold core user of that time, the Great Earth, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. You are our king, the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors. You absolutely deserve this statue. A kind-faced young man with blue hair heard this and agreed. Of course, he deserves it. Everyone shouted in unison. More than deserved. Aki said nothing, just helplessly chided, You guys are too much. But he couldn't hide the happiness on his face. He turned and hurried toward the city, urging them, Come on, let's head back to the city. Savvy, the strongest void core user of the time, said with a slightly serious expression, I've heard the ancient trump cards have been showing strange abnormalities recently. I'm considering whether we should send a guard detachment to investigate. Hearing what Savvy said, Aki also analyzed seriously that there were still many important construction projects in the city that needed to be pushed forward. I plan to dig tunnels to connect all the towns for easier resource sharing, he continued, as a sword symbol was depicted through his description. Also, I've heard a religious power is on the rise. Lina sat there quietly, listening to everyone talk, her mind still lost in a daze. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lena, hurry up and keep up. Hearing this, she happily replied at once, Yes, I'm coming. As she placed her hand on the ground to push herself up, a strange sensation shot through it. Her face contorted in pain as she collapsed. Her two arms vanished, leaving only fresh blood flowing endlessly. She knelt on the ground, helplessly looking towards the others, their figures blurring before her eyes, and screamed in agony, My hands. Everyone, wait for me. Wait, Aki. Suddenly, everything returned to reality. Before Lena's eyes were Aki, Sumo, Situ Liu, and Shino, all sitting there. Aki's eyes widened in surprise. He gently helped Situ Liu lie down on the ground and then rushed over to Lena. He hurriedly asked Lena, You're awake? She looked all over her body, thinking to herself, Is my body overflowing with energy because the two Seven Wonders cores merged and attached to me? Lena trembled all over, staring at her two hands. Her voice faltered. My hands. They'd grown back. Aki suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly, his voice filled with excitement. This is amazing, Lena. Lena stared blankly at the battlefield behind Aki, where monster corpses were strewn everywhere. Lena's eyes filled with tears. Her voice trembled and choked with emotion, her words breaking with each sob. Did you all do this? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've caused everyone so much trouble. I almost got you all hurt. Aki held her even tighter, gently reassuring her. Don't apologize, Lena. We were all willing to do this for you. No matter what, teammates are teammates. We wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice our lives. A series of events replayed one by one through Aki's retelling. Lena cried out in shock. Van is dead? This is going to be trouble. When the new king and the 5 members of the new Lu Kao group find out, they'll definitely make a move immediately. Her brows furrowed tightly, her face filled with worry as she said, We have to leave this place at once. Recovery is our top priority. Aki agreed. You're right. Everyone is completely exhausted now. An image of Yasunari appeared in Aki's mind. He recalled that even though 3 members of the old Lu Kao group had fallen in battle and Dessa was imprisoned, there was still one person left, Yasunari of the Great Earth, the wielder of the Gold Core. After being severely injured, he voluntarily gave up his status and went into seclusion in a secret town. A faint memory surfaced of his lonely figure walking through a sandstorm. He mused, We can go find him there. That place should be safe. Then suddenly, Aki's face lit up, his voice filled with excitement. He made up his mind. All right, he said immediately. Let's set off at once. Lena immediately agreed. Okay, I'll heal him first. Lena focused her power, creating a protective layer, around where their three comrades were lying to begin the healing process. Without stopping the treatment, she said seriously, Van Dayen's core energy is truly terrifying. It's so powerful that it made my hands grow back on their own. I feel like I barely need to use any effort to heal them. Looking at Situ Liu, who was lying there as if asleep, Lena said with gratitude. This is also a reminder from Liu. Zhang Jin, an extremely powerful green core. Lena smiled, a look of reassurance in her eyes. She exclaimed, Aki, you have a new and very powerful companion by your side now. Aki, standing nearby, asked, Is it a long way from here? She replied without stopping her treatment. It's not a matter of distance. The problem is, even if we find Yasunari, there's no guarantee he'll agree to help us. Lena, still focused on healing, said hesitantly, After you died, Yasunari fell into despair and even grew to resent you. A flicker of sadness crossed Aki's eyes as he continued. He resents me for abandoning them, which led to everything that happened afterward. But he didn't dwell on the negative thoughts for long. Determination quickly returned to Aki's eyes as he said decisively, I have to meet him. I need to explain everything clearly in person. In a barren valley, the ground was cracked and lifeless. There stood a large cave, the space within dark and foreboding. Dressed in red armor, Lai stood in a cave, pensively holding a mysterious bag. With a look of contempt, he let out a cold snort. What a disgusting, foul-smelling bunch. The watch on his wrist buzzed, startling him. An emergency call. It's been so long since I've received an emergency call. The dark cave reflected spherical masses of energy floating in the air as he quietly answered the call. A faint voice came from his watch. Have you retrieved the item? He replied with irritation. I got it. You used an emergency call just to ask me this stupid question. He snapped at the person on the other end. I've come to retrieve things countless times. Do you people still not trust me? The person on the other end was silent for a moment, then said, Dawn is dead. The shocking news made Lai freeze on the spot, his face turning pale. The voice on the other end calmly identified him. The red dual core of the 7 banners, of the new 6 banners. Red Lion Lai. The subordinates who were with him said they were attacked by 2 powerful humanoid demons. He asked resentfully, Wait until I return. Hand the investigation over to me. The person on the other end evasively replied, Let's discuss this later. Murderous intent flared in Lai's eyes, his face veined with rage. I'm going to investigate. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. The person on the other end fell silent for a long time, weighing their options. Lai stared intently at his watch, waiting for an answer. After a few moments, he pleaded, Please. The other person finally relented, their tone softening. I understand. I'll let the other 3 know. I'll send you the current investigation results shortly. It should help. The voice added with regretful consolation, Lai, you have to stay calm. I know you and Dawn grew up together. We're all deeply saddened by this. The call ended, and silence returned to the cave. In that moment of quiet, Lai thought back to their childhood, when they played together happily. He trembled with grief. He called out in despair, Dawn. Overcome with pain and rage, he screamed, Dawn, how could you? He unleashed his fury, roaring, I will definitely avenge you. The cave was blown apart by his power, a massive force shooting straight into the sky, accompanied by a furious scream that could shatter bones. Elsewhere, 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky. Aki was in the lead, carrying Lena, followed by Shino, who was carrying Sumo and Situ Liu. Aki asked with concern, Are you tired? We can rest for a bit. Situ Liu replied politely, Sumo and I are fine. This must be tough on Shino, though, having to carry both of us. Shino calmly said, Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Let's keep going. From Aki's arms, Lena offered encouragement. Let's just hold on a little longer. Killing Van Dayen was a world-shaking event. I'm afraid the remaining 5 of the 6 banners have already started their investigation. Our current situation is extremely dangerous. We'll only be safe once we reach the town where Enran is before sunset. Noticing her anxiety, Aki comforted her softly. It's okay. We'll be safe. Situ Liu silently watched the 2 of them up ahead. After some time, the group arrived at a lush green city in the middle of a forest, the C-Rank Green Oasis town. The scene was peaceful and relaxing. Aki landed outside the city and ordered a color-changing transformation. He looked at the city with excitement and said, I can't believe there's a C-Rank city like this in this area. The group stood before the city gate, which was surrounded by refreshing and simple greenery. Lena quickly explained, Green Oasis Town. Many years ago, before Enran left, he told me he would come here. I never expected it to be so beautiful. Let's go. The others agreed and followed her inside. Situ Liu spoke up. Aki, are we here to find a former member of the 6 banners? And Ran of the Great Earth, right? Aki answered directly. That's right. Lena advised us to come here, considering our current condition. If the remaining members of the Six Banners corner us, it'll be a huge problem. Situ Liu looked down shyly. I know that, it's just. I mean, Aki asked gently, with concern. What's wrong? Are you okay? She suddenly stopped walking. With a curious and searching gaze, she asked, Who are you, really? Walking ahead, Lina saw the intimate exchange between the two and a flicker of loss crossed her eyes. Aki stopped as well. He asked seriously, Who am I? What do you mean? I'm Aki. Both Aki and the other, Aki inside his body, affirmed that he was the king named Aki who had died half a century ago, hailed as the strongest warrior. He spoke without hiding anything, causing Shino and Lina up ahead to freeze in place. I was reincarnated and traveled through time to the present, existing in this body. Situ Liu's face was filled with shock, and she trembled in disbelief. Shino's expression froze as he asked, while Sumo also stammered, Brother Aki, what are you saying? Aki said calmly, If you want to know, I don't think there's any need to hide it anymore. The foreign warrior Aki appeared and answered, I'll tell everyone what happened to me and about the secret inside my body. They all just stood there, looking at each other in confusion. Aki began to tell them his entire story. Lina was pensive, showing no great surprise, but both Shino and Situ Liu's eyes went wide, and they both trembled in shock. Shino couldn't believe his ears. He turned to Aki and said, Brother Aki, I can't just process what you're saying. Aki, are you joking? Traveled through time? Reincarnated? You're saying you were a king 50 years ago, the strongest warrior. Aki? The Aki who led humanity to build the City of Dawn? This is just too absurd. Aki continued. For certain reasons, I traveled 50 years into the future to the present day and came to live in this body. And inside my body, he hesitated, then continued, resides the Red King Banner of the Eight Banners Demon, one of the 6 most powerful King Banners. All 3 of them were stunned and horrified to hear this. Shino repeated in shock, King Banner. 8 banners. Lina spoke up, an existence stronger than the 7 banners. Aki, are you saying there are demons in this world even more powerful than the 7 banners demons? Situ Liu frowned and said, 8 banners. King Banner. Aki spoke. Liu, you have a similar power inside your body. Your ability to control space and time comes from another King Banner, one that symbolizes the Black Core. Situ Liu was startled, as if she'd realized something. She said, So it's the Demon King, the Black King Banner of the 8 banners. Though I had already suspected it, Lina exclaimed in shock, What exactly are these King Banners? Why are they parasites on the 2 of you? What is their purpose? Aki lowered his head and frowned, replying, I don't know for sure. The Red King Banner has never told me its entire plan. He continued, I only know that it seems to have cooperated with the other King Banners. A vision of the Red King Banner and Black King Banner appeared as Aki asserted, especially the Red King Banner. He recalled the past and continued his story. In my previous life, I entered the ancient king's tablet and discovered the existence of the 8 banners. He remembered his body covered in blood, but his power was fundamentally no match for them. I don't know why it chose me, nor do I know its true purpose. He closed his eyes and continued, but I can feel that it has a plan of its own, one that might even involve the fate of humanity. He lowered his head and said, But right now, I have more important things to do. The appearance of the new king and the new 6 cores. I need to save Da, he said hesitantly. I have to meet the one they call the new king. He looked up at the sky, wondering where that man intended to lead the survivors. Situ Liu asked fearfully, The Red King's flag, the Red King's flag, what is its purpose? Aki, will you exist alongside the Red King's flag forever, or? He lowered his head and answered, My ultimate fate? I don't know. He continued thoughtfully. The power of the Red King's flag makes me stronger, but its existence is a double-edged sword. It's like, I can feel it watching me, waiting for something. He looked at everyone and spoke up. But now, I have no more secrets. You are all my comrades. I think you all need to know these things. Whether it's for you or for me, this is probably a good thing. Shino scratched his head and replied, Brother Aki, that's one heck of a terrifying secret you've got. Shino glanced to the side and forced a smile. If Sumo were awake, with her personality, she'd probably lose her mind. He looked Aki in the eye and said, But no matter what kind of king you are, I trust you. You're my brother. Situ Liu frowned and said, Aki, thank you for telling us. It's just that all of this is too big. What can we possibly do? Aki smiled and replied, No, I should be the one thanking all of you for this entire journey. You've all done more than enough. He turned to Lina and said, Keep leading the way. Once we find Ran, we'll rest and recover before figuring out our next move. She looked at Shino and Situ Liu, who were still troubled. Thinking to herself that this was a lot for young soldiers to believe, she turned and started walking, thinking, they need some time to get used to it. The group continued on their way when suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. Don't come any closer. Startled, Lena whipped her head around. It was a city guard of the first flag of the 6 Corps. He held his weapon and shouted, "Sorry, outsiders are not allowed. This town has never welcomed foreigners. You should leave immediately." Standing below, Lena yelled up, "We're not enemies. We just need a place to rest and recover," she added. "My comrade is injured. Please, let us into the city. We have an old friend inside." The soldier said distrustfully, "You say you're injured, so we're just supposed to believe you? An old friend? For all we know, you could be demons in disguise. We've never had outsiders here before, and we don't need any now." Lena replied, annoyed, "These people are completely unreasonable." Shino continued to plead, "Sirs, we really need a place to rest and recuperate. We're from the city of Hylos." A soldier with magical power flew down, landing right at Shino's feet. The soldier brandished his weapon and roared, "Enough. If you don't leave now, do you want to die?" Red magic flared up around Aki. He stepped forward and repeated, "Kill us." He reached out and grabbed the arrow the man had thrown down. He snapped it in half, his face filled with killing intent. He spoke, "You think I won't raise your entire town to the ground?" His eyes became bloodshot and blazed with a sharp light. The soldier cried out in alarm, "Hey, what's with those eyes?" He said with conviction, "Just as I thought, you're demons." He gave the order, "Prepare for battle." The group below tried to calm Aki down. Shino said, "Brother Aki, calm down." Lena exclaimed in shock, "Aki, what are you doing?" "They're soldiers of the first flag." Sichu Liu thought to himself, "This killing intent, the Red King's flag. It's corroding Aki's mind." Suddenly, a figure appeared, leaping down and landing with a powerful impact that shook the ground. Aki's killing intent vanished the moment he saw the figure. He stammered, A ran. The figure that appeared had a powerful build and wore a yellow cloak. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. The great Aran spoke, "Such intense killing intent. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in our town." The soldiers cried out in surprise, "It's Lord Aran." The soldier from before spoke up, "Lord Aran. These people were insisting on coming inside, and they even threatened us." The crowd cheered, "This is great. Lord Aran is here." Aran stared intently at Aki, and the two locked eyes. Lena quickly ran out. "Wait." She took off her hood, smiled, and said, "Aran, it's me, Lena." Aran's eyes lit up. He removed his helmet, revealing an older face covered in scars. The old man said in surprise, "Lena, why are you here?" Lena quickly explained, "Aran, we need to recover. My comrade is seriously injured." She pointed towards Sumo and continued, "We don't have any ill intentions. We're just hoping for a safe place." The old man thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and ordered, "Open the gate." The soldier said in a panic, "But Lord Aran." That aura just now was overflowing with demonic energy. The old man said, "Don't worry, I'm here." He obeyed, saying, "Yes, sir." Then he ordered the gate to be opened. The brown wooden gate swung open, revealing a beautiful scene inside. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. A large man in a red outfit walked in, carrying a suitcase. A girl was already waiting in the large room. Seeing him, she spoke, "You've arrived, Lai. This young woman is Tarina, the first of the new 6 cores, with dual purple cores and a 7-stage core." Then she said hesitantly, "Lai. About Den. I'm so sorry." Although he heard her, he didn't respond at all. His expression was dark as he placed the white suitcase in his hand on the table, but Lai still said nothing, only slowly opening the suitcase. After letting Tarina see the colorful cores neatly arranged inside, he finally spoke, "I've returned safely with a new batch of cores." Lai's hand glided over the colorful stones, then stopped at a green one. However, his choice was the red one right next to it. His hand decisively closed around the stone, and he turned to leave with a coolly delivered line, "Send me the battle intel from Den's fight. I don't care if it was a demon or something else." But Tarina quickly stopped him. "Wait." Hearing this, Lai stopped and asked in a low voice, "Speak." Tarina calmly replied, "Someone will be going with you this time. It's an arrangement from our superiors." A sigh escaped her. She probably knew Lai wouldn't like this, but she had no other choice. Hearing this, he turned back in surprise and asked probingly, "An arrangement from our superiors? Do you mean from the king, or—" Before he could finish his sentence, someone who had been standing in the corner of the room, unnoticed until now, cut him off. "This will be my first time working alongside you humans, won't it?" The sound of that voice did not please Lai in the slightest. His entire demeanor darkened, and he even seemed angry. The mysterious person was wearing a sleeping robe, open at the top and slit at the bottom, and he sauntered closer in a pair of slippers. He was Ji Yaotang, a handsome demon with a refined face, who appeared with a radiant smile and an enthusiasm that was impossible to gauge as real or fake. I hope we can work well together. After that, the two set off. Lai couldn't stand his partner for this mission, so he didn't even bother waiting and just stormed off ahead. Jidiao leisurely followed behind. Knowing the other guy didn't like him, he still teased him with a joke. You don't seem too happy that I'm coming along, do you? Lai snapped back. If it weren't a direct order from my superiors, I wouldn't even give a fifth banner demon like you the time of day. Just stay out of my way. I have absolutely no love for you demons. His words didn't seem to faze Jidiao at all. He just grimaced and said in a low voice, "Is that so?" Lai's voice rose. "A fifth banner demon. I could crush you with one hand." The moment he finished speaking, a giant scythe suddenly pierced through his chest. Did that demon just lose his temper and kill his own colleague? Lai roared in pain. "You dare sneak attack me?" Veins bulged all over his body. The whites of his eyes showed. His pupils contracted as he furiously yelled, "You damn piece of trash." But then, another surprise. The scythe in his chest suddenly vanished. Jidiao's indifferent expression left Lai utterly embarrassed and speechless. Seeing this, he stepped forward and said, "Let's get going." Looking down at his chest, he saw it was completely unharmed. Lai's face darkened, unable to say a word. He thought to himself, an illusion, and not a low-level one, either. Even I couldn't see through it right away. His suspicious gaze fixed on Jidiao, certain that this man was definitely not a mere fifth banner. Just then, Jidiao finally smiled and spoke. "You said I was a fifth banner. That's just what I wanted you to see." He turned back, his eyes filled with seething resentment, and said, "Let's go, Mr. Lai. I have a score to settle that I can't ignore." The scene shifts to a small wooden cabin, where a shock screams so loud it shakes the entire house erupts from within. Yu Hui, with his mouth full, curiously asked about the story. "Our Engang is the Engang." "Whoa, that's so cool." Seeing the boy's excited reaction, Liu chuckled and said, "I knew Yu Hui would react like this." Shino, sitting beside them, was speechless watching the kid eat like a machine. Yu Hui, the agility core isn't meant to be used for this. But the boy didn't care, just kept stuffing his face. So delicious. While the three were chatting lively inside, another group of three was talking in the garden outside. It seemed to be quite an important matter, as the atmosphere between them was a bit tense. After Aki explained everything, he said softly, "So that's what happened. I ran." Lena chimed in enthusiastically. "To sum it up, our current goal is to rescue Da's squad. Their team's strength is excellent. If we can coordinate well, we can." Just then, Aran suddenly strode forward. He walked right up to Aki and, without a word, landed a hard punch right in his face. Lena's eyes went wide, stunned, not understanding why Aran would do such a thing. The blow sent Aki stumbling to the ground. Lena rushed over to stop him when she saw him moving in to strike again. "Hey, what are you doing?" But there was nothing she could do, because she couldn't even control her own hands anymore. They trembled and were slowly pushed away. All Lena could do was curse under her breath. Aran's rage was so immense he'd lost control. His eyes blazed with a powerful golden light as he lunged forward, swinging his fists. As he pummeled him, Aran roared out all his pent-up frustrations. "Do you have any idea what happened back then when you wouldn't listen to anyone and went into the ancient king's tablet alone? Do you know how much we suffered after that? Huh? Do you know what I had to do to survive?" Aki didn't dodge or fight back. He just lay there and took the beating. Inside, the three youngsters heard the commotion and were confused. Liu quickly vaulted through the window, rushing outside and yelling, "What's going on?" When she saw Aki being beaten, she screamed in alarm, letting Gang go. Aran used his power to restrain everyone, preventing anyone from getting close. He shouted, "Stay back, no one interferes." After unleashing a relentless flurry of punches on Aki's face, Aran finally stopped. However, he wasn't finished. He grabbed Aki by the collar, hauled him up, and, with all the power he could muster, roared in his face. "Back then, our comrades were dying. Others were wounded. We didn't even have a place to hide. And you, our king, you just left. And now you suddenly show up again, talking about some damn rescue mission." Faced with these accusations, Aki could only lower his head and apologize. Then, looking up with a serious gaze, he said, "Aran, please, fight alongside me one more time. This time, in this life, I will repay you 100,000 times over." His words made the man burst into tears. The loud noises brought his worried wife and son running outside. Seeing her husband hitting someone, she was completely shocked. His young son shouted angrily, "Who are you people? My dad doesn't like you. Get out of here." Lena gasped, saying worriedly, "That's Aran's family." Hearing that, Aki also turned his head to look. The air suddenly fell silent. The only sound was the whistling of the wind. A moment later, He let go of Aki and spoke softly, as if pleading, Ingang, our king, please forgive me. I'm no longer the Aran of the great earth that I once was. He lowered his head and continued, I fled to this small town, met the person I wanted to love, and built a life with them. I cherish them deeply, and I'm very content with my life now. I no longer possess the strength I once had. Here, I can only protect them, protect this little town. As Aran spoke these words, a gust of wind blew his cloak aside, revealing a severed arm. Aki's eyes filled with sadness as he looked at the old general crying helplessly before him, unable to do anything. Aran planted his hand firmly on the ground, and it was unclear what he was about to do next. Then suddenly, to Aki's astonishment, he bowed low, his voice pleading desperately, I beg you, once you've recovered, please leave this place. The scene cuts to Lai, sprawled on the ground. It seemed Lai had just been through a grueling battle, struggling to stay on his feet. He shot a murderous glare at the person opposite him. Lai was furious. At the one who had killed Den. About 3 hours earlier, Lai and Shi Diao were stopped on a rocky outcrop. The scene shifts to a peaceful wooden house under a brilliant orange sunset. Inside the house, Sumo smiled cheerfully at Frank and said, Hey, little bro, we really didn't come here to cause trouble. We just need a safe place to rest for a bit. She winked, stuck out her tongue, and said with a mischievous grin, We have absolutely no intention of ruining your family's happy life. Frank blushed, turning his head away shyly as he stammered, I get it. It's fine. I know. The boy's face was flushed as he nervously glanced at Sumo. Sis. Suddenly, Shino appeared and patted Frank on the shoulder. We're the good guys, you know. We specialize in killing demons. The boy glanced away, replying half-heartedly, Yes, sir. In the kitchen, the food in the pot began to bubble. Valia chopped vegetables as she spoke. Having 2 people to help is just wonderful. This is the first time we've had so many people over for a meal. She continued, I was honestly worried I wouldn't be able to handle it all by myself. Valia turned and smiled at the 2 young women. To be honest, for many years now, it's not just our home, but this entire oasis town has hardly ever seen outsiders. That's why we were a bit tense at first, even untrusting. Our attitude wasn't very good, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I hope you can understand. Liu Yu lowered her eyes and replied, It's all right, we understand. After all, we did just barge in suddenly. She smiled at Valia and continued, We should also apologize for the trouble. Lina also spoke up, Please don't worry about it. We're just grateful to have a place to rest. For you and Mr. and Hyam to take us in is already an immense kindness. Valia smiled happily, Not at all, not at all. Once the food is ready, let's all have a nice, big meal together. The scene changes to a green pasture, where Aki sits alone, looking towards the giant sun shining brilliantly on the horizon. He pressed his lips together in thought, silently gazing at the scenery before him. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Aki, and Niam suddenly spoke up. He pursed his lips, looking at the boy with a sad expression before slowly walking over. Aki looked up at Enhiam. Looking at the boy, he was involuntarily reminded of someone else. And Enhiam's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the person before him. He lowered his gaze and spoke his true feelings. A moment ago, I had to admit that even with Lena as a witness, what you said about being reborn and transmigrating was just too hard to believe. At first, I couldn't accept it at all. And Enhiam recalled the past, feeling a bit emotional. I even threw a few punches at you. Thinking back on it now, it was so disrespectful. He stepped onto the lush green grass, slowly walking forward. Then, Enhiam knelt on one knee upon the dark green grass. He bowed his head in a respectful salute, Demon King. I, Enhiam, formally pay my respects to you. A moment later, Enhiam sat down on the grass and began his story. That year, I was gravely injured and fled to this town, thinking I wouldn't survive. He recalled the past. It was she, my current wife, who healed my wounds. She let me stay. And Enhiam lowered his eyes sadly and continued. She never asked about my past, just quietly stayed by my side. Later, we developed feelings for each other, and I decided to leave everything behind. My life as Enhiam, the former 6th disciple of the Great Land. He remembered his wife's gentle smile. I just want to be her husband, to protect her, to protect this town. After we had a child, I had one more person to protect. The peaceful, simple life here is the most precious treasure of my life. Aki smiled, genuinely happy for him. And Enhiam, I am truly glad that you were able to find a place where you belong. But then eyes filled with sadness. I have never dared to dream of a life like that. When everyone called me the strongest warrior, and eventually, a king, I knew very well. I wasn't the one who longed for that life. I was the one who created that life for others. That's why I never dared to stop. Aki recalled his past as he told his story. That year, I ignored everyone's advice and was determined to enter the ancient king's stele. I had to find the truth. What secret were those damned ancient king stelees hiding, the ones that brought endless disaster? If I didn't go, who else could? He furrowed his brow and continued, clinging to so-called temporary safety is just lying to yourself. As long as the ancient king's stele exists, there will be countless more unknown deaths and tragedies. I had no other choice, and names suddenly spoke up. My king. Back then, the victory in the war against the demons brought a moment of peace, a temporary safety that charmed all the frightened people, including myself. He looked at the boy intently and continued, that is precisely why you are the king, and not someone else. Aki looked up at the sky. Now there is a new king. I, too, am curious to see where he will lead humanity. But after my fight with Fan Dilan, I discovered that the so-called new sixth disciple can actually undergo demonization. This worries me greatly. After a pause, he asked with curiosity, what secret is the new king really hiding? And he shouted in alarm, trying to stop him. My king, I advise you, do not confront the new king. I have witnessed his power with my own eyes. It is an absolute, unbeatable strength, a power that makes one tremble with fear. Veins began to pop out on Aki's face. No matter what, I must meet him, at least once. Besides, he smirked and asked, how do you know I don't have the power to defeat him? And Haim's eyes widened, stunned by Aki's current appearance. The scene changes to a small room. Everyone was gathered together around a large table. Valia brought out a bowl of salad and called out, time to eat. And Enium smiled brightly. It's been so long since it's been this lively. This is great. But just then, Aki's sword suddenly floated into the air, emitting a dark power. He turned in confusion to look at the sword and called out, Crimson Tide King. A surge of power suddenly erupted from the blade. Aki thought to himself, danger is approaching. The entire space seemed to turn a murky gray. Shino asked in terror, what's happening? A bird with an oppressive aura appeared in the sky, and inside the house, Aki yelled, watch out. Instantly, the bird shot straight down toward the house to attack. A massive explosion erupted, and the entire house was immediately reduced to rubble. Everyone had managed to escape the house safely. Dust and smoke billowed up from the ruins, clouding the air. Nearby birds were also circling around. Ji Yaotang stepped out of the rubble, speaking calmly. So you were hiding here, just as I thought. The bird that had just attacked the house was now tiny, perched on his finger. Ji Yaotang gave a wicked smirk. It just took a little time to track you down using the memories of the birds along the way. Suddenly, a deep voice asked, was it you? Lai bowed his head, slowly stepping out of the wreckage. He lifted his head, his eyes sharp. The one who killed Den. Lai found Ji Yaotang's proposal incredibly confusing. He asked again, why are you telling me to take you there? Near the place where Den had been killed, Ji Yaotang simply gave a slow reply. He offered a very reasonable answer. It might help in finding him. You killed Den. But Lai had even more questions, so he asked Ji Yaotang, I'm asking you. You said before that our goals might be the same. Why would you say that? Hearing this question, Ji Yaotang already had an answer. It was tied to his own painful past. But he didn't give Lai the details, only saying concisely, it's a personal grudge. Lai slowly added, as if about to take something from his pocket, the person I'm looking for is also no simple being. Along the way, I've managed to gather a few clues about the person I'm searching for. In the end, the trail led here. And as he spoke, Lai's gaze shifted to the space right in front of him. The ground here has been completely torn up, nothing but rubble. For a battle of this scale to break out right here. What a coincidence, wouldn't you say? Lai pointed to the sky and explained. It seems he wasn't too happy about it. As for cooperating with you, that was an order from our superiors. Lai ignored Jidiao's words. His only focus was finding any trace of the one who took down Den. You said before that you had a way to locate Den's killer. You're wasting our time. Lai was speaking when Jidiao cut him off, as if he needed complete silence. It turned out Jidiao just wanted to play with the birds. He held out his hand to welcome a bird. Don't scare them. Then, Jidiao communicated with the bird, looking very mysterious. Tell me, little friend, what did you see? The bird told a rather long story, but in a language Lai couldn't understand. But Jidiao could, and he translated it so Lai could understand as well. Oh, so you're saying there were 4 of them in total? The human warrior and our demon counterpart were both injured, and they fled. The moment Lai heard the information he needed, he wanted to act. He asked urgently, the warrior, which way did they go? The bird was still chirping to Jidiao, who translated its sounds. That way. Is that so? Very good. Jidiao then released the bird back into the sky, and he and Lai headed straight in that direction. Before long, Jidiao and Lai arrived, and they found Aki's group. Lai was furious, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his face. A human warrior actually managed to kill Den. Lai looked directly at Aki, then asked as if to confirm, was it you? Jidiao could sense power and he used it to judge Aki, the aura from his right arm. So that's it. I don't know how you obtain the power of a demon, but this power is truly interesting. Aki knew nothing about his opponents and asked the Qi Wang Qi in his right hand. Qi Wang Qi, how strong are these two? Qi Wang Qi took a few seconds to analyze the difficult situation ahead. Then, Qi Wang Qi gave an assessment based on Aki's experience, stronger than that six-core kid from before. Qi Wang Qi emphasized Jidiao. He seems like a tough one, especially that guy with his eyes closed. Qi Wang Qi looked at the aura around Jidiao and commented, his aura is unsettling. Lai couldn't wait any longer and decided to make the first move. He shot towards Aki like an arrow, his eyes filled with killing intent. You're the one who killed Den. Lai's power was immense, as strong as a lion. None of Aki's teammates could withstand this force. They were all either instinctively defending or thrown back. Liu was extremely worried about Aki. She called his name to check if he was okay. Aki. Lai's attack was incredibly powerful, but Aki, fully utilizing the Qi Wang Qi, managed to evade it. Lai was completely shocked to see his move had been blocked by Aki. You actually managed to block my Lion King's spear. Then, Aki continued to use the Qi Wang Qi to deflect Lai's attack. Lai witnessed Aki's resilience. All Lai could do was tremble and grit his teeth in anger. Based on Aki's power, Lai quickly condemned him, his eyes glaring with murderous intent. That's the look. You're the one who killed Den. Lai launched a direct attack at Aki, and blood was drawn. Seeing Aki injured, his teammates were extremely worried and rushed over to check on him. Lai unleashed a massive amount of power that quickly became overwhelming. I'll tear you to pieces. Aki witnessed the monstrous power before him and made an assessment based on his experience. This guy is just like Van Den. He has a demonic aura, which means he can also demonize. Liu knew nothing about these people, so she turned to her teammates. Lina answered curtly, Hong Shi Lai. Lina added with a very serious tone, her eyes filled with hatred for the men in front of them. One of the new 6 cores. At that moment, Enran was protecting his family. Frank and Valia were terrified, having just witnessed the scene. Enran refused to be useless and racked his brain for a way to help. Why? Why so soon? With my current strength, what can I even do to help? Everyone in Aki's group seemed ready. Sumo activated her ability, and Shino didn't keep his teammates waiting either. He summoned a huge amount of power. Liu was also ready to support Aki in the fight against the 2 enemies before them. Once everyone was prepared, Liu took the lead and gave the order without hesitation. We're going in. Lina didn't want to be left behind, and she made up her mind. I'm joining too. Aki heard Lina's determined thoughts. He gave her a command. Lina, escort Enran's family out of here. Lina seemed to refuse the order. She tried to argue her case. But Aki, that's Hong Shi Lai, the most powerful being among the new 6 cores. Aki explained to Lina just how dangerous these 2 were. The other one is a high-ranking demon. Have you forgotten what I told you before? High-ranking demons never appear alone. Aki's reminder made Lina remember just how dangerous these 2 were. High-ranking demons usually travel in groups. Finally, Lina made her decision. She turned to Ayn Rand and ordered, Ayn Rand, get your wife out of here first. And Rand was at a loss for words upon hearing Lina's command, because he still wanted to fight. But Lina couldn't let Rand's entire family be put in danger. She grabbed Rand's arm, and Frank's as well. Then Lina pulled Rand's whole family away. On the other side of the battlefield, Liu's group charged forward. All 3 of them were targeting Lai. Lai was able to block their attacks with relative ease. Liu looked at her opponent and made a comment. Looks like this is going to be a tough fight. This guy's reaction speed. He's not a blue core, he's a red core. The more Liu fought, the more something felt wrong. Lai was fighting more and more fiercely. And why do I have this nagging, unsettling feeling? On the other side, Jidiao was still casually enjoying a piece of meat. It seems we've interrupted something. Your happy little dinner. Standing nearby, Lai berated him for his indifference. Why aren't you helping me attack him? Jidiao seemed unconcerned, still busy savoring his meal. Mr. Lai, you're incredibly strong on your own. Aki remembered Qi Wang Qi's warning, and he began to form a plan for himself. Be careful. That guy has an ominous aura. Aki looked up at the enemy before him. It seemed he had already sensed that strange, extremely dangerous presence from Ji Yaotang. Ji Yaotang was still standing on the rocky outcrop, a massive surge of power gathering before his eyes. Su Liu and Shino were still furiously attacking Lai, trying to take him down. Liu spoke up to encourage her teammates, emphasizing what they all had to do. Don't let him break the encirclement. Even if he's one of the new 6 formidables, we can overwhelm him if we just unleash our demon power. Liu glanced at Aki and Ji Yaotang, a plan forming in her mind. I have to create an opening for Aki to deal with the other one. Shino launched a powerful strike at Lee, but Lai dodged the deadly attack. Shino continued to fight Lai with his bare hands, but Lai blocked the blow. Even though he was the one attacking, Shino felt a searing pain. Lai's defense was just that monstrous. It hurts. This guy's physical strength is terrifying. At that moment, Lai's face was completely emotionless as he continued to block with his bare hands. While Lai was busy focusing on Shino, Sumo seized the opportunity for a sneak attack. Sumo went for a surprise blow, thinking there was no way Lai could block this one. But Lai moved as lightly as a feather, gliding behind Sumo's back. He then looked at her with the same unchanging, emotionless eyes. Sumo was completely stunned that her attack had been ineffective. Is this for real? Liu continued to analyze the situation from a distance. She assessed Lai. This guy is clearly a red core, but he has the speed of a blue core and the defense of a yellow core. This is one of the new 6 formidables. The true power of Red Lion Lai. But a small setback like this wasn't enough to make Liu's group waver. They continued their assault. Even so, Liu herself knew this fight was going in the wrong direction. Why does something feel so off about this? The 3 of them combined their attacks against Lai, but to no avail. Meanwhile, nothing had happened yet between Ji Yaotang and Aki. Aki stared at the opponent before him, his patience clearly worn thin from the long wait. Aki gathered his power and took a stance, intending to strike first. If you won't make a move, then I will. The ground around him cracked and shattered as he prepared to launch himself toward Ji Yaotang. Aki threw a powerful punch at Ji Yaotang, while Ji Yaotang used some kind of technique. As he passed through him, Aki realized his attack hadn't connected with Ji Yaotang at all. An afterimage, it didn't connect. Aki tried attacking a few more times, but he couldn't land a single hit on Ji Yaotang. Suddenly, Ji Yaotang reappeared, standing there casually. He was still chewing on a reed as he complained, "I'm really not good at fighting warriors like you." Then, right before Aki's eyes, Ji Yaotang vanished without a trace. Aki focused his senses and seemed to pinpoint Ji Yaotang's location. He whipped around instantly, just in time to block Ji Yaotang's attack from behind. After a brief exchange, Ji Yaotang seemed unsatisfied. Fast, but still not enough. Aki seemed to grasp the meaning behind Ji Yaotang's words. So that's how you use your power? Turns out you want to compete on speed. Aki didn't forget to tap into the immense power of the Red King flag. All right then, let's have a contest. After that, Aki moved like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, causing Ji Yaotang to freeze in place for a moment. In an instant, Aki appeared right in front of the stunned Ji Yaotang. Multi-layered lightning bind. The technique hit its mark, sending Ji Yaotang flying into the distance. Even so, Aki caught up to him. Face to face, Aki declared, "Caught you," before striking him square in the chest. This time, Ji Yaotang couldn't defend himself. The blow landed, and his hands trembled as if in agony. Ji Yaotang praised Aki, all while gripping the Red King flag tightly. Very impressive. Suddenly, Ji Yaotang was behind Aki, moving in to attack. Too bad you killed the wrong person. Aki was in a daze. The person he was about to strike down was Liu. Liu? At that moment, Liu was speaking her last words, her tone laced with resentment toward Aki. Aki. Why? Aki himself didn't know how he could have mistakenly attacked Liu. He stammered, "Liu. Why?" Just then, the Red King flag seemed to see through everything. The Red King flag's voice warned Aki, "Kid, look carefully. It's an illusion technique." Hearing its advice, Aki snapped out of his daze. Before Aki's eyes, there was no Ji Yaotang and no Liu. There was no one there at all. On the other side of the battlefield, Lai was desperately fending off the attacks from Liu's group of 3. Lai was incredibly strong. It was proving to be a grueling fight for the 3 of them. As they fought, Situ Liu noticed something was off. Liu and her teammates landed on the ground, deciding to stop the prolonged battle. The reason was simple. Liu could no longer see their opponent anywhere. "I can't see Lai anymore." Ji Yaotang stood on a high cliff, a contemptuous smile on his face as a terrifying aura radiated from his body. He stated casually, "You're all far too careless." Liu gritted her teeth, thinking about Ji Yaotang's formidable power. No wonder I had such a strong, unsettling feeling. So it was that guy's illusion technique. Sumo seemed to have realized the bitter truth, and she clearly wasn't taking it well. "The guy we were fighting never even existed," Shino said, equally frustrated. At the same time, Shino was in awe of the power of the man standing before them. To be toyed with by his illusion for so long, but it felt so real. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Aki realized just how reckless he had been. An illusion this powerful is indistinguishable from reality. I never expected to face a demon illusionist of such a high level. Aki shouted, demanding to know Lai's whereabouts from Ji Yaotang himself. "Where is that guy Lai?" Ji Yaotang heard him but remained calmly on the cliff. "Him?" Ji Yaotang gave a sinister smile, his words dripping with dark implications. He left a while ago to go play with the one who left here earlier. Hearing this, a chill went down the spines of Aki's group. They all thought of their remaining teammates, Lena and Aran. Ji Yaotang sat casually on the cliff. He explained the situation to Aki's group, who were still trying to understand what was happening below. I told him, since you're here, don't let a single one survive. As for you two, I can finally confirm it. That day, those were your auras. Ji Yaotang said as he looked down from above, his eyes fixed on Aki and Liu. Liu didn't understand what Ji Yaotang was talking about. She yelled up at him angrily. That day? Our auras. What the hell are you talking about? A dark memory from his past resurfaced in Ji Yaotang's mind, one he desperately wanted to forget. That day, it was the two of you. Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth. His hatred for these enemies from his past was palpable. You killed Little Bean. I had already discussed it with Master Lai. We would definitely get our revenge and kill you. Ji Yaotang's expression turned urgent as he unleashed his aura, causing the very air around him to tremble. But I can't wait any longer. In an instant, a loud noise erupted, and the ground began to shake violently. The very air around them trembled. Someone yelled out, "What in the world is going on? The ground is shaking," someone guessed. Could it be an earthquake? Someone else shouted, "Watch your surroundings. Move to an open area in an orderly fashion." As Anran and Lena tried to hurry forward, voices rose from the crowd. "Hey, you just bumped into me." Someone else yelled angrily, "Stop pulling me." A voice rang out. "The sign up ahead is falling. Watch out," someone else called. "Make way." Anran said to Valia and Frank, "Everyone, stay put. Don't run around aimlessly, all right?" Someone looked toward Anran and yelled, "Wait a minute. Is that Lord Anran over there?" Valia clenched her fists, her voice shaking with anxiety. "Honey, you have to be careful." Frank frowned, his young voice filled with determination. "Dad, I'll protect Mom." And Ran turned and dashed off. He said to Lena, "Lena, follow me to the city wall. Something's not right about this sound. I have to go see what's happening." The scene shifts to the top of a fortress, where countless soldiers are gathered. A wave of demonic energy spread through the air. Wei Ying looked ahead, his voice trembling with fear. "What is this? How is this possible? We've never seen anything like this here before." Suddenly, Anran and Lena appeared, landing right next to Wei Ying. Anran looked up and said coolly, "What are you standing there gawking for? Give me a situation report." Wei Ying pointed ahead, whispering, "Lord Anran." Realizing what he was seeing, Anran's eyes flew open, astonishment written all over his face. Ahead, a massive demon tide was gathering, their eyes blazing like a distant sunset. The demon tide turned toward Anran's group and unleashed a furious roar. Lena glanced down, her expression filled with utter horror. Lena gasped at a demon tide. Anran's brow furrowed. He assessed that a tide of this scale was, at the very least, a third-stage demon tide. A map materialized in Anran's mind as his thoughts echoed. Green Continent Town is in a fairly remote location, far from the usual gathering places and sources of demons. This demon tide was deliberately summoned by someone. Lena narrowed her eyes, thinking for a moment. She deduced it had to be the two who had appeared earlier. An image flashed in Lena's mind, the figures of Lai and Ji Yaotang. Suddenly, a red shadow shot past, and Ran and Lena were startled. They looked up at the sky as a figure flew over the city wall, diving straight for the ground. A surprised voice called out, "What was that flew out of the city?" The person who had just landed was Lai. The impact cracked the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, and Ran and Lena's eyes widened, surprise etched on their faces, and Ran gasped, "It's Lai, the Red Lion." Lai propped one hand on his knee and looked up, his eyes scanning over Ran's group. The horde of the demon tide rushed forward from behind, gathering behind Lai and roaring menacingly. Lena frowned, muttering, "So the new 6 Hao has some kind of secret alliance with the demons, which means that new king. He didn't even bother with a disguise when he appeared before us. It seems he made his decision long ago." Lai clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk as he said, "Dead men tell no tales." And Rand tilted his head slightly and whispered, "We'll have to see if Green Continent Town can even survive today." The demon tide advanced as one, closing in on the city wall. From a distance, Liu was observing the situation at the wall when she exclaimed, "This presence, the demon tide has arrived." Aki stood perfectly still and calmly gave an order. "Everyone, go and provide backup for Lena and Enran." Liu cried out in protest, "Aki, you'll be by yourself. This guy's aura and illusion techniques are definitely demon class." Aki cut her off coldly, "Go now." Hearing his sharp reply, Liu gritted her teeth. She was silent for a long, helpless moment. Finally, Liu turned and yelled to her comrades, "Fine, let's move out." Ji Yaotang appeared, a sinister smile on his face as his voice whispered, "I don't think so." Aki pushed off one foot, and in an instant, the ground beneath him shattered into pieces. Quick as a flash, Aki leaped toward Ji Yao Tang, his voice calling back, "Leave this place to me." Aki swung his arms fiercely, launching an attack on Ji Yao Tang. For a moment, it looked as if his body was being torn apart, but even as Aki attacked, Ji Yao Tang remained composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the next instant, Ji Yao Tang vanished, and the surrounding area was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Aki froze, standing silently for a moment, his eyes staring blankly into the void around him. Aki's eyes darted around, a thought forming in his mind. A pitch-black darkness. This is an illusionary domain. Suddenly, in the distance, 3 dim points of light appeared. The 3 points of light rushed forward, moving closer to Aki's position. Liu's image suddenly appeared within one of the lights. She looked around, her voice filled with panic. The surroundings have changed. Where is everyone? Liu's eyes darted in every direction. She called out loudly, "Aki, are you here?" Sumo's image appeared next, confusion clear on her face. Sumo squinted, her tone uneasy. "Huh? Where is this? Is this another illusion?" The perspective shifts to Shino, who was looking around, bewildered. Shino stood still, his eyes fixed on the ground as he wondered. The ground is shattered. Aki quietly observed his teammates, his thoughts becoming clear. So everyone's been caught in the illusion? This illusionary domain is too powerful. This level of skill is beyond the 7th stage. Suddenly, Ji Yao Tang approached Aki from behind. The color drained from Aki's face as the man's voice rang out. Ji Yao Tang walked forward step by step, and in an instant, pieces of armor began to materialize and encase his legs. Ji Yao Tang stopped, his body gradually transforming. His voice was laced with menace. "I am very, very much looking forward to you watching them die, one by one." A suit of shimmering armor appeared, covering Ji Yao Tang's body. A line of text materialized, Super 7th Stage Demon. Ji Yao Tang. He flashed a grotesque smile, his voice dripping with arrogance. "My favorite thing is to play with people like you who have a bit of power. You won't be killed off the second I start playing, watching all of you suffer in torment. That feeling is truly exquisite." Suddenly, a spark of electricity touched Ji Yao Tang's finger. His eyes darted down as a sound rang out, "Z's." Aki swung his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck right where Ji Yao Tang was standing. Aki's voice rang out, flash thunder. Aki turned to look for Ji Yao Tang, but he had already vanished. Ji Yao Tang's voice echoed. That was truly a magnificent strike. He reappeared, a faint smirk on his face, his tone mocking. "But no matter how powerfully you strike, you're only hitting my afterimage." Aki looked at his opponent and concluded, "Just as I thought. You're also an illusion. Rushing into attack you would just be a waste of effort." The Red King's voice echoed in his mind. "The kid's right. Conserve your strength. This is the kind of illusion magic I despise most. There's nothing physical for me to strike." Chi Ju crossed his arms and commented, "You're calmer than I expected. It's as if you have a wealth of real combat experience. Wasting your energy against me in here is just foolish. This is my illusion, after all." Chi Ju chuckled softly and added, "I can even control the flow of time itself." Chi Ju raised an arm and stepped toward Aki, reminding him, "Don't waste the stage I've prepared for you any longer. You're going to love it. Go on, look up at your 3 teammates. For you, it's only been a moment, but for them, they've been trapped in here for 2 whole days." Aki turned his head, looking up at the reflections of his teammates, when a startling realization hit him. Liu's image appeared, her entire body ensnared by what looked like vines. The vines wrapped tightly around Liu, but she managed a slight movement with her hands. Then, Liu swung both her arms with all her might. She unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, severing the vines that held her. Liu's voice rang out, "Get off me." The cut vines dropped into the nearby swampy bog. Liu leaned over, hands on her knees, panting heavily. She thought to herself, "How in the world am I supposed to get out of this place? So much time has passed, and every single one of my attacks has been useless." Liu opened her eyes, glancing over the wounds covering her body. Her breathing was still ragged with exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, she cast a healing spell on herself. A soft chime sounded as she healed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Liu. "Your regenerative power is second to none." Giant vines erupted from the swamp as Chi Diu suddenly appeared. He taunted, "But this swamp will devour every last bit of your life force." The scene shifts to another dimension, where a blazing sun beats down upon the parched ground below. Shino is running at top speed, thinking to himself, "Where is the exit? How do I dispel this illusion and escape this damn predicament?" Suddenly, in the distance, 2 tornadoes formed, charging straight for Shino. Shino threw his hand forward, meeting the 2 ferocious tornadoes head-on. Just as he dissipated them, an endless barrage of new tornadoes materialized and flew right at him. Caught off guard, Shino was thrown back by two of the tornadoes, a pained look on his face. And then, Chi-Ryu appeared. He observed Shino and said, "Your defense is as sturdy as a mountain, but this desert will corrode your very soul. It's been 2 days, Shino. You think your teammates are still alive?" Shino collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Chi-Ryu's voice echoed, "You should just give up. Why don't you die along with them?" The scene shifts again, the environment changing once more. Sue is fighting a lonely battle. She stands in an endless void as clones, each an exact copy of her, begin to rise up all around. Quick as lightning, the clones crouched and dashed forward. The horde continuously rushed Sumo, forcing her to desperately parry their relentless attacks. Sumo frowned, her thoughts simmering with frustration. Damn it, these clones just keep coming. Have I really been fighting for 2 full days? Suddenly, Chi-Ryu's voice echoed from out of nowhere. Your speed is limitless, but in this mirrored dimension, it will drive you to madness. Chi-Ryu appeared suddenly, his colorful feathers floating in the air around him. Chi-Ryu smiled, spreading his arms to his sides. Can you, he asked, truly escape from yourself? More clones continued to rise from behind Sumo. The scene cuts back to Aki, who silently watches his teammates. To them, it feels as if they've been trapped in the illusion for 2 whole days. If he doesn't break this illusion soon, they'll be tormented until both their minds and bodies give out and they die from exhaustion. Aki frowned, his mind desperately searching for a solution, but his own attacks were just as useless. It was the same for his teammates. Even knowing it was pointless, they had no other choice but to keep fighting. Aki's fists clenched, trembling with helplessness. This illusion was impossible to break from the inside. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a realization struck him. Wait, it can't be broken from inside. A glow emanated from Aki's hand as he wondered, so what if I try to break this illusion? From the outside, the scene shifts back to the city wall, where Lena's voice rings out. We have to stop him, and we still have the demon tide to deal with. And Hiem stared straight ahead, telling Lena, we engage. Lena glanced at An-Hyam, hesitating. An-Hyam replied firmly, regardless, I have a duty to protect this place. Besides, An-Hyam shouted with determination, no matter what happens, we were once the 6 heroes. Hearing his reply, Lena's expression shifted from a frown to a wide, excited grin. Both An-Hyam and Lena crouched slightly, and the surface of the wall beneath them instantly shattered. They launched themselves from their positions, their eyes locked on the demon tide below, and An-Hyam and Lena dove down, leaving streaks of light in the air before landing hard on the ground. They instantly wiped out several members of the demon tide standing nearby, and An-Hyam and Lena rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on the enemy, ready to fight. In the distance, Lai raised a hand to give a signal. The demon tide came to a sudden halt. Lai spoke up, An-Hyam, Earth King Lina, remnants of the old 6 heroes. Call yourselves heroes or kings. It makes no difference. You're all just ancient history, long since forgotten. Lai suddenly clenched his jaw, and sharp spikes erupted from his face for a moment. He stood perfectly still. An immense power began to radiate from him as his hair slowly turned white. Lai's body was now encased in blazing red armor, his eyes glowing with fearsome might. Lena stared at Li, her eyes wide in shock. Demonification, she thought. Lai tilted his head down slightly, issuing a challenge. Old 6 heroes, come at me all at once. Tens of thousands from the demon tide appeared behind him. Lai strode forward and said quietly, the demon tide will swallow this place whole. Meanwhile, Aki was still watching the images of his tormented teammates. Chi-Ryu's taunting voice cut through the silence. Your 3 precious teammates. They don't have much time for you to just stand there brooding. Now, unleash your power for me. His hands trembled violently, veins bulging, as he let out a crazed laugh and began to choke himself. Go on, fall into a desperate rage to kill me. What I want to see most is that look of hopeless frenzy on your face, watching the ones you hold dear get tortured to death, one by one, right in front of you. Chi-Ryu then laughed with glee. All while you can't do a single thing but waste away your time with me in this illusion, until you finally exhaust all your strength, and I can take that pathetic life of yours. How beautiful. My little bean sprout would certainly love this. Aki gritted his teeth and spat out. You're seriously underestimating my teammates, aren't you? Suddenly, Chi-Ryu froze, his eyes fixed on the floating images in utter astonishment. Liu was still being tormented in the swamp, tangled vines wrapped tightly all around her. Her face was tense. As the captain, she thought to herself, she absolutely couldn't be the first to give up. She had to find a way to help them. Meanwhile, Shino was battling the violent vortexes alone in the barren desert. He tried to fight back fiercely. Shino told himself it was just a desert and a windstorm, An equally dramatic battle unfolded as Sue faced a barrage of terrifying lightning strikes, her face filled with the resolve to fight to the end. Everyone has to keep fighting. Witnessing the unwavering struggle of those warriors, Ji Yaotang wondered, why isn't everyone tormented by my illusion until they break? Aki spoke calmly. You don't understand, do you? Demon, have you ever considered why our human race hasn't been wiped out after all these years? He laughed out loud and pointed a finger at the boy, scoffing. It's only because keeping you around still has some use, you lowly humans. Suddenly, the boy's legs rotated a full 90 degrees. Aki spoke up. Is that so? A light, ethereal energy slowly radiated from his hand. Then I'll use this human form. Aki raised his hand to eye level, his face as cold as ice as he declared, to defeat you. Immediately after, his body unleashed an intense light that spread throughout the space. Ji Yaotang trembled in fear. Why do I feel fear from the aura on him? Bolts of lightning shot out fiercely from Aki's hands as he declared loudly, trust, courage, and hope. This is the reason why humanity will never perish. The entire sky turned crimson, and clouds gathered to form a giant eye of a storm. The ground beneath Ji Yaotang's feet began to crack apart. He was terrified. He's trying to break my illusion from the outside. Aki raised his hand to the sky and clenched his fist with all his might. Then he swung his fist down with immense force and shouted, shatter this illusion for me. Immediately after, from the giant eye of the storm, a wrathful bolt of lightning struck down directly onto Ji Yaotang's illusion. Lightning also appeared above the heads of his teammates who were trapped in the illusion. Then, from the swamp where Liu was imprisoned, a light suddenly burst forth. At the same time, the ground beneath Shino's feet cracked open, and light escaped from there as well. The space around Sue also began to slowly fracture, as light pierced through from the outside. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a deep sense of joy. Shino and Sue were also utterly astonished, and the same thought flashed through their minds. It's Aki. Ji Yaotang became enraged, his body radiating a dark energy. He growled, impossible. Just what kind of power do you possess? I must maintain my illusion. A terrifying explosion occurred, and light flooded the entire space. At that very moment, Lena and Enran also saw the blinding white lightning outside the Great Wall. He wondered, lightning? Lena looked up at the crimson sky and exclaimed, it's Aki. And Enran added, this aura is completely different from his previous demonized state. The demon tides also looked up, their mouths agape in confusion. Lai stood silently observing, ignoring their panicked cries to retreat. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Could that demon named Ji Yaotang have lost? Could it be that his illusion technique was also useless? A moment later, he grew furious and crouched down, his body radiating an intense energy. As I thought, you can't trust demons. Then Lai shot towards the other two at the speed of light. Seeing the imminent danger, Enran stepped forward to protect Lena. He managed to block Lai's attack with his earth shield. The man's punch was like a roaring lion, blasting everything away for hundreds of meters. Cracks began to appear on Enran's golden shield from the intense blow. He threw a powerful punch that pierced through the golden defensive shield and headed straight for Enran. A warm hand from behind gently touched Enran's back, using healing power to try and save him. He was sent flying, and Lena, standing behind him, tried to slow their momentum while continuing to heal him. The girl, Lena, used all her strength to transfer more power and energy to Enran. Lena asked, how are you? Enran replied, that last punch of his fractured my chest bones. It broke right through my earth defense, which used to be able to withstand group attacks from 7th-rank demons. She furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, this guy. His demonized power is even stronger than Van De Lang's. A deep, resonant voice rumbled from his throat. You relics of the old era? He radiated a brilliant aura and spoke with utter contempt. You can't even block a single punch from me. How utterly boring. After that thunderous storm, the illusion shattered, and Aki and his teammates slowly landed on the ground. Everyone's eyes were wide with astonishment, all thinking the same thing. The illusion is broken. Aki turned to look at them and asked, are you okay? Look out, Liu exclaimed, seeing Ji Yaotang standing defiantly on the rubble. That guy is anything but simple. Her breathing was heavy as she said warily, with that demon's illusion, our 5 senses couldn't distinguish between what was real and what was fake at all. It was exactly like reality. Liu leaned over with her hands on her knees, her head down. If we hadn't relied on our trust in each other, I'm afraid we would have broken long ago. Shino spoke up. All the torment in that illusion felt so real. Every time I fell, I thought it was the end. You still look ready to fight, but I knew Aki would definitely figure out a way to break it. Sue agreed. That's right. We have Aki, an invincible warrior. She looked up at him. But if Aki hadn't broken the illusion, we might have really been lost in there forever. Ji Yaotang hovered above the wreckage. She had to admit that his power was greater than any other 7th-ranked demon they had ever encountered. His face was filled with bitterness. Ji Yaotang thought to himself, the power of lightning. This is my exclusive ability. He raised his arm, concentrating power into his hand, lightning that makes people terrified and hateful. He used this power. Then Ji Yaotang launched a direct attack at Aki's team and shouted, to kill a little runt like you, right? Aki was not to be outdone. He focused all of his lightning power into his fist to retaliate. He blocked Ji Yaotang's ferocious attack, and the pressure generated from the collision was absolutely terrifying. Liu asked worriedly, Aki, are you really going to fight him alone? He replied calmly, trust me, do what we discussed earlier. Go help Lena, and then ran. A horrific explosion with immense pressure erupted between the two of them. A thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed up, shrouding the entire area. After the explosion, the air gradually settled, leaving behind a devastated and ruined landscape where the two had just clashed. Aki's entire team had vanished right before Ji Yaotang's eyes, and he hadn't even had time to react. He gritted his teeth and hissed. They actually managed to get away. Suddenly, from the cloud of white dust and smoke behind him, a deep voice rang out, full of provocation. Tough luck for you? Huh. Aki slowly emerged from the white smoke. It seems my lightning power is the perfect counter for demons like you. Gentle, graceful arcs of silver-white lightning shot out from his entire body. The lightning began to wrap around Aki's arm, turning it white. Seeing this, Ji Yaotang trembled slightly. He silently concluded that the boy was generating lightning from his own body. Every step Aki took on the grass turned it white. Aki had transformed into his lightning demon form. He provoked, come on, bring it. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang became enraged and spread his wings. Putting on airs, are we? In an incredibly fast instant, Ji Yaotang suddenly appeared right behind him, ready to unleash a fatal blow. He thrust both hands forward at extreme speed to execute his illusion technique. Two enormous arms stretched out in front of Aki. Phantom soul-tearing claw. Aki remained perfectly calm, swinging his arm behind his neck. Thunder dragons roar. Immediately after, a majestic white dragon made of pure lightning erupted from Aki's swing. Ji Yaotang's face became extremely serious and surprised by the power the boy had just displayed. In the next moment, the dragon shattered Ji Yaotang's technique, sending him flying. Sent flying, Ji Yaotang roared in furious frustration. Damn that lightning. He still refused to give up. Ji Yaotang unleashed another technique, soul-shattering demon phantoms. Terrifying, sharp-beaked beasts made of darkness charged continuously at Aki like starving creatures. Aki stomped 1 foot hard onto the white-covered ground, causing the earth and rock around him to shatter into large chunks. Taking that opportunity, he leaped high into the air to dodge the attack and create distance. Aki unleashed Lightning Lance, his entire body emitting a shockwave of electricity that blew the beasts away. Ji Yaotang was completely dumbfounded, stunned by the sight before him, unable to react in time. He moved quickly to evade the continuous silver-white lightning bolts shooting from Aki's body. Then, Ji Yaotang charged headfirst towards him at a terrifying speed, ignoring the lightning arcs flashing all around. The two began an incredibly fierce and brutal duel right in the crimson sky. Ji Yaotang was beaten to a pulp by Aki, sent flying hundreds of meters through the air. Ji Yaotang trembled uncontrollably from the pain. His body was almost completely mangled after Aki's attacks. Aki's face was ice cold as he stated, I can shatter your illusions from the outside. My lightning counters your skills, and you can't even match me in physical combat. Give up. Ji Yaotang gritted his teeth. You want me to give up? I was planning on saving some strength to kill your comrades. Then, an eye appeared on his head, shooting out dark energy. A massive, dark portal appeared right behind Aki. It was his ultimate illusion, the black hole of suffering. Ji Yaotang stood proudly in the sky, speaking with confidence. Are you prepared to welcome the most agonizing death imaginable? Aki's face was fierce, his eyes sharp and cold, and a manic smile played on his lips. He thought to himself, an illusion like a black hole is manifesting directly on my body. What kind of power is this? Ji Yaotang held his hands out in front of him as if casting a spell. Powerful black energy radiated out, capable of swallowing everything, as he answered. The black hole grows directly on the target's body, compressing single target damage to its absolute maximum. This is an attack you can never escape. Aki's face was grim. This technique was truly overpowered, as expected of a demon who had mastered illusion to its peak. His body was slowly being pulled into the black portal. He looked at his left hand in anger, exclaiming, I can't believe it's even affecting my ability to gather energy. Ji Yaotang gave a sinister smile. Enjoy it. Slowly. And just like that, Aki was swept into the endless black hole until he vanished. The dark black hole portal slowly shrank right where Aki's body had been. Ji Yaotang arrogantly uttered a single word, devour, Meanwhile, he explained with a domineering attitude, the so-called black hole of suffering is a space that gathers infinite agony. Inside, you will experience endless torment until the moment you die. No living creature can survive and escape from the black hole of suffering. Pulled into the strange space, Aki let out an intense cry of pain. He could feel his strength being drained away. His power was slowly being siphoned off, as if something invisible was depleting all the lightning energy within him. The white mirror on his chest suddenly shot out thin bolts of lightning, trying to resist the energy drain. Then, the silver mirror on his chest suddenly glowed and let out a pulse of energy. He was left floating amidst hundreds of surrounding skulls, each with a different expression. The skulls, with their vacant white eyes and gaping mouths, looked as if they wanted to devour him. Suddenly, terrifying streams of white energy emerged from those skulls, seeking to invade his body. Those streams of white energy slowly seeped into his chest, beginning the painful process of torment. Aki's body trembled uncontrollably from the extreme agony. He groaned in helplessness as his strength was rapidly drained. Then, the bones and joints in his body felt as if they were being broken by an invisible force, emitting haunting cracking sounds. The skulls continued to compete to invade his body. These demonic souls were not physical entities. Instead, they were the very essence of pain, condensed by illusion. Aki screamed in absolute agony. There was pain as sharp as a knife's cut, torment as searing as fire, a bone-chilling cold as if being frozen, and a mixture of despair, fear, and regret weaving through his mind. Images of his comrades flashed through his mind. Aki cried out, "My memories!" He let out a desperate scream. In the purple-black void of the black hole, Aki's consciousness felt trapped in an eternal cycle of reincarnation. His face began to age rapidly, his life force being drained away. He could feel himself aging at a dizzying speed, his skin sagged, his bones stiffened, his hair turned white, and his strength dwindled until it was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But then, it all reversed. His body returned to the form of a child, yet he retained the agonizing memories of the previous aging process. He was still screaming as his hair gradually turned back to black and he grew into a teenager. He had experienced countless lifetimes. One time, he was an ordinary human, an innocent child clutching a teddy bear, forced to watch the people he loved be harmed by villains, witnessing his relatives die one by one. In another life, he was an ordinary soldier. With a handsome and mature face, he became one of the losers on the battlefield, torn apart by demons. Another time, he was the lonely king, Aki, in the body of a mighty monarch with a sharp sword in his hand. On the brutal battlefield, he was the only one left alive, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen comrades. He was crushed by the weight of endless regret. Every time he shifted from memory to the present and back again, Aki's body would age and then grow young. Each cycle piled on new pain, a torturous, endless loop. These cycles tore his body apart, shattered his spirit, and broke his emotions. Ji Yao Tang landed softly on the ground, a colorful feather slowly drifting down from his wing. He stood before the black sphere trapping Aki and arrogantly declared that for the one trapped inside, it was like experiencing countless years of life and death within a black hole, where every passing second was an endless, agonizing torment. He bared his large, thick teeth and continued, "Even if one of the sixth Hao were here, I doubt they could escape this place alive." Spreading the wings on his back, he flew into the air and commanded, "Open." The sphere opened once more. He looked up at the crimson sky outside and fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something from long ago. Ji Yaotang remembered old memories filled with happy moments, gathering with his loved ones. How blissful it was. Little Bean. The dark sphere imprisoning Aki suddenly developed a large crack and began to dissolve. He raised his hand, standing before Aki's weakened body, and spoke. "Consider this your master's revenge on your behalf." Ji Yaotang casually crossed his arms, looking down at the boy's frail body with an expression full of contempt. He smirked and asked, "I wonder when you finally died from the agony." Suddenly, in the dark purple void, the boy's eyes slowly opened, revealing the terrifying, pure white eyes of his demonic lightning state. Aki had once again returned to his powerful demonic lightning form, leaving Ji Yaotang utterly horrified. He screamed in fury, "Impossible! No one can withstand that." In that instant, Aki vanished from before his eyes with incredible speed, leaving no trace behind. He suddenly appeared behind Ji Yaotang and stabbed him. Hot breath billowed from his mouth as Aki declared, surprised, "I am humanity's strongest warrior." 5 years ago, the heavens opened up and torrential rain poured down like nature's wrath. In a C-rank town, splatters of blood mixed with the pouring rain, streaming across the cold ground. A lone figure walked silently among the sprawled corpses, the blood staining the earth red. Ji Yaotang stood silently in the rain, his soaked hair plastered to his head, heavy drops of water running down his face. He tucked one hand into his coat. "So, this place really has been destroyed to this extent." It's impossible to build another base here. Ji Yaotang's lips curved into a gentle smile. I did tell them to be a little more gentle. Was there really a need for such brutality? His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, murderous glint. As I thought, those subordinates are still so uncivilized. Their evolution is far too slow. From out of nowhere, a hand shot out through the downpour, grabbing the hem of Ji Yaotang's coat and yanking it back. The unexpected movement made the air stand still. He immediately turned around. Before Ji Yaotang lay a girl, motionless on the cold, wet ground, her breathing weak and shallow. The moment he saw her face, Ji Yaotang froze, his eyes widening in shock. He knelt on one knee to look at the girl. A human. She's clearly unconscious and about to die, yet she still tries to grab a passerby like me. Ji Yaotang couldn't help but gently touch the girl's cheek. Is it instinct? The instinct to survive. How interesting. Humans. Huh? So resilient, yet so weak. He began to speak slowly, his voice low and cold. I can let you live. But in that very moment, an enormous power erupted violently from Ji Yaotang. But you will forget you were ever human. A purple stone suddenly materialized from his chest, glittering in the gray rain. Ji Yaotang slowly raised the purple stone in his palm and spoke, "Little girl." The rain continued to pour down, heavy drops beating against the purple stone in Ji Yaotang's hand. Immediately after, the wind began to howl, swirling through the damp air. From now on, I will call you Little Bean. A purple light suddenly flared violently, tearing through the rain and darkness, spreading across the death-filled space. Amidst the thick downpour, the faint image of a butterfly appeared, its wings trembling as they gently beat the air. Aki suddenly charged from behind, striking as fast as lightning, giving Ji Yaotang no time to react. He spoke with a trembling voice. The pouring rain that drenched my entire body back then, it feels just like it does now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yaotang's body stiffened, lost all its strength, and collapsed. I'm sorry, Little Bean. He fell to the ground in the torrential rain, his wet hair covering his pale face. Ji Yaotang clenched his teeth tightly, his jaw tensed as if trying to swallow the pain and seething rage. In front of Aki, a blue stone remained floating, continuing to emit a brilliant light. Strange symbols gradually appeared on the stone's surface, twisting like living creatures and glowing faintly in the rain. Aki slowly reached out his hand to take the stone, his fingers closing gently around the pulsating light. The stone suddenly trembled, its light fluctuating wildly before abruptly moving to one side, as if deliberately trying to avoid his hand. However, Aki managed to snatch the stone in time, clenching it tightly in his palm before it could escape. He looked at the stone in his hand, the seventh banner core. If it weren't for my lightning power countering his nature, I wouldn't have been so sure of victory in this battle. Aki was surprised. Even from here, he could sense the immense combat power of the new sixth Hao. To face them head-on with his current strength, Aki's heart filled with resolve. In the future, he would probably have to face even more powerful demons, new kings, and other banners, and even the hidden conspiracies behind it all. I must become stronger to protect everyone. With that, Aki decisively placed the stone into his chest. Then bring it on. Only by getting stronger can I find the answers I seek. The moment the stone touched him, it latched on. An intense light exploded, and a pain that pierced his very soul shot through him. An incredible surge of power poured out, crashing like a tidal wave and making the space around him tremble. Aki let out a scream of agony that tore through the rain, his whole body shaking as the power within him erupted. Veins bulged violently on Aki's face, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, the berserk aura inside him unleashing without restraint, spreading out in all directions like a tsunami. The sky under the rain began to ripple violently. Strong winds began to appear, roaring continuously. High in the sky, a massive vortex suddenly formed and screeched as it plunged downward. Aki's eyes trembled and then twitched slightly, his eyelids fluttering as if fighting unconsciously. His eyes slowly opened, his gaze vacant yet profound, reflecting a strange, demonic light. Aki screamed, "That's right, keep evolving. Evolve into the 8th stage, evolve directly into the complete 8th stage." Immediately after, the entire space began to tremble violently. The air howled as if it were being torn apart. A deafening wind shrieked, ripping clumps of grass from the ground and sucking them high into the sky. Aki's hair whipped wildly in the roaring gale, each strand lashing through the air, mixing with the torrential downpour. He walked calmly through the downpour, his steps steady and without hesitation. Aki had fully completed the 7th stage of his demon form, his entire body enveloped in a sinister aura. The enormous wings on his back slowly folded before gently touching the rain-soaked ground. One of the wings had been replaced by pure lightning. He instantly shot forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. "Everyone, I'm here." At the same time, the battlefield outside the city was a scene of utter carnage, a bloodbath against an incredibly powerful enemy. Our side was almost completely exhausted or injured. Just then, Lai approached coldly. One person was maintaining a shield that covered the entire city wall, while another was healing all five of them. "You two old geezers aren't half bad, are you?" For a moment, his voice deepened. "But even with these three pieces of trash, you can't even scratch my armor. Aren't you embarrassed?" Lena poured her strength into her defense. "Damn it, what in the world is that defensive layer on him? It's unbreakable. Even in Ran can't do a thing. Not only that, but his fists are incredibly heavy. My defenses won't hold for much longer." At that moment, Liu's gaze never left Lai. There's no way he doesn't have a weak point. I have to figure out what that red membrane is. With that thought, she quickly leaped behind Lai. Just as Liu was about to launch a surprise attack, the layer of power surrounding Lai blocked her. Not only that, Liu was even thrown backward by its force. But thanks to that, she was now certain of something. "Everyone, listen up. No wonder this is getting harder the more we fight. That red membrane on his body is absorbing the damage from our attacks, which not only makes it stronger." She also warned them that it was increasing his battle lust, making him fight even more ferociously. This must be his unique skill. Hearing this, two nearby teammates immediately got into position. After powering up and enveloping their bodies in energy, they both charged toward Lai at the same time. Shino shouted a reminder, "Sumo, let me block his head on attacks." You find an opening to break his red membrane. But before the two of them could do anything, two streaks of powerful light appeared before them. Worse, Shino was hit by Lai, while Sumo reacted just in time, dodging to the side. With no time left to think, she had no choice but to use her ultimate move, Swift Bee Sting. But just as the sharp stinger was about to pierce Lai, Sumo abruptly stopped. Wait a minute. She was remembering Liu's words. A direct attack would just be absorbed by his shield, only making him stronger. However, Lai had just finished dealing with Shino and was already turning towards Sumo. Instantly, he unleashed a full-power palm strike, so powerful that only a blinding light could be seen where Sumo was standing. Faced with such terrifying force, that beam of light was sent flying into the distance. Witnessing this, a helpless Shino could only scream his teammate's name, Sumo. Just when it seemed like something terrible had happened to Sumo, Liu's voice unexpectedly rang out, reassuring everyone. "She's fine." It turns out Liu managed to pull Sumo away from the attack just in time. "It didn't hit, don't worry." Before they had a moment to rest, Lai, seething with killing intent, charged forward again. Before their eyes, that red aura morphed into a gigantic, snarling beast. "You two just keep jumping around. Now die for me." Seeing this, Shino hurriedly rushed forward, using all his strength to shield the other two. Divine Steel Impact. He did this even though he knew Lai's ability would instantly absorb the energy from this attack. After absorbing it, Lai grew even stronger. He stomped on Shino, using him as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. Seeing Shino in danger, Lena's eyes filled with extreme tension. She cried out, "Shino!" Fortunately, Lena still had enough energy to heal him. Focus recovery. A moment later, a gentle blue light enveloped Shino's body, healing him. Lena watched Lai warily, thankful she managed to heal Shino in time. This guy just keeps getting stronger. And his punches are so heavy. I can't move right now. I have to focus on healing and be ready in case he comes after me. The moment she thought it, Lai turned his crazed, deadly gaze upon her. Without a hint of hesitation, he spun around and charged straight for Lena. Only then did she realize Lai's plan, to use his shield to break their formation. His target from the very beginning was her, the one with the healing core. Just as both Lena and Ran were frozen in shock, a beam of light suddenly shot over their heads. Its trajectory was aimed directly at Lai. The newcomer was moving at incredible speed. Unexpectedly, with just this one blow, Lai was struck and sent flying backward. A moment later, a blazing red sphere was visible amidst the dust and smoke. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the layer of power around Lai had also vanished. He clearly couldn't believe what had just happened. Impossible. How could you break my invincible shield? With this thought, Lai turned his gaze toward the people opposite him, as if searching for an answer. Over there, a figure with flowing white hair had appeared at some point. The one who had arrived was none other than Aki. Seeing him, everyone else couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Aki. At this moment, Aki looked incredibly imposing, his sturdy back alone enough to put everyone at ease. He tilted his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Leave the rest to me." For now, Lai seemed to still be observing, not yet realizing the power of the man before him. In just a flash, Aki's figure transformed into a red whirlwind. In a few short seconds, a hand with golden claws reached for Lai's face. Without a moment's hesitation, Aki immediately put all his strength into slamming Lai flat. But he wasn't finished. His feet dug firmly into the ground, a feeling of explosive power building. Sure enough, Aki used his terrifying speed and force to drag Lai, grinding him across the ground in a long streak. and in Aki's grasp, Lai was completely powerless to resist. How is he so strong? My red core power. I can't break free. After that, the surrounding space seemed to blur, leaving only a long red streak of light. When Aki reappeared, he was dragging Lai into the sky like a toy, ready to be executed. Once he was high enough, Aki put all his power into the throw, hurling Lai back down to the cold earth. Following that, a massive explosion of rock and dirt erupted from the point of impact, as if it would shatter the very heavens. Liu muttered in astonishment. He's evolved again. He's so strong. Sumo urged everyone. Quick, help us fight him. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Aki was still standing silently in the sky, as if admiring his own work. Down on the ground, Lai, who had taken several consecutive blows, finally managed to get back up. He gritted his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his face. After killing Van Dylan's people, you've actually evolved. Suddenly, overwhelming power surged through Lee's body once again. Then I'll do everything in my power to tear you all to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying power enveloped Lai's body. From there, a colossal pillar of power erupted into the dark sky. Even Lena was a bit horrified by the sight. Is this his full power? He didn't use this kind of power before because he didn't think we were worthy. And at the center of that pillar of light, Lai was pressing both hands on the ground, looking as if he was about to attack someone. He unconsciously opened his mouth, his scorching breath hissing through his clenched teeth from the boiling power within. That was because Lai had entered his highest power state, the Twin Crimson Core's Fury Armor form. However, Aki's expression didn't change in the slightest from beginning to end. As for Lai, he couldn't wait any longer. His feet immediately dug deep into the ground before he suddenly shot towards Aki, his body enveloped in all his power. And Aki had no intention of just standing there and taking it. He immediately unleashed his own power and rushed forward. A moment later, a clash and struggle between two torrents of power erupted in mid-air. It seemed they were evenly matched, fighting for a long time, yet remaining at a stalemate. Just then, Aki calculated internally, dual crimson-white core plus demonification. With that thought, a bold plan began to form in Aki's mind. So, what he wanted to use was a fusion of powers. Then, a sudden flash of light appeared before Aki's eyes was the violet core illusion technique. That ray of light grew, merging into a powerful energy shield, the violet core illusion devourer. In an instant, a sphere of energy suddenly appeared, and the figures of the two fighters vanished along with it. Lai was pulled into a strange space, a place that held his shattered memories. Lai was completely unprepared for this move. He subconsciously uttered a name he thought he had long forgotten, Van Dalen. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the outside of the giant energy sphere. With a sky-shattering scream, Lai successfully shattered the sphere. As he did, his pupils dilated, and the aura he emitted showed he had entered a berserk state. Not only that, but in the middle of the white void, Lai clenched his jaw, his white hair flying in the wind. At that moment, Aki rushed in with a wind-slicing kick, striking a surprised Lai. Even so, his gaze didn't waver in the slightest, only a coldness remained. Right after that, Aki spun in midair and delivered another kick to Lai. With that, a long streak of light appeared in the sky, crashing straight down to the ground below. But that wasn't all. Lai's fall also unintentionally punched a hole in the corner of the magic wall behind them. Lying flattened amidst the rubble, Lai was still wondering, doesn't he only have the Crimson Core? How did he suddenly gain the power of the Violet Core too? While Lai was still confused, Aki slowly flew down in front of him. Something strange happened. Aki's figure suddenly transformed into Van Dalen. In that dreamlike moment, Van Dalen called out his familiar name, Lai. At that moment, Lai was swept up in emotion and cried out, Van Dalen. At that point, the surroundings were nothing but a white void, and Van Dalen ran towards him. As soon as Lai reached him, Van Dalen fell into his arms, leaving him stunned. He whispered in Lai's ear, Lai, it's all right. It ends here. Let's go. Although he was reluctant, Lai's body trembled as his mind reeled violently. It took him a while to calm down, and at the same time, he made a decision. Yeah. The moment the word left his lips, Lai's body shuddered slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blue blood. It was none other than Aki. He had just struck the final blow to Lai. Feeling the pain overwhelming his body, Lai reached for the spot where Van Dylen had been, only to find a blade. Then, the cold blade was pulled out, still dripping with warm blood. With nothing left to support him, Lee's body collapsed in agony. By then, he saw through it all. Lai knew what he had just witnessed, an illusion. Until the moment his life faded away, he still cried out resentfully in his mind, this is why I hate illusions so much. After that silent cry, Lai's body slowly fell to the cold ground. In a flash, all that was left before Aki was Lai's cold, lifeless body. A moment later, a dazzling red core fell out of Lai's body. A 7th stage crimson core. Suddenly, as if it had a mind of its own, the core flew up and hovered in midair. Yet, Aki didn't take it and instead turned to leave. Seeing this strange action, the group was endlessly surprised. Aki. Aki nonchalantly moved the magic core to the side. Liu, hold this for me. Startled by her name being called, Liu instinctively caught the magic core, which fit perfectly in her palm. The moment she touched it, Liu could feel its aura. That guy's 7th stage twin core. Its energy source is infinitely deep, like having 2 hearts. At this point, Aki finally explained, "It will be useful for the 3 of you for your next level up. Take good care of it." He then walked over to his 2 comrades. Aran, Lina, you've worked hard. You 2 have always been top-tier warriors. With everyone here, I could confidently provide support for them. Lina was still worried, but the battle isn't over yet. The demon tide is still not far from here. They've lost their leader's command. Just then, Aki's gaze shifted towards the demon horde. It seemed they were momentarily unsure whether to continue attacking or to retreat. At that moment, Aran spoke up. This is troublesome. Even though they've lost their commander, a demon tide of this size could easily lose control and go completely berserk. If they all charge forward, the small town and its residents will be in danger. Despite knowing all this, Aki remained perfectly calm. He reassured everyone around him. Don't worry. Shino quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Aki. A demon tide of this size. Even though they can't compare to the 2 we just fought, there are just too many of them. Su Yi added, we'll charge in with you. Liu then suggested, let's make a plan. In response to their words, Aki glanced behind him as if deep in thought. This time, he wasn't just facing one monster, but the entire demon tide army. Just leave it to me. After a moment of contemplation, Aki immediately channeled immense power to the balls of his feet. Following that, a few stones broke loose from the ground and rose up at his command. Next, they quickly formed a vortex surrounding Aki. In just a moment, the vortex's power expanded until it pierced the heavens. And that wasn't all. In the gloomy sky, a brilliant red light had appeared from out of nowhere. Just from that alone, the demon tide army below began to tremble uncontrollably. As expected, the light from Aki's vortex of power was pushing the demon tide back. Then, a colossal beam of light descended from the sky, striking the demon tide with a devastating blow. When Aki reappeared, a white dragon was coiled around his body. At the same time, Aki's pupils had changed to 2 different colors, his gaze filled with a heaven-shattering aura. The power radiating from him now was enough to overwhelm the entire world. The moment Aki slightly opened his mouth, he revealed 2 beast-like fangs. On Aki's command, the dragon formed from his power opened its mouth and let out a mighty roar. The sound immediately forced the horde of demons to retreat. They clutched their ears in agony. With just that one move, the demon horde was driven out of Aki's base. Within moments, the demon army was nowhere to be seen. The enemy had completely withdrawn, leaving behind a landscape utterly devastated by the fierce battle. Aki's comrades still hadn't recovered from the shock. My God, to think it was all from just a single shout. Anium was stunned. It had directly terrified the demon tide into a full retreat. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils contracting as if he'd seen something. Before Aang was the unwavering figure of Aki. Aki, our king. Just what terrifying level has your power reached? With the battle here finished, the sky naturally began to clear up. In the city of Dawn, inside the council chamber, a figure stood by the window, gazing into the distance. That person was Tarina. Her eyes held a profound sadness. Just then, a tear in space suddenly appeared behind her. In a flash, the tear became a massive spatial rift. Within it, strange, colorful orbs emanated from the void. Then, Luzin emerged from the dark portal, followed by Barris and Hos. As soon as he arrived, Luzin demanded to know what had happened and why Li was also dead. Barris, beside him, said nothing, but he too seemed to be waiting for an explanation. The most unpredictable one was probably Hos, because he didn't even have a face. Hearing Luzin's voice and knowing they had arrived, Tarina slowly turned to look at them. She stated directly, "That's why I think the 4 of us need to gather and act together." Back with Aki, Aim spoke up. "Do you really have to leave right now? I thought you guys would stay for a few more days." Aki explained, "This can't be delayed. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid fighting will break out in the town." Aki looked at him in silence, his tone and gaze incredibly sincere. "Thank you for providing us with the armored transport." He then turned and asked Lina, "As for Dexia's location, do you have any specific information?" She then presented a small object. "I couldn't find her exact coordinates. The new king has placed an extremely tight lockdown on all information related to the former 6 saints." Aki immediately figured out that she at least knew the general location. Lina continued, "You just need to get to the nearby area, and this compass will react." The place where Dexia is being held, the The place she's talking about is a tall spire called the Twilight Tower. The name left Liu utterly astonished. She repeated in a low voice, the Twilight Tower. Lena then began to explain. According to the fragmented information I've received, it said that a creature both mysterious and terrifying guards that place. Because of its existence, the vast land for hundreds of miles around the Twilight Tower has become a dead zone that even demons refuse to approach. Shino and Sumo cried out in surprise. What? Even demons are scared of it and hate it. Lena didn't answer, but from her expression, it was clear. This was probably why the Twilight Tower was able to imprison a warrior as powerful as Dexia, a creature that could drive away even demons. Besides, it was unlikely that Dexia was the only one imprisoned there. Could there be other unknown beings? Are they friend or foe? A moment later, Aki calmly reached out to take the compass. All right, I understand. But Lena pulled her hand back. It's okay, Aki. I can hold it. She rolled up her sleeves as if ready for action. The dual core, plus the demonization. It's much stronger than I imagined. I was planning to continue analyzing the combat data from Van Dylen and Lee on the way, to break down the fighting style of the new Six Saints. I hope it can help you all in the upcoming battles. But Aki had already made his decision. Lena, you're staying here. Immediately, the atmosphere became heavy. Aki, knowing Lena was in shock, explained, I need you to stay in this city and help AEM protect this place. With you here, I'll be much more at ease. Hearing this, AEM was speechless, only able to watch Lena's reaction. As for her, she had been standing motionless this whole time. Lena was unusually silent, but she knew she had no choice but to accept. I understand. I'll follow your arrangements. As Lena finished speaking, an awkward and strange atmosphere fell over the city gate once more. Only Lena knew how turbulent her heart was. I can't help Aki anymore. It's true. I can't keep up with their level of combat anymore. When facing enemies on the level of the new Six Saints, I'm really no help at all. On the contrary, I'll just become a burden to them. As she was lost in her feelings of self-pity and helplessness, Aki reached out his hand. Thank you. He gently patted Lena's head, each word filled with sincerity. Thank you, Lena. After that, Aki got into the vehicle and left Aenheim's base with his team. When only the two of them were left, Aenheim spoke. Will this really be okay? I thought with your personality, you'd insist on going with the king, no matter what. Your feelings for him. At his words, Lena's mood sank once again. She whispered, Aki. Above her, a single moon shone brightly in the sky. He carries a mission and a responsibility that none of us can imagine or understand. Besides, I'm no longer a little girl who can just do whatever she wants. Gazing at the moonlight, Lena sighed, ANAM. This era no longer belongs to the previous generation like us. My feelings for him are about supporting him completely, not becoming a burden to him. With that, she fell silent again, watching the vehicle carrying Aki's group disappear into the distance. Then, Lena stretched and turned away. Let's go. There are still many things in the city that need our attention. Meanwhile, in Aki's vehicle, Liu was looking at the compass. According to the compass, we still have a long journey ahead of us. We'll pass through 3 A-rank towns on the way. One of them isn't far from here, so we can rest there for a bit. Hearing that, Sumo's eyes lit up. Huh? Really? An A-rank town? She couldn't hide her excitement, holding her camera high. This is great. We can finally visit a big town. My camera hasn't been serviced in a long time. Among the group, only Shino was visibly uncomfortable. He clutched his rumbling stomach. Shino scratched his head in embarrassment. Speaking of which, I'm starving. The battle started before I could even eat the dinner sister-in-law prepared. Remembering that feast, he suddenly felt his stomach growl even louder. The fight had used up a lot of his stamina and power. Model. Seriously, I could eat a whole cow's head right now. But then, Shino suddenly froze as if something had just occurred to him. Turns out, he just wanted to correct himself. No, make that too. Sumo burst out laughing. I believe you could. Shino replied graciously, thanks. I can share a piece of steak with you. Aki, who was focused on driving, suddenly asked, Liu, what about you? Liu's cheeks flushed slightly as she answered honestly, I want to soak in a bath. I'm not sure when Sumo overheard, but she suddenly threw her arms around Liu's neck. Deal. I'll help you scrub your back. Liu blushed and refused. No, that's okay. Sumo wondered why. Shino's eyes lit up with excitement. Aki, I can scrub your back too. Aki was horrified. I don't need that either. A moment later, as Aki drove, he began to calculate. It was time to raise their power to the next level. After who knows how long, a bustling city appeared before the three of them. By the time night fell, their car had stopped in front of an A-rank city hotel. At the front desk, Mortis was busy calculating the hotel's revenue. After a while, he finally stopped. Today's earnings are pretty good. Those 4 guests who just checked in at dusk. They look like warriors from out of town. They're so covered in dust and road-weary. It's hard to tell how strong they are. For a moment, Mortis thought of Aki's group and their powerful gold card. However, one of the young women among them spent money very freely. She booked both rooms on the top floor of the hotel, which were the best and quietest. She's probably just some rich young lady traveling with her 3 friends. Just then, Cass came to report, "Boss, isn't the captain of the town's second company also staying on the 3rd floor with his men? They're so close to the new guests. Will that be a problem?" The mere mention of that man made him tense. That captain might be a powerful 5th rank core warrior, but he has a notorious reputation for being a pervert. Among the 4 warriors who just checked in, 2 of them are very beautiful and charming young women. Mortis sighed and put in some eye drops, hoping those 4 outsiders were smart enough not to foolishly provoke people they shouldn't. Otherwise, there'd be big trouble. The scene shifts to a hotel room door, number 308. Inside, Aki's group of 4 sat cross-legged, concentrating on their training. In Liu's hands was the core that Aki had given her earlier. Gradually, clear cracks began to appear on the core's surface. A moment later, the core slowly vanished as Liu absorbed it. Only then did Aki let out a deep breath, looking greatly relieved. Aki's expression remained unchanged, and his words were as light as air. "It's done." Across from him, Sumo, who had also just finished absorbing her magic core, slowly opened her eyes. Aki then spoke up. "From this last battle, we obtained a total of 3 7th rank cores. I've just used a method to guide energy and raise the energy levels in everyone's bodies." He explained, "Your foundations might be a little unstable, but with a bit of practice, you should be able to master it quickly." At the same time, Aki announced some good news. "Right now, all of you are likely 7th rank warriors." Hearing this, Shino stared at his own hands in disbelief. "In such a short time, I've leveled up so many times, and now I'm a 7th rank warrior." However, Aki had to remind them, "You are all my most important teammates and companions. Although this special method has caused your strength to skyrocket on the path ahead, and for a very long time to come, there will likely be countless more hardships and trials waiting for us." At this point, he emphasized, "So, this is the only thing I can do for all of you." Liu immediately cut him off. "Don't say that. We're warriors. Our purpose is to protect humanity. If it weren't for you, Aki, the 3 of us would never have reached this level, let alone in such a short amount of time." Shino added, "I couldn't be more grateful. Honestly, back in Harrow City, I thought I'd be lucky to become a 2nd rank core warrior in my entire life." Sumo nodded. That's right. Besides, we're a team." Then, she reached for her camera. "All right, enough with the mushy stuff. Everyone, let's capture this great moment of breaking through to the 7th rank." Liu was placed next to Aki, and her face immediately turned red with shyness, but she quickly gathered her courage and tilted her head towards Aki. And so, a photo of 4 team members, full of passion and sincerity, was taken. A little later, a piercing scream suddenly came from the girl's bedroom. Room 307. Sumo looked visibly annoyed. No way. It's all sweaty and sticky inside." Nearby, Liu was sniffing the gloves that had been with her for so many days. She spoke up, "After fighting for so many days, it really has been a long time since we've had a proper bath. Plus, I heard this hotel has a special natural hot spring just for warriors." Liu's eyes lit up with joy and anticipation. "And we can wear nice clothes." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes widened. "A hot spring? I've only ever read about hot springs in old era books back in Harrow City. I can't believe we can actually experience one here. It must be so relaxing." After some time passed, Sumo exclaimed, "Finally, all sorted. Let's go tell Shino and Aki that they can go soak in the hot spring." Liu didn't object. "Okay, sure. It's on the way." A moment later, a series of rapid knocks echoed from outside Aki and Shino's door. Hearing the sound, Shino cautiously opened the door a crack, peering outside suspiciously. "Who is it?" Instantly, an unusually bright light shone in Shino's pupils. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the sight of Sumo and Liu. At that moment, Aki, who was sitting quietly in the room, noticed something was off. Aki walked to the door. "Liu, where are you 2 going so late?" The 2 girls stammered, "We're going to the hot spring. There's a free hot spring here." Sumo explained they had come to get them and excitedly invited. "Do you and Shino want to come with us?" The 2 boys shouted almost in unison. No. Even Liu blushed. "Wait, what is Sumo saying?" Sumo said innocently, "I thought it would be fun if we all use our demonization for an underwater fight." But in the end, they still went to the hotel's hot spring bath. Sumo was still confused. Why is it separated by gender? The book said you can soak together. At this point, Liu couldn't take it anymore. She gave Sumo a light flick. Liu reminded her, "Stop messing around, Sumo. Demonization isn't a toy. Next time we go to the beach, if no one's around, I'll play with you. Then she quickly pulled Sumo inside, saying, let's go in. Aki and Shino will be down soon. Just then, the curtain of the men's changing room next to the women's was pulled aside. At that moment, Bach stepped out only to suddenly freeze at the doorway. It turned out his gaze had been captured by the youthful beauty of Sumo and Liu. Seeing them, Bach couldn't hide his lustful expression as he licked his lips. Where did these goddesses come from? A dark and filthy thought popped into his head. Looks like I've got something to play with tonight. Bach stared straight at the two girls ahead and muttered under his breath, these two are on a whole other level. I've never seen anything like them. Judging by their appearance, they must be tourists from out of town. Right after, Viber also stared straight at the two girls. The whole group swarmed towards the two girls. Well, hello, you two beauties. Liu turned and gave them a cold glare. Is there a problem? Sumo stepped forward and said, sorry, I think you have the wrong people. Bach smirked. Oh no, there's no mistake. Ladies, I am the captain of Silver Moon City's second company, a 5-star nuclear warrior. My name is Bach. He grinned, staring intently at the two of them. So, how about it? Would you two beauties be interested in having a drink with me tonight? Bach inwardly chuckled. There was no woman he couldn't conquer. He thought to himself, as long as I show them my status and power, none of them can resist. And then they'll fall right into my hands. Bach smiled slyly, feeling smug. It's too easy. Today will be no different. Liu said coldly. The second company, a 5-star nuclear warrior. So what? That just reminds me of another piece of trash. Sumo spoke up with a smile. If there's nothing else, please stop blocking our way. Liu's face darkened as she added, we're going to the hot springs. Upon hearing this, Bach's expression soured and his whole body trembled with rage. The next second, Bach stomped his foot hard on the ground. You dare look down on me? He stood before the two girls and slammed both hands against the wall. Bach flashed a menacing grin down at the two girls. In that case, I'll just have to take you two tonight and have some real fun. You hear me? You two ignorant little brats. Liu stared at him and asked coldly, and if we don't? Bach let out a sly laugh. If you don't? He licked his lips like a pervert and replied, then I'll just have to use force, of course. Suddenly, two figures approached. You have 3 seconds. Get out of here. Those two were none other than Aki and Shino. He frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on them. The two girls' expressions changed immediately as they called out, Aki, Shino. Shino suppressed his rage, glaring at the group. Bach furiously shouted, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Aki's brow furrowed as he began the countdown in a low voice. 3. Viber yelled angrily, hey, how dare you disrespect this city's captain? Ignoring his shouting, Aki continued the countdown as before. 2. Bach turned and started cursing. Damn it, what the hell are you counting? Trying to act cool. What happens when you're done counting? Huh, I'll finish it for you. 3. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of power shot toward him. Bach froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. In less than a second, he took the full force of Aki's punch. The overwhelming power sent him flying backward, slamming hard into the wall behind him. Veins bulged on Aki's face as he finished the final count. 1. Bach's subordinates were terrified as they witnessed his overwhelming power. The group rushed over to Bach. Captain. Captain. Bach slowly crawled up from the rubble, coughing violently. His face was now a bloody mess. He stammered, your speed. You're a warrior too, but you're not wearing a combat suit. How are you able to? Normally, warriors must wear a special black form-fitting combat suit, especially the special converter device on the chest that transforms energy in order to safely channel and use the violent power of the Atma core. The higher the synchronization rate, the more power a warrior can draw from the Atma core. This is common knowledge that everyone in this era knows. Aki said to himself, but the four of us, at some point. Bach looked at the four of them, startled, his eyes filled with terror. He continued his inner monologue. Stop needing to rely on external objects like combat suits. Immediately after, all four of them unleashed an intimidating power that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Bach broke out in a cold sweat, his entire body trembling. After witnessing that power, his goons fled for their lives. You guys just wait. Liu turned to speak, but suddenly froze. The thing was, right in front of her was Aki's alluring, muscular body. Aki was a bit bewildered, glancing down at Liu curiously. Seeing her blushing face, he couldn't help but ask, Liu, why is your face so red? Do you have a cold? Embarrassed, Liu quickly backed away. No, let's just hurry up and get to the hot springs. Sumo, seeing right through her, just smiled and said, oh. After all the commotion, the day was finally coming to an end, and a strange yet warm trip to the hot springs began. In the women's bath, a small hot spring pool was set amidst a natural landscape. Liu's fair white legs slowly stepped down into the pool. Feeling the hot water, she let out a satisfied sigh. On the other side, Sumo was pulling up her towel to cover her ample chest. She stood in the water, stretched, and let out a refreshing sigh. Sumo exclaimed with delight. This feels amazing. It's like my whole body is melting. From the side, someone spoke up in admiration. Look at those two girls. They're female warriors. Can a female warrior's skin really be that beautiful? I'm so jealous. Another person added, that's not all. Earlier in the changing room, I'm pretty sure I saw their abs. They look even more impressive than my good-for-nothing husband. Suddenly, a woman approached and asked, are you two warriors from out of town? Looking at your figures, you're both truly flawless. Would you like something to drink? As she spoke, she set down 2 cups of fragrant tea. Holding the tea, the woman introduced it. Here, this is a specialty of our Silver Moon City. It's called lace shooting tea. Taking a sip while soaking in the hot spring is incredibly relaxing. Liu quickly replied, oh, thank you. Another woman came over with a tray of tea for Sumo. Here you go. The other girls are all excited for you two to try our tea as well. The group of women, captivated by Liu's beauty, eagerly offered her their tea. Please try my tea too. No, try mine first. She smiled happily and replied, okay, thank you, everyone. Liu wasn't sure how to respond to everyone's kindness. Meanwhile, Sumo was enjoying the tea she had just been offered. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the cup in her hand and praised it. This is delicious. After finishing her tea, Sumo cheerfully spoke up. Could I have another cup, please? Liu drank the tea in her hand, thinking to herself that as the captain, she should be as open as Sumo. At the same time, behind the screen was the adjacent men's bath. The men were all wide-eyed, staring blankly in the same direction. They looked at Aki and Shino and began to whisper amongst themselves. Look at the muscles on those two. They must be warriors, right? The group looked at each other and whispered their questions. They look a lot stronger than normal warriors. Maybe they're elite warriors? Hey. Look at the scars on them. Those are from fighting demons. Keep your voice down. Don't get on their bad side. They don't look very approachable, do they? Stop talking nonsense. Mino stared intently in one direction and then suddenly spoke in a low voice. Aki. Aki glanced over, calling back in the same low tone. Shino spoke first. I have a question. Aki replied, me too. He asked, why are they keeping such a distance from us? The people over there lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Wait, I think they're looking over here. In the eyes of those around them, Aki and Shino looked menacing and terrifying. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, the group finished bathing. The 4 of them stepped out at the same time, seemingly speaking in unison. The people here look a bit lifeless, don't they? They're so easy to get along with. Te held up a finger and said, how can you say that? Let me tell you. When we were in the hot spring earlier, the ladies were extremely welcoming. Not only did they invite us for tea, but they also told us about lots of fun places to visit in Silver Moon City. After hearing that, the 2 boys stared at each other in bewildered silence. Aki rested his chin on his hand, thinking back to the strange reactions of the people in there, and said, for us, it was. Tomo cried out in shock. Huh? How can that be? Just then, Liu suddenly turned to leave. Forget them. Let's go. To asked blankly, huh? Go where? Liu smiled and replied, to help Tomo get a new camera lens. She cheered ecstatically. You're the best. Tomo held the camera in her hands, unable to contain her excitement. You're getting me such an expensive lens. She smiled happily and thanked him. This is amazing. Thank you, Liu. Liu replied, as long as you like it. The people up ahead whispered among themselves, look at those 4. The 4 were blue core Barris, yellow core Luzan, and purple core Terena. Aki casually walked past their group. Suddenly, Aki and Terena both stopped at the same time, saying in unison, stop. Both their expressions turned grim, and neither spoke a word. Liu turned to look at him and asked, Aki, why did you stop? All 3 of them were startled at once, their eyes widening in silent shock at the aura of those 4. Terena shot them a sharp glance, then ordered her comrades to turn around. Aki's group just watched them with grim, silent faces. Everyone now faced each other with extremely serious expressions. The 2 sides faced off, and the air seemed to grow heavy. Aki and Terena were still looking at each other grimly, not saying a word. Terena suddenly looked up and smiled, revealing her beautiful face. Seeing this, Aki was stunned, staring at her in a daze. But then, Terena turned around and ordered her subordinates, let's go. Liu spoke up. Aki, do you know them? That woman seemed to be smiling at you. Aki, still dazed, replied, no, I don't recognize her. He wondered to himself, why did the purple core energy in my left eye suddenly react? Shino analyzed seriously. The aura of those four is very strange. Each one of them possesses unfathomable strength. Moreover, when the four of them stood together, they gave off a complete, unbreakable aura. Tu couldn't help but wonder, could they be an elite warrior squad from some A-rank town or a mercenary legion? Liu thought with dread. It's also possible that they're demons. She suddenly called out loudly to the four people ahead. Hey, wait a minute. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the distance. Immediately after, fireworks shot into the sky. The scene before them was magnificent. Tomo's eyes sparkled. It's fireworks. The fireworks for the Silver Moon Festival. She excitedly raised her camera to take a picture. It really is fireworks. Back in Hello City, I only ever heard the elders talk about them. I never knew they were this beautiful. Aki and Liu were both mesmerized, admiring the beautiful scene before them. He squinted slightly, thinking to himself that a life like this was truly wonderful. Liu turned her head to look for the other four, and was surprised by what she saw. The four of them had vanished without a trace. Liu thought to herself, they're gone. Suddenly, a low voice called her name. Aki looked up at the gorgeous fireworks and praised them. So beautiful. Liu looked up, gazing intently, then replied, yes, it is. The firework display continued before their eyes, captivatingly beautiful. Tarina's group stood on the roof of a building, silently looking down at the city. Who spoke first? Tarina. Were those four the ones we're looking for? She tilted her head and replied, although I'm not certain, I can confirm that those four are all top-tier warriors with extraordinary power. It's truly surprising. Tarina recalled Aki and continued, especially their leader. That guy interests me even more. Barris questioned, if you're not sure, then it's better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty escape. We should just eliminate all of them. She sighed helplessly. Men, why are you all in such a hurry? Our mission this time is to follow the information we've already gathered. We've deduced that the group who killed Dylan and Lai might pass through here. Tarina closed her eyes and continued explaining, but might doesn't mean we can just go on a killing spree in an A-rank town without distinguishing friend from foe. Understand? We are human warriors, after all. The Great Six Banners, not some mindless demons. Who asked doubtfully, so, Tarina, are you planning to use the Death Soldier puppet technique? She gave a mysterious smile and replied, that's right. Tonight, I'll find a chance to turn that handsome boy into my most perfect puppet. Tarina raised her hand and continued, by then, if they aren't the ones we're looking for, we'll have clear proof. And if they really are the ones we're looking for, then we'll use him to blend in with that group of good friends. A cunning smile spread across her face as she asked in a deadly tone, wouldn't it be more interesting to have him personally kill them one by one? At this point, Luzin finally spoke up. The power of the Death Soldier puppet technique is indeed terrifying. It silently infiltrates the opponent's mind. Then it completely takes over their sea of consciousness, extracts all of their secrets, and with a single thought, can completely erase the target's awareness. They become a living body with no thoughts, turning into the most loyal Death Soldier puppet. The core warriors of the six banners under your command have already become a legion of such puppets, he said with a cold expression. During the last demon tide, with their terrifying strength combined with their fearless spirit, they joined forces and killed a seven banners warrior as if it were child's play. Barris glanced at her with an interested tone. How convenient. He continued, your purple core ability. Tarina laughed out loud without restraint. You flatter me. Haoshu lowered his voice and said, Van, lie. We will avenge you both. Tarina placed a hand on her chest and declared, just you wait, handsome. Tonight, I'm going to strip away every last one of your secrets. A festive atmosphere had enveloped the entire bustling town. It was the Silver Moon Festival, and people had poured out onto every street, immersing themselves in the celebratory mood. Sumo looked around cheerfully. It's so lively. Is this the festival the girls at the hot spring were talking about? Liu was also overwhelmed by the massive crowd. Yes, it is. Just what you'd expect from an A-rank town. Just then, Sumo's attention was caught by a stall on the side of the road. She quickly pulled Shino's hand. Shino, come on. Let's go play ring toss again. Seeing the two of them acting so close, Aki and Liu couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Meanwhile, a strange light began to glow from the roof of a tall building in the distance. Tarina had followed them here. She watched every move Aki's group made. Such a nice friendship. Tarina's voice carried a sinister tone. So nice, it makes you just want to crush it with your own hands. At the same time, she made an interesting discovery. After observing them, it turned out that the beautiful girl named Liu was the actual leader. However, Tarina still suspected that the true center of the team was actually the handsome young man named Aki. As she said this, the corners of her lips curved into an excited smile. Same name as the former king. How interesting. As she spoke, magical energy radiated from around Tarina. Let's begin. The moment the words left her mouth, her figure vanished into thin air without a trace. At the same time, Shino was hugging a large pile of dolls, the prizes from their ring toss game. He couldn't help but praise her. I had no idea Sumo was so good at ring toss. Among them, only Aki seemed to have noticed something, stopping suddenly in his tracks. In front of him was Tarina. She had deliberately emitted her magical energy to lure Aki to her. It seemed Tarina was very confident in her plan, even looking like she was provoking him. At this moment, Tarina's pupils began to glow, along with an incredibly dangerous look in her eyes. Realizing the approaching danger, Aki immediately stopped while his friends were still having fun. Sumo was the first to notice something was off with him. "Why'd you suddenly stop?" Aki immediately said with caution. "I see that female warrior from before, but her eyes and her whole aura have completely changed. She's right by that tree up ahead." Hearing this, the other three quickly gathered around Aki, their faces filled with vigilance. However, unlike Aki, they couldn't see Tarina. There's nothing there. Not wanting to worry his friends, Aki corrected himself. "I guess I must have been seeing things." But he had no idea that a hand was already reaching for him from behind. Tarina's hand seemed to brush against Aki's, a deliberately playful gesture. As soon as he realized she was there, Aki whipped his head around. This time, Tarina was bold enough to approach Aki directly. "Got you." Then, she narrowed her eyes slightly, murmuring two mysterious words to activate the fallen puppet art. Instantly, a magical sigil appeared beneath the feet of Aki and his friends. In a flash, Aki was pulled into a subconscious world where he was chained down by Tarina. To him, in reality, he just felt a momentary daze. She revealed more. "Caught in my little trick. In this dark fragment of the mind, it's just you and me." Next, Tarina generated magical energy in her hand. "But for me, from this moment on, you have no secrets you can hide. I'm very curious about your value." It seemed Tarina was extremely curious about Aki. After all, this is the first time I've ever seen such a big key. With that, she tightened her grip on the glowing weapon in her palm. Then Tarina leaped up, heading straight for Aki. "Become my fallen puppet." Tarina was incredibly confident. "This technique of mine has never failed. As long as I can forcibly unlock the chains of the target's mental defenses, I can completely seize their mind, consciousness, and soul, gaining absolute control. Complete and utter control." Just as she was gloating, a giant hand reached out from behind Aki, then grabbed the chain binding him and pulled with immense force. The once confident Tarina froze, completely stunned that this could happen. Before her, Aki had now transformed into a giant demon. That's... At the same time, the Chi Wanqi had appeared. He was in his battle form with red armor and white hair. Half of Tarina's face was shrouded in darkness, her eyes showing utter terror. The Chi Wanqi looked at Tarina and spoke in a cold voice. "Kid, you picked the wrong target." In the dark space of the mind, the Chi Wanqi had taken complete control. Tarina was dumbfounded. What in the world is this? Is this his mental defense skill? I've never heard of a mental defense skill this terrifying. She was still questioning it in her mind. Impossible. This is fundamentally not something the will of a human can create. No, wait, this figure. This isn't his own will. What in the world is parasitizing his body? Only now did Tarina want to find out just who this guy named Aki really was. A moment later, the Chi Wanqi slowly spoke. "You thought you could probe the mind of this vessel?" Facing a trembling Tarina, the Chi Wanqi sneered. "What a pathetic little skill. Don't make me laugh." With that, he drew his long sword and shouted, "Begone." Instantly, the Tarina inside the mental world was slashed by the Chi Wanqi's sword. Amidst the crowd in the real world, Aki was still lost in his subconscious. At this point, the other three had noticed something was wrong with Aki. All three of them kept asking, "What's wrong?" At that moment, Tarina's figure had also vanished from the real world. Aki finally snapped out of it, and he quickly looked around. "There's nothing here. Could it be that I was just seeing things?" Aki didn't understand at all. He remembered seeing Tarina. He was sure he had just seen her. Seeing nothing unusual, Aki quickly told his friends, "It's nothing. Let's go." Sumo nodded. "Okay." Even though he couldn't see her anymore, Aki's suspicions hadn't faded. "It's not for nothing that I saw that high-level warrior. But my own illusion energy can clearly sense that I'm not being affected by any illusion magic. Regardless, I still need to be careful." Aki then temporarily put the matter aside, planning to enjoy the festival with the other three. But he had no idea that Tarina was hiding behind a nearby stall. After what had just happened, she no longer dared to show her face. What in the world was that just now? Tarina recalled the scene from moments ago. He shattered my strongest illusion with a single wave of his hand. Even now, she still hadn't calmed down. I'm lucky I ran fast, otherwise my head would have been sliced clean off. Just then, the owner of the stall returned. I was only gone for a moment. He saw Tarina and asked, "Hey miss, what are you doing hiding behind my stall? And you don't look so good." "Damn it, my aura is in chaos." Tarina quickly used her magic. Just act like I don't exist. The powerful magic quickly affected the owner, causing him to turn and walk away. Right then, Tarina finally had a moment to check her own body. Damn it. Even her passive skill, Erase Presence, which she used for stealth, had been nullified and completely disrupted. Tarina instantly realized it was all because of that parasitic shadow in Aki's consciousness. My corpse puppet jutsu couldn't have been nullified just like that. With that thought, she quickly composed herself and stood up from behind the stall. This time, Tarina made a silent vow. I will not fail a second time. I will utterly and mercilessly destroy your squad from the inside out. But she had already made her calculations. Her target this time would shift to Liu, the white-haired girl next to him. Meanwhile, Aki and his friends, especially Sumo, were still enjoying the street festivities. Perhaps among the four of them, only Sumo was truly having a good time. Do I look like a clown? Liu covered her mouth and chuckled, completely unaware that Tarina was targeting her from within the crowd. Instantly, she unleashed her magic, reaching out toward Aki's group. This was also part of Tarina's plan to avoid Aki's interference. She needed to maintain a greater distance this time. However, Tarina also knew that operating from such a long range would consume a massive amount of energy. Just as Liu was walking, a chill ran down her spine. A moment later, a bizarre lock materialized on her body. Then using a captain like you as a weak point to break through and destroy this squad isn't a bad choice at all. Only then did Tarina dare to reveal herself. While not as great as Aki's, the key to your secret is also quite significant. Once again, she tightened her grip on her glowing weapon and recited the incantation. Reveal your secret to me and become my puppet. But with Liu, Tarina faced no resistance, easily inserting the key into the lock. Then, light from the key traveled along the cracks on the lock. As if in response, the nearby chains began to move. A triumphant smile instantly appeared on Tarina's lips. Unlock successful. I won't fail in the same place twice. I am Sin Liu Hao. Suddenly, a blue light washed over Tarina's face. Following that, the mental space, which had been pitch black, was engulfed in a blinding light. What's more, Tarina spotted the Black King standing behind her. What the hell is this? Seeing Tarina, the woman exuded an extreme coldness as she slowly walked toward her. The Black King immediately demanded, "You dare use a mental-type skill on my pet." The Black King walked past Tarina, the hem of her dress fluttering with each step. She looked towards Liu, who was still under control. She raised her hands, her tone laced with weariness. "Oh, you really are a treasure that makes one worry." Liu stood motionless, her head bowed and her eyes lifeless. Tarina's key seemed to be sealing her away. The Black King approached Liu, placing her hand on the key embedded in her. The Black King gently pulled the key out and effortlessly crushed the object that was sealing Liu. The Black King narrowed her eyes, bringing her face close to Liu's. The Black King whispered into Liu's ear, "I shared a portion of my power with you, giving you abilities far beyond ordinary people, for the sole purpose of having you stay by the vessel of the Red King Chi and protect him." The Black King lowered her head slightly, her voice a soft whisper. "Don't you disappoint me." The Black King turned to face the motionless Tarina, muttering, "Although I'm not sure what that little insect intended to do with my deer." The Black King raised a hand, her voice ringing out. "But I'm sure it was nothing good, was it?" The Black King pointed her index finger at Tarina as his source of energy quickly gathered. She whispered, "I don't like it one bit." In a flash, the Black King fired a blast of energy from her hand. It shot forward, piercing straight through Tarina's head. Tarina remained motionless but felt the pain, letting out a cry. The Black King turned back to Liu and said, "There, I've helped you vent your anger." The Black King drew closer, gently placing a hand on Liu's cheek. She lightly kissed Liu's forehead and said softly, "Protect the vessel of the Red King Chi well." The Black King placed a finger on Liu's lips, her voice echoing, "Of course. I trust you'll do your best. I understand your feelings, but good intentions alone are not enough." The Black King lowered her hand, a faint smile on her lips. She continued, "After all, that Aki fellow is an important part of our plan." The Black King's body began to fade away as she said softly, "I'll be going now." The surrounding space shattered like glass, and her voice echoed from a distance. "Next time, don't let just anything barge into our home so easily." The sound of shattering echoed through the space as streams of light seeped through the newly formed cracks. Liu and Tarina remained motionless as a blinding light suddenly erupted between them. The scene shifts back to reality. As if waking from a nightmare, Liu jolted awake with a gasp. Aki was standing right beside her. He turned back, his tone curious. "What's wrong?" Liu placed a hand on her head, replying in confusion, "I just feel strange." Shino looked back, a bright smile on his face. He called out, "Aki, why are you two just standing there?" Sumo eagerly added, "Yeah, hurry up. There are a lot more cool places over there." Aki bowed his head slightly, his eyes on Liu, and said softly, Let's go, our dear captain. Liu nodded slightly, her face flushing red, and she gently replied to Aki, let's go. Liu and Aki walked towards Shino and Sumo. Their group gradually moved away, disappearing into the crowd, leaving the motionless Tarina behind. Tarina stood silently, her entire body unmoving. The people around her didn't seem to notice her presence. A voice rang out, maintaining the stealth effect. Suddenly, Tarina's eyes flashed, and her body twitched. Her stealth effect wore off. The surrounding people turned their heads, finally noticing Tarina's presence. A man approached Tarina, asking curiously, hey, look at her. What is she doing? A line of text appeared, stealth skill has been nullified. Someone shouted excitedly, wow, that girl's gorgeous. Is that pose some kind of performance? Suddenly, from Tarina's ear, a trickle of red blood flowed out, rolling down her face. Tarina snapped back to reality and began to cough up blood, which sprayed from her mouth with each hack. As if all her strength had vanished, Tarina collapsed, her hands hitting the ground to steady herself. The surrounding crowd was terrified, recoiling in unison as someone shouted, she's bleeding. Tarina raised a hand to her mouth, trying to stop the flow of blood. She muttered, no, impossible. A direct psychic attack. Who the hell was that inside my illusion? Tarina sat motionless as a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she vanished completely. The surrounding people were all terrified. A small puff of smoke rose from where Tarina had just vanished, and someone shouted in confusion, what's going on? Another person added, she vanished. The scene shifts to the top of a building, where a light suddenly flashes in midair. Tarina appears, her entire body collapsing. In front of her stood Hos, motionless. A magic circle appeared on his hand. He was the one who had just teleported Tarina back. Text appears. Spatial teleportation. Barris, Hoso, and Luzan all ran over to Tarina. Luzan's voice rang out, Tarina, what on earth happened? Tarina's eyes flew open, her voice trembling. She answered in shock, I was hit directly by a powerful psychic attack. My psychic core is severely damaged. My head feels like it's going to explode. I need to begin psychic recovery immediately. Images of the Red King and the Black King appeared in Tarina's mind, her voice still laced with fear. Whether it was that Aki guy or that Liu, it seems like they both have some kind of supernatural protector with them. I couldn't even analyze what just happened. Luzan, Barris, and Hoso were silent. They looked at Tarina, who was trembling on the ground, as one of them muttered in bewilderment, who in the world is that squad? The scene shifts back to the summer festival. The photos just taken by the camera appear, capturing the fun moments of Aki's group. Sumo, holding the camera, hugged Liu tightly. Sumo's voice rang out, this new camera lens is amazing. Liu, you're the best. It's so much better than my old one. Thank you for the new camera lens. Liu raised a hand and patted Sumo on the head, replying gently, you're exaggerating. I'm just glad you like it. Liu said to everyone, we should head back to the hotel. Sumo said in a playful tone, hey, don't be so clingy. From a high vantage point, a large crowd could be seen gathered in front of the hotel. Text appears, Traveler's Dream Hot Spring Hotel, main entrance. At the hotel entrance, an angry voice boomed, follow me, drag them out here. No woman I set my sights on ever gets away from me. Bach appeared, his body encased in a gleaming suit of armor. He roared, what a damn day. Maybe my core was the problem before. This time, I've swapped out all my gear and my core for brand new ones. This time, I'm going to teach them a proper lesson. A bystander in the back mumbled, isn't that Captain Bach? What unlucky soul managed to piss him off? Someone else replied, more like, what poor girl caught his eye? A small voice piped up, well, he's credited with slaying demons. His power is genuinely immense. Mortis gave a strange smile, rubbing his hands together. He tried to placate Bach. Captain Bach, sir, what brings you to our humble establishment? Was our service lacking in some way? You're a generous man, sir. For my sake, could you please not cause a scene here? Bach scowled and yelled, get out of the way. You talk too much. Don't waste your breath on me. Either you hand over the people who provoked me. Bach glanced up at the hotel and shouted, or I won't mind giving you an opportunity to rebuild this place in a new architectural style. Mortis quickly tried to calm him down. Captain Bach, please, calm down. Those guests. They went out for the fireworks festival and haven't returned yet. Viber appeared from somewhere and stepped next to Bach. He whispered, Captain, look, they're back. Upon hearing this, Bach stood motionless for a moment, as if in anticipation. From a distance, Aki's group approached, chatting cheerfully amongst themselves. Bach and his squad quickly advanced towards Aki's group, his voice booming, perfect timing, you damn bastards. Bach's guards quickly surrounded Aki's group as someone shouted, surround them. Aki stood still, a slightly surprised look on his face. Aki glanced up at the person before him. Bach towered over him, emanating an unpredictable, murderous aura. Bach's core lit up as he roared. Open your damn eyes and see who you're dealing with. I am a 5-star core warrior, captain of the 2nd Company of Silvermoon City. Bach grabbed Aki by the collar, his tone filled with contempt. You pieces of trash don't even have the guts to wear combat gear, and yet you dare to pick a fight with me? You dogs. Regretting it now, are you? Now get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness. Aki remained calm, his body still. He was silent for a long moment, a look of confusion on his face. He asked in genuine-sounding confusion, Excuse me, who are you? Laughter erupted from behind, and a bystander whispered, They don't even recognize Bach. Bach gritted his teeth, snarling in fury. You. Mortis rushed over, trying to intervene. Wait, Captain Bach, please don't get worked up. Mortis clasped his hands together, trying to persuade Bach. They're just young and foolish, sir. Please don't resort to violence here. I've already brought out my finest liquor, waiting for you inside. Bach shoved Mortis aside, who frantically said, You already destroyed a building by accident last time. Bach pointed a thumb at himself and yelled, You dare play dumb with me? You're the bastards from the hot spring, he roared, finally recognizing them. Liu Shino and Su Mo immediately grew wary, their eyes glowing as they prepared for battle. Aki smiled, placing a hand on his chin and replying nonchalantly, Oh, my apologies. I thought you were someone important, so I didn't pay much attention. I remember now. A memory of Bach with Liu and Su Mo at the hot spring flashed through Aki's mind. He continued to taunt him. You're the guys from the hot spring entrance, the ones who were speaking crudely and trying to harass my 2 female teammates. Aki clasped his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and concluded coldly, You animals. Bach's eyes turned bloodshot, rage twisting his face. He swung a powerful fist towards Aki, roaring furiously. You're dead. Mortis squeezed his eyes shut and clutched his head, his mind screaming helplessly. It's all over. Aki remained calm, standing perfectly still as the attack came at him. In the blink of an eye, Aki swung his arm and sent Bach flying into the distance. Viber looked on in confusion towards the fountain. That was where Bach had landed. The fountain was heavily dented and cracked into pieces, with dust clouding the air. Bach lay motionless beside the pool of water as Viber's voice shouted out, Captain Bash! A large gash had appeared on Bach's face. From a distance, Aki said coldly, Your face was just begging to be punched. Aki turned to look at Viber and said quietly, Sorry about that. I might have gone a little overboard. Also, he'll be paying for the damages. Bach's guards charged at Aki in unison. One of them roared in anger, You're asking to die. In an instant, the guards unleashed a flurry of slashes where Aki was standing. Aki remained still, and with a single punch, he sent all of his opponents flying. Witnessing this scene, Mortis and the surrounding crowd were utterly astonished. Aki stood firm, then shifted his feet and turned around. On the other side, Bach's guards were sent flying by Aki. They landed right in the same pool of water that he had been thrown into. Aki looked at Mortis and asked him casually, Did you just say you have some fine wine? Mortis was silent for a moment, sweat rolling down his cheek as an excited grin spread across his face. Mortis bowed, his voice full of solemnity. Indeed, and we have a variety of delicacies. Please, come inside. Early in the morning at a certain hotel, a guest seemed to be checking out. Automated checkout successful. Aki pulled the door open forcefully, with Sumo, Liu, and Shino following right behind him. As Aki's group was leaving the hotel in silence, a voice suddenly called out. Right in front of Aki were Mortis and his staff. They were all bowing respectfully. Good morning, our 4 esteemed guests. Then, Mortis brought out a bag, its contents unknown. He walked past the bowing staff members. He was heading towards Aki. Mortis then bowed his head as well, showing his respect for Aki. He'd offered the bag to him. This is some top-shelf liquor for you. I hope you will accept it. Aki was momentarily surprised that he and his team were being given a gift. Why, all of a sudden? Mortis offered no further explanation, simply keeping his head bowed and repeating himself. Please, please accept it. Although Mortis said nothing out loud, in his heart, he knew just how much Aki had helped him. Thanks to Aki's group, Mortis no longer had to worry about dealing with Bach. In his mind, that damn Bach probably won't have the face to cause trouble here again. On Aki's side, he still felt very awkward about receiving such a valuable gift. Why would you give us such an expensive gift? Beside him, Liu whispered to Aki. She seemed to understand Mortis's intentions. If you refuse, you'll put the hotel owner in a very awkward position. After reminding Aki, Liu closed her eyes and thought to herself with a bit of admiration for the man standing before her. He didn't even care about what happened yesterday, taught Bach a lesson, and even helped the hotel out of a bind. That's right, he's used to trivial matters like this. Aki's always a bit slow on the uptake. After thinking this, Liu stepped forward and reached out to take the gift bag from Mortis. We'll accept it. Thank you very much. Just then, a car that had been waiting for them pulled up. Liu called out to the others, let's go. Aki was at a base, though it was unclear which organization it belonged to. The base's gate slowly opened, and Aki drove out on a heavy-duty motorcycle with Shino and his other teammates sitting behind him. Since he was driving, Aki didn't forget to honk the horn to warn any pedestrians. Aki held a Jada locator, checking their destination and signaling to his team. This is the next place. I've confirmed the coordinates to the northwest. Aki furrowed his brow, calculating the time. Aki was still driving the powerful motorcycle at a very high speed. If we go at full speed, we should be able to get there in about 2 days. Tomo, sitting in the back, seemed very excited to know they were about to arrive. Are we finally going to rescue that old man? Seeing Tomo so cheerful about such a mysterious mission, Liu immediately brought her up to speed. Tomo, according to the intel from Lena, Sunset Tower is a key base that the new king is using to imprison the esteemed Desada. Liu turned around to speak more easily with Tomo, brushing back her hair as it whipped around in the strong wind. The challenges and dangers there are still a complete unknown. So, from now on, we have to drop the vacation mindset, switch to a state of combat readiness. Realizing this was no joyride, Tomo's expression immediately turned serious. Understood, Captain. Tomo glanced over at Shino, as if wanting to exchange a signal with her. We will definitely give it our all to help Aki. Then Tomo turned fully towards Shino. She asked again, as if to confirm, right, Shino? When did Aki start wearing sunglasses? He was silently thinking about Desada. Desa? The heavy motorcycle continued to roll across the desolate desert. As he drove, Aki thought, my old friend, I'm on my way. Flashing back about half an hour, Aki's group had passed through a base located in that sandy desert. 30 minutes ago, a sky-high tower stood in this place. Near the base of the tower was a group of people, at the Silver Moon City Signal Tower. It turned out to be Luzan's group. Luzan was supporting Tarina. Tarina stared into the distance, where Aki's motorcycle was heading towards Sunset Tower. There's no mistaking it. The one who could injure you so badly, plus that destination. I can confirm it. Tarina was seething with hatred. She remembered Lai and Den, and her anger grew as she ground her teeth. That damn squad that killed Lai and Den, it's them. Suddenly, Haas seemed to sense something, and he was the first to act. Haas channeled his energy to fly high into the air, then signaled to his teammates. It's them. Hearing this, Barris got ready, unable to wait any longer. Then let's take them out together. Haas, teleport us in front of them right now. Seeing his two hasty companions, Luzan reminded them of the current situation. What's the rush? Can't you see Tarina's condition? Tarina was still injured, but she managed to say a few words to reassure her team. My mental energy needs at least 1 to 2 days to recover to its previous state. Tarina encouraged her teammates while also pointing out their advantage over Aki's group. Don't worry, I've used my spatial coordinates to lock onto their travel route. They're bound to a vehicle, while we can manipulate space. Hearing this, Haas thought it made sense. He agreed with Luzan's idea. We'll wait for Tarina to recover, then we'll chase them down. It won't be long. Luzan grew more and more smug, knowing that his group had a significant advantage. Besides, that little squad probably has no idea. As he thought about Sunset Tower, Luzan's face darkened, as if he were about to say something terrifying. What exactly is waiting for them there, back in the desolate desert, but this time with traces of a few ruins? Aki's group was still speeding down the road. By now, the sun had begun to set, and no one knew how long Aki's group had been traveling. As the sun disappeared, night fell. Aki's group was entering a rather dense forest. Then, when the sun rose once more, the group passed through a coastal region teeming with shrimp and fish. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. According to Aki's calculations, it was about time for them to arrive. 2 days later, Aki looked at the bike's control panel, a hint of annoyance on his face. Perfect timing. The energy crystal is depleted, too. Since the motorcycle was no longer usable, Aki decided they would walk. Liu's group agreed. It's not far from here. Let's just walk the rest of the way. They hadn't gone far before a tower appeared before them. Everyone in Aki's group recognized its name. It was Sunset Tower. However, all 4 of them felt that something was terribly wrong. Aki spoke first, his tone extremely cautious as he looked at the towering structure. This aura was far from ordinary. It was brimming with tyranny and killing intent. Liu, right beside him, added her thoughts. An indescribable worry and sorrow showed in the depths of her eyes. This was an old tower, with not a single soul in sight. Already sensing the danger, Liu activated her power, and a red aura radiated from her body. Gradually, Liu's hair turned half black and half white, and a blue aura radiated from her. Sumo was also braced and ready. She had activated her power, and Shino was no exception. It seemed the entire group could feel the danger that lay in wait. Aki's group of 4 stood back to back, each guarding a direction to prevent a sneak attack. Everyone was observing their surroundings intently. Shino spoke up. "This atmosphere is seriously eerie." As if to echo Shino's sentiment, Sumo added, "I feel the same way. I can sense a dense and overwhelming evil, a murderous intent." Of course, Liu felt no different from the others. She continued after Sumo, "It has no clear target. It's as if it's existed here for a very, very long time." Aki could sense this more clearly than anyone. He added, "It's madness, a kind of chaotic will." After speaking, Aki bent down and touched the ground, as if searching for something. And deep beneath that crazed, malevolent resentment, Aki continued to speak as he acted. Around Aki, Liu's group remained on high alert, also sensing a suppressed sorrow. Although the true enemy was invisible, Aki could feel the overwhelming presence of Tarina's group here. This feeling was like being lost in a high-level demon dimension. Sumo was extremely puzzled by this invisibility. She asked Aki, "Why? But why can't we see anything? Not a single demon." Aki seemed to have realized everything, and he calmly explained to Liu's group, "Haven't you all noticed? Forget demons, since we set foot in this area, have you seen a single living creature?" Only then did Liu's group pay attention to their surroundings. Looking up, they saw some flying birds. Liu's group also made a few observations on the cliffs. A mutated skink. A skink. Then, as if getting his line of questioning back on track, Aki asked again, "Have you even seen any living plants?" With that, Aki delivered the most important piece of information. "There's nothing here." It seemed they were being watched by someone from above. At that moment, the other 3 in Liu's group finally understood Aki's point. They were utterly stunned. Aki calmly continued where he had left off. Amidst the shattered earth and rock, there is only silence. Then, small pebbles began to be affected by a tremor. They slowly floated up from the ground. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from Aki's body. Aki realized this as well. He gritted his teeth, because the realization came too late. The aura suddenly surged from all directions, as if awakening from a long slumber. Amidst the violent shaking of the space, Shino remained clear-headed enough to spot the anomaly. Immediately after noticing something strange, Shino quickly warned his comrades, "Watch your feet." Not long after, a powerful, deep red stream of energy erupted from the ground. Shino shoved Liu and Sumo back. His speed was incredible. Aki was just as sharp as Shino. He fell back to dodge the attack. After that display of power, the stream of energy gradually retracted and vanished. Then, a groan echoed from beneath the earth, and the energy surged up even more forcefully. Aki witnessed the entire scene and made his own assessment based on experience. This level of energy is in no way inferior to Lai's, one of the 6 divine generals we once faced. Aki's expression soured as the feeling grew clearer. No, in terms of quality and purity of energy, this is even greater. The groan tore through the desolate space, the deep red of the energy shattering the bleak colors of this wasteland. Sumo witnessed this unprecedented sight, and she couldn't help but feel worried, though she was also completely shocked. What is that figure inside the pillar of light? It turned out to be Dessa's groan. As Dessa appeared, the deep red energy gradually faded. It seemed Dessa had been enduring something, as he continued to scream endlessly. Finally, Dessa stopped screaming, and the red energy was gone. Dessa appeared with a ferocious expression, his face looking like a patchwork of different scraps of cloth. The moment Shino saw Dessa, he couldn't help but worry about what was to come. He stared wide-eyed at Dessa, thinking to himself, "This guy." Liu also sensed that Dessa was powerful enough to completely turn the tide of battle. Sumo's eyes showed deep confusion and worry. She understood the danger before them. He was incredibly strong. Sensing the danger, Liu called out to Aki, who was standing alone up ahead. "This humanoid demon is not to be underestimated. Aki, its energy level. We have to fight together." But Aki seemed to have lost his mind, simply walking straight toward Dessa. Seeing Aki's abnormal state, Shino and Sumo did everything they could to stop him. "What's wrong with you? Snap out of it." Sumo shouted Aki's name, hoping he would come to his senses if someone called out to him. "Aki. Aki." Dessa seemed extremely pleased. He threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Then, Dessa prepared to launch a powerful blast directly at Aki. Liu's group behind them was caught in the attack's wake. Liu and Shino shielded themselves with their arms. When Liu opened her eyes, she discovered a horrifying sight. Dessa was slowly closing in on his target, Aki. But Aki didn't stop walking. It seemed Aki had no fear of the powerful Dessa before him. "Why is Aki going over there?" When he reached a certain distance, Aki spoke involuntarily. It seemed he was trying to call out to Dessa. Aki walked right up to Dessa. He spread his arms as if to embrace him. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Dessa was like seeing an old acquaintance. "Dessa, brother." At that moment, the three of them began to understand who this person was and why Aki was being so bold. He's Dessa. Liu's group witnessed the entire scene unfold. Aki facing Dessa. They slowly realized the former divine general we were supposed to rescue. Before the astonished eyes of his teammates, Aki was sent flying by Dessa's blow. The blow was so powerful it deformed the ground. Aki fell, writhing in pain. Shino, watching from the side, saw his friend get hit and scream in worry. Aki, that monster Dessa didn't let up. He shot toward the downed Aki. Dessa's sharp arm was about to come down on Aki's neck, who lay motionless, with no strength left to resist. Just then, Shino lunged forward like a flash of lightning. He used his own arm to block the attack for Aki. That monster Dessa radiated an incredibly terrifying power. He made the ground collapse and crack. Shino's armor fractured. The sharp point of the attack kept pressing down. Shino thought to himself, this power? Suddenly, Sumo and Liu flew in and knocked Dessa away to save Shino. Liu immediately took a fighting stance. She said with a determined gaze, "We'll protect you." Sumo did the same. She frowned, her eyes filled with rage. Sumo called out to Shino worriedly. Shino immediately stepped back, understanding his teammate's intent. "Model." He replied, "All right. Now, it's a 3-on-1 fight." The three of them focused their attacks on Dessa, but he seemed incredibly strong. With her nimble movements, Liu was constantly flying and leaping through the air to dodge his attacks. But it looked like Tumo was struggling, not having enough strength left to defend herself. Shino got splattered with blood. He gritted his teeth, but still couldn't launch a counterattack. Liu, seeing the situation was dire, urged everyone, "Stop hesitating. Take a good look. That's not Dessa anymore." Liu glanced over at Aki, who was lying motionless, and screamed, "Aki, snap out of it. The thing in front of us is just a killing machine that's been dead for a long time. It has no soul, only a demon core operating it." Liu continued, her words growing sharper to rouse everyone. "Look around you. Why isn't there a single insect, a single blade of grass here? Why is this place so unnaturally, absolutely silent? Because everything, every living thing, has been devoured by it, eaten clean by this monster." Aki heard every single one of Liu's words, but he remained motionless, not making a single move. In a moment of distraction, Liu was ambushed by Dessa. Luckily, someone shouted for her to get back. That Dessa was now incredibly aggressive, wildly slashing at everything around him. Dessa suddenly seemed to remember something, his blood-red eyes scanning the area. He quickly spotted Aki slowly getting to his feet, his body dark and lifeless. Dessa had seen him and locked onto his prey. He quickly turned, his massive legs pounding the ground as he ran towards Aki. Once again, ignoring the other three, Dessa charged at Aki with all his might. A massive explosion erupted. Shino, Liu, and Tomo rushed forward, extremely worried, screaming in unison. Aki. Dessa let out a ferocious roar as he attacked. He was determined to kill Aki. Liu's face was contorted in pain. She was trying to endure something. Dessa's razor-sharp hand was right at Aki's throat, but he still didn't fight back. But in an instant, Aki spun around and dodged. He drove a fist straight into Dessa's stomach. Liu's eyes widened. She thought Aki wouldn't dodge. But no, he had begun to counter. Suddenly, Dessa's entire body was sent flying into the air. Aki had taken care of him with just a single punch. Shino and Tumo were overjoyed that Aki had finally decided to fight back. They both shouted at the same time, "Aki." Aki gritted his teeth. He spoke very slowly. "I knew at the moment I saw his eyes. I realized it then." Tears streamed down Aki's face as he spoke in anguish. "But tell me, how could I accept that the man who once swore to become the strongest demon hunter has now turned into this?" Aki clenched his fists. He decided the only way was to stop him from continuing to live as a monster. The other three said nothing more after hearing Aki's decision. Perhaps they were still hesitant. Dessa, who had just been knocked away, had already returned. He was right behind Aki. In a flash, the three of them flew towards Dessa, screaming, "Aki!" Aki was in immense pain. He shut his eyes tightly, his heart filled with reluctance. "I'm sorry, Dessa." Aki turned his head, looking one last time at Dessa being attacked behind him. "I'm sorry." Then, the four of them joined forces to attack Dessa, their goal to destroy him and end this suffering. After the finishing blow, Liu landed on the ground. It felt surreal as she asked, "Is it finally over?" Tomo and Shino were a bit worried about Aki. Tomo called out hesitantly, "Senior." Aki was still lost in the grief of having to strike down Dessa with his own hands. Rest in peace. But just then, a terrifyingly large explosion erupted from the ground where Dessa had just been defeated. Aki's eyes flew open. He stared in astonishment at what was happening before him, silently calling out in his mind, "Dessa!" A massive figure appeared with 3 red, yellow, and blue gems, and it was slowly rising to its feet. Dessa wasn't dead. He had revived, rising up with all three of those gems. Dessa let out a roar. The four of them were completely stunned. They all knew the answer in their hearts. This was a triple core. Liu trembled all over, thinking to herself, even for a demon's body composition, this is unbelievable. And it's not just a simple addition in number. Looking at the energy radiating from Dessa's body, Liu was horrified. The energy density. It surpassed the 7th stage. This version of Dessa was even more ferocious than before. He roared and charged straight at Aki's group. Wherever his massive feet stepped, the ground cracked. It was enough to show just how powerful Dessa had become. Dessa then transformed into a giant, tri-colored whirlwind and attacked Aki. Everyone was in a panic. Shino quickly volunteered to be the first to fight. He said to the others, "Let me." Shino recalled Aran's battle. He thought he would do it the way his senior, Aran, had demonstrated back in Green Continent Town. Without hesitation, Shino decisively used his earth armor technique. Shino was struggling to maintain this protective circle for everyone, but it looked like it was about to be shattered by Dessa's power. In an instant, Dessa sent Shino flying. His power was truly formidable. They couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. A pair of blue wings instantly spread out, ready for battle. Tumo moved with lightning speed. She continuously used her Phantom Slash skill, but the sharp spikes on Dessa's body released red orbs. When Tumo saw them, her eyes widened, filled with shock. Then, the red orbs attacked Tumo in succession. She had to keep dodging, but it was no good. The enemy's attacks were too dense. Liu, standing on the sidelines, was also caught in the crossfire. The ground where she stood was blown to pieces. Liu recognized the technique. It seemed to be a form of spatial magic. Liu quickly seized the opportunity to attack. She stood before Dessa and unleashed her attack, Space-Slicing Blade. After putting all her strength into it, she was shocked to see that Dessa was completely unfazed. She looked at that giant body in awe. To think it can withstand an attack powered by the yellow core without a scratch. Another person was charging towards Dessa, but he quickly spotted Tomo. Her eyes were white as she rushed forward with immense determination. He gritted his teeth, turned his head to look at the approaching Tumo, and then spat out a bright red orb from his mouth, which gradually grew larger. Dessa then hurled it towards the charging Tumo. She was taken by surprise. A terrible explosion occurred. It's unclear if Tumo managed to dodge in time. Dessa's power was truly extraordinary. Dessa spun around, and wherever he turned, another explosion went off. Tumo found it hard to escape amidst the thick smoke and dust. It was now impossible to see clearly. Everything was shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Liu saw that Tumo was in danger and screamed anxiously, "Tu, be careful." With her agile body, Tu continuously somersaulted to evade the attacks. After escaping, Tomo replied to Liu, "I'm fine. Damn it, this guy is too strong." Shino had also realized the problem. The attacks were not only incredibly powerful, but their frequency was also suffocatingly dense. He completely ignored the strain on his own body, even as his muscles tore and bled from overexertion. Even as his bones emitted cracking sounds, unable to bear the pressure, his assault didn't pause for a single second. Just then, Dessa stepped toward Liu. She flinched in fear, but Aki leaped forward. He swung his arm, knocking Dessa back and rescuing Liu from imminent danger. Aki landed on the ground from midair. But the moment his toes touched down, something else happened. Aki charged in, engaging in direct combat with Dessa. The two, with their terrifying power, left the ground completely uneven. Aki and Dessa were evenly matched. They fought on, with no clear winner. As Aki fought, he thought to himself, he's been tortured here to the point it's a living hell, hasn't he? Dessa's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with sorrow. You must be in agony if you can't stop anymore. With resolve, Aki thought, then let me be the one to stop you. To end all of this. Then, he shouted to the others. Aki commanded, "Everyone, with me." Sumo's and Liu's eyes glinted with killing intent. Shino's did as well. The three of them responded in unison, "Yes, my king." Then all three of them charged forward. Seeing Shino acting so recklessly, Liu warned him, but Shino didn't hesitate at all. He commanded, "Emerge," and metal shields instantly appeared. Shino reassured them, "Leave it to me." He then pushed the shields toward Dessa. This was the four-shield bone-breaker technique. Liu and Sumo recognized the opportunity. The two of them said in unison, "Now's our chance." Liu immediately leaped up, unleashing her spatial rend attack. On the other side, Sumo coordinated perfectly with extreme flash step. Seeing Dessa being attacked from both sides, Aki flew right in front of him. Aki delivered the final blow, striking without hesitation, severing Fate Slash. Aki's single strike shattered the three gems on Dessa's body. Attacked from multiple directions, Dessa was unable to counter and immediately fell. A pair of hands quickly caught Dessa's head, easing his pain. The grotesque skin on Dessa's body began to dissipate, revealing a familiar face. With his vision blurred, Dessa wasn't sure who was in front of him. He called out softly, "My king." Dessa opened his eyes, the grotesque skin still stitched to one side of his face. He whispered, "Have you come to get me?" At that very moment, his head suddenly began to crack, the fissures spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Dessa's body completely shattered, turning to dust and vanishing with the wind. The sky grew dim, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Aki collapsed to the ground, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Drops of dark red blood fell onto the cold earth, making a sound so dry it was heartbreaking. Realizing something was wrong, the people around them cried out in a mix of terror and worry. "King." Aki spoke, his voice trembling, yet he tried to remain lucid. "Don't come near me." He gritted his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, his chest heaving violently. Aki trembled, trying to calm himself. "Let me calm down. Just let me calm down." Liu stood not far away, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Aki, but she held herself back from stepping forward. Shino watched everything silently, his hands clenched into tight fists, his body extremely tense. As for Sumo, she bit her lip gently, her face clearly showing deep unease and anxiety. No one in the group said another word, quietly watching Aki in the heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in a remote area, a massive, terrifying fissure suddenly appeared in the once quiet sky. It was as if something was tearing space apart from the other side of the world, widening the tear. From within the fissure, small white dots of light appeared one by one, then shot out like meteors being fired from the heavens. A bird flying across the sky shrieked in panic as it sensed the anomaly, but before it could dodge, the streams of light pierced straight through its body. Immediately after, Tarina, Lewin, and Barris descended from above. Their heavy presence made the ground seem to tremble. He spoke first, his voice low. "Are you sure the squad that killed Li and Dien is in this direction?" He replied coldly. "Are you doubting my deduction skills? They are nearby. Moreover, their aura seems to have broken through that guard dog." She frowned. "That modified three-core monster. Even if we joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with. It seems we've underestimated that rat." He laughed loudly. "Isn't that great? If they can eliminate that monster, it proves they're worthy of being my opponents. It's been way too long since I've had a proper fight." Tarina reminded him in a cold tone, "Curb that insane attitude of yours. Don't forget, we have to wait for the king to come out of seclusion. If he discovers that the ones who killed Lai and Dien are still alive." She said softly, "You all know very well the wrath of our lord, don't you?" No one answered. The group fell into a terrifying silence. Tarina then gave an order. "Then we'll use the heads of that squad to appease the king's fury." The sky over Yumu was overcast and misty, the wind rustling as it blew past Daze's grave. Aki spoke, his voice more stable now, but with a deep-seated resolve within it. "Let's go." Liu asked directly, "My king, Senior Dessa is gone. Why must we continue towards the tower? Is there something we need to investigate?" He spoke slowly. "I originally thought the dense aura in this land was caused by Dessa, but don't you all find it strange?" Aki's gaze darkened. After defeating Dessa, the aura in the air didn't vanish. On the contrary, it became even clearer, more distinct and concentrated, because it was the only presence left. In the silent space, the other three were stunned as they faced the truth. Aki continued to explain, "Do you remember when Lena said before that the king was in seclusion?" She trembled slightly. "Could it be the new king?" His face grew grim. "That's right. The new king is at the very top of this tower." Under the gloomy sky, all four of them raised their heads, staring in astonishment at the colossal tower before them. Just then, in the vast night sky, four enormous stars suddenly appeared, then shot straight down toward the barren earth, creating a blinding flash of light. When the dust settled, Tarina's group stood imposingly before them. Luen spoke up. "You wish to disturb the king during his seclusion?" He spoke, as he angrily flung his coat onto the floor. Lang roared, "Those mongrels who murdered Lai and Dien." Recognizing the familiar aura, Liu, Sumo, and Shino all thought to themselves, "Dual core, the four from that town before." The moment they saw it, the three of them exclaimed inwardly in shock, "It's hexacore." In his extreme rage, Aki could no longer maintain his usual composure. His face was completely emotionless as he said, "Perfect timing." Seeing the dangerous situation, Liu immediately reached out to stop Aki from advancing. She said softly, "King, your target isn't them." Sumo said decisively, "That's right, Aki. These four are just watchdogs. You don't need to stop. Go deal with that damn new king and drag him off his throne." Shino spoke up, "King, go. Go take care of what's more important." They all moved forward, shouting, "Leave these four to us." Aki let out a silent roar. His body twisted violently, his entire aura changing. Behind him, A pair of enormous black wings tore through the air. In a flash, Aki shot into the sky, soaring toward the giant tower. Watching that figure, Liu Jian roared, his voice laced with fury. "Get back down here." He raised his hand high, energy gathering violently. Meteor cannon. The terrifying power had just formed, swirling violently and shaking everything. But before it could be launched, the space in front of it warped. Spatial reflection, a voice said, blocking the attack path. Liu coolly held out her hand, her gaze frighteningly calm as she locked eyes with Liu Jian and his cronies. "Your opponents are us." On the other side, Sumo stomped her foot on the ground, causing it to tremble as if it were collapsing from within. "Today, my body's limits won't be the same." Transformation. She began to dash forward, her speed exploding as she aimed straight for Tarina. But she stopped abruptly in front of Tarina, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Tarina tilted her head slightly, her gaze emotionlessly cold. "Begone!" An invisible force erupted, sending Sumo flying, tumbling across the rocky ground. Tarina glanced coldly behind her, her face grim as she watched the power surging violently. Sumo pushed herself up, her face dark with killing intent as she faced Tarina. Her legs gradually transformed into sharp, non-biological structures, radiating a dangerous aura. Observing the transformation, he said in a low voice, "It's not just a simple power boost, but a change in her body's structure." He smirked. "Did that last battle enlighten you?" She lowered her voice, each word landing with heavy finality. "Trying to get past us?" Liu then roared. "Not unless you step over our dead bodies." Hearing this, Liu Jian burst out laughing, his shoulders shaking with unrestrained excitement. He said loudly, "Interesting. Very interesting. I thought you were just a bunch of bugs who were a little stronger than normal, but it turns out you're a pack of wolf cubs bearing their fangs." Hoso spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. "If that's the case." Barris nodded, his aura exploding. "Then we'll deal with you first." In the next moment, all four enemies stomped on the ground in unison, their power erupting fiercely. A great war broke out outside the tower. The sounds of roaring screams mixed with sky-shattering explosions, and the collisions shook the very space, causing even the sturdiest stone walls to crack. Aki cursed under his breath, "Damn it. This entire tower, from top to bottom, is reinforced with a special metal." He channeled power into his feet and stomped hard, but he couldn't directly destroy the tower's peak. So, Aki decided to attack again. He told himself, "Then I'll find a breakthrough at the base of the tower." A devastating attack slammed into the foundation, sending up a thick cloud of dust and debris. When the dust settled, the tower's base remained completely unscathed, standing defiantly against all power. Seeing this, Aki couldn't help but grimace in frustration, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword as he thought, not even a scratch. Just then, an ancient voice spoke from the sword in his hand. "This is a law of power." It continued to explain. "There's an incredibly vague and chaotic energy swirling inside the tower. This gate has been reinforced by that energy. It's been completely sealed." The sword continued, "Seals, rules. In this world, nothing has the right to seal anything in our presence." He stared silently at the giant gate before him, his gaze growing sharper as his voice dropped. The sword laughed loudly, as if responding to his madness. Aki raised his sword high and roared with anger, the powerful sound waves shaking everything. "Slice it open." A terrifying slash came crashing down. For the first time, the tower reacted. Tarina's expression changed. "Your friend is trying to break the main gate? What a fool." The king himself set up that seal. The dust cleared, revealing Aki standing before the gate. His solitary figure was cloaked in black lightning, where a small crack had just appeared, black electricity spreading out like a spiderweb. The gate emitted red lightning, forming a magical barrier. He gathered all his strength again, ready to deliver a second, devastating blow. The gate cracked, the fissures spreading and carrying with them an immense pressure from within. Seeing this, the other four were all stunned, frozen in place by the terrifying display of power. Tarina's voice couldn't hide her panic. "He can actually break the seal." Liu laughed coldly, parrying a blow as she shouted, "So this is all your king amounts to." She raised her voice, her fighting spirit undiminished. "Everyone, don't get distracted." "Now that the door is opening," Liu said, continuing her assault, "we have even more reason not to let you through to disturb him." Barris frowned, clearly feeling the pressure mounting. "These people aren't weak. We need to finish this quickly." She gritted her teeth, her eyes as cold as ice, radiating a chill that seemed to freeze everything. Tarina yelled, "I will not allow anyone to disturb the king during his seclusion." Aki stood before the dark cave entrance for a moment before he slowly stepped inside. He stood silently, observing, and couldn't help but be amazed. He was now in an incredibly vast space filled with peculiar characters. He guessed the ceiling was at least 100 meters high. This place must be using some kind of spatial folding technique. The actual area inside is dozens of times larger than it appears from the outside. The voice from the sword rang out. Be careful, kid. This aura is nothing to scoff at. Even I find it strange and unsettling. The voice speculated. It's as if something forcibly mixed all sorts of chaotic powers into one place. Staring into the darkness ahead, he murmured, and then, feet with sharp claws began to emerge. A dense crowd of demons stepped forward, surrounding him. Surround him. Surround him. Aki calculated. There are at least 40 of them. Looking at the monsters, he silently assessed them. The weakest are 4th-stage demons, and there are even 6th-stage ones. They were baring their fangs at him, and he gritted his teeth in anger. So this is the new king. A king who was supposed to save the world, protect humanity. A hero who should have hated demons to his very core, slaughtered them all, and eliminated every last threat. Aki demanded. And yet you keep this many high-level demons in your own lair, just to guard your so-called seclusion. His eyes widened in fury. If that's how it's going to be, immediately, a fierce red light erupted. Seeing this, the demons began to tremble in fear. Aki took his stance, placing a hand on the ground. Slaughtering black armor. The demons instantly charged forward. Don't be afraid, get him. Suddenly, a sharp voice shouted. Stop. The sharp claws, ready to tear into him, froze in place. Aki smirked. So every floor of this tower has the same welcoming party, huh? Then, he stomped his foot, shattering the stone floor beneath him. Fine. Aki charged toward the demons. In that case, I'll take you all on. The scene changes to another location. Streaks of light flashed like lightning, the torrent of power continuing its bombardment. The landscape was now desolate. A voice called out, Shino, are you all right? Sumo asked worriedly. You took all the damage for us. Liu also rushed forward. Shino, let me heal you. But Shino stood firm, saying, I can still fight. He glared up in anger. Even if you're the new 6, I'll tear a piece of flesh off every single one of you. Seeing this, Tarina remarked, their strength really isn't weak. To be able to push the 4 of us to fight together until now in such a battered state, she commanded irritably. We even had to drag those pests over there. Finish them off quickly. Use everything you've got. And with that, surges of power began to rise, growing stronger and stronger. Then, once enough energy was gathered, the streams of power shot down towards Shino's group. Liu's eyes widened at the sight. She stared in shock at the immense power. The new 6 were already terrifyingly strong, and now their power had multiplied. Before them stood Tarina of the new 6. She hovered in the air, horns protruding from her head, her dual-core demon form. Next was a massive mace, the fierce warhorse mace. It was the weapon of Lu Jian of the new 6 in his dual-core demon form. He also appeared with sharp horns. Then came the rending fang, the weapon of Barris. He was Barris of the new 6 in his dual-core demon form. Finally, there was the space-time scepter, the weapon of another in dual-core demon form. Liu grew anxious seeing this, dual-core and demonized, this level of power. She thought to herself, Aki, this is as far as we can take you. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to go all out. A moment later, Liu screamed. Aki's squad launched their final assault. The 2 sides clashed in a brutal and fierce battle, with blood splattering everywhere. Triple overlapping like cannon. 3 monsters were gathering energy together, preparing to attack. But in an instant, their heads were blown off by a powerful force. With lightning speed, Aki took them down one by one. His eyes were completely white as he uttered in frustration. Too slow. Aki stomped his foot hard. In a cold voice, he said, Since you all love this welcoming ceremony so much, then use your lives to wash the floors of this tower. The moment he finished speaking, Aki used his incredible speed and overwhelming power to slaughter them all. The room was now filled with fresh blood, while brilliant red lightning and blinding white light flashed violently. The thick cloud of dust that filled the room gradually dissipated. Through the haze, Aki stood with his sword resting on the ground. The scene around him was nothing but corpses. First floor, all demons annihilated. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he growled. Next floor. The scene shifts to another location. At that moment, dazzling golden lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Shino was locked in a dramatic and intense clash with an enemy in midair. He gathered his power and shot straight down toward the ground, sending earth and stone flying in all directions. The scene switches back to Aki. By now, he had also wiped out the demons on the second floor. Demons annihilated. Elsewhere, at Liu's location, she stared at a pile of rubble and screamed, Shino. Suddenly, a crack in space appeared behind Liu. You have time to worry about others? A blast of energy shot out to attack her. Liu quickly blocked the blow. Meanwhile, Aki had already cleared out the demons on the third floor. Third floor, all demons annihilated. The scene switches back to Liu. She gritted her teeth, remaining vigilant. This is strange. Why does my body suddenly feel heavier, slower? Liu turned her head to look behind her, thinking, could it be? A voice echoed from behind her. Tarina smiled, holding a scythe in her hand. You finally noticed. Ah, the hallucinogenic yang toxin. She stared at Liu with a warning. Don't struggle. No one can move freely within this formation. Over on Aki's side, he was now clearing out the demons on the end floor. The scene changes again to an explosion of energy, with blinding lightning swirling around. A small figure stood amidst the violent power. Sumo was knocked back by the intense force. She panted heavily before her overwhelming opponent. He pointed his weapon at her, tauntingly. Hey, little sister. You're slowing down. On the final floor, Aki had thrust his sword straight through a demon. He thought to himself, the final guard is a black, seven-finned, dual-core demon. Aki raised his hand and channeled his energy, and a dark power emerged. The stones with special symbols on the demon's body suddenly fell off. After hitting the ground, the stones flew toward Aki. He thought, red represents power, yellow represents defense, blue represents speed, green represents recovery, and purple represents illusionary abilities. He held 2 stones in his hand, he thought, and now, black, representing space. Red, yellow, blue, green, purple, black. They're all finally here. Aki suddenly clenched the stone in his hand, and a cracking sound echoed from it. Immediately after, he pressed the stone into his chest. A massive surge of power erupted violently as tendrils of dark energy swirled around him. Aki slightly closed his eyes, thinking, I wield the power of space. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, revealing 2 different colored eyes that looked incredibly fierce. Aki raised a finger and said to himself, so this is the power of all attributes? He poked his finger into the air, ripping open a tear that revealed another dimension. I can feel the flow of space. He looked towards the door, thinking, pushing through this will lead to the top of the tower. Aki flinched, his eyes widening as he sensed something. He quickly whipped his head around. It was the one they call the new king. The scene cuts to Shino, where Lu Jian is raising a hammer high, preparing to crush him. He smirked and said, can't raise your defensive shield now, can you? Lu Jian then slammed his mace down, shouting, die. But suddenly, the space turned gray, and time seemed to stop. Time freeze. In the dark space, green circles began to ripple across the sky. Meanwhile, Aki closed his eyes and focused, saying to himself, sorry to keep you all waiting. He sent a message to his comrades. I've gathered all the cores, broken through the barrier, and fused them completely.